In the dim and damp rented room a thin young man lay on the bed, his eyes tightly shut. In a daze he felt a small hand gently scratching his face, making his nose itch, and vaguely heard a childish voice chattering in his ear. Lin Fan's head slightly moved, then he abruptly opened his eyes, his chest heaving violently as he gasped for breath, his bloodshot eyes filled with confusion. Where am I? Just woke up. Lin Fan felt his head as if pierced by needles, splitting with pain. He slowly raised his right hand to his forehead, took 2 or 3 seconds to recover, and then noticed the situation in the room. This was a small room, less than 20 square meters. Dark curtains tightly covered the windows, making the room dim. The walls were not tiled, simply painted white with a few yellowed celebrity posters on them. The furnishings were also very simple: a double bed, a bedside table, and a dirty fabric wardrobe. There were no other large items. The floor was extremely messy, with clothes, shoes, and socks scattered everywhere, cigarette butts all over, along with many wine bottles and cans thrown about. At the door were several empty instant noodle containers. There was no place to step inside the room, and the enclosed space was filled with an indescribable strange odor, a mix of smoke, food odor, alcohol, and instant noodles, making the whole room foul and stifling. It was hard to imagine how anyone could live in such a messy, dirty place, worse than a pigsty. After surveying the room, Lin Fan suddenly thought of something, his eyes widening in shock. This is Earth. Earth. Why am I on this strange planet? I clearly remember failing my tribulation, my protective immortal artifacts destroyed, unable to withstand the final 9 heavens' divine thunder. But how did I end up here? Could it be I transmigrated? A flash of shock crossed Lin Fan's eyes. Even with his thousands of years of experience traversing the cultivation world, he could not understand what had happened to him. Although Lin Fan found it hard to accept, the truth was that the Xianyang immortal venerable, a monstrous genius seen once in 10,000 years in the cultivation world, who had reached the tribulation transcendent stage in just 3,000 years and triggered the most terrifying 9 heavenly tribulation during his tribulation, due to an unstable foundation, could not withstand the final 9 heavens' divine thunder. Under the watch of thousands of fellow cultivators, he was obliterated by the divine thunder, his physical body destroyed, and his soul transmigrated to another world. At the same time on Earth, a young man with the same name and surname had died from excessive drinking. Thus his soul entered the body of this Lin Fan on Earth. Daddy, you're finally awake. Chichi is hungry, Chichi wants to eat. While Lin Fan's mind was in chaos, a childish voice came. Lin Fan then noticed a little girl lying on top of him, her chubby little hand gently tugging at his beard. You? What did you call me? Lin Fan frowned and asked subconsciously. The little girl blinked her big eyes at Lin Fan, a hint of confusion in her gaze. She said in a childish voice, Daddy, you are Daddy. Lin Fan looked at her with a mix of amusement and annoyance, pouting, Little girl, I'm not your father, don't call me that. Hearing this, the little girl's mouth immediately pouted. She looked at Lin Fan timidly, her big eyes full of grievance. In her young mind she couldn't understand why Daddy wouldn't admit he was Chi-Chi's daddy. Was it because Chi-Chi had been naughty and Daddy didn't want her anymore? Thinking this, the little girl's eyes welled up with tears, watery and on the verge of crying, pitifully adorable. Seeing the little girl's aggrieved expression, Lin Fan couldn't help but feel a pang of distress. A strange feeling surged in his heart, as if making this little princess sad was an unforgivable crime. Lin Fan carefully examined the little girl lying on him. She was about 4 or 5 years old, wearing a pink princess dress with 2 cute little pigtails. Her face was exquisitely carved like jade, with a small delicate nose, lips as thin as willow leaves, and eyes sparkling like gems. When she spoke, her long eyelashes fluttered, making her look like a doll, extremely kawaii. In contrast, Lin Fan was a complete slob. His hair was a mess like a bird's nest, his beard stubbly and unshaven for who knows how long, his complexion dull with dark circles under his eyes. He wore a pair of loose shorts and a black vest, and a faint sour smell emanated from him. Although only 25 or 26, he looked utterly lifeless, exuding a sense of decay from head to toe. Could she be this Lin Fan's daughter? Lin Fan thought to himself. Suddenly his mind buzzed and countless information flooded into his brain, causing a tearing pain. His body convulsed, and then he clutched his head, letting out a suppressed groan, veins bulging on his forehead, his face contorted in agony. Seeing Lin Fan in pain, the little girl became anxious. She shook his body vigorously, tears welling in her eyes, and cried out, Daddy, Daddy, what's wrong? The childish cry of Daddy reached Lin Fan's ears like rain in a drought, calming his heart instantly. The stabbing pain in his head gradually subsided, and the information of this body's 20+ years of life trajectory was fully absorbed and integrated by Lin Fan. With the fusion of memories from 2 lives, Lin Fan now knew all about the original owner of this body. Despite his current state of destitution, his background was astonishingly influential. The Lin family was one of the 4 great families in Xia country. Lin Fan's father Lin Zhentian was the family head. It was no exaggeration to say that he was a figure whose stomp would make the entire Xia country tremble. However, 3 years ago Lin Zhentian suddenly died, plunging the Lin family into unprecedented chaos. Later they had to invite the retired old master Lin to take charge. Later investigation revealed that all signs pointed to the murderer of Lin Zhentian being none other than Lin Fan's biological mother, Lin Zhentian's lawful wife by Ling Xian. The motive was to let Lin Fan become the head of the Lin family as soon as possible and inherit this vast clan. When the result was announced, everyone was stunned. Old Master Lin was so angry he nearly fainted. Later Ling Xian was imprisoned in the Lin family's secret prison and Lin Fan was expelled from the family. Overnight he fell from the lofty position of young master of the Lin family to a discarded pawn. Originally Lin Fan was a complete playboy wasting his days in idleness and indulgence. After being expelled he lacked even basic survival skills. Fortunately someone deposited money into his card each month, not much, only 5,000, but enough to sustain his basic living. After figuring all this out, Lin Fan's gaze turned icy cold, a glint of sharpness in his eyes. The previous Lin Fan was muddlehead and understood nothing, but the current Lin Fan could see clearly Lin Zhenqian was not killed by his mother. In the original owner's memories his mother was a gentle woman as mild as jade who wouldn't even step on an ant. How could she commit such an evil act as murdering her husband? All of this was definitely a conspiracy, a huge scheme. Murdering the current family head and driving away the first heir apparent, what was the purpose? It was probably quite clear. In the cultivation world there were no lack of examples where families and sects committed fratricide and patricide for power. Behind the Lin family's incident there must be hidden secrets. In the cultivation world Lin Fan had been an orphan raised by heaven and earth themselves with not the slightest memory of his parents. From childhood to adulthood he had never once known what it felt like to have family. Now reborn in another world he fused with the memories of the earth Lin Fan and with them his emotions as well. He could clearly feel that he harbored familial affection for the parents of this body, the tug of shared blood, a sensation he had not experienced in thousands of years. This feeling made Lin Fan from the depths of his heart accept the identity of the earth Lin Fan and accept his family. HMPH. Since my true self has descended into this body I will naturally reclaim justice for you. Those who deceived me, humiliated me and harmed me, I will make each and every one of you pay. Mother, I will rescue you as well and restore your justice, Lin Fan vowed, clenching his fists tightly as he silently made up his mind in his heart. With this thought Lin Fan cast a strange look at the little girl lying on top of him. After absorbing the memories of this body's original owner he finally understood the origin of this adorable little princess before his eyes. Her mother was named Ling Xuefei, the only daughter of Ling Tian, the chairman of the Ling Corporation. Though the Ling Corporation could not compare to the four great families of Xia country, it was still undeniably a powerful, wealthy clan and a giant in the entertainment industry. 5 years ago Ling Xuefei had represented the Ling Corporation and traveled to Yang'an City to attend Xia country's highest level business summit. At that time Lin Fan had still been an utterly spoiled wastrel. In the years that followed Ling Xuefei lived abroad alone with her daughter. If nothing unexpected had happened she would likely never have set foot in Xia country again for the rest of her life. Yet everything changed when the little girl turned 4. As the little girl grew more sensible she noticed that other children all had fathers and she began to clamour for her own. Ling Xuefei could not bear to see her daughter perpetually gloomy, so she brought the girl back to their homeland. After returning Ling Xuefei inquired in many directions and finally found Lin Fan. She sent her daughter to Lin Fan, letting the girl live with her father for a week to make up in some small way for a childhood without him. At the same time she hoped the girl would quickly give up on this fallen father. Now it was the second day since the little girl had been sent to Lin Fan's side. Once he confirmed that the little girl was indeed his own flesh and blood, Lin Fan's heart began pounding rapidly. In his previous life he had been a complete cultivation fanatic. Though countless immortal fairies and saintesses had thrown themselves at him eager to bear his children, he had never spared them a proper glance. Yet now a daughter had suddenly appeared. The sense of bloodline connection was so vivid that it intoxicated him. Almost instinctively he accepted the existence of this daughter. Daddy, I'm hungry, the little girl said in a small timid voice. Daddy will go find something for you to eat. Lin Fan gazed at the little girl before him, gently rubbing her small head. Then he lifted her off to the side, climbed down from the bed himself and rummaged through the room until he found a box of milk that had not yet expired. He inserted the straw and handed it to the little girl. Thank you, Daddy, the little girl chirped crisply. She held the milk with both tiny hands and began to drink with an unexpectedly graceful motion. Propping his chin on his elbow, Lin Fan stared blankly at the little girl. A hint of tenderness rose in his eyes and the corners of his lips unconsciously curved into a gentle smile. 2 minutes later the little girl finished the milk. Lin Fan took the empty carton from her hands and set it aside, then used a tissue to gently wipe her mouth. The little girl let out an adorably clumsy burp, then stretched out her 2 chubby little arms toward him and said in a milky voice, Daddy, hug. A sour ache surged up in Lin Fan's nose as he gently scooped the little girl into his arms, drawing her close to his body. Daddy, I finally found you. Mommy said you went somewhere very, very far away and told me not to look for you. But Chichi missed Daddy, so Chichi pestered Mommy to come find you. Now Chichi finally sees Daddy. Chichi is so happy, Matilda, the little girl babbled on, then not at all bothered by how shabby Lin Fan appeared, planted a kiss on his cheek. In that instant Lin Fan felt his heart melt. This was a sensation he had never experienced before. This warmth, this gentleness, this homely comfort utterly intoxicated him, and he could not help but hold the little girl even tighter. Ha ha ha. I, Lin Fan, have a daughter. I have a daughter. Ha ha ha. Tears of excitement brimmed in Lin Fan's eyes. If the people of the cultivation world could see him now, their jaws would probably drop to the floor. The name Xianyang Xianzuan was known throughout the cultivation realm as that of a ruthless man of decisive slaughter who had once in a fit of rage exterminated the four great sects of Central State. Yet now he was nothing more than a doting father hopelessly devoted to his daughter, a fanatic for pampering his child with not a trace of his former ferocity and cruelty to be seen. The little girl wrapped her arms around her father's neck. Hearing him laugh so happily she couldn't help but laugh along, her silver bell-eyed giggles ringing out and lifting Lin Fan's spirits even higher. "My precious daughter, you're called Chichi. What is your full name?" Lin Fan asked in an exceptionally gentle voice. If people from the cultivation world heard him speak in such a tone, they would probably be so shocked they could no longer fly on their swords. "M. Chichi. I'm called Chichi." The little girl pouted as she replied. "Chichi is your nickname. Do you have any other name?" Lin Fan chuckled softly and patiently prompted her. "Oh, yes. I do." The little girl bit her thumb and tilted her small head, thinking for a moment before saying in her milky voice, "My name is Lingmingchi." Hearing this name, the smile on Lin Fan's face grew even brighter. He beamed at the little princess in his arms and murmured to himself, Lingmingchi, ha, you truly are my good daughter, my good girl." Chichi is daddy's good girl," Chichi replied happily. In truth, Chichi's real name was Lingmingchi, bearing her mother's surname. However, Lin Fan misheard it as Lingmingchi. If he were to find out that Chichi in fact did not carry his surname but Ling instead, who knew whether he would still wear this same expression? Looking at the little princess in his arms, Lin Fan had already placed her in the most important position in his heart. Instinctively he wanted to protect his little treasure and give her the very best the world had to offer. "It's a pity that the true chi in my body has completely vanished. I cannot even circulate the most basic level. Right now I am just an ordinary person, no, even less than an ordinary person. This body is truly pathetic. In this state, how can I take care of Chichi? How can I protect her? My storage ring was also blasted to dust beneath the 9 heavens' divine thunder. What a pity for all those treasures I spent thousands of years collecting, not a single one left to me. 9 heavens' divine thunder, you truly are ruthless. How I refuse to believe it. Could it be that I, Lin Fan, crossed worlds with absolutely nothing on me? There should at least be something right." As Lin Fan gazed at the 2 pills, a hint of surprise gradually emerged in his eyes. In his past life he was not only a master who had reached the tribulation transcendent stage but also a top-tier alchemy master. Although he had been reincarnated, he still recognized these 2 pills. It's actually a washing marrow pill and a heavenly spirit pill. Ju Xiaoshan Lei, you ultimately left me a treasure. The washing marrow pill, a second-grade pill as its name implies, can cleanse the essence and marrow, widening the meridians, aiding the user in absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. As long as one isn't hopelessly foolish consuming it would generally ensure a smooth transition into the chi refining stage. The chi refining stage is the first significant threshold on the long path of cultivation. Although the washing marrow pill is not considered common in the cultivation world, it certainly is not a precious treasure. In his past life Lin Fan wouldn't even glance at it, but now it's different. The washing marrow pill is suitable for those who are just beginning their cultivation journey, and since Lin Fan currently has no cultivation, he can precisely consume this pill to step back into the world of cultivation. The heavenly spirit pill, a first-grade pill, serves to awaken spiritual intelligence in livestock, strengthen their bodies and extend their lifespans. It has no effect on spiritual beasts or demon beasts, being effective only for ordinary livestock. In the cultivation world it is notorious for being a useless pill, typically only purchased by worldly nobles for their pets, holding no value in the realm of cultivation. Lin Fan scrutinized the 2 pills, beginning to ponder in his mind. This washing marrow pill is exactly what I urgently need. After taking it, even though the spiritual energy on earth is thin and I cannot immediately enter the chi refining stage, it will be enough to allow me to reach the innate realm. In at most 6 months chi refinement is within reach. However, this heavenly spirit pill is indeed useless for awakening spiritual intelligence in ordinary livestock. But I can find a pet for Chichi to keep her company. Who? This piece of paper? Lin Fan unexpectedly caught a glimpse of the paper wrapping the pills, and a surge of ecstasy welled up in his heart. It turned out that the paper was not ordinary, it was actually a talisman. A soul capture talisman. Talisman masters are a relatively niche profession in the cultivation world. They typically possess low cultivation and lack physical prowess and offensive spiritual treasures, yet they are formidable opponents. This is because you never know what kind or level of talisman the seemingly low-level talisman master before you possesses. The strength of a talisman master is not absolutely correlated with their personal cultivation level. A top-tier talisman master, even with significantly lower cultivation than their opponent, can still rely on various top-tier talismans, making it hard for the opponent to counter. It is said that the most powerful offensive talisman, the Desolation Thunder Talisman, has power that is not inferior to an ordinary heavenly tribulation. The soul capture talisman in Lin Fan's hand was an unexpected gain from years ago. Its function is to capture the soul of a person, compelling them to completely obey the commands of the one who casts the talisman. Moreover, this obedience comes from the depths of their heart, a reverence, trust and loyalty that arises from within. Those affected by the talisman will regard the caster as a deity. Even if the latter commands them to end their own lives, they would willingly comply unless the affected person reaches the golden core stage, at which point they can break free from the control. Now as Lin Fan arrived on Earth having lost all his cultivation, this soul capture talisman could be of great assistance at a critical moment. Having thought through these matters, a sense of relief washed over Lin Fan. Although he was currently just a dispirited young man walking aimlessly, with the help of the washing marrow pill and the soul capture talisman combined with his 3,000 years of cultivation experience, he had absolute confidence that he would soon rise to prominence on Earth again. Daddy, it stinks in the house. Chichi wants to go out to play. Chichi covered her little nose and said in a sweet voice. Okay, Daddy will take Chichi out to play, but Daddy is too dirty right now. Let me wash up first and you wait here patiently for Daddy. Okay. Chichi will be good. Lin Fan picked Chichi up and placed her on the bed, then he got off the bed and barefoot walked into the bathroom. After stripping completely, he looked at his disheveled reflection in the mirror and sighed. His facial muscles twitched incessantly, although this face was still his own. His overall appearance was vastly different, resembling that of a vagabond. Swish swish swish. Lin Fan took the shower head, turned on the water, and the cold water splashed onto him, causing Lin Fan to shiver involuntarily. He gritted his teeth and began to scrub himself. In the past, Lin Fan had lived aimlessly day by day. If it weren't for the soul of Shenyang Immortal crossing over, even if Earth's Lin Fan truly died in this rental house, no one would have discovered it. But from today, Lin Fan was destined to undergo a transformation and start anew. The first step to this was to properly clean his body, otherwise he would feel embarrassed to be close to his precious daughter. After about 10 minutes, Lin Fan came out of the bathroom wearing only underwear, a towel draped over his shoulder and his hair still dripping with water. He walked to the wardrobe and zipped it, but inside hung only 4 or 5 sets of clothes, all either dirty, old or torn, with not a single decent piece. Lin Fan's life in his past was undoubtedly luxurious, wearing the top-grade immortal garment, the ice moon flowing immortal robe, eating the finest delicacies from myriad worlds, living in the magnificent Shenyang Immortal Palace, and traveling in a golden war chariot pulled by divine beasts flanked by 18 beautiful immortal maidens. Yet now Lin Fan didn't even own a single decent piece of clothing. With no other choice, Lin Fan casually grabbed a relatively clean outfit and walked over to the bed. Looking at the adorable little girl sitting there, he asked Chichi, would you like to go out and play with Daddy? Yes, yes. Chichi loves playing with Daddy the most. Chichi clapped her little hands, joyfully responding. Seeing Chichi's innocent and carefree demeanor touched Lin Fan's heart once again. He steadied his mind, gathered his wallet and identification, lifted Chichi in his right arm and pushed the door open to leave. Lin Fan had no intention of returning to this dog kennel-like place. Daddy, Chichi finally has a daddy, yay. Chichi exclaimed, perched on Lin Fan's shoulder, tugging at his beard gleefully. Daddy will always be with Chichi from now on, Lin Fan said softly. Okay. And Mommy too. Chichi wants to live together with Daddy and Mommy forever. Chichi cheerfully raised her little arms, calling out. Hearing Chichi mention her mother, Lin Fan felt a headache coming on. When Ling Xuefei brought Chichi over yesterday, she didn't even look at him, clearly showing that she looked down on him now that he was in such disarray and was unwilling to interact. After this 5-day arrangement for Chichi to live with him, what would happen in 5 days? Perhaps she would come to take Chichi away. No. Chichi is my daughter. I won't let anyone take her away from me, no one. Lin Fan silently resolved within himself. A few minutes later he arrived at a barbershop holding Chichi. Welcome to our shop. The staff at the barbershop looked at this strange duo and immediately had 3 big question marks in their minds. A scruffy, unkempt man holding an adorably cute little girl would indeed seem odd to anyone. So would you like a haircut? Although feeling puzzled, our stylist Tony quickly regained his professional demeanor and politely asked. Chichi, be good and sit over there for a moment. It will be quick. Lin Fan first placed Chichi on a nearby chair and then turned to Tony, saying, just give me a simple trim and shave my face. All right. Tony nodded and promptly began his work. Meanwhile, Chichi sat quietly, blinking her bright eyes, watching intently. Half an hour later, when Tony finished cutting Lin Fan's hair and shaving his beard, everyone couldn't help but be taken aback. It turned out that this scruffy man looked quite spirited after a little grooming. Lin Fan was not the kind of handsome man who would make people gasp in awe at first sight, but he was definitely a man with charm. With a chiseled face, sharp eyebrows and a straight nose, he became increasingly attractive the more one looked at him, especially his deep and captivating eyes. Daddy, you're so handsome and cool. Chichi, sitting in the chair beside him, gave a thumbs up with her chubby little fingers in praise. Ha ha. Hearing his precious daughter's compliment, Lin Fan felt elated, paid the bill and walked out holding Chichi. Chichi, where do you want to go for fun? Lin Fan asked softly, gazing at the adorable toddler in his arms as they stepped out of the barbershop. If the cultivation world had witnessed such a meticulously gentle tone, they would likely be utterly astounded. Back in his days as a cultivator, Lin Fan was a figure whose mere glance could intimidate multitudes, his notorious reputation echoing across the 4 seas and 8 wildernesses. Now he was the polar opposite of that fearsome existence. Chichi. Chichi wants to go to the amusement park. Mommy never has time to take Chichi there. Chichi raised her little hand, speaking excitedly. All right then, let's go to the amusement park. Lin Fan patted Chichi's little head, smiling. Then he withdrew 100,000 yuan from a nearby bank and hailed a taxi on the roadside, heading straight for the amusement park. Though Lin Fan now appeared utterly destitute, he was once the young master of the Lin family with personal assets worth tens of millions. Although he had been expelled from the Lin family and all his accounts frozen, he still possessed a bank card not registered under his name, a prize won from a bet with a sign of the Fang family, one of the 4 great families of Yang'an. The card contained 5 million yuan. Over the years Lin Fan had never touched a single cent from that card. Now that he had a precious daughter, how could he let her endure hardship? Thus he promptly went to the bank and withdrew 100,000 yuan in cash to carry with him. Half an hour later Lin Fan brought Chichi to the entrance of Dragon City's largest amusement park, Happy Time Amusement Park. Though Happy Time could not compare to Disneyland, it was far from shabby, boasting numerous themed play areas for children that delighted young visitors. Lin Fan carried Chichi in his arms, bought tickets and entered. Daddy, look over there, that balloon is so big and pretty. Daddy, hurry, look. There's a big bear, so cute, hee hee hee. Daddy, look, so many people. And so many kids. Daddy, look over there, that balloon is so big and pretty. Daddy, hurry, look. There's a big bear, so cute, hee hee hee. Chichi laughed and chattered the whole way, wriggling in Lin Fan's embrace, her mood ecstatic. Lin Fan and Chi-Chi's first stop was the Nordic-style street. The buildings on both sides featured Nordic minimalist architecture with simple exterior colors, warm wooden floors inside and plain decorations on the walls, mostly light grey or white, devoid of intricate patterns or motifs. The furniture inside followed a clean, straightforward style, almost never using carvings or ornaments, giving a serene and nature-close feeling. Beyond the architecture, the street was adorned with a wintry ambience, artificial snow-like white substances on trees, rooftops and open spaces, creating a genuine sense of being in Nordic lands, a testament to the thoughtful design. Daddy, I want to take a picture? Chichi tugged at Lin Fan's clothes. All right, Daddy will take beautiful pictures of Chichi. Lin Fan set Chichi down and let her choose the background. Chichi wants to take pictures with Daddy. Chichi held Lin Fan's finger, shaking it. Okay, then Daddy will ask someone else to take the picture for us. Lin Fan smiled and pinched Chi-Chi's cheek, then asked a nearby girl to take the photo. What an adorable kid. Upon seeing Chichi, the girl couldn't help but exclaim. You're beautiful too, big sister. Chichi, delighted at the compliment, replied cheerfully. After taking a few photos for Lin Fan, the girl returned the phone, said goodbye to Chichi and reluctantly left. After strolling through the Nordic-style street for a few minutes and taking some pictures, they found it a bit dull. Lin Fan carried Chichi to the second stop, Happy Time. Happy Time was a children's theatre. When Lin Fan and Chichi arrived, they happened to catch a performance of Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. Lin Fan sat with Chichi in his arms in the audience. On stage, a group of actors performed the story of Snow White. Daddy, Snow White is so beautiful and the Seven Dwarfs are so cute. Chichi pointed at the stage, turned to Lin Fan and said excitedly. Chichi is also a princess, just as beautiful as Snow White. Lin Fan smiled and patted Chi-Chi's little head. Chichi is a princess, yay. Chichi grinned happily, hugged Lin Fan's face and gave him a big kiss. Half an hour later the performance ended. Lin Fan with a reluctant Chichi left the Happy Time Children's Theatre and headed straight for the next stop, Happy Ocean. Happy Ocean was a water park. It was summer and the place was filled with children and parents' laughter and joy echoing far and wide. Lin Fan changed Chichi into a little swimsuit printed with Mickey Mouse, put on his own swim trunks, and then the father and daughter entered the water. Daddy, slide. Chichi pointed at the water slide. Come on, Daddy will take Chichi down the slide. Lin Fan held Chichi in his arms and slid down the water slide. Chichi screamed with delight and giggled constantly. The combination of a handsome young father and an adorable little girl was quite eye-catching. After playing for nearly 2 hours at Happy Ocean, Chichi grew hungry. She raised her little arms and called out, time to eat, let's go. Lin Fan imitated her and shouted, let's go, before carrying her off to lunch. Eating with her father for the first time, Chichi was extremely excited. She held her little spoon, feeding herself a bite, then giving one to her father. The heartwarming scene made others envious. After playing for nearly 2 hours at Happy Ocean, Chichi grew hungry. She raised her little arms and called out, time. Chichi, Daddy will teach you how to hold chopsticks. With your right hand, hold one chopstick between your index and middle fingers and the other under your thumb. Then pinch the food. Like this, take a bite. See? Lin Fan demonstrated with the chopsticks while explaining. So hard, Daddy. Little spoons and forks are much easier. Chichi looked at Lin Fan, puzzled as to why her father wanted her to use such strange things for eating. Chichi, chopsticks are a product of 5,000 years of civilization in the Xia Kingdom. As descendants of the Xia Kingdom, how can we not know how to use chopsticks? Lin Fan said softly. Chichi understands. Chichi has black eyes, black hair and yellow skin. Chichi is a child of the Xia Kingdom and must learn to use chopsticks. Chichi nodded solemnly, clenching her little fists. Chichi spoke with a serious nod, clenching her little fists. But chopsticks were indeed difficult for a 4-year-old. Lin Fan was not anxious, after all Chichi was still young and could learn slowly. Daddy, I'm full. Can we go on the roller coaster? Over 20 minutes later, Chichi had finished eating. She patted her little belly and turned to ask. Lin Fan gently wiped the corner of Chi-Chi's mouth with a tissue and said Chi-Chi is still too young to ride the roller coaster. Really can't. Chi-Chi pouted and looked at Lin Fan with a pitiful expression. Oh my little darling, Lin Fan's heart almost broke at the sight, but for Chi-Chi's safety he had to be firm. You really can't ride the roller coaster, but we have something even more fun. What is it? Chi-Chi with a child's heart immediately forgot about the roller coaster upon hearing there was something more exciting and looked at Lin Fan with eager anticipation. The Ferris wheel, Lin Fan said with a smile. Great! Chi-Chi wants to ride the Ferris wheel. Chi-Chi had seen the Ferris wheel on TV and had long wanted to try it, but Mommy never took her. Now playing with Daddy made her very happy. Haha, let's go. Daddy will take Chi-Chi to the Ferris wheel. Chi-Chi's joy made Lin Fan happy too. He picked her up and left the restaurant heading for the Ferris wheel. The colorful Ferris wheel at Happy Time Amusement Park was the largest and most beautiful in Dragon City, beloved by children and adults alike. A long line snaked from the ticket booth and Lin Fan stood at the back with Chi-Chi in his arms. Daddy, we must come again with Mommy next time, Chi-Chi whispered in Lin Fan's ear with a babyish voice. Okay. Though Ling Xuefei had looked down on Lin Fan before, the current Lin Fan was a different person. For the sake of the adorable little treasure in his arms, Lin Fan resolved in his heart that winning over the child's mother might be a good idea. Lin Fan nodded. For this mother of his child whom he had never truly met, he felt little emotion. In his heart only Chi-Chi was his precious daughter. As for that fire attempt, although the couple rudely cut in front of him, Lin Fan merely squinted and glanced at the two without saying a word. In his heart, as long as his little treasure was happy, nothing else mattered. However, some people not only lack manners when they go out but also seem to lack common sense. They deserve to suffer the consequences. Big brother and big sister, it's wrong to cut in line. You should queue up. Chi-Chi stretched out her small hand and sweetly spoke to the couple in front of her. Children's hearts are the purest. Chi-Chi only knew that her mother had said cutting in line was wrong, so when she saw someone doing it she spoke up to remind them. Who? The couple talking turned to look at Chi-Chi's voice and they saw a handsome young father holding an adorable little girl standing behind them. Wow, what a cute little friend. Upon seeing Chi-Chi, the girl's eyes sparkled with excitement. After all, Chi-Chi's charm was quite powerful, especially among women, making her an irresistible presence. However, her boyfriend did not share the same sentiment. Acting nonchalantly, he leaned against one leg, smoking, with a sideways glance at Lin Fan. Seeing that Lin Fan was merely a scrawny young man, his arrogance grew. He took the cigarette out of his mouth with 2 fingers and blew a puff of smoke directly at Lin Fan, choking both Lin Fan and Chi-Chi. Cough! Cough! After inhaling the smoke, Chi-Chi couldn't help but cough a couple of times, her little face turning red. Lin Fan, witnessing Chi-Chi's discomfort, felt an uncontrollable surge of anger rise within him and a cold glint appeared in his eyes. Apologize? Lin Fan raised his hand and waved it in front of Chi-Chi, dispersing the smoke before coldly uttering those 2 words to the young man. Although Lin Fan currently had no cultivation, he was a reincarnated celestial sovereign, and just a glance from him carried an astonishing aura. The sudden surge of Lin Fan's aura made the young man feel an invisible pressure. Beneath this pressure, a sense of fear arose in him, and instinctively he wanted to apologize and back down. Yet thinking of his newly acquired girlfriend beside him, he hesitated. If he yielded too easily, wouldn't she look down on him? Would the night still be enjoyable? With that thought, the young man swallowed hard, pointing with his cigarette-holding fingers at Lin Fan's face and shouted, "Hey kid, you're quite arrogant. Do you know who I am?" Smack! Without engaging in further banter, Lin Fan slapped the young man's outstretched hand, sending the cigarette flying. "You bastard!" The young man was instantly furious. His male ego wouldn't allow him to lose face in front of his girlfriend. He gritted his teeth and cursed, ready to retaliate. But before he could lift his hand, Lin Fan's grip clamped around his neck, the immense force making it hard for him to breathe. His face turned red and veins bulged on his neck and forehead. Cough! Cough! Let go! Let go! The young man struggled against Lin Fan's grip, shouting with difficulty, but it was futile. That hand was like a vice, unyielding. You? Let go! If you don't let go, he'll call the police. Seeing her boyfriend subdued, the girl panicked, pulling out her phone and yelling at Lin Fan. Who? Lin Fan turned his head at the sound, his cold gaze landing on the girl's face. Under the chilling stare of Lin Fan, the girl felt as if she had fallen into an ice cave, stunned and unable to move further. Oh my, his gaze is terrifying. The girl's heart raced quickly. Even though it was summer, Lin Fan's stare made her feel a chill run down her spine and goosebumps prickled her skin. Apologize? Lin Fan withdrew his gaze, fixing his eyes on the young man, and coldly repeated those 2 chilling words. Let go. The young man was still struggling, but as he realized he could not escape the grip of the seemingly frail young man before him, the pain in his body finally overcame his pride. Gritting his teeth, he muttered, "Sorry. Daddy, Chi-Chi is fine." At that moment, Chi-Chi wrapped her small arms around Lin Fan's neck and softly whispered in his ear. Swish! Hearing his darling daughter's words, Lin Fan finally released his grip. The young man instantly felt relieved, covering his neck and coughing violently. He glanced at Lin Fan, who was looking at him sideways, and immediately averted his gaze, not daring to leave any harsh words behind. He hurriedly took his still-dazed girlfriend by the hand and left. So useless? The couple soon ran far away and the girl's voice faintly expressed disdain. Chichi, how about Daddy takes you to ride the Ferris wheel? Having driven away the annoying flies, Lin Fan's eyes once again filled with affection. This sudden change in demeanor surprised all who stood behind him and witnessed the entire scene. Was this gentle and soft-spoken daughter's slave who seemed afraid of scaring the child truly the same person as the one who had exuded such a powerful aura just moments ago? Sure. Let's ride the Ferris wheel. Upon hearing about the Ferris wheel, Chichi instantly forgot about the earlier unpleasantness, clapping her little hands in excitement. 5 minutes later, Lin Fan purchased the tickets and holding Chichi arrived at the base of the Ferris wheel. Under the guidance of the staff, they entered a small compartment along with another couple in their 30s. Clang! The staff closed the door and the Ferris wheel slowly departed from the base, ascending to great heights. The Ferris wheel moved at a gentle pace with only a slight sway accompanied by the sound of its turning axis, making it generally comfortable for passengers. Inside the small compartment there were 2 rows of crescent-shaped seats facing each other. The walls and ceiling were made of clean glass, allowing visitors to observe the surroundings. Lin Fan sat on one side holding Chichi, who rolled around in his arms, resting her head on his shoulder, her big eyes filled with curiosity as she looked around with great delight. The couple across from them held hands, whispering to each other while occasionally stealing glances at Chichi. The couple, the man named Zhong Haitan and the woman named Jiyu Meijuan, had been married for over a decade without children. Now seeing the adorable little Chichi, they couldn't help but glance at her a few more times. As the Ferris wheel slowly ascended, Chichi began to feel frightened. She tightly clung to Lin Fan's neck and said, "Daddy, I'm so scared." "Don't be afraid, Chichi. Daddy is here. Daddy is holding you. There's nothing to be afraid of. It's very safe here. Look, the people below are getting smaller. And over there, remember that slide? We played there this morning." Lin Fan embraced Chichi, gently comforting her and pointing below to distract her. Initially nervous, Chichi gradually calmed down under Lin Fan's reassurance, no longer afraid and eagerly looking around. "Wow, Daddy, we're really high now. Look at how small the houses below are, and there are so many little people. Daddy, look. There are so many balloons over there. How come I didn't see them earlier?" Daddy was starting to descend. Not feeling scared anymore, Chichi quickly became excited, standing on Lin Fan's lap and chattering away. "So is this your daughter?" When the Ferris wheel descended halfway, Zhong Haitan asked Lin Fan. "Yes, she is my daughter," Lin Fan replied with a smile, nodding, noticing the politeness from the other side. "To have such a beautiful baby, your wife must be an extraordinary woman as well," Jiyu Meijuan said with a smile. "Mommy is so beautiful. Mommy is the most beautiful in the world." Upon hearing someone mention her mother, Chichi immediately shouted happily. "Ha ha ha." Seeing Chichi's adorable reaction, Zhong Haitan laughed heartily and after thinking for a moment pulled out a small Peppa Pig toy from his pocket and handed it to Chichi, saying, "Little princess, this is a gift from your uncle." Chichi did not take it but turned to look at Lin Fan. Although she did not speak, her eyes showed longing. "You should thank your uncle," Lin Fan said with a smile. "Thank you, uncle." Chichi happily expressed her gratitude, then took the Peppa Pig toy from Zhong Haitan's hand, playing with it lovingly as she sweetly said, "You are Peppa Pig and I'm Chichi Pig. We will be good friends from now on." Ha ha ha. Hearing Chichi's adorable words, Zhong Haitan burst into laughter, but his wife sighed, stroking her husband's hand gently, speaking with a hint of sadness, "You love children so much, but I can't give you the chance to be a father." "Enough, Meijuan, why dwell on this? If we cannot have children of our own, adoption is a perfectly viable infertility." Lin Fan observed the middle-aged couple across from him, moved by a quiet impulse to help, not for any grand reason but simply because Zhong Haitan had gifted Chichi a small toy, a modest yet heartfelt gesture that brought genuine joy to the child. For that alone Lin Fan felt indebted. "May I take a look?" Lin Fan asked softly. Whoosh! At his words, Zhong Haitan and Jiyu Meijuan instantly lifted their heads, eyes alight with desperate hope, only for that fragile light to flicker and fade just as quickly. Since their marriage they had consulted countless physicians, both domestically and abroad, traditional Chinese doctors, Western specialists, renowned experts, even barefoot healers and so-called shamanic priestesses from ethnic minorities, yet none had resolved their infertility. It wasn't distrust that held them back but the crushing weight of repeated disillusionment. Hope, once kindled too fiercely, only deepened the agony of its inevitable extinguishment, and they could no longer bear such devastation. "Sir, thank you for your kindness, but after over a decade of seeking remedies we've long since abandoned hope. Adoption too holds its own quiet beauty." Zhong Haitan forced a strained smile. "Perhaps I can assist you," Lin Fan offered again. "No need to trouble yourself, we simply cannot endure another disappointment." Zhong Haitan shook his head, still refusing, yet beside him his wife suddenly surged with emotion, her gaze blazing with raw yearning intensity as she implored Lin Fan, "No, sir, please examine me. I long for a child, I long for a baby who is wholly my own." Meijuan or Zhong Haitan stared at his wife speechless. Childlessness was their deepest sorrow, and the root lay with Jiyu Meijuan subjecting her to scornful glances and silent ostracism within the Zhong family, leaving her life hollow and unfulfilled. "Haitan, I will bear you a child." Gu Maihuan turned resolutely toward Zhong Haitian, jaw clenched in unwavering determination, then pivoted back to Lin Fan, voice trembling with fervent entreaty. Sir, please examine me. I yearn for motherhood more than anything. If you can heal me, I will pay any price, any cost whatsoever. No rush, let's find a quiet place downstairs and I'll take your pulse. Lin Fan smiled gently. Then, thank you, sir. For reasons he couldn't name, the young man's serene smile stirred a faint fragile ember of hope within Zhong Haitian, a spark dim yet instinctively trusted. Minutes later the four descended from the Ferris wheel. Zhong Haitian invited Lin Fan to a nearby Starbucks, ordering drinks and settling into seats by the window. Chichi, why don't you play quietly for a moment while I help Auntie feel better? Lin Fan placed Chichi on the inner chair and lightly tapped her tiny nose. Is Auntie ill? Is it serious? Chichi asked at once, her pure heart holding only one wish, that Auntie would be well. Auntie simply wishes for a little one as lovely as you. Shall Daddy help her? Lin Fan whispered tenderly. Daddy, go. You're the bestest. Chichi raised her tiny fist, cheering him on in a voice like warm heh. Lin Fan ruffled Chichi's soft hair, then lifted his gaze to the couple seated opposite. Mister? Lin, thank you for your time. Zhong Haitian, sensing Lin Fan's attention now free, gestured politely. They'd already exchanged introductions inside the Ferris wheel cabin. Yes, Mrs. Zhong, please extend your right hand. Lin Fan nodded. The couple exchanged a glance. Zhong Haitian unfolded a handkerchief, folded it twice and laid it neatly upon the table, upon which Gu Maihuan rested her right wrist. Lin Fan extended his right hand, placing four fingers lightly upon Gu Maihuan's wrist, eyes closed, attuned entirely to the subtle rhythm of her pulse. The Starbucks was hushed, only muted murmurs drifted from scattered patrons. So profound was the silence that Zhong Haitian and Gu Maihuan could hear their own hearts pounding, a tempest of anticipation warring with dread, each beat a torturous echo of past despair. Lin Fan slowly opened his eyes, uttering a soft, thoughtful murmur, immediately tightening the couple's nerves. Mister? Lin, how is it? Zhong Haitian asked, voice taut with urgency. Gu Maihuan remained silent, yet her eyes clung to Lin Fan, wide, luminous, brimming with unspoken longing. Under their rapt gaze, Lin Fan spoke quietly. Mrs. Zhong, do you experience a dull, persistent ache in your lower abdomen each full moon? And does this pain intensify during overcast or rainy weather? Zhong Haitian registered no reaction at first, merely turning to his wife, while Gu Maihuan froze, then widened her eyes in stunned disbelief. Clutching Lin Fan's arm, she stammered, breathless with elation. Yes, Mr. Lin, it's true. Every 15th day of the lunar month without fail, I've suffered this pain for years. Maihuan, why have you never mentioned this? Zhong Haitian furrowed his brow, but Gu Maihuan had no time to answer. Lin Fan had diagnosed her condition solely by pulse. Could it be that he'd uncovered the very source of her affliction? Which meant Lin Fan could cure her infertility. A subtle shift rippled through Lin Fan's tone, cooler, sharper, as he met their eyes. My assessment is correct, Mrs. Zhong's infertility stems not from any inherent bodily deficiency, but from poison. Poison? Zhong Haitian recoiled, voice erupting in shock, then his entire bearing transformed, shoulders squared, aura sharpening with latent authority, eyes blazing with incandescent fury. Through gritted teeth he demanded, Mr. Lin, what toxin has afflicted my wife? Lin Fan glanced at Zhong Haitian with quiet surprise. Earlier conversation had hinted at the couple's exceptional stature, but he now realized he'd vastly underestimated them. She bears the pollen toxin of the ice moon violet, Lin Fan stated calmly. This bloom's pollen poses no harm to men, indeed it mildly enhances virility, but when absorbed by women it induces permanent sterility accompanied by cyclical abdominal pain under the full moon, exacerbated by damp overcast conditions. Ice moon violet. Ice moon violet. Zhong Haitian murmured the unfamiliar name, then his expression hardened. His hand clenched, crumpling the paper cup in his grip, his eyelid twitched, recognition flashing like lightning. Mr. Lin, if you recognize this poison you must know how to counteract it, yes? Gu Maihuan seized upon his words like a drowning soul grasping a lifeline, her eyes burning with desperate, radiant hope. Lin Fan smiled faintly, and uttered two words, soft yet absolute. Naturally. Mr. Lin, are these words true? Zhong Haitian stared at Lin Fan in disbelief, swallowing hard as he asked. Gu Maijuan, however, was already stunned. Only those two words from Lin Fan echoed in her mind. Of course. Those two simple words were like sunlight piercing through layers of dark clouds, bringing warmth to the earth, causing a surge of ecstasy to well up in the hearts of Zhong Haitian and Gu Maihuan. Lin Fan nodded and continued, it's not difficult to cure this poison. The ice moon violet Bingyu Ezilulan is of a yin nature. All we need are a few fire attribute plants to suppress its yin attribute, and then the poison can be neutralized. Please enlighten us, Master Lin. At this point Zhong Haitian's address to Lin Fan had subtly changed, respectfully calling him Master Lin. Looking at the deeply hopeful couple, Lin Fan opened his mouth and calmly uttered a sentence: 100-year fire Ganoderma, 2 leaves of 100-year dragon blood tree, 2 fire pomegranates, 1 phoenix wood and 2 petals of red sunflower. These are the medicinal ingredients needed for the cure. Please prepare these materials first. Prepare? Medicinal ingredients. Zhong Haitian was taken aback at first, then grabbed Lin Fan's arm and asked in a trembling voice, Master Lin, do you mean by asking me to prepare these ingredients that you can cure the poison? It was not surprising that Zhong Haitian and Gu Maihuan were incredulous, for ever since they got married they had sought help from countless people over the past decade, yet there had been no improvement. They hadn't even been able to diagnose the root of the problem. Now this young man they had met by chance had pinpointed the crux of the issue in a single sentence and claimed he could solve Gu Maihuan's infertility problem. How could they not be astonished? Lin Fan glanced at the two and smiled lightly, saying, prepare the herbs as soon as possible. Once these ingredients are ready I can refine a pill to detoxify your wife. Refining pills? Master Lin knows alchemy. Zhong Haitian exclaimed. Given his status he was privy to certain secrets of society, among which were some incredible things, such as martial arts masters, alchemy, formation setting, and so on. Could it be that Master Lin? Thinking of these things, Zhong Haitian's estimation of Lin Fan involuntarily rose another. Wonderful. Wonderful. At this moment Zhong Haitian completely lost the composure and calm of a man in power, laughing like a madman. Ha ha ha. Wonderful. Heaven has mercy. Zhong Haitian can finally become a father. Gu Maihuan cried, covering her mouth with her right hand, sobbing uncontrollably. The pressure and bitterness she had suppressed in her heart for over a decade suddenly dissipated. Zhong Haitian reached out and put his arm around his wife's shoulders. The couple leaned their heads together, their hearts filled with mixed emotions. Daddy, why are they crying? The voices of Zhong Haitian and his wife drew Chi-Chi's attention. She blinked her big eyes in confusion, looking at them while tugging on Lin Fan's arm and asking. They are crying with joy. Sometimes when people are too happy they shed tears. This is called tears of joy. Lin Fan gently stroked Chi-Chi's little head, patiently explaining. Okay then. Chi-Chi doesn't cry when she's happy. You adults are really strange. Chi-Chi pouted as she said. Don't get too excited for now. The other herbs are manageable, but the 100-year fire Ganoderma is a rare item, not easy to find at all. Even if it's available it will require a considerable price. You'd better go back early to prepare the herbs. The sooner the poison is cured the better. Lin Fan gently wiped the corner of Chi-Chi's mouth, then looked up and said. Right. Well, go get the herbs first. Zhong Haitian nodded repeatedly. Master Lin, may I ask for your contact information? After we gather all the herbs, we'll still need to trouble Master Lin to help with the detoxification. Zhong Haitian asked respectfully. No problem. Write down my phone number, 185-2781. Call me when you've collected all the herbs. Lin Fan said. Thank you, Master Lin. Zhong Haitian nodded gratefully, took out his phone and noted down Lin Fan's number. Stop calling me Master Lin. No master at all. Lin Fan shook his head with a smile. I'm a few years older than you, so we'll take the liberty of calling you Brother Lin, how about that? Zhong Haitian laughed heartily twice and asked. Brother Zhong's sister-in-law? Lin Fan nodded with a smile. I never expected to meet a benefactor while out for a breather. Brother Lin, I truly don't know how to thank you enough, Zhong Haitian said with deep emotion. Brother Zhong, don't be so polite. Our meeting is fate. Besides, Chi-Chi really likes the gift you gave her. Lin Fan waved his hand and said casually. A gift? Zhong Haitian's mouth twitched. So the reason this gentleman had offered to help was simply because he had given his daughter a small gift. This is really. Chi-Chi is so adorable, it's hard not to like her. Zhong Haitian said with great feeling, then stood up and said, Brother Lin, please excuse me. I'm extremely anxious and must hurry back to gather the herbs. No worries, please go ahead. Lin Fan raised his hand. Zhong Haitian nodded, then helped his still sobbing wife up and left the restaurant. As soon as they stepped out of the restaurant, Zhong Haitian eagerly took out his phone and dialed the number of an herbalist he knew. Old Wu, do you have fire Ganoderma, dragon blood, tree leaves, fire pomegranates, phoenix wood and red sunflower? Yes, you know my stock well, plenty of supply. What age do you need? The other party, seeing it was Zhong Haitian calling, dared not slack off and immediately replied. I need the fire Ganoderma and dragon blood tree to be over 100 years old. No strict requirement for the others, but the older the better. Zhong Haitian was overjoyed and continued. Phut. The moment Zhong Haitian finished, he heard the sound of the other person choking on saliva over the phone, followed by a shriek. What the heck? Over 100 years. Old Zhong, did you say that right? I didn't say it wrong and you didn't hear it wrong. I really need ones over 100 years. As long as you can get them, money is no object. I do have a few 100-year dragon blood tree leaves on hand, and I have the others too, with ages ranging from 30 to 60 years. A few items are in a warehouse in another city, but I can certainly have them shipped within 3 days. The fire Ganoderma is the tricky one. Half a month ago someone contacted me saying they have a 100-year fire Ganoderma to auction. As you know, such items are rare and priceless. However, if you're in urgent need for 15 million, I can contact the seller and have it bought directly. Alright old Wu, I'll take all of these. Appraise the total value, prepare the herbs, and I'll visit you personally tonight. Faced with this sky-high price, Zhong Haitian did not hesitate for a moment and immediately made the decision. Seeing Zhong Haitian's decisiveness, old Wu was a bit surprised, but he quickly recovered and said with a smile, alright, I'll contact you. Ha ha ha. After hanging up, Zhong Haitian was in high spirits. He took his wife's hand and strode out energetically. As the saying goes, joy makes one feel spirited, even walking feels airy. The couple had only come out for a breather, never expecting to meet a benefactor. Lin Fan spent an entire day playing widely at the amusement park with Chi Chi. By evening, the energetic little one finally started to feel a bit tired, lazily resting her head on her father's shoulder, not wanting to move. Chi Chi, are you hungry? Daddy will take you to eat something delicious. Lin Fan gently patted Chi Chi's back, speaking softly. Yes, Chi Chi is hungry, my tummy has shrunk, Chi Chi said while touching her little belly adorably. What does Chi Chi want to eat? Lin Fan asked with a smile. I want to eat KFC, a big drumstickum, and also ice cream. As soon as Chi Chi heard about food, she instantly perked up, raising her little hand and shouting, okay, Daddy will take Chi Chi to eat KFC. Naturally, Lin Fan would not refuse this request from his little princess. He hailed a cab right outside the amusement park and headed straight to KFC. Looks like I need to buy a car for convenience, Lin Fan pondered in the backseat of the taxi. If it were just him it would be easy, but now that he had a little princess, having a car was definitely more convenient. Soon Lin Fan brought Chi Chi to KFC. He ordered a children's meal and an ice cream for Chi Chi, while he got a spicy chicken leg burger meal for himself. Chi Chi ice cream. Lin Fan placed the two meals on the table and handed the ice cream to Chi Chi. Chi Chi happily accepted it, giving Lin Fan a kiss on the cheek and contentedly saying, I knew Daddy was the best. Mommy never lets me eat ice cream. Whatever Chi Chi wants to eat, Daddy will satisfy you. Lin Fan said with a smile. Seeing Chi Chi so happy filled his heart with immense satisfaction. As for the things children shouldn't eat, it was not a problem for him. With his abilities, refining some pills to improve her constitution was as easy as eating and drinking. Daddy, you are so good. Then I will reward you with a bite first. Just a small bite, Chi Chi said sweetly, handing the ice cream towards Lin Fan. Thank you, sweetheart. Daddy will just have a little bit. Lin Fan smiled at Chi Chi's adorable appearance, leaning forward to take a small bite of the ice cream. Is it good, Daddy? Chi Chi asked with her big eyes blinking. Yes, it's very sweet, Lin Fan nodded. Then all the rest is for Chi Chi. Chi Chi displayed her foodie nature, and after saying this she started devouring the ice cream, getting it all over her mouth. After finishing their meal, Lin Fan carried Chi Chi out of KFC. He initially intended to buy a car as well, but seeing that his little princess was already yawning and her eyes were struggling to stay open, he abandoned that thought. It seems the little one is really tired. Let's head back to rest and talk about buying a car tomorrow. We can go back to the rented place. By the way, I should have a house in Long City and I hired someone to clean it weekly. Now is the right time to reclaim it. Thinking of this, Lin Fan stood at the entrance of KFC and waved for a taxi. So where to? Jiangnan Riverside. Lin Fan said lightly. Hearing Lin Fan's voice, the driver glanced at him suspiciously through the rearview mirror. Looking at Lin Fan's attire, he didn't seem like a wealthy person. Although the little girl in his arms was very cute and pretty, a man who had to take a taxi to go somewhere like Jiangnan Riverside seemed odd. That place was an upscale community home to wealthy individuals. Though curious, the driver didn't think much of it, shaking his head and starting the car. As one of the 4 prominent families in Xiagua, the Lin family ruled Yangan City, wielding immense power and wealth. They owned properties in major cities across the country, from entire buildings to single apartments. The previous Lin Fan enjoyed visiting Long City, so he bought a house there to serve as his palace. After being expelled from the Lin family, Lin Fan had not returned to that villa, but things were different now. Lin Fan could not let his little princess suffer, so that house which brought him unpleasant memories came back into his view. Lin Fan's palace was located in the Jiangnan Riverside community in the Riverside area of Long City. When he was the young master of the Lin family in Yangon, his personal wealth alone was in the hundreds of millions. Even a casual purchase would have to be a luxurious mansion. The house is a standalone duplex in Jiangnan Riverside with 2 floors. Each floor has an area of over 200 square meters, totaling nearly 500 square meters. When he bought this house back then, the transaction price was 100,000 per square meter. The entire house, along with its fine decoration and high-quality furniture, cost nearly 60 million. It's definitely a mansion. This was also because Lin Fan liked visiting Long City, which is why he bought such an extravagant residence. In recent years, property prices have surged, and if this house were sold, the transaction price would not be less than 70 million. The taxi stopped in front of the Jiangnan Riverside community's main entrance. No need to change money. Lin Fan left a 100 yuan bill, carrying the already sleepy Chi Chi in his arms as he got out of the car and walked into the community. Hey, what are you doing? Just as Lin Fan reached the entrance, he heard someone shout from the side. What's wrong? Lin Fan turned his head, puzzled. A security guard in uniform approached, fanning himself with his hat, and looked at Lin Fan with a tilted head. "I?" Just as Lin Fan was about to say something, a brand new black BMW 7 Series slowly pulled up to the gate. The driver was a bald middle-aged man around 40, and sitting in the passenger seat was a young woman who looked like she could be his daughter, heavily made up, who shot a disdainful glance at Lin Fan standing at the gate, clearly thinking of him as just a poor kid. "Oh, mister? Wang, you're back early today." The young security guard's demeanor changed instantly upon seeing the BMW. He quickly adjusted his hat and ran up to the BMW, flattering the driver. "Open the gate." The owner of the BMW didn't even glance at the security guard, simply saying in a flat tone. The young guard nodded, waved to the control room, and the gate slowly lifted. The BMW emitted a puff of exhaust and roared into the community. "TSK. So damn wealthy," the young guard muttered under his breath as he watched the BMW, then walked over to Lin Fan, pushing him impatiently, saying, "Get lost, move along." "I live here." Lin Fan did not react strongly to the young guard's condescending behavior, merely giving him a faint glance and saying calmly, "Hey, with clothes worth less than 300 yuan, you think you can afford to live here?" The young guard clearly did not believe Lin Fan, speaking with disdain. "Unity no. 20 or standalone duplex owner Lin Fan. Go check it." Lin Fan didn't want to waste words with him and directly handed his ID card to the young guard. "Damn, looks like you really know your stuff. Aware that Unity no. 20 has been unoccupied for 3 years with only someone cleaning it weekly. You think just throwing out your ID card will fool me? If you had met someone else you might have gotten away with it, but you're unlucky to meet me. I really don't believe you." The young guard rambled on to himself and then turned and ran into the security room. After half a minute the young guard ran out, sweating profusely, respectfully returned the ID card to Lin Fan, swallowed hard and stammered, "Mr. Lin? It's my fault for not recognizing you. Please don't hold it against me." It's understandable for the young guard to panic, as anyone who could afford a standalone duplex in Jiangnan Riverside was certainly not an ordinary person. If such a significant figure got angry, his job could be at stake. However, Lin Fan had more important matters to attend to and didn't plan to waste time here, taking the ID card and putting it back in his pocket. "Mister? Lin, please." The young guard, looking fearful, took out the access card to open the side gate, bending down to speak. Lin Fan walked into the community holding Chi. Relying on the vague memories in his mind, Lin Fan successfully found his villa. After unlocking the fingerprint lock on the door with his index finger, he carried Chi inside. Upon entering the house, Lin Fan noticed that it was quite clean. The hired staff had been responsible. Although he had not returned for over 3 years, the house was cleaned weekly. Holding the little princess who had fallen asleep, Lin Fan went up to the second floor, opened a bedroom, gently placed her on the bed, tucked her in, kissed her softly on the cheek, whispered goodnight, and then tiptoed out. With a soft click, the door closed behind him. Lin Fan let out a long sigh, went down to the first floor bathroom, turned on the hot water and took a thorough bath. Then, wrapped in a towel, he entered the master bedroom. It was time to take that marrow cleansing pill. In his current state he couldn't protect Chi at all. Lin Fan sat cross-legged on the bed, took out the cyan marrow cleansing pill and without any hesitation tossed it into his mouth. With a gulp of his throat he swallowed the pill. After swallowing the marrow cleansing pill, Lin Fan felt a warm current surge from his lower abdomen, spreading throughout his entire body. This pleasant sensation brought him both physical and mental comfort, but he knew the main event was still to come. Less than half a minute later his limbs and bones had become warm and comfortable. Before he could savor the feeling, he was struck by excruciating pain, as if every meridian in his body was about to burst. Lin Fan endured the intense pain sitting firmly cross-legged without moving. Sweat quickly covered his entire body and the veins on his forehead bulged from the agony. Clearly the sensation of the marrow cleansing pill was far from pleasant. Marrow cleansing. Lin Fan tightly closed his eyes, pressed the index and middle fingers of his right hand together like lightning and pointed them at his dantian. The energy of the marrow cleansing pill began to surge, spreading from the dantian into his bone marrow and flesh. Opening meridians. Lin Fan pressed his index finger on his abdomen and slowly moved it upward. A thunderous roar seemed to echo from within his body. The energy of the marrow cleansing pill fully erupted, transforming into torrents that continuously surged through the meridians one after another. Soon all 8 extraordinary meridians in Lin Fan's body were unblocked. The remaining energy of the marrow cleansing pill began to strengthen his 12 regular meridians. The 8 extraordinary meridians are the collective name for the conception vessel, governing vessel, thoroughfare vessel, belt vessel, yin heel vessel, yang heel vessel, yin link vessel and yang link vessel. They are not directly connected to the internal organs nor have a paired relationship, and their pathways run in unusual ways, hence they are called extraordinary. The 12 regular meridians form the main structure of the meridian system, characterized by the connection between internal and external meridians and their association with corresponding internal organs. They include the 3 yin meridians of the hand-lung meridian of hand-tyin, pericardium meridian of hand-juyin, heart meridian of hand-xiaoyin, the 3 yang meridians of the hand-large intestine meridian of hand-yaming, triple energizer meridian of hand-xiaoyang, small intestine meridian of hand-taiyang, the 3 yang meridians of the foot, stomach meridian of foot-yaming, gallbladder meridian of foot-xiaoyang, bladder meridian of foot-taiyang, and the 3 yin meridians of the foot. Spleen meridian of foot-tyin, liver meridian of foot-juyin, kidney meridian of foot-xiaoyin, also known as the regular meridians. The efficacy of the marrow cleansing pill is to unblock the 8 extraordinary meridians, strengthen the 12 regular meridians, greatly accelerate the body's absorption of spiritual energy from heaven and earth, and help the user smoothly enter the chi refining stage. After the meridians were unblocked, the remaining energy of the marrow cleansing pill continued to circulate through the major meridians, constantly strengthening and widening them. This is akin to a road. The wider the road, the more vehicles can pass in the same amount of time. If Lin Fan's meridians were previously mere goat paths, from now on they would be boulevards. The difference is beyond comparison. This feeling of bursting energy is wonderful. Lin Fan clenched his fist and murmured to himself with a smile. At this moment, if placed in a martial arts novel, Lin Fan would undoubtedly be a once-in-a-century prodigy, a cultivation freak. Now what Lin Fan needed to do was to use the residual medicinal power in his body to help him devour the nearby spiritual energy of heaven and earth and advance in cultivation. And the most efficient way to absorb spiritual energy was to run a cultivation technique. A profound technique could increase the absorption rate by 10 or even 100 times. Should I still cultivate the 5 elements emperor art this life? Lin Fan pondered for a moment. The 5 elements emperor art was the technique he had practiced in his past life, and it was what had allowed him to dominate the cultivation world. Relying on the 5 elements emperor art, Lin Fan could absorb spiritual energy of any attribute without restriction, whether in the frigid north at a perpetually scorching volcano or in the unfathomable depths of the ocean. He could cultivate without any hindrance. Ultimately, Lin Fan had cultivated the 5 elements' indestructible body, making him an invincible existence at the same level. If not for the accident during the tribulation, the 99 heavenly tribulation alone could never have harmed him. What about cultivating that one? A thought crossed Lin Fan's mind as he recalled another technique in his possession, the primordial creation art. This profoundly mysterious technique was something Lin Fan had accidentally obtained in the ruins of an ancient battle between immortals and demons in his past life. According to his estimation, it was even more profound than the 5 elements emperor art, reaching a level he could not yet comprehend. However, the primordial creation art had a very harsh condition: the practitioner must start from scratch. When Lin Fan had acquired it, he was already in the late tribulation transcendent stage. Even with his boldness, he lacked the courage to abolish his cultivation and reincarnate. In his past life, not being able to cultivate this supreme technique was a great regret for Lin Fan. Now reborn into a new life, he could finally make up for that regret. At present, Lin Fan had not a trace of true chi in his body, which exactly met the basic condition for cultivating the primordial creation art. The incantation of the primordial creation art was already a void born before heaven and earth. Conceal skill in clumsiness, use darkness to manifest light, hide clarity in turbidity, bend to stretch. Sun and primordial chaos, shattered chaos was born, something formed in the void born before heaven and earth. Conceal skill in clumsiness, use darkness to manifest light, hide clarity in turbidity, bend to stretch. Sun and moon as seal, stars as marks, the end of heaven and earth, the ethereal path of immortality. The primordial creation art was extraordinarily domineering. Cultivating it allowed one to absorb the power of the sun, moon and stars, integrating it into oneself to temper the body and strengthen the spirit. If one cultivated it to the great perfection, even the physical body alone might rival a top-tier spiritual treasure. At this thought, even Lin Fan, a former great cultivator who had reached the peak of tribulation transcendence, couldn't help but gasp in awe. If he truly reached that level, he wouldn't need to rely on spiritual treasures, as a mere gesture could unleash earth-shattering power. With this thought, a fiery gleam appeared in Lin Fan's eyes. He no longer hesitated, sat cross-legged on the floor and began to circulate the primordial creation art. The next morning, as the sky just began to show a pale white, Lin Fan slowly opened his eyes, a sharp glint flashing in his gaze. He lightly clenched his fist and clearly felt the formidable energy within his body. With a flick of his mind, Lin Fan's right hand made a grasping motion in the air toward the water glass on the bedside table. The glass, as if pulled by an invisible string, flew directly into his hand. True chi released externally moving objects through the void. This was clearly an ability of the chi refining stage. Lin Fan was overjoyed. According to his initial estimate, even with the marrow cleansing pill, it was utterly impossible to directly step into the chi refining stage. But unexpectedly, the primordial creation art was so mysterious and profound that with its help he had reached the chi refining stage overnight on this spiritually depleted earth. The chi refining stage was the first step on the long path of cultivation. From this moment on, Lin Fan once again set foot on the road to becoming a powerhouse. In this life, he was destined to stir the winds and clouds. Despite having spent the entire night meditating, Lin Fan felt no fatigue. On the contrary, the advancement in his cultivation left him feeling refreshed and invigorated. Lin Fan stood up, his bones cracking as he did, and at this moment he truly underwent a transformation. Though he was merely at the chi refinement stage, Lin Fan's physique had already exceeded that of ordinary people, with strength, speed and reflexes far beyond human limits. If Lin Fan were to participate in the Olympics, he would undoubtedly win the decathlon championship, dominating all competitors. Stretching lazily, Lin Fan slipped on his slippers and walked out of the bedroom to take a shower. Just as Lin Fan emerged from the bathroom, he heard a burst of crying coming from upstairs. In an instant, Lin Fan's figure flickered, leaving a phantom behind as he appeared at the doorway of the second floor's Chi-Chi's room. Such speed would surely leave others dumbfounded. He burst through the door to see the little princess on the bed, kicking off her blanket, revealing her short legs flailing about and crying with tear-streaked cheeks. "What's wrong, my little darling? Daddy's here, don't cry, be good now, no more tears." Lin Fan's expression changed as he rushed to the bedside, cradling Chichi in his arms, gently swaying her body as he spoke softly. Wara? Daddy, a big dog is chasing me. It barked at me and wanted to bite me. I'm so scared. Seeing Lin Fan, Chichi seemed to find solace, her little arms tightly clutching his as she continued to sob. So it was just a nightmare. Lin Fan felt relieved, gently wiping Chichi's tears, and softly said, "Don't be scared, Chichi, it was just a dream. There's nothing to fear." No. That bad dog was really fierce. It's just a dog, Chichi, don't be afraid. Daddy is here. Even if a big monster comes, Daddy will knock it down. Look at Daddy's fist, it's so big. With one punch that dog would be done for. As Lin Fan gestured to comfort Chichi, he quietly observed her reaction. Seeing her stop crying and gaze at him with wide eyes, he felt relieved and gently said, "Chichi, Daddy will always protect you, not letting you suffer a bit of harm." Wow, really, Daddy? Though there were still tears at the corners of her eyes, Chichi was no longer afraid and happily exclaimed, "Of course your daddy is a superhero who will always protect Chichi." Lin Fan nodded earnestly. "Daddy, I love you." Tilda. Chichi immediately became overjoyed, planting a big kiss on Lin Fan's cheek. Then rubbing her little tummy, she pouted and said, "Daddy, I'm hungry." "What does Chichi want to eat?" Lin Fan patted her little head and asked. "I want milk." "Then be good at home. Daddy will go buy you some milk powder, all right?" "Okay, Chichi will be good." Chichi nodded her little head, giving Lin Fan a reassuring look, and nudged his arm, saying, "Daddy, hurry up. Chichi will wait for you." "All right." Lin Fan smiled, pinching Chichi's little cheek, and then headed out. Although the villa was quite clean, it lacked food storage, so he needed to go to the nearby supermarket to buy some milk powder. After Lin Fan left, Chichi climbed to the head of the bed, pulled out her phone, and found the contact named Mama, dialing it. Beep beep beep. The phone rang a few times before being answered. "Hello Mama, do you know who I am?" Chichi said in a low voice, her little hands holding the phone. "Oh dear, I can't guess. Can you tell Mommy?" At that moment, Ling Xuefei was sitting in a speeding bright red Ferrari 488. Hearing her precious daughter's voice, the smile on her face was unmistakable as she playfully asked, "Silly Mama, I've already called you Mama. You still don't know who I am?" Chichi pouted. "Oh, so it's my precious daughter Chichi." Ling Xuefei feigned surprise, smiling gently as she asked Chichi, "Have you been having fun these days?" Yes. Chichi is super happy with Daddy. Daddy took Chichi to the amusement park and we took beautiful pictures together, played on the slide and rode the Ferris wheel. It was so tall and big. Daddy even got Chichi ice cream, it was so delicious. Chichi's cheerful voice came through the phone. Unexpectedly, Chichi was so happy with her down and out father. Ling Xuefei murmured to herself. The little girl's tone was unmistakable, that genuine joy. Even through the phone screen, Ling Xuefei could feel it vividly. It seemed that Chichi was quite attached to this down and out father whom she had only met for less than 3 days. "Have you missed Mama? Is it that you've been having so much fun with Daddy that you've almost forgotten about Mama?" Ling Xuefei didn't even realize that a hint of jealousy had crept into her tone. "I miss you, Mama. Of course I miss you." Chichi immediately replied. That's more like it." Ling Xuefei nodded in satisfaction and continued, "What about him?" "You mean Daddy has gone to buy Chichi some milk powder? Chichi will wait patiently for Daddy to come back by herself," Chichi said in her baby voice. "That Lin Fan, how can he leave Chichi home alone? And with the way he looks, it's surprising if he can afford good milk powder. If he bought inferior milk powder, Chichi might end up with diarrhea. No way, I have to go pick Chichi up." Ling Xuefei pondered for a moment before quickly making a decision, then smiled and softly said into the phone, "Chichi, Mama is coming to pick you up, okay? Mama, are you coming?" "Yay! Chichi misses Mama. Chichi wants to be with both Daddy and Mama." "Yay tilde," Chichi joyfully exclaimed. "Then be good and wait for Mama at home. Mama will be there soon." Ling Xuefei smiled, instructing her. She didn't mind what her daughter said about being with both parents, she just didn't feel secure about her precious daughter being with that man, which was why she wanted to go pick her up early. Only by watching her daughter could she feel at ease. Soon Chichi's obedient voice came through the phone, "Okay Mama, Chichi will be good. So good, give Mama a kiss." At that moment Ling Xuefei's demeanor showed none of the domineering CEO traits, she was clearly in a little woman's posture. Tilde, Chichi puckered her lips and gave Mama a big kiss. Then Ling Xuefei contentedly said goodbye to Chichi and hung up the phone. "Anya, turn around, we are going to pick up Chichi." After hanging up the phone, Ling Xuefei addressed the short-haired woman who was driving. This short-haired woman was named Anya Nan, a close friend, personal assistant, driver and nanny to Ling Xuefei. She came from a broken family, having endured hardship and injustice in her childhood, but was lucky to have met Ling Xuefei later. Ling Xuefei treated her like a younger sister, making her feel an unprecedented warmth. Therefore in Anya Nan's heart, Ling Xuefei was the most important person in her life. Even when Ling Xuefei moved abroad to live in seclusion, she remained by her side. Anya Nan was a woman with a fiery temperament. Only towards Ling Xuefei and Chichi did she show a gentle and patient side. Towards outsiders she was definitely a warrior-level presence, and having her around helped Ling Xuefei fend off a lot of troubles. Who? Turn around. Anya Nan was taken aback and said, but there's a cooperation meeting at the company in half an hour and dinner with Master Fu from the Fu group tonight. Cancel it all. I can't wait another moment. I feel that bringing Chichi back was a mistake. She must be suffering over there and I can't tolerate that happening. Ling Xuefei spoke rapidly. Oh, okay. Anya Nan nodded. She was the person closest to Ling Xuefei and knew very well how important Chichi was to her, so she didn't try to dissuade her. She simply changed lanes and headed towards Lin Fan's apartment. In less than 20 minutes Lin Fan returned to the villa carrying 2 cans of formula, a basket of eggs and some daily necessities. The formula was imported Meisujoa from abroad and the eggs were authentic free-range eggs. Chichi was his precious daughter, a piece of his own flesh and blood. Lin Fan only wanted the best for Chichi, he wouldn't even consider second best. Hearing the sound of the door opening downstairs, Chichi immediately jumped off the bed, ran out of the room cheerfully and started to go downstairs barefoot, eager to greet her daddy. Oh my little treasure, be careful, the floor is cold. Seeing Chichi's movement, Lin Fan quickly put down the formula and eggs at the door, and in a flash he appeared on the second floor, scooping Chichi into his arms. Chichi was startled by Lin Fan's loud tone in his urgency, thinking that her daddy was angry. She blinked her big watery eyes, lowered her little head apologetically and said, Daddy, Chichi is wrong. Chichi won't dare to do it again. Please don't be angry, okay? Lin Fan hadn't expected his words to elicit such a reaction from Chichi. He only then realized that his tone might have been a bit harsh. He gently rocked Chichi in his arms and said softly, Daddy isn't angry. Daddy was worried that you might get sick from stepping on the cold floor barefoot. I was a bit too harsh just now. Daddy apologizes and asks for the forgiveness of the little princess Chichi. Chichi, hearing that her daddy wasn't angry, her little face immediately blossomed into a brilliant smile. She wrapped her 2 little arms around Lin Fan's neck and murmured in a babyish voice, Daddy, Chichi understands. From now on Chichi will wear her little slippers at home. Chichi is truly Daddy's good girl. Lin Fan looked at the little girl in his arms, growing more fond of her with each passing moment. He puckered his lips and planted a kiss on Chichi's cheek. Chichi touched her wet little face, giggled and hugged Lin Fan, returning the kiss. Seeing that Chichi was cheerful again, Lin Fan carried her towards the bedroom. Chichi, let's put on our socks first, okay? Chichi was a clever child, she knew that her daddy meant well, so she happily agreed. Lin Fan set Chichi down by the bed and crouched beside her, carefully putting on her socks. After putting on the socks, Lin Fan patted Chichi's little head and said, Chichi, wait here for Daddy. Daddy will go mix your formula and steam the eggs, okay? Chichi wants to come downstairs too to watch Daddy. Chichi pouted. Alright, let's go, haha. Lin Fan laughed heartily, picked up Chichi, who was now wearing shoes and socks, and went downstairs. He placed Chichi on the sofa, turned on the TV and switched to the children's channel. At that moment the children's channel was showing Bunai Bears, a cartoon Chichi loved. She immediately sat on the sofa, chewing on her little hand, and watched with great interest. Seeing his precious daughter absorbed in the cartoon, Lin Fan patted Chichi's little head, then went to the door to pick up the formula and eggs and walked into the kitchen to prepare the little girl's breakfast. After more than 10 minutes Lin Fan came out of the kitchen carrying a cup of mixed formula and a bowl of steamed egg custard. As he walked towards the dining table he said, Chichi, come have breakfast. Am I no daddy? Just a little longer. Chichi was completely captivated by Bunai Bears, but her little stomach was rebelliously growling, leaving her in a dilemma. Should she eat first or watch the bears first? My little darling, let's eat first then watch the cartoon after we're full, okay? Lin Fan placed the formula and eggs on the table, turned around, walked to Chichi and extended his hands. Chichi stretched out her chubby little arms and tilted her head up, saying, Daddy, carry me. Let's go, Daddy will take you to eat. A smile curved at the corner of Lin Fan's mouth. He scooped Chichi up and carried her to the table, set her on the chair and carefully placed a napkin across her chest. The milk is still hot. Let's eat the eggs first. Lin Fan took a spoonful of the steamed egg custard, blew on it a couple of times and brought it to Chichi's lips. Chichi opened her mouth and gobbled up the spoonful of custard. Daddy. Chichi mumbled through the egg custard. What is it, Chichi? It's really delicious. Chichi said happily, her eyes squinting with joy. If it's delicious, eat more. Eating a lot will make you grow tall. Lin Fan felt an immense sense of satisfaction. This feeling, even when he was the most brilliant genius and the most revered immortal venerable in the entire cultivation world in his past life, had never been experienced. Now just a simple sentence from Chichi caused this old monster with a mental age of over 3,000 years to experience a tremendous emotional fluctuation. Chichi pushed away the spoonful of egg custard that Lin Fan was feeding her and said, Daddy, you eat too. Alright, Daddy will have just one bite and the rest is for Chichi. Lin Fan smiled, took a bite and then continued feeding Chichi. After 3 or 4 minutes Chichi finished the bowl of steamed egg custard. Lin Fan reached out to feel the temperature of the cup and said, after eating the eggs it's time to drink milk. Chichi has a bottle in her bag. Chichi can drink milk by herself? Chichi pointed upstairs in a babyish voice. I'll go get it. Lin Fan moved the milk further away, flashed upstairs, found a pink baby bottle in Chi-Chi's little backpack, then came back down, poured the milk into the bottle and placed it in front of Chi-Chi. "Thank you, Daddy," Chi-Chi said sweetly to Lin Fan, then held the bottle and began to drink elegantly. Lin Fan watched Chi-Chi, his eyes filled with unfathomable tenderness. After finishing the milk, Chi-Chi put the bottle on the table, gently wiped her little mouth with the napkin on her chest, removed the napkin and placed it on the table, then stretched out her chubby little arms towards Lin Fan and said in a babyish voice, "Daddy, hug." Lin Fan naturally wouldn't refuse the little Princess Chi-Chi's request. He reached out and scooped Chi-Chi into his arms. Chi-Chi lay on Lin Fan's shoulder, let out an adorable little burp and said happily, "Daddy, I love you." After saying that, Chi-Chi hugged Lin Fan's face and gave him a smacking kiss. Lin Fan's heart melted in that kiss. The little princess in his arms, connected to him by blood with just a gentle kiss, made Lin Fan feel a warmth and tenderness he had never experienced in 3,000 years. "Ha ha, 9 heavens, divine thunder, I must thank you. If not for you, how could I have such a lovely daughter? And how would I have known that the bond of blood is so intoxicating? In my past life of 3,000 years, I Xuanyang truly lived in vain. In this life I will make up for the regrets and achieve fulfillment." Thinking this, Lin Fan couldn't help but laugh heartily. Chi-Chi in his arms, seeing her daddy so happy, became happy too. A string of silvery laughter made Lin Fan's heart even more at ease. For a moment the living room was filled with laughter and joy, a scene of warmth and harmony. Having finished their breakfast, Lin Fan accompanied Chi-Chi in the living room watching cartoons. By then Bunai Bears had ended, replaced by a foreign fairy tale about a prince and princess. When the scene of the princess riding a white horse and the prince leading the horse under the sunset appeared, Chi-Chi's eyes sparkled with envy and longing. She tugged at Lin Fan's arm and said, "Daddy, Chi-Chi wants to be a princess too." "Little darling, you are already Daddy's little princess," Lin Fan said, pinching Chi-Chi's cheek. "Daddy, Chi-Chi wants to ride a big horse too." Chi-Chi joyfully raised her little hands and said. Lin Fan pondered for a moment, a gentle curve gracing his lips. He rose to his feet, bent forward slightly, extended his left hand and placed his right hand behind his back, saying tenderly, "The most adorable princess in the world, Her Highness Chi-Chi, your guardian knight, invites you to mount." "Where is the big horse?" Chi-Chi asked, her gem-like eyes glistening with excitement at Lin Fan's words. "The steed is ready, my princess." Lin Fan lay down on the floor, patting his back. Seeing Lin Fan's action, Chi-Chi froze for a moment. Her porcelain-like face instantly brightened from overcast to sunny, spreading into an exuberant smile. She let out a joyful cry and leaped from the sofa directly onto Lin Fan's back. Lin Fan's heart skipped a beat at Chi-Chi's movement, terrified she might get hurt. He quickly circulated his spiritual energy to cushion Chi-Chi's body, letting her land steadily on his back. Then he began crawling on the floor, shouting loudly, "Princess Chi-Chi, hold tight. Your guardian knight will take you on a journey around the world." "We set off." "Set off," Chi-Chi exclaimed, raising her little fists in excitement, her voice soft and childish. Lin Fan carried Chi-Chi around the living room, dining room and kitchen several times. Chi-Chi sat on his back, giggling uncontrollably. Oh. Riding the big horse. Just as Lin Fan and Chi-Chi, father and daughter, were having a wonderful time in Lin Fan's former rented apartment, Ling Xuefei stood with a frosty expression, her delicate frame trembling slightly, her hand gripping her bag so tightly that her knuckles turned white. And Yanan, frowning, used her phone's flashlight to carefully inspect the room. "Feifei, it seems no one has stayed in this room since yesterday time in Lin Fan's former rented apartment." Ling Xuefei stood with a "Damn it!" Ling Xuefei's face was icy with rage and a wave of fear surged within her. Now her precious daughter was somewhere unknown with that man. Although even a tiger won't eat its own cub, she had seen his appearance a few days ago, a completely disheveled vagrant. Even if he wouldn't harm Chi-Chi, he certainly couldn't take good care of her. Now Ling Xuefei was filled with regret. She was furious at herself for being so careless as to leave Chi-Chi behind. Now all she could do was pray that Chi-Chi wouldn't encounter any trouble, or else she would surely go mad. With her mind in turmoil, Ling Xuefei fumbled for her phone and dialed Chi-Chi's number, only to hear that the device was switched off. She then had to find Lin Fan's number and call him. Beep. 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 The phone rang continuously, but no one answered. When the sound of no one answering came through, Ling Xuefei's body swayed slightly, her face turning deathly pale. Sensing her anxiety, and Yanan quickly comforted her, "Feifei, don't worry. Maybe he just took Chi-Chi out to play and didn't hear the ring." Ling Xuefei let out a long sigh, forcing herself to calm down, and dialed again. This time Lin Fan finally answered. In fact, Lin Fan had heard the ring during the first call, but he was having too much fun with Chi-Chi to bother. When the phone rang a second time, he realized that his phone rarely received calls except for spam sales pitches and food delivery. A call that came twice in a row must be important, and it was likely Chi-Chi's mother, Ling Xuefei. Chi-Chi, let Daddy answer the phone first, then well play, okay? Thinking this, Lin Fan turned to seek his princess approval. Chi-Chi nodded obediently. Lin Fan set her down, walked to the sofa and picked up his phone from the coffee table. Sure enough, the caller ID showed Ling Xuefei. Lin Fan pressed the answer button and Ling Xuefei's murderous voice immediately came through the earpiece. "Lin Fan. Where are you now? Where have you taken my daughter? I tell you, if anything happens to Chi-Chi, I will never forgive you." Calm down before you speak to me. After listening to her barrage of accusations, Lin Fan replied expressionlessly, and with a sharp click, he hung up the phone. This woman really thought too highly of herself. Without even knowing the facts, she started blaming him immediately. He definitely wouldn't indulge her. Less than 5 seconds later the phone rang again. Lin Fan grinned, waited 8 or 9 seconds and then answered. Where are you? Ling Xuefei had learned her lesson, this time her voice much softer. Jiangnan waterfront, Lin Fan replied calmly. In Lin Fan's memory there was little about Ling Xuefei. He only remembered that she was a very beautiful woman, an angelic face with a devilish figure, a description that truly fit Ling Xuefei. Apart from that, he only knew she was Chi-Chi's biological mother and nothing more. Even their union was merely an accident, one was drunk, the other drugged. So for now Lin Fan had no particular feelings toward Ling Xuefei. He wouldn't deliberately distance himself, but he certainly wouldn't go out of his way to please her. Jiangnan waterfront. Ling Xuefei knew of Jiangnan waterfront, an upscale residential area where the residents were either wealthy or influential. What surprised her was how Lin Fan, who had been so destitute just a few days ago, had suddenly ended up there. But then she thought about it and felt relieved. No matter how down on his luck he was now, Lin Fan was once the young master of the Lin family. Having a property in Dragon City was not too surprising. Lin Fan hummed softly. Hearing such a cold response, Ling Xuefei couldn't help but feel a surge of anger. Did Lin Fan think he was still the young master Lin of Yangan from 3 years ago? She was being patient with him and he was acting indifferent. What was that supposed to mean? Thinking this, she said angrily, which district? Which building? Zone E number 20, Lin Fan replied in the same nonchalant tone. Ling Xuefei couldn't help but roll her eyes and gritted her teeth. Where's Chi-Chi? She's fine, Lin Fan said succinctly. Seeing that he was still giving her the same lifeless attitude, Ling Xuefei could no longer suppress her fury and snarled, You stay there. Don't go anywhere. After saying that, she pressed the phone hard to end the call. This woman has such a bad temper. Good thing my precious daughter didn't inherit it, Lin Fan muttered to himself, pursing his lips. Maybe it's that time of the month. Women always get a bit irritable for a few days every month. On the other end, seeing Ling Xuefei hang up, and Yanan roughly understood the situation and asked, Are we going to Jiangnan waterfront now? Yanan, we need to hurry. I'm really worried, Ling Xuefei said rapidly. Okay then, Yanan. Then the two women quickly left Lin Fan's rented apartment and drove to Jiangnan waterfront. Daddy, is that Mommy's call? Chi-Chi blinked her big eyes and asked as Lin Fan hung up the phone. Lin Fan nodded. For this mother of his child whom he had never truly met, he felt little emotion. In his heart only Chi-Chi was his precious daughter. As for that fire-tempered hot mom, Lin Fan had no intention of indulging her. Yay! Mommy is coming. Upon hearing it was Mommy's call, Chi-Chi joyfully began hopping and spinning in circles. Silly girl, are you going to forget Daddy now that Mommy is coming? Lin Fan teased with a hint of jealousy. No. Chi-Chi loves Daddy too. Chi-Chi quickly ran over to Lin Fan, hugged his leg and said in a babyish voice. That's more like it. At least Daddy didn't spoil you for nothing. Lin Fan smiled and patted Chi-Chi's little head, asking, Chi-Chi, do you want to ride on Daddy's shoulders again? Daddy must be tired. Chi-Chi shouldn't keep pestering you. Chi-Chi tilted her head and said, showing great understanding. Ha, Chi-Chi is such a thoughtful child. Lin Fan looked at Chi-Chi with great satisfaction. Although after breaking through to the chi refining stage he felt no fatigue at all, seeing how his little girl so young already knew how to care for others filled Lin Fan with joy. Chi-Chi wants to take a bath and become a fragrant little one to welcome Mommy. Chi-Chi raised her little hand and said excitedly. Let's go take a bath. Lin Fan scooped up Chi-Chi and walked straight into the bathroom. Fortunately, Lin Fan had been foresighted. During his earlier trip to the supermarket he had not only bought milk powder and eggs but also specifically purchased a pure cotton towel safeguard shower gel, a small bathtub and other bath essentials for Chi-Chi. After a whole day of wild fun at the amusement park yesterday, Chi-Chi had fallen asleep halfway home, so she definitely needed a bath this morning. Lin Fan cleaned the small bathtub and filled it with warm water. Chi-Chi had already undressed herself and walked over to the tub in her little slippers. With a gentle heave-ho, Lin Fan lifted Chi-Chi into the tub. Sitting bare-bottomed in the water, she splashed and played with sheer delight, her silver bell-like laughter echoing through the bathroom. Lin Fan had no experience with children, so he was a bit flustered, unsure of the right way to do things. Fortunately, Chi-Chi was sharp and noticed her father's clumsiness, so she said considerately, Daddy, you don't need to worry about Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi can bathe herself. You can bathe yourself? Lin Fan was a little surprised. Of course. Chi-Chi is 4 years old now, so I should learn to dress and bathe myself. Chi-Chi lifted her little head as proud as a princess and began to sing in her babyish voice, shower gel and scented soap, which one should I use today? Towel and clothes must be ready, water temperature just right. Drizzle water, rub bubbles, today is truly wonderful. From top to bottom, remember, well, I love taking baths. Ha. Watching Chi-Chi's adorable and well-behaved demeanor, Lin Fan couldn't help but laugh heartily. He gazed at the little girl sitting in the tub and his desire to protect this tender moment grew even stronger. After the bath, Lin Fan dried Chi-Chi's body with a dry bath towel. While drying her, Chi-Chi mischievously shook her wet hair, splashing water onto Lin Fan's face. The father and daughter giggled and played for a while before finally drying off. Lin Fan wrapped Chi-Chi in a fresh dry towel, carried her upstairs and took out clean clothes from her backpack to dress her. "Daddy, does Chi-Chi smell nice?" Chi-Chi first sniffed her own little arm, then reached out to Lin Fan. Lin Fan leaned in, took a sniff of Chi-Chi's arm and said, "It smells so good that Daddy is hungry. Can I take a bite?" Chi-Chi looked at her own arm, then at Lin Fan, her little face full of conflict. Finally she closed her eyes, turned her face away and said, "Bite then." Chi-Chi isn't afraid of pain. "Here I come, munch." Lin Fan opened his mouth wide and gently scraped his teeth against Chi-Chi's arm, then smacked his lips and said, delicious." "Hee hee." Chi-Chi opened her eyes, looked at Lin Fan and giggled happily. "Come, let Daddy blow dry your hair or you might catch a cold." Chi-Chi nodded and sat obediently on the edge of the bed, letting Lin Fan dry her hair with the hair dryer. Buzz? Just then Lin Fan's phone, which was on the first floor, began to vibrate. With his current perception, he sensed it the moment it started. But in his mind, no matter who was calling, nothing was more important than drying Chi-Chi's hair first. 3 or 4 minutes later, Lin Fan carried Chi-Chi downstairs. His phone was still vibrating, indicating that the caller hadn't given up after no answer but kept dialing. Lin Fan glanced at the caller ID. He had thought it might be Ling Xuefei, but to his surprise it was an unfamiliar number. However, after a moment's thought, he deduced the caller's identity. Without further hesitation, he picked up the phone and pressed the answer button. "Brother Lin, you finally answered." The caller paused for a moment, then burst into ecstatic joy. The person on the phone was none other than Zhong Haitian, whom he had met on the Ferris wheel the day before. "Sorry, I was busy just now," Lin Fan said calmly. Although with his current strength Lin Fan could pretty much stride unopposed through the world, he didn't like to bully others or put on airs. His consistent principle was respect me an inch, I'll respect you a foot, wrong me a grain, it'll take 3 measures. Zhong Haitian and his wife had been kind to him and loving to Chi-Chi, so they were friends, Lin Fan acknowledged. And friends deserved a friend's treatment. No problem, no problem. Brother Lin, I've gathered all the medicinal herbs you mentioned yesterday. When can you? Zhong Haitian spoke rapidly, his voice tinged with both anticipation and anxiety. Because of desire there was anticipation, because of worry there was anxiety. Oh. Lin Fan was a bit surprised. He hadn't expected Zhong Haitian to be so capable. Less than a day and he had already collected all the herbs. The century-old fire Ganoderma and century-old dragon's blood tree were rare items worth at least 20 million just for the herbs themselves. Gathering them in such a short time must have required calling in many favors, and the total cost including gifts and favors would easily exceed 30 million. It seemed Zhong Haitian was no ordinary person. "Brother Zhong, bring the herbs to me at Jiangnan Shuyan Building E Unit 20 of the Duplex Villa," Lin Fan said calmly. Lin Fan said lightly. Upon hearing the address, Zhong Haitian paused. When he had met Lin Fan the day before, the latter's clothes didn't even cost 300 yuan in total, making him look like an ordinary kid. He hadn't expected Lin Fan to live in Jiangnan Shuyan. But after a moment's thought, Zhong Haitian found it unsurprising given the extraordinary abilities and demeanor Lin Fan had displayed. Living there was only natural. Good, he'll be right there. Zhong Haitian agreed twice in a row and hung up the phone. The sheer joy from the depths of his heart was palpable even through the device. Ding dong, just as Lin Fan finished his call with Zhong Haitian, the doorbell rang. "It's Mommy." Chi-Chi pointed at the monitor screen at the door and shouted with delight. "Indeed you have come." Lin Fan shook his head and walked to the door, pulling it open with a swift motion. As the door swung wide, he beheld a stunningly beautiful woman standing outside, tall and curvaceous. The woman appeared to be in her early to mid-20s, with clear and bright lavender eyes, elegantly arched eyebrows and long eyelashes that added considerable allure to her large eyes. Her flawless fair skin glowed with a hint of rosy blush, while her delicate lips resembled the petals of a rose, vibrant and inviting. Cascading down her back was a manet of jet black wavy hair. The well-tailored OL outfit perfectly accentuated her graceful figure, the fullness of her bosom apparent with an enticing cleavage that captivated those who beheld it. She wore a black bodycon skirt that showcased her slender waist and well-proportioned hips, leading down to her fair straight legs, which were enhanced by a pair of black leather boots elongating her silhouette. On her left wrist was a silver Cartier watch, while her right hand held a classic Hermes Kelly bag. Coupled with earrings and other accessories, Lin Fan could surmise that her outfit was worth no less than $1 million. Adding to her striking figure and breathtaking visage, one could only exclaim in awe, priceless, utterly priceless. Even Lin Fan, with his 3,000 years of experience in the cultivation world, could not help but feel astonished. Ling Xuefei's beauty and figure were such that even when compared to those so-called saintesses, she stood as an equal, hence he found himself stealing glances. "Have you seen enough?" A cold voice suddenly broke the silence. Cough cough. Lin Fan's face flushed red, silently lamenting his lack of composure as he momentarily lost himself in her beauty. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, he rubbed his nose and asked, "What brings you here so suddenly?" "What brings me here suddenly?" Ling Xuefei repeated Lin Fan's question, then suddenly chuckled, her tone turning icy as she stated, "I am here to pick up my precious daughter." With that, Ling Xuefei bypassed Lin Fan and entered the room immediately, spotting the approaching Chi-Chi, who upon seeing her brightened up and ran over with her little legs. Mama! Chi-Chi's sweet call made Ling Xuefei's demeanor soften completely. She hurried to meet her, half squatting down and opening her arms wide for the little princess. Chi-Chi dashed into Ling Xuefei's embrace like a fledgling returning to its nest. Having not seen her little treasure for over 2 days, Ling Xuefei cradled Chi-Chi, her expression gentle and radiating maternal warmth, her voice much softer than when speaking to Lin Fan. My little darling, did you miss Mama? I missed you, I missed you. Chi-Chi really missed Mama, Chi-Chi said with uncontainable happiness, pouting her little lips and planting kisses on Ling Xuefei's face while asking in a muffled voice, that did Mama miss Chi-Chi? Of course Mama missed Chi-Chi, which is why I'm here to take you home. Let's gather our things, Aunt Anan is still waiting for us in the car, Ling Xuefei said, playfully pinching Chi-Chi's little nose. Okay. Chi-Chi exclaimed, suddenly bouncing with joy, then adopting a little adult demeanor she took Ling Xuefei's hand and headed upstairs. Watching this warm scene, Lin Fan sighed. Although he knew Ling Xuefei was there to take Chi-Chi away, he couldn't bring himself to interrupt them. A few minutes later, Ling Xuefei appeared on the first floor carrying the dressed Chi-Chi, who with her little backpack on called out to Lin Fan, who stood expressionless by the coffee table. Daddy, hurry and change your coat. We're going home. Chi-Chi, your daddy has things to do and cannot take care of you, which is why Mama has come to take you home. Ling Xuefei pondered for a moment, unsure how to express herself, finally biting her lip to say. I'm fine. I can take care of Chi-Chi, the Lin Fan stated directly. You? Ling Xuefei instantly turned her head, her eyes blazing with fury as she glared at Lin Fan. If looks could kill, Lin Fan would have been in pieces. Woo. I don't want to. I want to stay with Daddy. Upon hearing that Mama wanted to take her home alone, separating her from Daddy, Chi-Chi immediately began to cry and squirm in Ling Xuefei's arms, reaching out her little arms toward Lin Fan seeking comfort. Seeing Chi-Chi crying with tears streaming down her face, Lin Fan's heart trembled. He quickly stepped forward, cradling her in his arms and gently rocking her to comfort her. Don't cry, Chi-Chi, Daddy is here. Daddy will be your little princess guardian knight. As Lin Fan comforted Chi-Chi, Ling Xuefei felt a pang of discomfort. A surge of worry washed over her. Chi-Chi had only been with Lin Fan for less than 3 days, yet she had already become so dependent on him. If she stayed longer, wouldn't it be even harder to part? This situation was actually understandable. Chi-Chi had never felt paternal love before, and with the sudden presence of a doting father she would naturally develop a strong attachment to Lin Fan. However, the more Ling Xuefei thought about it, the more she felt danger. Chi-Chi was her everything, and she would never allow her precious daughter to be taken away by anyone, not even her father. Ling Xuefei clenched her silver teeth fists tight, her eyes fixed on Lin Fan, the threat in her gaze unmistakable. But who was Lin Fan? In his past life he was a revered celestial being in the cultivation world, and in this life he was the eldest son of one of the 4 great families of Huagua, one of the young masters of Yangan. He was a character who feared neither heaven nor earth, so how could he be easily intimidated by Ling Xuefei? Daddy, can we go home together? With Lin Fan's comforting words, Chi-Chi finally stopped crying, though her eyes were still glistening with tears, her pitiable appearance evoking a sense of affection. Is it uncomfortable living here? Lin Fan feigned a pitiful expression which startled Chi-Chi. Thinking that Daddy was upset, she quickly shook her little head, saying, comfortable. Chi-Chi really likes it here. Then shall we stay here? Lin Fan gently wiped away the tears at the corner of Chi-Chi's eyes, smiling as he said, in the future Daddy will buy you lots and lots of dolls to place in your room, and we will also raise a cute puppy to play with you, along with many delicious and fun things. Wow! Hearing Lin Fan's words, Chi-Chi's eyes instantly lit up as if she could see those dolls and puppies in front of her. She happily exclaimed, Chi-Chi likes dolls and Chi-Chi likes puppies too. Haha, whatever Chi-Chi likes Daddy will get for you, she said. Okay, let's make a pinky promise. Chi-Chi nodded seriously and extended her little hand toward Lin Fan. Alright, pinky promise. Lin Fan smiled and extended his hand, linking it with Chi-Chi's. Pinky promise 100 years without changing. Chi-Chi's tiny hand clutched Lin Fan's pinky as she chirped the words with a sweet voice. Seeing Lin Fan soothe Chi-Chi, Ling Xuefei felt a sense of relief, but her internal sense of crisis grew stronger. It was a feeling akin to something beloved being at risk of being taken away, causing her a twinge of panic. Thus she hurriedly spoke up, I'm taking my daughter home today. Taking her away? I am her father and I won't agree to anyone taking my daughter away. Lin Fan countered sharply. Chi-Chi is my child and I'm the one raising her. What have you done besides having a blood relation with her? Now you claim to be her father. On what grounds? Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, Ling Xuefei exploded like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, her voice becoming notably sharper. Lin Fan sighed and said, I owe you and your daughter. I will now do all in my power to make amends. Ling Xuefei's words were sharp but truthful. The events before had been Lin Fan's fault and he found no words to refute her. No, that's unnecessary, Ling Xuefei said coldly, turning her face away. Lin Fan replied, fine, Chi-Chi is here, I will not argue. But you came the day before yesterday and said you would leave Chi-Chi with me for 5 days. This is only the 3rd day, so by our agreement it is not yet time for you to take her back, is it? He looked down and then at Chichi, who craned her small head to watch her parents' squabbles. His heart gave a stir and he slowed his voice as he "You?" Ling Xuefei found herself momentarily without a proper retort to Lin Fan's words. She could only point at him angrily and remained speechless for a long while. "What do you mean you? Since you said Chichi would stay with me for 5 days and only half the time has passed, you cannot take my daughter away." As she spoke, Lin Fan's gaze remained calm. For some reason Ling Xuefei read an undeniable certainty in his eyes and froze in place. That look was as deep as the sea. A single glance felt as if one might sink into it. Ling Xuefei shook her head lightly to dispel the strange sensation, frowned and then said to Lin Fan with a firm tone, "No matter what, I will take Chichi away today." Lin Fan laughed bitterly. "Hey, are you calling me unreasonable?" he said, glancing sideways at Ling Xuefei. "You dare call me unreasonable? It is plainly you who are being unreasonable. Chichi is my daughter. On what grounds do you forbid me from taking her?" Ling Xuefei shouted in fury. Seeing Ling Xuefei on the verge of losing control, Lin Fan realized that arguing reason with a woman would only bring him trouble. He spread his hands helplessly and shifted tactics. "If I were still the man you saw the day before yesterday and you felt uneasy about Chichi staying with me, I would fully understand. At that time I truly lacked the ability and the right to care for her. But as you can see now, I am not the same as before. I have been utterly transformed and I am fully confident I can care for Chichi well. If memory serves, you are now the chairman of Ling Group's Longcheng branch. Your daily work must keep you overwhelmed. How much time can you truly spend with Chichi? Chichi has always lacked a father's love, or would you now deprive her childhood of a mother's love as well?" Lin Fan's words struck Ling Xuefei like a heavy hammer. Indeed, she had no choice. She had to achieve results at Ling Group's Longcheng branch to satisfy her family's test, but that would inevitably leave her little free time to accompany Chichi. The thought of Chichi alone with no father and no mother filled Ling Xuefei with heartfelt pain. But could the man before her, once a dissolute scion and now a down-and-out youth, truly look after Chichi? "Feifei, why aren't you out yet? Is that man clinging to you and won't let you leave?" As Ling Xuefei hesitated, a woman's voice came from outside. She did not need to turn to know it was an Yanan who, having waited in the car, had come to find her. Lin Fan looked up to see a woman with a choppy short haircut stride in, wearing light blue denim overalls. Upon entering, she saw Chichi clinging to Lin Fan's leg, tears at the corners of her eyes, and instinctively assumed Lin Fan had harmed the child. Anger flared as she strode up, shoved him back half a step, pointed at his face and shouted, "You Lin! Do you think you're still the 4th young master of Yangan? Bully Sister Feifei and her daughter, is that it? I'm telling you, as long as an Yanan exists, you will not dare show them the slightest disrespect. I'm not bluffing. I'm a 9th degree black belt in Taekwondo. If you bare your teeth, you'll shatter your front teeth. Don't believe me? Try me." As she spoke, an Yanan struck an earnest, slightly comical Taekwondo stance like a fierce little wildcat, her eyes fixed on Lin Fan. "Auntie Yanan is a big meanie. Why did you hit Papa? Meanie. Chichi will never play with you again." As an Yanan glared provocatively at Lin Fan, Chichi suddenly ran over, patting an Yanan's calf and calling in a childish voice, her eyes misty as if grievously wronged. While they were abroad, an Yanan had stayed with Ling Xuefei to help care for Chichi. She had raised the child through every messy stage and held Chichi in a place of utmost importance, treating the little princess as a cherished treasure. Chichi had always been very fond of an Yanan. Aside from Ling Xuefei, she recognized only an Yanan and played only with her. But what was happening now? Chichi was truly angry with me because of that man she'd known for only 2 days. The notion left an Yanan incredulous. The scene also surprised Ling Xuefei, for Chichi had always been an obedient, lovable little girl who never cried out so loudly. What on earth had changed? Seeing Chichi's plaintive, pitiful expression, an Yanan's heart melted. She crouched down, stroked the child's cheek and said helplessly, "Chichi, Auntie Yanan is protecting you and your mother. I will not let anyone bully you. Papa never bullied Chichi. Papa is Chichi's guardian knight. Auntie Yanan must not bully Papa," Chichi said, tilting her small head up. "All right, Auntie will not bully him." Unable to refuse, Chichi and Yanan acquiesced, though she shot Lin Fan a warning glance that was unmistakably threatening. HMPH. Chichi still looked a little pouty. Now Ling Xuefei faced a dilemma. Judging by Chichi's attachment and Lin Fan's demeanor, she could not forcefully take her daughter away today, yet how could she entrust her precious child to a man she knew so little about and feel at ease? As if sensing her thoughts, Lin Fan turned, walked into the living room, picked up a parenting manual from the coffee table, returned, patted the book and said, "Rest assured, Chichi is my daughter too. My love for her is no less than yours. I will do everything in my power to care for and protect her. I will never allow her to suffer the slightest grievance." Seeing the parenting manual in Lin Fan's hands and the earnestness on his face, Ling Xuefei was momentarily stunned. Was this still the wayward scion she remembered? Was this the same down-and-out youth she had seen the day before? What could have caused such a dramatic change in so short a time? Could it be because of Chichi? With that thought, Ling Xuefei looked down at Chichi, who had once more clung to Lin Fan's trousers and refused to let go. She could not fathom what charm this man possessed that in 2 days had made Chichi so dependent on him. Just as Ling Xuefei opened her mouth to speak, Lin Fan's phone in his pocket began to vibrate. Now the only person who would call himself is Zhong Haitian, so Lin Fan directly took out his phone from his pocket and answered the call. Sure enough, as soon as the call connected, Zhong Haitian's voice came through the receiver. "Brother Lin, you live at No. 20 in area E right. I'm almost there. I come over him at home. Lin Fan replied lightly and then hung up the phone. Ling Xuefei looked at Lin Fan with some surprise, unable to comprehend who would come looking for him, the down and out youth. Could it be a food delivery person? In less than 2 minutes a black Porsche 911 stopped at the entrance of Lin Fan's villa. Soon a middle-aged man in his 40s dressed in a well-tailored Italian black suit got out of the car. He then opened the back door and took out several beautifully packaged boxes, carrying them towards the villa. After the middle-aged man got out of the car, a graceful and elegant middle-aged woman looking about 35 or 6 stepped out from the passenger seat. Dressed in simple attire and wearing light makeup, she carried a small orange handbag and followed the man towards the villa. The visitors were none other than Zhong Haitian and Jiyu Maihuan. Upon seeing the two young and beautiful women at the villa's entrance, Zhong Haitian's eyes lit up. However, there was no trace of lewd thoughts in his gaze, it was merely pure appreciation for beauty. "Brother Zhong, you've arrived." Lin Fan greeted him at the door. "Brother Lin?" Upon seeing Lin Fan, Zhong Haitian appeared very pleased, his face breaking into a smile that revealed numerous creases. When Ling Xuefei saw Zhong Haitian, her expression slightly changed and she proactively greeted him. "President Zhong, what brings you here?" "Who are you?" Zhong Haitian looked at Ling Xuefei, slightly furrowing his brows, yet he couldn't recall her identity. This was not entirely his fault, he simply interacted with too many people. "Hello President Zhong, I am the newly appointed chairwoman of Huangchao Entertainment. My name is Ling Xuefei." Ling Xuefei gracefully extended her fair and slender right hand, smiling as she introduced herself. "Oh, so it's Huangchao Entertainment under the Ling Corporation, right?" Only then did Zhong Haitian have some recollection and extended his right hand. "Yes? You surname Ling, what is your relation to Ling Tian?" Zhong Haitian asked again. "He is my father." Ling Xuefei replied. "Indeed, like father like daughter. Huangchao Entertainment has been doing quite well lately." Zhong Haitian smiled in admiration and then turned his attention back to Lin Fan, while Jiyu Maihuan stood nervously beside Zhong Haitian, linking her arm with his, her eyes filled with anticipation as she looked at Lin Fan. Ling Xuefei was slightly astonished at this scene. She couldn't understand why someone like Zhong Haitian would come looking for Lin Fan, and it seemed he had some demands from him. Lin Fan was unaware of Zhong Haitian's identity, but Ling Xuefei had some understanding. The Zhong family is an old prominent family in Longqing, a force to be reckoned with their influence spanning law enforcement, politics and business, even possessing their own underground power. The first head of the Zhong family, Old Master Zhong, was a veteran who had endured the long march of 25,000 miles, later participating in the anti-Japanese war and the Civil War, gaining great military merit and even receiving an audience with high-ranking officials. Moreover, the Zhong family is known for their loyalty. Not only was Old Master Zhong a soldier who came from the flames of war, but all three of his sons were also heroic figures. The eldest son died in the Huaihai campaign, the second son perished on the battlefield of a neighboring country, and the youngest son, Zhong Mingyu, was also wounded during a defensive counterattack. Entering the new century, the Zhong family gradually grew stronger, with Zhong Mingyu serving as the acting head. He has 3 sons, the eldest being Zhong Haitian, the current president of the Longcheng Chamber of Commerce and the chairman of Longcheng's largest real estate company, Haitang International Real Estate, the true titan of the Longcheng business circle, on par with Ling Tian. It's no wonder Ling Xuefei respectfully referred to him as President Zhong. "Have you brought the medicinal materials?" Lin Fan asked casually. "I have brought them." Zhong Haitian quickly responded. "Please come in." Lin Fan stepped aside, gesturing for Zhong Haitian and Jiyu Maihuan to enter. Zhong Haitian was not polite, walking into the house with the boxes, then placing them at the entrance. He picked up a small box from the top and walked over to Chichi. "Chichi, do you still remember your uncle?" Zhong Haitian squatted down, smiling as he patted Chichi's little head. I remember, you are the uncle who cries." Chichi tilted her little head and said, "Haha, Chichi has a good memory. This is a small toy that uncle brought for you." Zhong Haitian laughed heartily and handed over the small box. "Wow, thank you, uncle." Chichi's bright eyes sparkled as she joyfully received the box and ran off to play with it. "You take Chichi upstairs first," Lin Fan said to Ling Xuefei at the door. Hearing Lin Fan's indifferent voice, Ling Xuefei felt a surge of anger. "Who do you think you are to give me orders?" Ling Xuefei remained unmoved, just staring at Lin Fan. Lin Fan shook his head secretly and explained, "I need to refine pills in the kitchen and there will be some strange smells coming out. You should go upstairs first." Hearing Lin Fan's words, Ling Xuefei had no reaction, but An Yanan beside her let out a laugh and said, "What did you say? Did I hear you wrong? Refining? Refining pills? When did young Master Lin turn into a charlatan? Refining what pills? Immortality elixir or beauty enhancement pills? You don't need to know about that." Lin Fan didn't want to dwell on the matter any further. After all, the concept of refining pills was still considered illusory by ordinary people. However, Lin Fan's attitude was perceived by An Yanan as pretentious and self-important. She already disliked Lin Fan, and now with his condescending demeanor it infuriated her further. She glared at him with fiery eyes and said, "I see you're just trying to buy time, not wanting Chichi to go with us. You? Please allow Master Lin to refine the pills." Zhong Haitian interjected before An Yanan could finish her sentence. In Zhong Haitian's heart he was already anxious, having arranged for the medicinal materials overnight to resolve his wife's poisoning. Now he encountered a troublesome girl which made him somewhat displeased. However, not knowing Lin Fan's relationship with Yanan, he couldn't express his frustration. Seeing Zhong Haitian's serious demeanor, Ling Xuefei was shocked, her beautiful eyes widening as she scrutinized Lin Fan. She found it hard to believe that someone of Zhong Haitian's stature would treat Lin Fan this way. Even if Lin Fan was one of the 4 young masters of Yang'an, it shouldn't warrant such treatment from Zhong Haitian. Please allow Master Lin to refine the pills. As soon as Zhong Haitian finished speaking, Jiyu Maihuan also chimed in, her tone even more peculiar, a mix of nervousness, anticipation. Please allow Master Lin to refine the pills. As soon as Zhong Haitian finished speaking, Jiyu Maihuan also chimed in, her tone even more peculiar, a mix of nervousness, anticipation and unease. Heavens, what is wrong with this world? President Zhong, are you being deceived by this person? He is just a wastrel, there's no way he can refine any pills. Before Ling Xuefei could speak, and Yanan couldn't hold back any longer. She now firmly believed that Lin Fan had deceived Zhong Haitian through some unscrupulous means. Thus she hurriedly warned, and before Zhong Haitian could respond, she quickly glared at Lin Fan and said, "Speak. What trick did you use to deceive President Zhong? I tell you, confess early or else you'll be in for a rude awakening when your true colors are revealed. Miss, I have entrusted Master Lin to treat my wife's poisoning, so please do not obstruct us." Zhong Haitian turned to stare directly at Yanan. "President Zhong, is there some misunderstanding? You call him Master?" Yanan's eyes widened in disbelief as if she had heard something unbelievable. She scoffed, "President Zhong, perhaps you still don't know his identity. Just the day before yesterday he was dressed like a beggar. I advise you, when looking at people you should be more discerning and not be deceived by some people's flowery words." Zhong Haitian was already anxious and now being delayed repeatedly. Even with the best of upbringing he couldn't hold back anymore. He shouted loudly, then disregarded Yanan and Ling Xuefei, picking up the box containing the medicinal materials and making a gesture with his other hand. "Master Lin, please. Master Lin, please." With these words, Yanan fell silent. She could clearly hear the irritation in Zhong Haitian's tone, and she knew that if she interrupted again she would be kicked out of the room by the president of the Dragon City Chamber of Commerce. "All right, Yanan." Ling Xuefei first stopped, and Yanan genuinely worried that her straightforward best friend might say something else. Then she glanced at Chichi and said softly, "Chichi, why don't you go upstairs with Auntie Yanan to play, okay?" "Who?" Chichi was taken aback. She lifted her little head and looked at Ling Xuefei with confusion, asking, "Mommy, why do we have to go upstairs? I'm having a good time down here. It might get a bit stinky down here soon. Be a good girl, Chichi. Go upstairs with Auntie Yanan and Mommy will come find you later." Ling Xuefei spoke gently. Chichi looked at Ling Xuefei, then turned her head to look at Lin Fan. Only after seeing Lin Fan flash her a smile did she pout and reluctantly agree, "All right." Although Chichi really wanted to stay with her mommy and daddy, she was a good and obedient child. Seeing that her daughter was finally convinced, Ling Xuefei turned to Yanan. Yanan nodded and led Chichi upstairs. Lin Fan took the medicinal herbs from Zhong Haitian and walked into the kitchen. Zhong Haitian, Jiyu Meijuan and Ling Xuefei followed him in. Zhong Haitian and Jiyu Maihuan followed out of concern, while Ling Xuefei absolutely refused to believe that Lin Fan could actually perform alchemy, so she came along to see for herself. It wasn't that she wanted to watch him fail, but she thought that if Lin Fan messed up she would have a legitimate reason to take Chichi away. After entering the kitchen, Lin Fan placed the herbs on the counter, bent down to take a stainless steel pot from the cabinet below, filled it halfway with water, set it on the gas stove and turned on the flame. "Master Lin." Zhong Haitian couldn't help but speak. "Brother Zhong, just call me Brother Lin," Lin Fan said casually while fiddling with the pot. "Ah? All right, Brother Lin. Are you about to start alchemy?" Zhong Haitian asked. Not only Zhong Haitian was curious, but even Jiyu Maihuan and Ling Xuefei looked at Lin Fan's actions with strange expressions. Although Zhong Haitian and the others were ordinary people with no exposure to alchemy, they had seen related content in movies and TV shows. Those alchemy masters were all radiant and ethereal. With a wave of their hand the herbs would automatically fly into the alchemy furnace. Now Lin Fan had just taken a large pot, filled it halfway with water, and this was supposed to be alchemy. If someone didn't know the inside story, they would probably think Lin Fan was about to start cooking. This was too low-key. Actually, there was no helping it. First, Lin Fan had just advanced to the chi refining stage, and his realm was unstable, with his true chi not yet condensed, insufficient to support the true chi required for alchemy. Second, he didn't have a suitable alchemy furnace at the moment. Ordinary pots and pans couldn't withstand the scorching of true chi fire and would shatter in seconds. Moreover, the pill he was refining to cure Jiyu Maihuan was not difficult at all. Even without a furnace, it was within his grasp. Lin Fan nodded. The ice moon violet pollen toxin that Jiyu Maihuan had been afflicted with was not a product of the mortal world and therefore could not be cured by ordinary medicine. Only a pill refined by a cultivator would work. Seeing that Lin Fan didn't want to explain further, Zhong Haitian shut his mouth and watched obediently on the sidelines. "Fire Lingji." Soon the water boiled and Lin Fan reached out his hand. Upon hearing this, Zhong Haitian quickly opened the box containing the fire Lingji, carefully took it out and handed it to Lin Fan. This fire lingji was roughly 20 by 10 centimeters in size, a large specimen among lingji mushrooms. With its age exceeding 100 years, this fire lingji was undoubtedly priceless. It was only due to Zhong Haitian's status and wealth that he could obtain it within a day. For an ordinary businessman it would have been far from easy. Lin Fan lifted the lid with his left hand, took the fire lingji with his right and circulated his true qi. In an instant the fire lingji turned into powder and fell into the pot. As the fire lingji powder fell into the boiling water, the water's color changed to red before their eyes and a faint fragrance wafted up. Dragon blood tree. After waiting less than 10 seconds, Lin Fan took 2 dark red dragon blood tree leaves from Zhong Haitian and transformed them into powder in the same manner, tossing them into the pot. The water's color changed again. Previously it was a bright red, but after adding the dragon blood tree leaves it turned into a dark red. Next Lin Fan reduced the fire pomegranate and the phoenix wood to powder and threw them into the pot. Gurgle. The water in the pot boiled and churned violently. By now the medicinal liquid had gradually become viscous, taking on a purplishing hue. After waiting for 3 minutes, Lin Fan held 2 petals of the red sunflower above the pot and gently rubbed them. The already withered petals crumbled into fine fragments and fell into the pot. The medicinal liquid in the pot instantly calmed down. Lin Fan flung the remaining petal remnants into the trash bin. So amazing. Zhong Haitian murmured at the sight. Ling's whey-faced red lips parted slightly as she stared blankly at everything. Could Lin Fan actually perform alchemy? After all the herbs were placed in the pot, Lin Fan picked up the lid and covered the small pot. Alchemy is a profound art. In the cultivation world, any alchemy grandmaster was a talent eagerly sought after by major sects and powers because the high-grade pills they refined could bring unimaginable enhancements to cultivators. In his past life, Lin Fan was a genuine alchemy grandmaster. Pills are graded. Generally, the higher the grade, the more significant the effect. But the pill Lin Fan was refining now was of the lowest grade, so low that it didn't even have a name. Still, it was more than sufficient to cure Jiu Meiwan's poison. The gas stove burned for a full 20 minutes. Lin Fan stood with his arms crossed, eyes closed in front of the stove. Zhong Haitian, Jiu Meijuan and Ling Xuefei stared wide-eyed at the small pot on the stove as if the steam was about to blow the lid off. Whoosh! Lin Fan's eyes suddenly snapped open. Then, to the shock of the 3 onlookers, he pressed his hands against the outside of the small pot. Be careful! Ling Xuefei exclaimed instinctively, then immediately came to her senses. Why should she care about that guy's fate? Zhong Haitian and Jiu Meijuan also looked at Lin Fan with a hint of worry. But Lin Fan seemed completely unaffected, his hands pressed tightly against the scorching hot pot without even a flicker of change in his expression. This was a pot that had been on the fire for over 20 minutes with a temperature definitely above 100 degrees Celsius. Yet Lin Fan was pressing his hands against it without any sign of discomfort. Such thick-skinned and tough flesh, Ling Xuefei thought to herself. But Zhong Haitian, as the president of the Dragon City Chamber of Commerce, had a wide range of contacts and naturally knew of some secrets that ordinary people couldn't access. The so-called martial arts masters that common folk believed only existed in literature or movies were not pure fantasy, they were real. He had personally witnessed the personal bodyguard of a certain financial group CEO shatter a large rock with his palm and snap a steel bar with his kick. Even his own bodyguard could punch a hole through a sandbag. The fact that Lin Fan could press his hands against the small pot without being burned must mean he had cultivated some external martial art like the iron palm. It was just hard to believe that someone as young as Lin Fan had already achieved such a level of cultivation, truly commendable. Thinking this, Zhong Haitian's gaze toward Lin Fan grew even more appreciative. Lin Fan was unaware of what the 3 were thinking at that moment. He was entirely focused on alchemy, his hands pressed firmly against the pot's walls. He slowly closed his eyes and true qi surged continuously from his dantian, flowing through his palms into the pot, refining the herbs inside. Although the lid prevented him from seeing inside, Lin Fan could sense that the herbs within were undergoing transformation. The medicinal liquid slowly turned into a concentrated decoction. As time passed, the liquid grew more and more dense and a small vortex formed, converging toward the center. They say a man is most handsome when he's focused. At this moment, Lin Fan, engrossed in alchemy, did appear a bit handsome in Ling's face eyes. This made her cheeks flash slightly. She silently scolded herself and discreetly glanced around, relieved to see that no one had noticed her peculiarity. Half an hour later, Lin Fan suddenly opened his eyes, a glint of light flashing in his gaze. The pill was complete. Lin Fan exhaled softly, releasing his grip on the small pot, and then directly lifted the lid. Instantly a fragrant aroma surged from the pot, filling the entire kitchen. Lin Fan reached into the pot and retrieved a crystal-clear pill about the size of a pea which glowed a deep red. A waft of fragrance emanated from the pill, rapidly spreading around. This? Zhong Haitian and the others stared wide-eyed at the pill in Lin Fan's hand. They did not expect Lin Fan to have truly refined a pill. Yet they could not fathom how, after boiling the medicinal herbs in water, it could emerge as a perfectly round pill. Lin? Brother Lin? What is this? Zhong Haitian stammered. As expected, the detoxification pill has been successfully refined. Lin Fan grinned and replied nonchalantly. Now let's. Zhong Haitian continued. Let's head outside first, Lin Fan said, gesturing. Then the group exited the kitchen and settled into the living room. Surname. All the while Ling Xuefei observed Lin Fan. She could not comprehend why he had undergone such a significant transformation in such a short time. The current Lin Fan was like a mystery, filling her with curiosity, making her eager to uncover the truth. Sister-in-law, please take this pill, Lin Fan said as he handed the pill to Jiu Maihuan. All right, Jiu Maihuan quickly agreed, taking the pill without hesitation. She bit down and opened her mouth to swallow it. Zhong Haitian lifted a glass of water from the coffee table to offer Jiu Maihuan, hoping she would drink to help swallow the pill, but Jiu Maihuan waved her hand, refusing the water. This was because the pill dissolved instantly upon entry, requiring no chewing or water to swallow. As soon as it entered her mouth, it transformed into a refreshing stream flowing down her throat. The fragrance spread from her mouth to her abdomen, causing her body to feel a wave of comfort, making her emit a soft hum which instantly painted her cheeks a bright red. Maijuan, how do you feel? Zhong Haitian had been watching Jiu Maihuan closely since she took the pill and finally could not help but ask. Very good, Jiu Maihuan replied softly. Very good. Zhong Haitian asked again. Yes, I feel relaxed and exceptionally comfortable, and I can distinctly feel warmth in my lower abdomen, which is very pleasant, Jiu Maihuan said with a radiant expression. If one observed closely, they would notice that Jiu Maihuan's complexion had improved significantly compared to before taking the pill, glowing with vitality. Even the fine crow's feet around her eyes had vanished. Lin Fan and Zhong Haitian, being men, did not notice these changes, but Ling Xuefei sitting nearby did. At that moment, Jiu Maijuan, by outward appearances alone, looked nearly a decade younger. Women are all fond of beauty, especially breathtaking beauties like Ling Xuefei, who pay more attention to their appearance and worry about aging over time. Seeing that Jiu Maihuan had transformed so dramatically after just one pill in a matter of seconds, how could Ling Xuefei not be astonished? However, what Ling Xuefei did not know was that this was merely a side effect of an inferior pill. If a specialized beauty pill were refined, the effects would be magnified 1,000-fold. This explains why there are hardly any ugly women in the cultivation realm. Even those of average looks are rarely seen, as each is as beautiful as a celestial being thanks to the existence of various beauty pills, making it nearly impossible to appear unattractive. In comparison, the cosmetic techniques of the Bangzi nation, which seem to have all been molded from the same template, are simply inadequate. Brother Lin, is this all it takes? Zhong Haitian turned to Lin Fan and asked, while Jiu Maihuan also looked at Lin Fan. At this moment it was the most tense moment for both of them, fearing that something unexpected might occur at such a critical juncture. Yes, sister-in-law has been cured of the ice moon violet toxin, and the combination of this pill's ingredients will also assist with pregnancy. That's wonderful. Zhong Haitian could not help but beam with joy, embracing Jiu Maihuan and crying. No one knew how they had endured these years, not just the regret of not being able to have their own child, but also the pressure of being unable to leave heirs as part of a prestigious family. Over the years there had been numerous unfavorable remarks within the family, adding to Zhong Haitian's burdens. Now Zhong Haitian felt as though he had seen the light after parting the clouds, feeling relieved. Master Lin, please allow me to bow to you. As he spoke, Zhong Haitian stood up, clasping his hands in salute, intending to bow to Lin Fan, but was stopped by Lin Fan's outstretched hand. Brother Zhong, you are too polite. Ha, Brother Lin, it was my mistake, I was simply too happy, Zhong Haitian said, his mood lifted, quickly correcting himself. However, Brother Zhong, I must remind you that the half-month following sister-in-law's consumption of the pill is the optimal period for pregnancy, because the medicinal properties of the pill, aside from detoxification, will also leave some residual potency in her body. If this part of the potency affects the fetus, the child born will be even healthier. Oh. There's such a good thing. Great. It seems that I must make an effort over the next half-month. Zhong Haitian's eyes lit up as he nodded repeatedly. His words made Jiu Maihuan's face flash slightly, and she scolded, what are you saying? Although they were an old couple, speaking like this in front of others still made Jiu Maihuan feel a bit shy. Ha. Zhong Haitian was unembarrassed and laughed heartily. President Zhong, Mrs. Zhong, congratulations. Ling Xuefei congratulated them. As the president of the Longcheng Chamber of Commerce, it was common knowledge that Zhong Haitian, the eldest son of the Zhong family, had no children. They never expected Lin Fan to have a way to help Jiu Maihuan conceive. Although Ling Xuefei was still somewhat skeptical, seeing the complete trust Zhong Haitian and Jiu Maihuan had in Lin Fan's pill, being a smart woman, she naturally refrained from saying anything that might spoil the atmosphere. Thank you, Miss Ling, Zhong Haitian said with a smile, then looked at Ling Xuefei with a slightly strange expression before turning to Lin Fan. Miss Ling, may I ask why you came to find Brother Lin? Could it be that you are also feeling unwell? No. Upon hearing Zhong Haitian's words, Ling Xuefei instantly appeared somewhat flustered. The matter of her having a child was already a secret, and the child's father was Lin Fan, known only to the parties involved, and Yanan, not even her father Ling Tian, was aware. Oh, understood. It's good for young people to spend more time together. Ha, a perfect match made in heaven. Zhong Haitian said to himself. President Zhong, you misunderstand. Ling Xuefei felt her face burning and turned crimson with embarrassment. She had never even been in a relationship and was completely inexperienced in matters between men and women. You old rascal, what nonsense are you spouting? Jiu Maihuan scolded softly, giving Zhong Haitian a light slap on the arm. Zhong Haitian chuckled and refrained from bringing it up again. Lin Fan also did not offer an explanation and was instead shot 2 reproachful glances by Ling Xuefei. He innocently touched his nose thinking about how he had attracted trouble for no reason. After chatting for a while longer, Zhong Haitian extended an invitation for Lin Fan to visit his home as a formal gesture of thanks, also inviting Ling Xuefei. Lin Fan politely declined Zhong Haitian's invitation but mentioned he would visit in a couple of days, leading Zhong Haitian to let it go. After bidding farewell to Lin Fan, he left the villa with Jiu Maihuan. After sending Zhong Haitian and his wife off, Ling Xuefei immediately regained her domineering demeanor, hands on her hips, glaring at Lin Fan and asking, "Hey you blockhead, how do you know President Zhong? Did the Lin family collaborate with the Zhong family in Longcheng before?" It was no wonder Ling Xuefei had her doubts. The Lin family was in Yangan City in the north while the Zhong family was in Longcheng in the south, quite far apart, and their main businesses had no overlap. How could a discarded son of the Lin family know Zhong Haitian? Lin Fan did not answer Ling Xuefei's question but instead asked in return, "You call brother Zhong President Zhong? What business does he engage in? You don't know President Zhong's identity?" Ling Xuefei asked in surprise. "I don't know," Lin Fan shrugged and replied nonchalantly. "Then how could you help him with alchemy?" Ling Xuefei asked again. "Yesterday when I took Chichi to the amusement park I ran into them. President Zhong even gave Chichi a small toy which she really liked, so I helped them out," Lin Fan said casually. Hearing Lin Fan's words, Ling Xuefei was speechless, feeling a bit strange as well. The fact that Lin Fan would help him detoxify just because of a small toy for Chichi reflected Chichi's importance in Lin Fan's heart. "You haven't told me what President Zhong does," Lin Fan said again. President Zhong is the head of the Longcheng Chamber of Commerce and also the chairman of the largest real estate company in Longcheng, Haitian International Real Estate, making him the richest person in Longcheng. President Zhong's economic strength and business acumen are one aspect, and the other is that the Zhong family has deep-rooted influence in Longcheng with significant connections and power. Ling Xuefei shot Lin Fan a glare and then briefly introduced what she knew. After hearing Ling Xuefei's introduction, Lin Fan lightly uttered a single word, "Oh." "Oh. What kind of reaction is that?" Ling Xuefei looked at Lin Fan's annoying expression, wishing she could dismember him. Suppressing her inner agitation, Ling Xuefei said, "Is the pill you produced really effective?" No wonder Ling Xuefei was puzzled, as it was common knowledge that Zhong Haitian's wife was unable to conceive. Although she had not been in Longcheng for long, she knew a bit about the important figures in the city and was aware of the lengths that Zhong Haitian and his wife had gone to in order to have children. Years have passed, yet Zhong Haitian still has no children, which indicates that his wife's condition has left experts worldwide at a loss. When she first came to Longcheng for her position, she brought her father's letter of introduction and a snow lotus from Tianshan to visit Zhong Haitian. Although Lin Fan's pill looked good, curing a disease cannot rely solely on appearance. Thus Ling Xuefei still found it hard to believe that Lin Fan could easily solve a problem that had troubled Zhong Haitian and his wife for over a decade and baffled countless renowned doctors and experts. "Can you please remove the word ma?" Lin Fan glanced at Ling Xuefei and said lightly. Originally Ling Xuefei had a slightly better impression of Lin Fan, thinking that this former wealthy playboy was finally doing something serious, but that goodwill was crushed in the cradle by Lin Fan's words. At this moment in Ling Xuefei's eyes, Lin Fan was nothing more than arrogant, conceited, unsociable and self-important. "You?" Ling Xuefei was at a loss for words, secretly thinking that Lin Fan was truly a stubborn blockhead, stiff and obstinate, a typical straight man. "Forget it, I don't want to waste my breath on you. I'm taking Chichi away." Ling Xuefei coldly threw down a sentence and turned to head upstairs. "Wait a moment." In a rush, Lin Fan reached out and grabbed Ling Xuefei's delicate wrist. "You, let go, let go." Ling Xuefei, who had never had close contact with a man since she was little, suddenly felt a strange sensation when Lin Fan held her wrist, causing her body to tremble slightly and her cheeks to flush. Oh, sorry." Lin Fan's face also turned red, awkwardly letting go of her hand, but that delicate and smooth wrist felt quite nice to hold. "Scoundrel." Ling Xuefei's pretty face turned crimson as she shot Lin Fan a fierce glare, angrily heading upstairs. "Sigh." Lin Fan sighed and followed her. "Whoa." After taking a few steps, Ling Xuefei suddenly stopped, turned her head to glare at Lin Fan and said, "Why are you following me?" "I'm going to see my daughter," Lin Fan said with conviction. "Don't follow me. You scoundrel." Ling Xuefei scolded in a sweet voice. Lin Fan lightly said, "Oh," stepped aside and with a gentle leap grabbed the railing on the second floor and flipped himself over, appearing upstairs. He turned back and smirked at the stunned Ling Xuefei below. Ling Xuefei, witnessing all of this, wore a dazed expression, blinking her big eyes, even doubting whether she was hallucinating. How did he jump up over 3 meters high? Is he too light that gravity can hold him down? If Lin Fan hadn't restrained himself, he could have instantly appeared upstairs. Has he gone to Shaolin Temple to learn martial arts in these 3 years? With this question in mind, Ling Xuefei also walked upstairs with quick steps. At this moment Anan was very angry. She was happily playing with Princess Chichi, but as soon as Lin Fan appeared, Chichi immediately abandoned her and jumped into her father's arms. "HMPH. Ungrateful girl, I treated you so well and now you really have a dad and don't need an aunt." When Ling Xuefei entered the room, this was the scene she saw. Lin Fan was sitting on the edge of the bed. Chichi was nestled in Lin Fan's arms, giggling as she clung to his neck, while Yanan stood by the window with her arms crossed, angrily watching the playful father and daughter. Without asking, Ling Xuefei knew what had happened. She gave Yanan a comforting glance, then walked up to Lin Fan, clapped her hands and softly said, "Chichi, come to mommy." "Why, mommy?" Hearing her mother's voice, Chichi happily turned around and stretched out her chubby little arms towards Ling Xuefei. "Mommy, hug." Ling Xuefei reached out and hugged Chichi, saying, "Chichi, if you grow up a bit more, mommy won't be able to carry you." "Then Chichi won't grow up. Chichi wants mommy to always hug her?" Chichi said in a childish voice. "Silly child, everyone grows up and you will grow taller too." Ling Xuefei laughed. "Do I really have to grow up?" Chichi pouted and asked. Ling Xuefei nodded. Then when Chichi grows up, let daddy carry." "Mommy can't carry her anymore, but daddy definitely can. Daddy is Superman." Chichi tilted her little head, thought for a moment and said happily. "Mommy can't carry her anymore, but daddy definitely can. Daddy is Superman." Chichi tilted her little head, thought for hee. And Yanan couldn't help but laugh, realizing that not only had she lost her place, but even Ling Xuefei, the biological mother, was also in danger of losing her status. Ling Xuefei turned back and shot a glare at Yanan, who was enjoying the misfortune, and Yanan stuck her tongue out at Ling Xuefei. Ha ha ha. Lin Fan also burst into hearty laughter. No doubt his precious daughter was still thinking of him. "Shut up." As for Lin Fan, Ling Xuefei was not so polite, scolding him with a frosty expression. "Mommy, don't be fierce to daddy." Chichi rolled in Ling Xuefei's arms, saying softly. "You ungrateful little one, who are you really on the same side with?" Ling Xuefei said jealously. "Chichi is on daddy and mommy's side. Danton is the outsider." Chichi spoke innocently, saying whatever came to her mind, which nearly drove Yanan, who was watching the fun, to her wits' end, her chest heaving violently as she made a face at Chichi. "Who's on his side?" Ling Xuefei murmured softly. "What did mommy say?" Chichi asked, cupping Ling Xuefei's pretty face. "Mommy said she loves her baby Matilda." Ling Xuefei smiled broadly and kissed Chichi on her little face, causing Chichi to giggle happily, and then turned to Lin Fan, stretching out her little arms. "Daddy, kiss too." "Ha ha ha, all right." Lin Fan smiled and stood up to gently kiss Chichi's little face. However, Lin Fan did not notice that he kissed precisely where Ling Xuefei had just kissed, and upon seeing this, Ling Xuefei's heart raced, her pretty face blushing and hot. Did this count as an indirect kiss? Thinking of this, Ling Xuefei's face suddenly turned red and she felt a bit shy. "Mommy, why is your face so red?" "Oh, so hot?" Chichi noticed her mother's unusual state, reached out to touch Ling Xuefei's face and said in surprise. Ling Xuefei shot a glare at Chichi. This little girl was truly a master at getting her mother into trouble. He. And Yanan watched all of this unfold and couldn't help but laugh, while Lin Fan and Chichi exchanged a clueless glance, both unaware of what these two were up to. In the end, Ling Xuefei still did not take Chichi away. Lin Fan's firm stance was one thing, but Chichi's dependence on Lin Fan was the most troublesome issue. Besides, her company called saying there was an urgent matter. Ling Xuefei had no choice but to leave behind a hasty to take good care of Chichi, and then left Lin Fan's villa with Yanan rushing to the company. Seated inside the Ferrari for 88, Ling Xuefei pulled out her iPhone XS and dialed the company's artist director Wang Yang. Without any preamble, she asked, "Hello Director Wang, you didn't explain clearly on the phone just now. What exactly happened?" Ling's group was a giant in the entertainment industry of Xia Kingdom. Under its umbrella were several domestically renowned entertainment companies that had cultivated many first-line artists. Imperial Dynasty Entertainment, located in Dragon City, was a subsidiary of Ling's group, still in its early stages and lacking any prominent artists who could hold their ground. Currently, Imperial Dynasty Entertainment was primarily focused on nurturing new talent, and Wang Yang was the director in charge of artists. At 35, she could be considered a strong-willed woman. "It's like this, President Ling." Wang Yang dared not be negligent and reported the matter to Ling Xuefei in full detail. After listening to Wang Yang, Ling Xuefei finally understood what had happened. It turned out that the business partner was dissatisfied with the company's artists and was causing a scene at the company. The business partner was a long-established chain clothing brand in Dragon City specializing in young women's apparel. Half a month ago, they approached Imperial Dynasty Entertainment, hoping the company could provide an artist to endorse their clothing brand and film a set of commercials for promotion. Ordinarily, this would have been a simple collaboration, but the other party's boss was extremely picky. He found fault with everyone, either too short or lacking in charisma. He had belittled almost every female artist in Imperial Dynasty Entertainment and finally threatened that if the company couldn't produce an artist to his satisfaction, he would make sure Imperial Dynasty Entertainment couldn't operate in Dragon City. While the threat of shutting down Imperial Dynasty Entertainment in Dragon City was an exaggeration, the other party was a long-established local powerhouse in Dragon City with far more connections than Imperial Dynasty Entertainment, which had only just gained a foothold. If this continued, it would greatly damage the company's reputation. This matter was of great importance, so Wang Yang had no choice but to call Ling Xuefei. In truth, there was another point. Wang Yang looked down on Ling Xuefei from the bottom of her heart. She had originally been the artist director at the second-largest entertainment company under Ling's group, cultivating several artists who were well known both domestically and internationally. Now she had been transferred to Imperial Dynasty Entertainment. Although it appeared to be a lateral transfer and her salary had even increased to her, it felt like being moved from a prosperous Jiangnan water town to a barren northwestern frontier. How could it feel the same? The most immediate feeling was that she no longer had outstanding artists under her command. Even her former peers who she had once kept down could now laugh at her. Wang Yang knew in her heart that the reason she was transferred to Imperial Dynasty Entertainment was simply to be a tutor to the prince, to assist Ling Xuefei. But in her mind Ling Xuefei was nothing more than a young girl with a pretty face and a good family background. How could that earn her respect? If her contract wasn't up and switching jobs wouldn't incur a sky-high penalty, Wang Yang would have quit long ago. So when trouble arose, Wang Yang immediately called Ling Xuefei, not because she couldn't solve it herself but simply to see Ling Xuefei make a fool of herself. All right, I understand. First calm the situation down. I'll be at the company soon. After learning the details, Ling Xuefei said in a calm voice. Okay, got it, President Ling. Ain and speed up. Ling Xuefei put her phone into her bag and said with a slight frown. All right. And Yanan nodded and accelerated toward the company. In the Imperial Dynasty Entertainment Director's office. After hanging up, a cold smile curled at the corner of Wang Yang's lips. Even if she rushed back to the company, what could she do? You're a clueless little girl, what good ideas could you possibly have? Coming here will only get you humiliated. Director Wang, are you done with your phone call? When will you give me a definite answer? Your Imperial Dynasty Entertainment is so big, can't you produce a single decent artist? In telling you, if your company causes my ad campaign to fail and I miss the peak sales season, I swear I'll make sure you can't operate in Dragon City. Don't think him joking. A middle-aged fat man with a big head, a pockmarked face and a pitted complexion stood in front of Wang Yang's desk, one hand on his hip and the other pointing at her, shouting loudly. This man must have weighed close to 200 jin. His arms were as thick as an ordinary person's legs and he had a huge belly, likely unable to see his own toes when looking down. He wore an oversized suit, the jacket unbuttoned while his shirt was buttoned, but it seemed ready to burst open at any moment. As he spoke, he kept dabbing the sweat on his neck with a tissue. The office had the air conditioning on, but with all that flesh squeezed together, it was no wonder he was sweating. This man was Dong Dahai, the boss of Beiji Gang Apparel, the company that had signed the advertising contract with Imperial Dynasty Entertainment. A native of Dragon City, he had made his fortune by a stroke of luck and had now entered the upper echelons of Dragon City society. Mister? Dong, please be patient. Our chairman is on her way back to the company. I believe she will give you a satisfactory answer. Wang Yang leaned back in her office chair, her expression unhurried, speaking in a deliberate tone. Chairman. I heard your new chairman is just an ignorant little girl. What use will she be when she comes back? You're wasting my time. If the problem isn't solved and I suffer losses, can you bear the responsibility? Dong Dahai's face changed, his hands pressing on the desk as he stared at Wang Yang. Mister? Dong, please rest assured. I have faith in our chairman. She will not disappoint you. Wang Yang said in a flat tone. But in her heart, Wang Yang didn't believe that Ling Xuefei's return would be of any use. She had already planned to call some of her former artists after watching Ling Xuefei fail. After all, she had trained many first-line stars before, and getting one or two to come help wouldn't be too difficult. That bit of connections Wang Yang still had. What you the president can't accomplish, I can. Then well, see what face you have left in the company. HMPH. I hope so. Dong Dahai's expression eased slightly and he snorted, then reached up to tug at his collar, muttering, damn weather, it's so hot. Hey mister? Dong, take it easy. Have a cup of tea to cool down. Wang Yang smiled and pushed the teacup on the table toward Dong Dahai. Dong Dahai glanced at her, picked up the cup and drained it in one gulp, then lowered his head to spit out a couple of tea leaves. Watching Dong Dahai's crude actions, Wang Yang's smile grew even wider. The more he behaved like this, the harder it would be for Ling Xuefei. She was just waiting to see Ling Xuefei make a fool of herself, hoping that the young lady wouldn't burst into tears. At Jiangnan waterfront, Lin Fan's villa. Before leaving, Ling Xuefei left a few changes of clothes for Chichi. Chichi was a little upset that her mommy had left, but after putting on some pretty outfits, the little princess became cheerful again, hopping and jumping on the bed like a lively little elf. Lin Fan watched Chichi's happy expression, a smile appearing on his face. He enjoyed his current life. Seeing the smile on Chichi's face felt like having the whole world. Chichi, daddy will take you to buy a car. Half an hour later, a vivid crimson Ferrari for 88 halted before the Huangchao Entertainment Building. Two young stunning women alighted from the vehicle and strode confidently toward the entrance, their long legs gliding with effortless grace. The woman in front wore voluminous wavy hair, a sleek business suit with a form-fitting skirt and oversized sunglasses that concealed half her face, her exquisite features utterly expressionless. Slightly behind and to her side walked a short-haired woman in a sleeveless top and denim jeans, less arresting than her companion, yet undeniably charming in her own right. The striking contrast between the two women instantly drew numerous glances. Did you see the one in front? Absolutely breathtaking, so young yet driving a luxury car. Must be some tycoon's kept mistress. You're clueless? Look where they're headed, Huangchao Entertainment, and consider how radiant they are. They're clearly talents cultivated by the company. Now that you mention it, Huangchao Entertainment must be quite formidable to nurture such exceptional artists. These two women were none other than Ling Xuefei and An Yanan rushing back to headquarters. Minutes later, Ling Xuefei met Dong Dahai in the conference room of the Huangchao Entertainment building. The moment the conference room door swung open and Dong Dahai laid eyes on Ling Xuefei, he froze, his gaze locked onto her, unblinking, transfixed. When the contract was originally signed, Huangchao Entertainment's chairman had been a venerable man well past his 50s. Later, Dong Dahai had merely heard rumors that the position had changed hands, now held by a young woman, but he could never have imagined that the new chairman would possess such extraordinary beauty. Her complexion bloomed like peach blossoms, her skin smooth and luminous as congealed cream. Even seated motionlessly in her business attire, she radiated a heart-stopping allure, rivaling even Lu Shahan, currently the nation's most celebrated leading actress. Mr. Dong, allow me to introduce our newly appointed chairman of Huangchao Entertainment, Ms. Ling Xuefei. Witnessing Dong Dahai's leering stare, Wang Yang inwardly cursed his lack of composure and hastily cleared her throat to make the introduction. Ms. Chairman, pleasure to meet you. I'm Dong Dahai, owner of Longcheng Beijigang Apparel. As he approached Ling Xuefei, Dong Dahai smiled broadly and extended his right hand in greeting. Ling Xuefei subtly frowned at the sight of Dong Dahai's jowly contorted grin. She had already noted his crude fascination, and men like him were no strangers to her. From childhood onward, she had encountered countless such figures, their very presence stirred deep aversion within her. She would not under any circumstance permit physical contact. Mr. Dong, greetings, I'm Ms. Ling's executive assistant An Yanan. Thank you sincerely for your trust and support of Huangchao Entertainment. An Yanan's intuition proved impeccable. Spotting Ling Xuefei's delicate brow furrow, she instantly grasped her employer's distaste for the portly coarse Dong Dahai, and stepped forward with a graceful smile, extending her hand to intercept his. Yes, hello. Denied the chance to touch such elegance, Dong Dahai felt a pang of resentment, but masked it deftly, accepting An Yanan's handshake instead. Please, Mr. Dong, take a seat. Ling Xuefei gestured coolly toward the chair beside her. Yes, of course. Dong Dahai replied, adjusted his trousers and settled heavily into the seat. Mr. Dong, I understand you've expressed dissatisfaction with our roster of talents. Ling Xuefei asked, her smile poised and enigmatic. No, not at all. Her voice alone sent ripples through his senses, merely hearing it stirred his spirit, scattering the sharp assertive words he'd rehearsed, leaving him tongue-tied. Wang Yang, seated just below Dong Dahai, watched his flustered stammering with mounting exasperation. She'd hoped he'd unsettle Ling Xuefei, giving her the chance to step in heroically. Instead, he'd surrendered utterly upon sight, making her appear ineffectual. For heaven's sake, you're a billionaire entrepreneur. Must you behave so pathetically? You fool, deluded frog dreaming of swans. Even with polished manners, do you truly expect Ling Xuefei to grant you warmth? After two faltering attempts, Dong Dahai suddenly recalled his true purpose. Failure here would jeopardize a far more critical commission entrusted to him. He steadied his nerves, coughed twice, stole a sidelong glance at Ling Xuefei, leaned back with theatrical nonchalance, and groaned the chair beneath him into pitiful protest. Chairwoman Ling, Dong Dahai finally broached the matter with forced authority. I assure you, it is not my intention to vex you. Yet the caliber of your talents leaves much to be desired. Our upcoming apparel launch looms ever closer, yet we remain without a suitable spokesperson. Surely a company of Huangchao's stature can field one artist worthy of public representation. I am profoundly disappointed, deeply so. I trust you will provide both me and the entire citizenry of Longcheng with a satisfactory explanation. He settled back, arms crossed, observing Ling Xuefei with smug assurance, his fingers tapping rhythmically against the table, each hollow thump echoing sharply in the hushed room. Director Wang, does Mr. Dong's claim hold merit? Ling Xuefei asked, her expression unflinching, turning calmly toward Wang Yang. Yes, Chairwoman. All current female talents have undergone screen tests, but none met Mr. Dong's approval. Wang Yang nodded. Does Ling Xuefei fail to meet Mr. Dong's standards? Ling Xuefei's lips parted slightly, feigning mild surprise. Ling Xuefei was Huangchao Entertainment's brightest star, delicately beautiful, perfectly proportioned, with a voice like honey, and crucially youth itself, barely 20, her vibrant charm resonating powerfully with younger audiences. Though not yet among the A-list elite, Ling Xuefei stood close, her fan base substantial, her trajectory unmistakably ascending toward enduring prominence in the entertainment sphere. Given Ling Xuefei's stature, an appeal representing a modest apparel brand should pose no challenge whatsoever. Chairwoman, you've only recently assumed your post, perhaps unaware that Ling Xuefei is currently out of Longcheng. She accepted an invitation to perform at a music festival and departed a week ago for rehearsals. Her return is still pending. I see? Ling Xuefei inclined her head once. Internally, Wang Yang smirked, so the new chairwoman doesn't even know her own talent schedule. Let's see how she navigates this impasse. Chairwoman Ling, I mean no offense, but your roster truly falls short. Forgive my bluntness, I speak only truth. That Lulu, surely under 160 centimeters tall, and what's her name, Zhao, something? Shan. Oh, her name sounds lovely, but her appearance. Pure rustic simplicity, downright provincial. If she were to endorse us, Beijing might soon abandon urban markets altogether, relocating straight to the countryside. Dong Dahai launched into a torrent of scathing critique, spittle flying passion undimmed. Wang Yang bristled, though privately skeptical of Ling Xuefei. She remained Huang Chao's talent director. To disparage her charges so openly was to wound her professional pride. She raised a hand preparing to propose external reinforcements, when Ling Xuefei spoke. Since Mr. Dong finds our talents unsuitable, we shall simply replace them. Replace them? With whom? Do you have another artist? Dong Dahai tilted his head skeptically. Ling Xuefei smiled faintly, calm, unwavering, supremely self-assured. What about me? What? Dong Dahai couldn't quite catch up after hearing Ling Xuefei's words. He stared with his eyes squinted into slits by the fat and asked in confusion. Our chairwoman means that she will be your spokesperson. What do you think? And Yanan understood her intention as soon as Ling Xuefei's words left her mouth, so she sneered and explained directly. This? Dong Dahai was completely dumbfounded, unable to utter a complete sentence for a long time. What was happening? Ling Xuefei was completely unpredictable. With her meddling, he seemed to have no good countermeasures. It was truly a case of the wild fist beating the old master. Chairwoman, you. Wang Yang also had an expression of disbelief. She never imagined that Ling Xuefei would come up with such a plan. However, Wang Yang did not believe that Ling Xuefei was qualified for the role of spokesperson. Admittedly, Ling Xuefei was exceptionally beautiful. In terms of appearance alone, even among the galaxy of beauties in the entertainment industry, she would undoubtedly be at the pinnacle. However, endorsing an advertisement required more than just good looks. There were many intricacies involved, including subtle expression, small gestures, eye contact, and so on. Without professional training, perfection was absolutely impossible. Mr. Dong, what do you think? Ling Xuefei looked confident and asked with a smile. To have Chairwoman Ling endorse my clothing is truly my honor, Dong. Since Chairwoman Ling is so inclined, why not go for a screen test first before discussing the rest? Dong Dahai had been navigating the business world for 20 years and had long cultivated considerable shrewdness. He did not commit himself, for after all they would first have a screen test, and whether he was satisfied or not would be up to him. Director Wang, please arrange a screen test. Ling Xuefei nodded and then said to Wang Yang. Chairwoman, this is not appropriate, is it? You are the chairwoman. How can you personally endorse? Wang Yang said. Actually, her implication was that the chairwoman should stick to her own duties, and the work of an artist was not something she could handle. Otherwise, if it fails, no one will look good. It's fine. Just go make the arrangements. Ling Xuefei said indifferently. All right. Fine. Seeing that Ling Xuefei had made up her mind, Wang Yang did not want to say more. She agreed and stood up to leave. Our chairwoman Ling, our company's clothing line is mainly targeting young women with youthfulness and beauty as the main features. This season we have launched a new batch of styles. How well these new products sell will depend on your performance. After Wang Yang left the conference room, Dong Dahai grinned, revealing his yellow teeth, looked at Ling Xuefei with a brazen gaze and raised his eyebrows. Of course. Please rest assured, Mr. Dong. Although Huangchao Entertainment is not as big as the top companies in the country, we are open for business and will never let our partners suffer. Ling Xuefei spoke with a faint smile, her words perfectly measured. Dong Dahai looked at Ling Xuefei with slight surprise, then his expression returned to normal. He said slowly, that would be even better. Mr. Dong, choosing our company as your spokesperson is a sign of trust in Huangchao Entertainment. On behalf of all the staff and artists, I thank you for your trust. As Ling Xuefei spoke, she always wore a smile, but it gave Dong Dahai a subtle sense of distance. It also made him feel that this seemingly young girl was not so easy to fool. After speaking, Ling Xuefei turned to Yanan beside her and said softly, Yanan, brew a cup of tea for Mr. Dong. All right, chairwoman. Yanan nodded and turned to walk out of the conference room. When no outsiders were present, Yanan called Ling Xuefei Feifei, Jia sister Feifei, but with outsiders around she addressed her as the chairwoman. Hehe, you're too kind, chairwoman Ling. Dong Dahai laughed awkwardly. A few minutes later, Wang Yang sent word that the studio was ready and the screen test could begin at any time. Mr. Dong, please. Ling Xuefei smiled calmly and stood up, exuding an air of composure and confidence. Dong Dahai was stunned for a moment, then nodded and followed Ling Xuefei out. Huangchao Entertainment was an entertainment company specializing in artist planning and management. Previously it had been led by an elder from the Ling family. When that elder reached retirement age, Ling Xuefei happened to return from abroad with Chichi, and for some reason she succeeded the elder as the chairwoman of Huangchao Entertainment. By all accounts, Huangchao Entertainment was still a fledgling company established less than 3 years ago. So far it had not yet cultivated any artist capable of standing on their own. Its current top artist Lin Xiefei was only a second-tier star. The others were not even third tier. Their fame and fan appeal were far from sufficient to support an entertainment company, which was why Dong Dahai was making so many difficulties. Inside the Huangchao Entertainment Studio, the lights, cameras, backgrounds and everything else were all ready. Everyone was waiting for the main character to appear. Even Dong Dahai could not suppress his restlessness and paced back and forth. Soon Ling Xuefei came out. The bright lights all focused on Ling Xuefei. She wore a purple dress with a cinched waist that perfectly showcased her slender figure. Inside she had a lace camisole that covered her creamy skin. Her chest naturally lifted the purple dress extremely eye-catching. On her feet were a pair of crystal high heels which accentuated her fair slender legs, making them even more sexy and charming. A fan blew gusts of wind, making Ling's whey-faced dress flutter. The faintly visible long fair legs captivated everyone, making it impossible for them to look away. So beautiful. Yeah, I never expected our chairwoman to be so beautiful. I dare say if she made her debut she would become an overnight sensation. Hey buddy, what's wrong with you? Wipe your drool, it's about to drip on the floor. You're telling me? Look down at yourself. Sounds of swallowing saliva came from the scene. Some men with weak self-control were flushed red, awkwardly sucking in their stomachs, afraid of being noticed. Click! Click! The photographer had been stunned but came back to his senses when someone reminded him and pressed the shutter repeatedly. This time Ling Xuefei changed into a denim miniskirt, proudly displaying her straight, smooth, long legs in the air. On top she wore a white short. This time Ling Xuefei changed into a denim miniskirt, proudly displaying her straight, smooth, long legs in the air. On top she wore a white short-sleeved t-shirt with a cute Garfield pattern printed on it. Because the pattern was right over her ample chest, it looked even more endearing. Her waterfall-like hair cascaded casually over her delicate shoulders. On top of her head she wore a pink Hello Kitty hair clip, making her look very playful and cute. If the first outfit was urban sexy, this one was youthful and energetic. She switched between the two different styles effortlessly without any stiffness. A goddess is worth two ordinary people. After a good start, the subsequent filming went even more smoothly. Ling Xuefei, with her abundant resources, could effortlessly handle any style of clothing. Soon she was changing outfits prepared by Dong Dahai and taking photos and videos. The entire shoot lasted an hour and a half. After it ended, Ling Xuefei changed back into her own clothes and sought out Dong Dahai. At this moment Dong Dahai was still lost in the stunning beauty that Ling Xuefei had displayed, completely oblivious to her arrival, his expression akin to that of a foolish pig. Boss Dong and Yanan coughed twice to remind him. Dong Dahai came back to his senses, his old face flushing with embarrassment as he said, Chairman Ling. Boss Dong, I hope you are satisfied with my performance just now. Ling Xuefei asked, her voice as sweet as a yellow oriole while she casually tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. Satisfied, satisfied, extremely satisfied. Dong Dahai hurriedly responded. This was not entirely Dong Dahai's fault for forgetting the purpose of his visit. Ling Xuefei was simply too beautiful, too stunning. He could already envision how many young female customers would flock to his clothing line once this promotional video was released. Although Ling Xuefei was not a celebrity, one should never underestimate a woman's relentless pursuit of beauty. That's good. Ling Xuefei chuckled lightly. Meanwhile Wang Yang had long since abandoned any other thoughts, thinking to herself, damn, you are simply on another level. How am I supposed to compete with you? Ling's whey-face appearance successfully dealt with the difficult Dong Dahai, earning her praise throughout the company and giving everyone a fresh perspective on this newly appointed chairman. Even Wang Yang retracted her previous underestimation of Ling Xuefei. This girl in her early 20s seemed to be far from just a pretty vase. After leaving the doors of the Royal Dynasty Entertainment, Dong Dahai sat in his BMW, hesitating for a moment before pulling out his phone and dialing a number saved under Fu Xiao. Beep beep beep. After a few rings the call was answered and a voice that sounded like a duck's quack came through the receiver. Dong Fatty, how did it go? A Fu Xiao? Upon hearing Fu Xiao's voice, Dong Dahai bit his lip, beads of sweat instantly forming on his forehead. He couldn't tell if it was from the heat or his nervousness as the sweat trickled down his chubby face. Speak! Noticing Dong Dahai's reaction, Fu Xiao realized that things might not be going well and his tone turned stern. Well, I followed your instructions and deliberately made things difficult for Royal Dynasty Entertainment. Initially everything was going smoothly, even their artistic director couldn't do anything about it, but then an unexpected incident occurred. Dong Dahai's voice grew quieter. Stop mumbling, hurry up and tell me what happened. Fu Xiao was growing increasingly impatient and pressed for an answer. Later, the new chairman of Royal Dynasty Entertainment, Ling Xuefei, returned. Upon learning the situation, she personally came to audition. Dong Dahai thought I had seen many women, but I had truly never seen anyone like Ling Xuefei. She is simply too beautiful, and having her as a spokesperson would be an absolute choice for our company. The more Dong Dahai spoke, the more excited he became, envisioning his clothing company skyrocketing in sales with such a stunning beauty as a spokesperson. Useless? You can't even handle this small matter. Fu Xiao, however, grew angrier the more he listened, and after cursing a couple of times he hung up the phone forcefully. Hearing the busy tone on the phone made Dong Dahai's heart race. He had failed to accomplish what Fu Xiao had ordered, and now it seemed the land he had asked for help with might also be lost. However, being able to invite Ling Xuefei to endorse his clothing line was a blessing in disguise, and this trip was definitely a profit. Thinking of this, Dong Dahai's spirits lifted, humming a disjointed tune as he turned the car key. The BMW emitted a deep rumble and sped away. On the other side, in a 25-story building, a young man stood before a floor-to-ceiling window. This young man appeared to be around 25 or 26 years old, standing at about 1.75 meters tall with a handsome face, but his complexion had an unhealthy pallor, clearly a sign of excessive indulgence. He was wearing the latest Armani knitted t-shirt, tailored casual pants and imported crocodile leather shoes with a Vacheron Constantin watch on his wrist. His outfit showcased his identity as a wealthy young master. At this moment the young man held a glass of red wine in his left hand while his right hand casually rested in his pants pocket, squinting at the view outside, his gaze filled with longing and possessiveness directed at the Royal Dynasty Entertainment office building. This young man was named Fu Zi, a scion of another prominent family in Longcheng. Since the first time he saw Ling Xuefei, he had been deeply struck by her elegance and beauty. Since then he had relentlessly pursued her, sending 9,999 red roses, lavish dinners at Italian revolving restaurants, and expensive jewelry, offering anything he could think of without hesitation. However, Ling Xuefei showed no interest in him. Several dates and gifts had been politely declined, which left Fu Zi feeling quite frustrated. Fu Zi, who had always been the center of attention and used to getting what he wanted in Longqing, had never experienced such setbacks. Yet he dared not act too recklessly due to the influence of the Ling family. Just when Fu Zi's advances were repeatedly thwarted, Dong Dahai approached him asking for help with a piece of land. Initially Fu Zi had no desire to involve himself in this trivial matter, but during their conversation he learned that Dong Dahai was negotiating a contract to endorse a clothing brand for Royal Dynasty Entertainment. This sparked an idea in Fu Zi's mind, and he instructed Dong Dahai to intentionally make things difficult for Royal Dynasty Entertainment, promising to help him in return. Dong Dahai, unaware of the situation regarding the new chairman of Royal Dynasty Entertainment, simply assumed Fu Zi had been offended and agreed without a second thought, leading to the subsequent difficulties. Fu Zi had envisioned that the newly appointed Ling Xuefei would be overwhelmed by Dong Dahai's actions, and at a crucial moment he would step in to easily resolve her troubles. In the end, the beauty would appreciate his chivalrous assistance and be captivated by his outstanding abilities, leading to a naturally smooth progression thereafter. The script was well written, but unfortunately the plot did not develop according to the script, which infuriated Fu Zi. Ling Xuefei, the more difficult you are, the more interested I become in you. Obtaining something easily holds no meaning. Conquering a woman like you is what gives me a sense of achievement. I, Fu Zi, will make you ride in pleasure under me one day. Fu Zi took a sip of red wine, a confident smile on his lips as he licked them, muttering to himself. In Fu Zi's mind there was no woman he could not obtain. Compared to the women he had encountered before, the only difference with Ling Xuefei was that the process of conquering her was a bit more convoluted. However, the outcome would be no different. As Ling Xuefei displayed her goddess-like charm on the other side, Lin Fan walked out of the villa holding Chi Chi, tirelessly teaching her pronunciation. Come on Chi Chi, read with Daddy, BA. Lin Fan gently said to Chi Chi. BA. Chi Chi, leaning on Lin Fan's shoulder, joyfully kicked her little legs, her clear voice ringing in Lin Fan's ears. No, it's not BA. BA is for something smelly. I am Daddy, BA. Lin Fan chuckled and said. BA. Chi Chi mimicked her words, unclear. Hearing Chi Chi's adorable pronunciation, Lin Fan laughed cheerfully and patiently said, it's not BA nor BA, it should be Daddy. BA. Chi Chi said in her baby voice. Ha, you little girl. Lin Fan was not angry and laughed. Woof. 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 Suddenly a border collie sprang out from the nearby bushes, blocking the path and barking furiously at Lin Fan. This was clearly an adult border collie standing over half a meter tall on all fours, with its black and white coat neatly groomed, indicating that its owner cared for it greatly. The dog dragged a broken leash, having leaped out of the bushes. It stood in front of Lin Fan, baring its teeth and barking wildly. Ah. Big dog. Daddy is scared. Chi Chi was frightened by the frenzied border collie clinging tightly to Lin Fan's neck, her little face pale with fear. Get lost. Upon seeing Chi Chi frightened, an unnamed rage surged within Lin Fan, his eyes glinting sharply as he squinted at the border collie. Awo. The previously fierce border collie seemed startled, instantly losing its aggression, whimpering softly, tail drooping, squatting by the roadside, too afraid to look at Lin Fan, trembling from fear. Chi Chi, don't be afraid. Look, that big dog has already been defeated by Daddy, it won't hurt you. After exuding a bit of authority to intimidate the border collie, Lin Fan gently patted Chi Chi's back to comfort her. Really, Daddy? Chi Chi blinked her gem-like big eyes, slowly turning her head to see that the fierce big dog was now obediently lying by the roadside, appearing very docile. She immediately felt happy, hugged Lin Fan's neck and gave him a kiss on the cheek, cheerfully saying, wow, Daddy is amazing. BA is a superhero. Kong. Where did you run off to? At that moment a somewhat anxious woman's voice rang out. Lin Fan looked up in the direction of the voice and saw a woman running out, looking around nervously. She was a somewhat plump woman around 34 or 35, heavily made up with dark purple eyeshadow and bright red lipstick, but her face was pale like it had been painted white, resembling a whitewashed wall. She wore extremely exaggerated earrings and a baggy purple outfit, slippers on her feet, clutching the leash and anxiously scanning her surroundings. Behind the plump woman followed a tall and strong man in a black suit wearing sunglasses, his expression stern, likely a bodyguard or a Upon seeing the border collie with its head drooping by the roadside, the woman screamed and hastily ran to the dog, crouching down to pet its fur. However, the border collie, frightened by Lin Fan's aura, trembled uncontrollably, whimpering and too scared to move. "My little darling, how did you end up like this? Was it you? Did you hurt my Kong Kong?" The woman noticed Lin Fan standing nearby and immediately stood up, glaring at him fiercely, pointing and shouting, "I didn't touch it, rather your dog scared my daughter." Lin Fan casually glanced at the plump woman and replied, "So you're the one who did it then?" Initially, the plump woman did not intend to escalate the matter, as those living in Jiangnan Water's Edge were either rich or influential. There was no need to offend someone over such a trivial issue. However, upon seeing Lin Fan dressed in cheap clothing totaling less than 300 yuan, she concluded that Lin Fan was just someone working in the community or a poor relative visiting, causing her arrogance to swell, and she pointed at Lin Fan, shouting, "You little bum! How dare you be unreasonable towards my Kong Kong? Have you gone blind? If anything happens to my Kong Kong, can you afford to pay for it? Auntie, don't scold daddy, daddy didn't hit your dog." Chi-Chi instinctively tried to defend her daddy upon seeing the plump woman's hostile attitude. The plump woman shot a cold glance at Chi-Chi, surprised by her cuteness, but still spat venomous insults. "Where did this little bastard come from? If not for you, my Kong Kong wouldn't have been hurt. Damn little bastard." Having lived abroad with Lin Shuefei, Chi-Chi had never heard such foul language before and immediately burst into tears, her tears falling like pearls strung on a broken thread. "Chi-Chi, don't cry. Daddy is here and no one can bully you." Lin Fan gently comforted Chi-Chi, using one hand to wipe the tears from her face. Chi-Chi, understanding, nodded and gradually stopped crying, but her little face still bore a very aggrieved expression, her pouting lips seeming to hang a soy sauce bottle. Seeing that Chi-Chi had stopped crying, Lin Fan finally withdrew his gaze and narrowed his eyes at the plump woman, his gaze icy and his voice cold as he said, "I'll give you one chance. Retract what you just said and then apologize. What do you think you are? A country bumpkin who dares to hurt my Kong Kong? I haven't even sought you out for an account and you want me to apologize?" The plump woman laughed heartily as if she had heard the biggest joke, hands on her hips, laughing loudly. Lin Fan sneered, "You don't need to know who I am, just know that I am someone you cannot afford to provoke. Now apologize immediately." "Good, very good, really good. I want to see just how you are someone I cannot provoke." The plump woman, furious, walked towards Lin Fan with her hands on her hips. At this moment, two patrolling security guards noticed the conflict. One younger guard was about to come over to mediate but was stopped by the older guard beside him. "Xiao Zhong, don't get involved. Brother Hai, it looks like it's about to come to blows over there, shouldn't we intervene?" "What if things escalate?" the young guard Xiao Zhong asked, puzzled. "Xiao Zhong, it's not that I don't want you to intervene, you just haven't been here long enough to know. That fat woman, did you see? She's the wife of Wang Dong, a prominent figure in the community and also the younger sister of Director Li from the Linjiang District Police Station. Did you see that man in sunglasses? He's a bodyguard hired by Wang Dong at a high price, and I've heard he's a retired special forces soldier. Ordinary people can get close to him. As for that clueless guy dressed in cheap clothes, he's probably going to suffer a loss after provoking Madame Wang." The older guard Brother Hai lit a cigarette and explained slowly. "Hiss?" After hearing Brother Hai's words, Xiao Zhong gasped, his expression changing, and he unconsciously took a few steps back, then looked at Lin Fan and Chi-Chi with sympathy. Although he felt a little sorry for them, he knew he could not provoke the plump woman or he might lose his job. "Thank you for the reminder, Brother Hai. Hee Xiao Zhong, I find you quite likable. In the future, pay more attention and learn as slowly, you'll understand how to handle things," Brother Hai said calmly. Xiao Zhong smiled and nodded, not saying anything more, just quietly watching the situation unfold. As the two security guards spoke, the obese woman had already approached Lin Fan, spitting saliva as she cursed him a fool. Then, without warning, she raised her hand and slapped his face. A glint of sharpness flashed in Lin Fan's eyes. He casually brushed aside the obese woman's hand, then without blinking he struck her back across the face. "Hitting a woman is a shameful act, but for you I find no shame in it. Ah. How dare you hit me? You actually dare to hit me?" The obese woman let out a piercing scream, covering her face in stunned disbelief, staring at Lin Fan. Then she whirled around and shouted at the man in sunglasses behind her, "Xiao Meng. Break both of that idiot's legs. I want him in a wheelchair for the rest of his life." "Yes?" Xiao Meng, the man in sunglasses, nodded, then removed his sunglasses and tucked them into his suit pocket. With an expressionless face he walked toward Lin Fan, cracking his fingers as he moved, producing a series of crisp sounds. The security guard Brother Hai watched the scene, shook his head and sighed. "It's over? Things have escalated. That kid is going to suffer badly." When Chi-Chi saw the menacing bodyguard approaching with ill intent, her face turned pale with fear. She hugged Lin Fan's neck tightly and said worriedly, "Daddy, Chi-Chi is scared." "Don't be scared, Chi-Chi. He's just a big guy, all show and no substance. Daddy will handle him easily." Lin Fan patted Chi-Chi's back and comforted her softly. Hearing Lin Fan's words, the obese woman sneered coldly, her face twisted with malice. Oh, I see. Even now you're still bragging in front of your child. I tell you, since you dare to lay a hand on me, you're dead. He'll make you crawl out of here, and not just you, that little bastard too. As she spoke, the obese woman broke into a wide grin as if she could already envision her enemy's miserable fate, and the thought filled her with delight. She had immense confidence in this bodyguard Xiao Meng. He was a former Special Forces soldier champion of the military combat competition during his service, and after retiring her husband Wang Zhao had hired him at a hefty price. He was skilled and ruthless. She had witnessed him kick a man into a vegetative state with a single blow. Lin Fan watched the man in sunglasses who towered a head above him approach without any change in expression. He said calmly, "Are you sure you want to fight me? Kid, kneel down now and kowtow 3 times to the madam. Maybe if she's happy she'll let you off. Don't make me resort to force, otherwise you'll regret it." The man in sunglasses grinned cruelly, cracking his neck as he spoke. "Daddy." Chi-Chi's small face was tensed, her little arms tightened around Lin Fan's neck, showing her worry. "Don't be afraid, Chi-Chi. Daddy will just play with him for a bit, it'll be over soon." Lin Fan smiled comfortingly, then turned to the man in sunglasses. "So you're determined to fight me? Fine, come on then. I'll give you a chance. Put your daughter down." "I don't want—" "Arrogant brat. Then die." Enraged by Lin Fan. "No need." Lin Fan shook his head gently. "Arrogant brat. Then die." Enraged by Lin Fan's attitude, the man charged like a frenzied beast, fists clenched. The obese woman stood by with her arms crossed, looking at Lin Fan as if he were already dead. She sneered, "Some people just can't live peacefully, they have to court death." "Brother Hai. They're about to fight." Xiao Zhong exclaimed. "Alas, that kid is a hothead, still stubborn to the end. Forget it, call 120. Hope it won't be too serious." Brother Hai sighed and pulled out his phone to dial. "Kid, since you dare to underestimate me, don't blame me for being ruthless." The man in sunglasses thought to himself, then charged like thunder, closing in on Lin Fan. He swung a powerful right hook aimed at Lin Fan's head. The obese woman's smile grew even brighter, as if she could already envision Lin Fan lying in a pool of blood. Chi-Chi, frightened, closed her eyes, afraid to look. Whoosh! When the man's fist was less than 10 centimeters from Lin Fan's head, Lin Fan moved. His body vanished like a ghost, disappearing from the spot. The man in sunglasses only saw a blur. His sure hit punch missed, and the excessive force almost made him lose his balance. "What?" In the man's incredulous gaze, Lin Fan appeared on his right side. Before he could react, it felt as if he had been hit by a speeding truck. His body flew backward, crashing heavily onto the grass behind him, rolling several times before stopping. After falling, the man in sunglasses clutched his chest and spat out a mouthful of blood, looking utterly drained. His eyes, fixed on Lin Fan, were filled with terror. The obese woman was dumbfounded. What had just happened? Her bodyguard Xiao Meng, such a muscular brute, was knocked out by that slender young man in a single move. Wow! Daddy is so awesome. Chi-Chi opened her eyes and saw the scene, immediately clapping her little hands in delight. The 2 security guards were also stunned, their eyes wide as saucers. Brother Hai had already typed 120 and was about to press the dial button, but his finger froze. He slapped his own face and muttered in disbelief, Is this real? Brother Hai, it's real. I never expected that guy to be so formidable. His speed was incredible, I couldn't even see how he moved. Xiao Zhong exclaimed excitedly. I really misjudged him. Brother Hai murmured to himself, then shook his head. But even if he's strong, what good will it do? He injured Chairman Wang's bodyguard, which will only bring endless trouble. Alas, the impulsiveness of youth. Cough. Cough. The man in sunglasses turned red, partly from the pain of Lin Fan's whip kick and partly from shame and humiliation. He had enlisted at 18, was selected for Special Forces in his 3rd year, served with distinction, won the Military Combat Championship the following year, and had always been a shining star. Never had he suffered such a setback. How could this lean young man possess such speed and power? Xiao Meng. What the hell are you doing? Get up and kill him. The obese woman snapped back to reality and shrieked. The man in sunglasses struggled to his feet, spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva, then stripped off his suit and shirt, throwing them on the grass, revealing a muscular physique. With a roar, he charged at Lin Fan again. This time he was ready to fight for his life. If he couldn't subdue Lin Fan, he would likely lose his job. Courting death. Lin Fan's eyes turned cold. His form flickered and he appeared before the man in sunglasses. Startled by Lin Fan's sudden appearance, the man raised his knee to strike Lin Fan's stomach, but Lin Fan wouldn't give him the chance. He sidestepped, appearing beside the man, and delivered another whip kick, swift as thunder, with the same angle and force, smashing into the man's chest. The man in sunglasses let out a scream, his body flying backward like a kite with a broken string. In the obese woman's shocked gaze, he crashed into her, sending both of them tumbling onto the grass, rolling several times before stopping. The man spat out more blood, his chest caved in, ribs broken, he was completely incapacitated. The obese woman's head lolled to the side, she had been knocked unconscious by the impact. You? The man in sunglasses managed only one word before the pain hit him, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. His eyes were filled with terror as he looked at Lin Fan, who stood calmly to the side. Lin Fan's expression remained impassive, as if he had done nothing more than a trivial matter. This? Something's wrong. Hurry! Haije's jaw nearly dropped to the ground. He swallowed hard, grabbed Xiao Zhong and rushed over while pulling out a rubber baton from his waist, shouting, "You! Don't run! Xiao Zhong! Call the police! Call the police! Okay. The young security guard hurriedly replied, took out his phone and dialed 110. Haiji first ran to the obese woman, shook her and shouted, "Madam Wang! Madam Wang! Are you all right?" The obese woman slowly came to after being shaken by Haiji, then looked fearfully at the bodyguard lying beside her who couldn't get up, and then at Lin Fan. She shuddered, pushed Haiji away, pulled out her phone, dialed a number and cried, "Hello. Old Wang. What are you doing? What else could you be doing? Your wife is being bullied and you still have the heart to sleep at home. I'm right downstairs in the community. Bring all the bodyguards from home. That guy is really tough, as Xiaomeng has already been knocked down by him. Hurry up." After saying that, the obese woman hung up the phone with a smack and then dialed another number. This time she cried even harder, as if she had suffered a great injustice. "Brother, your sister was beaten. Bring your men over quickly and arrest that thug." Watching the obese woman, Haiji couldn't help but twitch his mouth. This person was too shameless, with a first-class ability to distort right and wrong. By then Xiao Zhong had finished calling the police. He walked up to Lin Fan and lowered his voice to advise, "Brother, you'd better leave before they come. Otherwise, when the police arrive, you'll be in big trouble. The police station chief is her own brother." "Daddy!" Chichi instinctively hugged tighter, looking at Lin Fan with concern. "Chichi, don't be afraid. As long as Daddy is here, there's no problem at all." Lin Fan smiled calmly, first comforting Chichi, then smiled at Xiao Zhong and said, "Thanks for the warning, but if he wants to come, let him come. I, Lin Fan, am not afraid." "You? Sigh." Xiao Zhong sighed and said nothing more. "Don't you dare leave. If you have guts, don't go. Aren't you tough? Aren't you a good fighter? Just wait." The obese woman finished her phone call, stood up with Haije's help and pointed at Lin Fan, shouting provocatively, Lin Fan glanced at the obese woman indifferently and she immediately shrank back in fear. At this moment it wasn't that Lin Fan insisted on staying. Out of stubbornness he couldn't leave. Because his daughter was in his arms witnessing everything. If he left now, it would inevitably leave a bad impression on Chi-Chi's young heart and would not be good for her character development. Besides, he now lived in Jiangnan waterfront. The monk may run away, but the temple cannot. Hiding was not a long-term solution. They would meet again. If he didn't solve the problem once and for all, it would cause more trouble for him and Chi-Chi in the future. Moreover, in his 3,000 years of past life, Lin Fan had never acted like a coward who avoided confrontation. The path of cultivation defied heaven and required courage and progress. If he always tried to avoid problems, how could he go further on the path of immortality? After a few minutes, 4 people ran over from the other side. The leader was a pot-bellied, bald, middle-aged man followed by 3 burly men in suits. This middle-aged man was the obese woman's husband, Wang Chao, the largest building materials supplier in Dragon City. The 3 behind him were the same kind of bodyguards he had hired at high salaries, just like Xiaomeng. Over the years, relying on his brother-in-law's connections, Wang Chao had engaged in many acts of extortion, robbery and even murder, which had allowed him to build such a big business, but also made many enemies. That was why he spared no expense in hiring bodyguards to protect himself. Wang Chao always had 4 bodyguards by his side, and Xiaomeng was just the weakest among them. This time his wife had gone out to walk the dog and planned to buy some groceries at the supermarket, so he had sent Xiaomeng along to help carry things. He never expected his wife to be beaten right at their own doorstep, which infuriated Wang Chao. Although he didn't really like that fat woman, it was precisely through her brother's connections that he had been able to prosper smoothly. So upon hearing she had been attacked, Wang Chao immediately brought the other 3 bodyguards from home to teach this reckless brat a lesson. "Old Wang, you're finally here. It was that bastard who hit me. Look at my face, it still hurts. And my waist is almost broken." The obese woman, seeing her husband arrive with reinforcements, perked up instantly, threw herself onto Wang Chao and cried with tears and snot, "Ame, don't worry. Whoever dares to hurt you will skin them alive." Wang Chao never missed an opportunity to show his loyalty. He patted the obese woman's shoulder to comfort her, then jerked his head and said coldly, "You 3 go break that kid's legs." "No. I want his arms and legs broken." The obese woman Li Dongmei looked at Lin Fan with a venomous face and gritted her teeth. "Then break all 4 limbs. He'll take responsibility for anything." Wang Chao nodded and added, "Yes, mister? Wang." The 3 bodyguards nodded in unison, then moved in a triangular formation, 1 in front, 2 behind, toward Lin Fan. "Do you 3 want to end up lying on the ground like him?" Lin Fan pointed at Xiaomeng, who was still unable to get up. "Kid, don't think you're invincible just because you beat him. To be honest, He's just a nobody. We 3 are all genuine external force martial artists. Dealing with you is like crushing an ant. Xiao Meng can't last 3 moves against any one of us. The leading bodyguard sneered. External force martial artists. The bodyguard's words made Lin Fan's mind stir. Could it be that on this earth where spiritual energy was depleted there were also cultivation levels? What level was this so-called external force? Having crossed over from the cultivation world he knew too little about this unfamiliar planet. It seemed he needed to catch up on his studies. While Lin Fan was thinking the 3 opponents had changed from walking to running. Their speed was noticeably faster than Xiao Meng's earlier and their momentum was fiercer. It appeared that what the man had said was not false, these 3 were indeed much stronger than the previous one. However, in Lin Fan's eyes they were still nothing. As the 3 bodyguards drew closer to Lin Fan, Li Dongmei's smile grew wider. She was already thinking about how many slaps she would give Lin Fan after his limbs were broken to satisfy her hatred. Wang Chao leisurely lit a cigarette, watching the scene with a calm expression. Wang Chao had full confidence in these 3 bodyguards. They were experts he had recruited from the underground boxing ring, all of whom had survived over a dozen bloody fights. In the underground boxing ring, where every match required a life and death agreement, surviving over a dozen fights was a record that spoke volumes. It was precisely because of their achievements that Wang Chao willingly paid each of them an annual salary of 300,000. Hiya! In an instant the leading bodyguard had closed into within a meter of Lin Fan. His right fist clenched, arm muscles bulging, he launched a fierce uppercut toward Lin Fan's chin. The other 2 bodyguards attacked simultaneously from left and right, delivering 2 roundhouse kicks aimed at Lin Fan's waist. But Lin Fan neither dodged nor flinched, even his expression remained unchanged. To outsiders it seemed as if he had been scared stiff. Fool! How can you not dodge at this moment? You are seeking death. Li Dongmei thought to herself, looking at Lin Fan standing foolishly in place. The bodyguard at the front seemed to envision Lin Fan being knocked away by his punch and his expression turned excited. However, the next scene froze his expression instantly. Just as the 3 bodyguards were about to strike Lin Fan, his body flickered like an illusion and then vanished from the spot. Immediately the 3 bodyguards let out screams and were sent flying in 3 different directions, crashing to the ground gravely injured and unable to rise. One even crashed into a nearby tree which snapped in half, making it clear what fate awaited that person. Lin Fan appeared in the middle of the positions where the 3 had just stood, glancing nonchalantly at the fallen bodyguards. Inner strength martial artist. One bodyguard struggled to sit up, looking at Lin Fan in horror, uttering a phrase. What? How is that possible? Seeing all 3 of his bodyguards taken down by Lin Fan in one move, Wang Chaos' eyes widened in disbelief as he watched everything unfold, the fear in his heart lingering. As for Li Dongmei, she had long been scared stiff, her chubby body trembling slightly with fear, the fat on her face quivering. She never expected that this unremarkable young man would be so fierce, defeating the bodyguard she had hired for a hefty price as easily as eating or drinking. Facing 1 is a beatdown and facing 3 is still a beatdown. Is this person a devil? Wow, Daddy is so cool, Daddy is Superman. As Lin Fan's #1 fan, Princess Chi-Chi, saw her father effortlessly defeat those 3 burly men, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she clapped her small hands. Ha ha! Hearing his daughter's praise, Lin Fan felt great, smiling as he stroked Chi-Chi's little face. However, when he turned to look at Wang Chao and Li Dongmei, the tenderness in his eyes instantly vanished, replaced by a chilling glare. In the realm of cultivation, those with high cultivation levels were all decisive and ruthless individuals. Lin Fan had walked a bloody path, his hands stained with countless people's blood. Lin Fan did not consider himself a good person, so he would not feign compassion. His belief in life was simple: if people respect me by an inch, I will respect them by a mile. If they harm me by a grain, I will take 3 measures from them. This fat woman had no reason and came up to insult him and Chi-Chi with vicious words, later instructing the man in sunglasses to break his legs, and now she had gone too far, calling in 3 bodyguards, claiming she wanted to break his limbs. Facing this situation, even the best-tempered person could not endure, let alone Lin Fan. Lin Fan narrowed his eyes and stepped toward the 2. What do you want? Don't come over. I tell you. My brother is the chief of the police station. If you dare to do anything to me, he will definitely send you to prison. You'll be in jail for life. Seeing Lin Fan approaching, Li Dongmei turned pale, having witnessed the fate of the bodyguards clearly. Those muscular bodyguards could not withstand even 1 move from Lin Fan. If it were her, she would probably be done for with her 160 or 70 pounds. Hee, I told you I am not someone you can provoke. But since you refuse to listen and insist on provoking me, then you shall pay the price. If every person who provokes me can go unscathed, then in the future wouldn't all sorts of people dare to jump in front of me. As Lin Fan spoke, he walked slowly. Bro, don't act yet, let me speak. Wang Chao pretended to be calm, stretching out both hands, swallowing his saliva and forcing a smile as he said, misunderstanding, this is all a misunderstanding. We are all grown men, it's not like that. Look, if you're willing, just follow me from now on, I'll pay you 50,000 a month. What do you think? Husband, you. Upon hearing Wang Chaos' words, Li Dongmei became anxious, grabbing Wang Chaos' arm and shouting. Shut up. Wang Chao for once was firm in front of Li Dongmei, interrupting her with a reprimand, then looked at Lin Fan with a sincere expression. Wang Chao had been in the society for many years with deep cunning far beyond his wife, who was filled with simple thoughts. He saw Lin Fan dressed plainly but with excellent skills. He had clearly heard the bodyguard mention inner strength martial artist, which made him even more eager to recruit Lin Fan for himself. If Lin Fan were to be his bodyguard, he would basically be worry-free, no longer needing to fear retaliation from enemies. Spending 50,000 a month for a month of peace of mind was absolutely worth it in Wang Chaos' eyes. Lin Fan smiled and said, "Hee 50,000 a month. That's right, little brother, 50,000 a month is just the base salary. Besides that, every time you help me with something I'll pay extra. At the end of the year that would be at least over 1 million. After 6 months of work I'll even get you a car any under 300,000 you can choose from. What do you say? If you're willing we can sign the contract right now." Seeing that Lin Fan seemed interested, Wang Chao quickly threw out even more generous and tempting conditions. Wang Chao was confident that the conditions he offered would leave Lin Fan with no words to refuse. Lin Fan sneered, "You think I'm only worth 50,000? If you think that's not enough we can negotiate. If 50,000 is not enough, then 80,000. This price should be acceptable, right? With this money your daughter can live like a princess, isn't that good?" Wang Chao, fearing Lin Fan might refuse, hurriedly made his offer more appealing. Lin Fan shook his head. Hee. "Then you say name your price. As long as I can afford it I'm willing to hire someone like you." Wang Chao gritted his teeth and said, "My price I'm afraid you can't afford." Lin Fan said lightly, "Hee, my brother is joking. Although I, Wang Chao, cannot be considered wealthy, I at least have a net worth of tens of millions. I think I can still meet your expectations." Wang Chao smiled confidently. In his view, as long as it was a problem that money could solve, it was not a problem at all. Lin Fan smiled faintly, uttering a few words, 1 billion a day. "What?" Wang Chao was taken aback by Lin Fan's quote, then quickly reacted, his face turning extremely ugly, his mouth twitching twice as he said, "Kid, are you messing with me? You finally realized her?" Lin Fan raised an eyebrow and said. Wang Chaos' face darkened terribly as he gritted his teeth, saying, "Kid, don't think that just because you can fight you are impressive. No matter how good you are at fighting, what does it matter? Can you outrun a bullet? Can you take on the police? Or do you think you are invincible? What does it matter if you're an inner strength martial artist? Although inner strength martial artists are rare in this society, it doesn't mean that there are no others besides you. As a person you should still be a bit low-key." Lin Fan scoffed, saying casually, "I have never thought of myself as impressive or invincible, but someone like you has not yet earned the qualification to make me wary." "You?" Hearing Lin Fan's words, Wang Chao was instantly furious. He could no longer remember the last time anyone dared to speak to him like that. In his youth Wang Chao had not fared well either, enduring much bullying from others. Later, by a stroke of fortune, he met his current wife Li Dongmei, and with the help of his brother-in-law he rose rapidly. Once Wang Chao had climbed to a certain level, he settled all scores with those who had crossed him, proving his vindictive nature. Though not among the top echelon in lunching, Wang Chao was always self-aware, never provoking those he could not afford to offend. In essence, he was a classic bully, domineering and arrogant toward those weaker than him, yet fawning like a dog before true power. Thus over the years, with his brother-in-law's backing, Wang Chao had sailed smoothly, with few daring to provoke him. But today this young man, dressed little better than a laborer, had repeatedly challenged his limits, exhausting Wang Chaos' patience. He no longer thought of recruiting Lin Fan, or if he could not make Lin Fan regret ever being born, it would not quell the fury in his heart. As for whether Lin Fan was someone Wang Chao could not afford to provoke, he scoffed at the thought, never deigning to consider. "I have matters to attend to. I won't waste words with you. Break one of your own arms," Lin Fan said, casting a calm glance at Wang Chao. Wang Chao, hearing the words "break one of your own arms," asked in disbelief, then laughed in fury. To him Lin Fan was just a slightly tougher loser. How dare he spout such nonsense? Had he been hit on the head when he walked out the door? Just then the wail of police sirens sounded from outside the neighborhood. Hearing the sirens, Wang Chao, who had been somewhat worried, now relaxed completely and laughed boldly. "Haha, kid, I wonder if you were kicked by a donkey or hit by a door. How do you tell me to break my own arm? Let me tell you. My brother-in-law is coming. He's the chief of the Linjiang District Police Station. This is his turf. You keep provoking me and you'll be eating prison food, you idiot." In Wang Chaos' eyes, Lin Fan was merely a bit tougher, but that was all. So what if he could fight? He was still a fool with a muddled head. Once his brother-in-law arrived before the police, wouldn't he dare to act up? "Hey, since you won't do it, I'll do it myself." Ignoring the approaching sirens, Lin Fan said softly, then set Chichi down. His figure blurred as he appeared before Wang Chao in a flash. Startled by Lin Fan's sudden approach, Wang Chao let out an involuntary yelp. Before he could react, an excruciating pain shot through both his arms. "Ah!" Wang Chao screamed in agony. Lin Fan released Wang Chaos' arms and drifted back several meters, his expression unchanged. He gently picked up Chichi and gazed calmly at the howling Wang Chao. "Ah!" Wang Chaos' scream was piercing. He collapsed to his knees, his arms dangling limply as if boneless. Beads of sweat covered his forehead, his face deathly pale, and he looked at Lin Fan as if he were a demon. Honey! Honey, are you okay? Li Dongmei froze for a moment, then shrieked at the top of her lungs, "Is there no law? Murder! Oh, my husband!" After wailing for a while, she glared at Lin Fan with venom. "You're dead, you fool. My brother will be here any second. He'll make you regret this. I swear." Lin Fan ignored Li Dongmei's threats, holding Chichi as he turned to leave. It wasn't that he feared them, he had already wasted too much time here. You hit someone and think you can leave. Stop right there. Seeing Lin Fan about to leave, Li Dongmei immediately abandoned. Wang Chao stood up and shouted loudly. The nearby security guards also gathered their courage to block Lin Fan. Brother Hai managed to keep his composure, but Xiao Zhong looked at Lin Fan as if he were a demon. His frail frame could not withstand Lin Fan's brutality. "Sir, you can't leave," Brother Hai forced himself to say. "Right. No leaving. Wait for the police." Xiao Zhong also shouted, mustering his courage. Lin Fan had injured someone in front of them, and the victim was a prominent figure. If they let Lin Fan go, their jobs would be thus. Despite their terror, Brother Hai and Xiao Zhong had no choice but to block his way. Lin Fan looked at the two guards blocking his path. He had no grudge against them, and the younger one had even kindly advised him to leave earlier. So he did not wish to harm them. "You murderer! You can't leave." With the guard's obstruction, Li Dongmei had caught up. Her hair disheveled, she acted like a shrew, clutching Lin Fan's sleeve with both hands. How annoying! Annoyed by Li Dongmei's obstinacy, Lin Fan turned his head, his eyes shooting icy glares at her. Under Lin Fan's gaze, Li Dongmei felt as if she had fallen into an ice cave. Her hair stood on end, and despite the summer heat and bone-chilling cold seized her, making her shiver involuntarily and release her grip. Lin Fan snorted coldly, turned to bypass the two guards, but just then two police cars drove into the neighborhood, one after another. Sirens blaring, the police cars headed straight for Lin Fan. Brother Hai glanced back at the approaching cars, swallowed hard, and quickly pulled Xiao Zhong aside. Xiao Zhong leaned over and whispered to Brother Hai, "This guy beat up Chief Li's sister and brother-in-law. Now that Chief Li is here, isn't he done for?" "Definitely. In our Linjiang district, Chief Li is almost almighty. This Chairman Wang has helped him rake in a lot of money over the years. Dare to lay a hand on him. It won't be just a slap on the wrist this time." Brother Hai shook his head and whispered, "This guy is finished. What a pity." Xiao Zhong sighed regretfully. Of all people to provoke, he had to target the police chief's sister and brother-in-law and even snap both of Wang Chaos' arms. Now that Chief Li was about to arrive, even if Lin Fan knelt and begged for mercy, it would be useless. Xiao Zhong, being new, didn't know, but Brother Hai knew that Wang Chaos' business success was inseparable from his brother-in-law, the police chief. Several strong competitors had seen their shops shut down and themselves arrested for various reasons. Who would believe there was no inside story? Seeing her brother had arrived, Li Dongmei regained her spirit. She pushed Lin Fan aside and stumbled toward the police car, shouting, "Brother! You're finally here. Look what he did to old Wang. Arrest him. I want him in jail. In jail." With a screech of brakes, the police cars stopped nearby. 6 uniformed officers got out. Leading them was a tall, middle-aged man with a clean-shaven face and deep-set eyes. He strode with a vigorous gait, clearly a decisive and resolute person. This was Li Ming, the chief of the Linjiang District Police Station and Li Dongmei's elder brother. Li Ming's heart ached at the sight of his sister wailing and crying out for her parents. Then, looking at his brother-in-law kneeling on the ground in agony and the 4 bodyguards lying limp and dejected, his anger flared even more. He quickened his pace, strode straight toward Li Dongmei, reached out to steady her and asked, "Sister, who did this to you?" "It's him. That bastard. And that little brat in his arms. You need to arrest him immediately. Lock him up." Li Dongmei tightly gripped Li Ming's arm, emboldened by his presence. Her arrogance instantly resurged as she pointed venomously at Lin Fan behind her. Chichi was frightened by Li Dongmei's glare and instinctively hugged Lin Fan tighter. Hearing Li Dongmei's venomous words, Lin Fan's eyes turned cold. He narrowed his gaze and said, "If you spew any more filth, I won't hesitate to make you taste the feeling of having both arms broken." Li Dongmei shuddered at Lin Fan's icy gaze and chilling words. She quickly hid behind Li Ming, clutching his shoulders with both hands, peeking out half her head to look at Lin Fan while whispering urgently in Li Ming's ear, "Brother, did you see that? Even with you here, he still wants to hit me. He's completely lawless. You need to arrest him right now. Such a violent criminal is nothing but a destabilizing factor in society. As a people's police officer, I have the duty and obligation to punish such a miscreant, to restore peace and order to society and ensure the people can live and work in peace." Li Ming cast a cold glance at Lin Fan, spoke with righteous indignation, then signaled to the several police officers behind him. Those officers had been his trusted confidants for years and understood his intentions perfectly. They nodded in tacit understanding and immediately dispersed to surround Lin Fan. The men groaning on the ground indicated that this seemingly harmless young man was far from ordinary. So they took extra caution, mobilizing fully to prevent Lin Fan from escaping. One burly officer pulled out a gleaming pair of handcuffs from his back waist, stood before Lin Fan and pointed at him sternly. So you are charged with intentional assault, endangering public security, intimidation and child trafficking. Furthermore, we have reason to believe you may be connected to a murder and dismemberment case from a few days ago. Please come with us for investigation. Upon hearing the officer's words, Xiao Zhong couldn't help but exclaim, only to have his mouth immediately covered by Hai Ji beside him. Hai Ji, they. Xiao Zhong pulled Hai Ji's hand away, shouting in panic. Hai Ji quickly interrupted Xiao Zhong, but Li Ming noticed the commotion and cast a calm glance over. Hai Ji shuddered, dragged Xiao Zhong aside and hissed in his ear, "Kid. If you want to live, keep your mouth shut." Xiao Zhong panted heavily but dared not say another word, blame only to have his mouth immediately covered by Hai Ji beside. This Li Ming was truly ruthless. Over a simple brawl he pinned a murder charge on Lin Fan, determined to destroy him. Even if he couldn't convict Lin Fan, he would certainly make him suffer. After the burly officer finished speaking and saw no reaction from Lin Fan, he stepped forward with the handcuffs. The obese woman Li Dongmei watched the police draw closer to Lin Fan, a triumphant smile curling at the corners of her mouth. Wang Chao was drenched in cold sweat from pain, but he stared intently at the scene, grinding his teeth and muttering to himself, "Kid. Once you're in the police station, it'll make you wish you were dead." Chi-Chi saw the police surrounding her daddy and threatening to take him away. Panic seized her. Her eyes reddened as tears streamed down her face. Woo-woo-woo. Police uncles, please don't take my daddy away. My daddy is a good man, he didn't kill anyone. Woo-woo-woo. Chi-Chi cried uncontrollably, holding Lin Fan tightly. Seeing Chi-Chi's pitiful tears, a flicker of sympathy crossed the burly officer's eyes. But remembering the authority of the station chief, that sympathy vanished instantly. He sighed and said, "Little girl, your father has broken the law, so we have to take him in for investigation. If he's innocent, well, release him." "No, no." Chi-Chi shook her head vigorously, crying out, "My daddy is a good man, he hasn't done anything wrong. You can take him away. Chi-Chi, don't be afraid. Daddy is fine." Seeing his little princess so heartbroken, Lin Fan felt a pang of sorrow. He gently wiped the tears from Chi-Chi's face, whispered a word of comfort, then looked up at Li Ming and said calmly, "Black is black, white is white. These people can't do anything to your daddy." Hearing Lin Fan's words, Li Dongmei sneered inwardly. What a fool. Even at death's door he still has the nerve to fool a child. Who does he think he is? He can't be touched. So young, so naive? Does he think society is that simple? Ridiculous. Li Ming also curled his lips into a cold sneer and said sanctimoniously, "You audacious villain. No matter who you are or what connections you have, as long as you break the law, I have the right to arrest you and bring you to justice." "Oh." Lin Fan replied nonchalantly, lazily lifting his eyelids and looking at Li Ming from a distance. "Just a small district police station chief, and you think you're a local emperor? Able to distort truth and cover the sky with one hand. You?" Li Ming was enraged by Lin Fan's words, but being a man of deep cunning, he quickly regained composure. "What are you waiting for? Arrest this criminal suspect immediately." "Yes." The officers responded in unison and closed in on Lin Fan. The burly officer reached out directly to grab Lin Fan's hand. Slap! Lin Fan slapped away the burly officer's hand, his gaze as calm as an ancient well. That single glance made the burly officer flinch, which shocked him. He shook his head and shouted, "I advise you not to resist. Otherwise we will take compulsory measures." Swish! The moment the burly officer finished speaking, the other officers all drew batons from their waists, and two even pulled out police-issue Type 54 pistols, aiming at Lin Fan. With Lin Fan's current skills, even if all the officers were armed, they couldn't harm him. But considering Chi-Chi in his arms and not wanting to frighten his precious daughter, he chose not to confront them directly. Instead, he reached into his pocket to take out his phone. "Don't move. Take your hand out." Seeing Lin Fan's action, the officers tensed up, thinking he was reaching for a weapon. "Hey, I'm just making a phone call." Lin Fan smiled calmly, pulling out his phone and starting to dial. Seeing Lin Fan on the phone, a sudden sense of foreboding surged in Li Ming's heart. Could this young man really have powerful connections? But the thought vanished as quickly as it came. In his eyes, Lin Fan was just putting up a last-ditch struggle, unwilling to be arrested. With his cheap clothes, worth barely 300 yuan, what background could he possibly have? Just a bluff. What are you waiting for? Arrest him. Having made up his mind, Li Ming barked. The officers hesitated no longer and charged at Lin Fan. But in that window of time, Lin Fan had already made the call. Without any pleasantries, he simply said, "I've been arrested by the Linjiang District Police Station." As he spoke, Zhong Haitan stood up, preparing. The burly police officer snatched the phone from Lin Fan's hand without checking the number, directly hanging up. To prevent any further issues, he turned it off and, gripping Lin Fan's wrist, cuffed him. "Don't be nervous, I won't resist, he. Lin Fan wore a calm expression, cradling Chi-Chi as he allowed the burly officer to cuff him. "Go." After cuffing Lin Fan, the burly officer shoved him hard and barked, "You bastard. Let's see how you manage this time." Li Dongmei glared at Lin Fan with resentment, stepping forward and reaching out to scratch him. Chi-Chi, seeing the fierce-looking overweight woman, turned pale and shivered in Lin Fan's embrace. Lin Fan's gaze turned icy as he looked at Li Dongmei. If this ignorant woman truly intended to go through with it, he had no qualms about teaching her a lifelong lesson. All right, sister, there are too many eyes here. Let's not do this now. Once we're back at the station, you can do whatever you want with him. Li Ming frowned and gently pulled Li Dongmei back. HMPH. Just wait. If I don't make you regret coming to this world, I won't be surnamed Li. Only then did Li Dongmei relent, threatening Lin Fan. At this moment, many people in the neighborhood noticed the commotion. When they saw Lin Fan being handcuffed by the police, they began to point and discuss. Who is that young man? Does he live here too? Probably not. Look at him, he's just a poor loser. I don't know what he did to offend Wang Chao. Although Wang Chao isn't a big figure, just someone who got rich through his wife, his brother-in-law Li Ming is the actual police chief, a significant figure in Linjiang district. That guy is probably in for a tough time. Soon Lin Fan was escorted into a police car. The burly officer and 2 other colleagues also got into the vehicle, leaving Jiangnan Waterbank community and heading towards the police station. Li Ming hurried over to Wang Chao looking concerned. How are you, brother-in-law? After speaking, he waved to a nearby police officer and said, quickly call 120 for an ambulance. Yes, chief. The officer quickly responded and began dialing. Wang Chao was sweating from the pain but forced a grim smile, raising his head to say, I'm fine. Li Ming nodded, straightened up and raised his voice. How dare anyone commit such violence in my jurisdiction in broad daylight, attacking our city's outstanding entrepreneur. As the official of Linjiang district, I feel extremely ashamed. But rest assured, I will bring the culprit to justice and ensure he faces legal consequences. After saying this, Li Ming deliberately surveyed the surrounding crowd. He left 2 officers to tend to Wang Chao and his injured bodyguards while he drove away in the police car with Li Dongmei towards the station. In the police car, Chi Chi lay in Lin Fan's arms, looking timidly at the 3 officers inside, worry creeping into her voice. Daddy, are we going to jail? Lin Fan instinctively raised his hand to pat Chi Chi's head but found it inconvenient due to the handcuffs. He could only gently pat her back and softly said, no, they don't have the ability to put Daddy in jail. We'll be leaving soon, we still have to buy a car today. Kid, don't brag in front of the child. You offended the chief's sister and brother-in-law today, do you think you can leave unscathed? The burly officer in the passenger seat turned back, sneering at Lin Fan. Lin Fan smiled indifferently and said nothing. Just wait. When we get back, you'll be in for it. The burly officer's expression shifted as he scoffed. Lin Fan paid no heed to the officer's threats. In his mind, these people were nothing more than insignificant ants. If it weren't for not wanting to scare Chi Chi, would he have submitted so easily? The Bolan River runs through Long City, dividing it into northern and southern sections, each section containing 3 or 4 districts. Linjiang district is located on the southern bank of the Bolan River, while opposite it is Binjiang district on the northern bank. On the riverside in Binjiang district there is a standalone villa facing the Bolan River, covering an area of over 500 square meters. Its prime location is unparalleled. The villa even has a natural hot spring, significantly increasing its value. One needs at least 100 million to afford such a villa. This villa is elegantly named Tuanshui Shangchuan Villa, and its owner is none other than Zhong Haichuan, the wealthiest man in Long City. Originally this villa was bought by Zhong Haichuan for his grandfather to enjoy his later years. However, due to his grandfather's old age and a recent recurrence of a chronic illness, he has been in declining health, making it unsuitable for him to live in a damp environment. Thus he moved to the Zhong family's courtyard in the city center, leaving the villa vacant. After Lin Fan helped with Jiyu Maihuan's infertility issue, Zhong Haichuan put aside all work and social engagements, taking his wife to Tuanshui Shangchuan Villa, preparing to enjoy some quality couple time and to strive to fulfill the noble mission of having a child. Little did they know that as soon as they returned to the villa, before they could even settle in, they received a call from Lin Fan. He said only one sentence before the call was abruptly cut off. I've been arrested by the Linjiang District Police. This single sentence made the face of this business mogul from Long City darken instantly. Having received such a huge favor from Lin Fan without a chance to repay it, he found out that his benefactor had been taken away by the police. After the call was cut off, Zhong Haichuan tried to call back but found the phone was already turned off, which made him exceedingly angry and suspect that Lin Fan was likely framed. Seeing her husband's grim expression, Jiyu Maihuan wrapped her arms around Zhong Haichuan, softly asking, "What's wrong, Lao Zhong? What happened?" HMPH. We just left and Lin, my younger brother, was taken away by the police. He called me just now and said that one sentence before the call was disconnected. I don't think this is simple. He's likely been framed, Zhong Haichuan said darkly. What should we do? Lao Zhong, you have to help. Jiyu Maihuan began to panic. Lin Fan was her great benefactor. Don't worry, I'll call to find out the situation first. Zhong Haichuan comforted his wife and searched his contacts for Mr. Li from Xingye Group, then dialed. Mr. Li from Xingye Group lives in Jiangnan Waterbank, maybe he knows something. Soon the call connected and Mr. Li's hearty voice came through the receiver. Lao Zhong, I was just thinking about inviting you for a drink the other day and here you are calling me. Zhong Haichuan spoke rapidly. Lao Li, let's postpone the drinking, I have an urgent matter to discuss with you. What's going on? As the president of the Long City Chamber of Commerce, Zhong Haiqian had honed his ability to remain unflappable over years of business dealings. It was rare for him to be this anxious and agitated, causing Mr. Li to become serious. Here's the thing, a friend of mine lives in your community and was just arrested by the police. Do you know what's happening, Mr. Li frowned and muttered, arrested by the police. I did see 2 police cars enter the community just now, taking away a young man who they said was a murderer. That young man was holding a 3- or 4-year-old child. But from his appearance he looked like a poor kid. Could he be the friend you mentioned? That's right, it's him. Upon hearing Mr. Li's description, Zhong Haiqian was almost certain that the person arrested was indeed Lin Fan and hurriedly asked, do you know the details? I didn't see the process, but the one who arrested him was Li Ming. I heard it was because that young man had some unpleasantness with his sister and brother-in-law, which boils down to Li Ming taking personal revenge. Hearing that Lin Fan was Zhong Haiqian's friend, Mr. Li unconsciously leaned towards Lin Fan in his words, though what he said was indeed the truth. Okay, I got it. Thanks Lao Li, I'll treat you to a drink another day. Zhong Haiqian understood the situation. No need to be polite. The two ended the call. Zhong Haiqian put down his phone, his face dark with anger. A mere police station chief really thinks he can act with impunity. I see you're at the end of your rope. Old Zhong, what are you planning to do? Jiu Maihuan asked anxiously over the phone after getting the gist of the situation. I'll personally go to the Linjiang District Police Station to bring Lin out. As he spoke, Zhong Haitan stood up preparing to leave, but Jiu Maihuan hurriedly stopped him, frowning as she said, isn't it inappropriate for you to go like this given your identity? Just call my brother, for him it's just a matter of a few words. Zhong Haitan turned back to glance at his wife, smacking his forehead and laughing. In my haste my mind got a bit cloudy. You're right, I really shouldn't go directly. In critical times I still have to rely on my elder brother-in-law. Zhong Haitan's elder brother-in-law Jiu Chenyuan is the director of the Longcheng Public Security Bureau, and he also has another identity. Before Zhong Mingyu retired he had served as Zhong Mingyu's bodyguard. Moreover, when Zhong Haitan was still young they often interacted. Apart from their official relationship they were quite close privately. After saying this, Zhong Haitan no longer hesitated and directly dialed Jiu Chenyuan's number. Before long the call connected and a hearty booming male voice came from the receiver. Haha Haitan, it's been a while since you called me. Have you almost forgotten your elder brother-in-law? Zhong Haitan chuckled in response, saying, how could that be? I've just been swamped with work. However, I called you this time because I have good news to share. Jiu Chenyuan, intrigued, asked, what good news? I have to tell you, aside from my sister's recovery nothing else could be considered good news for me. Zhong Haitan said, you guessed right, Meijuan's illness has indeed been cured. Although Jiu Maihuan is not truly pregnant yet, Lin Fan's insightful diagnosis of her ailment combined with his extraordinary alchemy skills filled Zhong Haitan with confidence in him. What? Jiu Chenyuan exclaimed, a mixture of surprise and disbelief in his voice. Is that true? You've been running around for years both domestically and abroad and nothing was figured out. I haven't heard you say you went out recently. How did it get cured? Zhong Haitan replied, am I joking with you about this? It's a long story, we just happened to meet a remarkable person. Zhong Haitan was not in the mood to elaborate on the details of the matter, he just briefly mentioned it and then directly got to the point. However, this remarkable person has been detained by the head of the Linjiang District Police Station and falsely accused of being a murderer. He paused, waiting quietly for Jiu Chenyuan's response. Upon hearing this, Jiu Chenyuan's expression changed and he asked in a serious tone, Is this true? Brother-in-law, are you telling the truth? Zhong Haitan affirmed, of course it's true, I wouldn't make this up. I've inquired about the situation from eyewitnesses. After Zhong Haitan's confirmation, Jiu Chenyuan suppressed his anger as he said, all right, if this is true I won't stand by. This Li Ming has committed numerous illegal acts over the years. Initially I turned a blind eye, but now he dares to target my benefactor. It seems he no longer wants to be the director. Jiu Chenyuan lost his parents early and has always depended on his sister. The two siblings share a very close bond. Lin Fan, having cured Jiu Meijuan, is Jiu Chenyuan's benefactor. Now that his benefactor is wronged, how could Jiu Chenyuan just stand by? After hanging up the phone, Jiu Chenyuan personally drove to the Linjiang District Police Station. On the other side, after being brought back to the police station, Lin Fan was initially locked in an interrogation room. The police did not make things difficult for him immediately, they just handcuffed one of his hands to the iron bars and then locked the door as they left. Daddy! The police intentionally shackled Lin Fan's hand to the bottom of the iron bars, forcing him to squat on the floor in a very awkward position. Chichi stood in front of Lin Fan watching her father's hand cuffed and tears fell from her eyes. Lin Fan hurriedly used his other hand to gently wipe away Chi-Chi's tears, softly saying, don't cry Chi-Chi, your daddy is fine. Look, daddy is okay. We'll be able to go out soon. Chi-Chi sniffled and asked, really daddy? Lin Fan smiled, of course it's true, when have I ever lied to my little princess Chi-Chi? Only then did Chi-Chi stop crying, using her hand to wipe her little face, and smiled at Lin Fan. Not long after, the door of the interrogation room creaked open and Li Ming and Li Dongmei walked in one after the other. Li Dongmei looked at Lin Fan with a fierce expression as if she wanted to eat him. After entering the room, Li Ming locked the door behind him, checked the surveillance camera in the corner, then leaned against the wall and casually said, "The surveillance is off, you can do whatever you want." Li Dongmei nodded and picked up a police baton from the table, grinning as she walked toward Lin Fan, saying, "You're quite arrogant, huh? Let's see you act tough now. Chichi, get behind me." Seeing the thick baton in Li Dongmei's hand, Chichi instinctively stood in front of Lin Fan, mustering her courage to face the fierce Li Dongmei, saying, "Auntie, please don't hit Daddy. Daddy is a good person." "Hee hee?" Li Dongmei sneered twice, saying, "A good person? HMPH. He's just a good dog. There's no way he can walk out of here today." Lin Fan looked at Li Dongmei expressionlessly. His heart was unperturbed and he even felt like laughing. "You idiot, how can you still have the mood to laugh when death is at your doorstep?" Seeing Lin Fan laugh, Li Dongmei scoffed and cursed. Lin Fan ignored Li Dongmei's malicious words and calmly looked at her, saying, "I have to say you all are quite slow. I've been waiting here so long my legs are about to go numb and only now do you arrive." Li Dongmei, upon hearing Lin Fan's words, seemed to have heard a tremendous joke, arrogantly laughing. "I've truly never seen someone so eager to die." As she spoke, Li Dongmei continued to walk towards Lin Fan with the baton in hand, while Chichi, gritting her teeth, stood in front of Lin Fan, showing no intention of backing down. Li Dongmei frowned at Chichi, let out a cold snort and directly raised the baton to strike at Chichi's head. Li Dongmei's action made Lin Fan's eyes turn completely cold. This damned fat woman actually dared to lay hands on Chichi. Didn't she consider whether Chichi's small body could withstand such a blow? Chichi stood frozen in place, watching the baton getting closer and closer to her head, frightened and forgetting to dodge. Li Ming behind her also saw Li Dongmei's action. He frowned and felt that Li Dongmei was being too rough, not suitable to be so cruel to a 3- or 4-year-old child. However, he had always indulged his sister and had never scolded her, so he merely frowned and did not speak up to stop her. Swish! Just as Li Dongmei's baton was about to strike Chichi's head, Lin Fan instantly extended his right hand and firmly grasped the baton. "You dare to act wild even after reaching this point?" Li Dongmei shouted, not pulling back the baton but instead turning around to grab an electric baton from the table. With a click, she pressed the red button and the electric baton suddenly crackled to life, revealing blue arcs of electricity jumping on it. "Let's see how you block this time." Li Dongmei wore a cruel smile, slowly closing in on Lin Fan. Crackle! Crackle! A burst of blue electric light flashed wildly in front of the stunned baton, emitting a sound like popping beans crackling without stopping. Chichi was already terrified, and in panic she burrowed into Lin Fan's embrace, her small body trembling slightly. Sensing the fear of his little princess in his arms, Lin Fan's heart instantly surged with towering rage. "A dragon has its scales, touch them and you die." Chichi was Lin Fan's inviolable scale. That beast woman had repeatedly tried to harm Chichi, constantly crossing Lin Fan's bottom line. Such a shrew, if he didn't punish her severely, it would not be enough to quell the fury in Lin Fan's heart. "Fatty!" Lin Fan suddenly bellowed. "Who?" Hearing this, Li Dongmei involuntarily looked into Lin Fan's eyes. In her vision, Lin Fan's eyes seemed to transform into a sky full of stars, twinkling dreamlike and illusory, causing her heart to uncontrollably sink into them. After less than 2 seconds, Li Dongmei's body trembled slightly, and then the ferocity in her eyes instantly vanished, replaced by vacancy and hollowness. Indeed, if someone were now standing before Li Dongmei, they would notice that her eyes were completely devoid of any spark, her pupils scattered as if she were possessed, having entirely lost herself. "Sister, hurry up and strike. If we delay, there will inevitably be gossip." Seeing his sister frozen and not continuing, Li Ming urged her. Though Li Ming, as the station chief, could practically rule his domain with an iron fist, such incidents prone to negative repercussions were best kept to a minimum. He didn't want to lose his official position over trivial matters. Who would have thought that Li Dongmei would completely ignore Li Ming's words, even slowly lowering the hand holding the stunned baton? Just as Li Ming was about to step forward, Lin Fan spoke with a cold sneer. "Go pick up the thing in your hand and hit the person behind you." Hearing Lin Fan's words, Li Ming sneered inwardly. Is this man scared out of his wits, telling his sister to hit him? But the next scene made his scalp tingle. Li Dongmei nodded mechanically, slowly uttering a single word. "Yes." After speaking, she instantly turned around, her head lowered, her eyes rolling upward, staring fixedly at Li Ming. Li Ming had never seen such a terrifying look in Li Dongmei's eyes before, which made him quite frightened. He withdrew his forward step and asked, "Sister, what's wrong with you?" "Why?" Li Dongmei suddenly opened her mouth wide and roared, then raised the stunned baton high above her head and lunged directly at Li Ming. Seeing the stunned baton crackling with electric arcs in Li Dongmei's hand, Li Ming's hair stood on end. He quickly dodged aside and shouted sternly, "Sister, what are you doing? In your brother?" But Li Dongmei acted as if she hadn't heard, completely unresponsive to Li Ming's words. After stabilizing her body, she turned and glared at Li Ming, emitting a low growl from her mouth, then raised the stunned baton again and struck at him under Li Ming's stunned gaze. "Lin Fan? What have you done to my sister?" Although Li Dongmei had lost her mind, Li Ming still couldn't bring himself to attack her, so he could only flee and dodge in a sorry state while glaring at Lin Fan and roaring. "Heh." Lin Fan smiled and said nothing. "Ah." Due to his distraction, Li Dongmei seized the opportunity and slammed the stunned baton directly into his face. Li Ming immediately let out a blood-curdling scream, his body convulsing like a sieve, then he collapsed limply onto the table. Clang! The iron table was pushed sideways by Li Ming's impact. The excruciating pain made Li Ming unable to remain calm. He kicked Li Dongmei in the stomach with full force, sending her crashing into the wall. The stun baton flew out of her hand and fell to the ground. Hiss! Ah! Li Ming, trembling hands covering his face, glared at Li Dongmei and shouted, "Li Dongmei, have you gone mad?" Lin Fan noticed that the right side of Li Ming's face was already charred and mangled from the electric shock. He he ha ha ha. Li Dongmei burst into maniacal laughter like a lunatic. After laughing for a while, she got up from the ground, grabbed the fallen slipper and charged at Li Ming with claws outstretched. Li Ming, also enraged by his crazy sister, no longer cared about anything else. With bulging eyes he started brawling with Li Dongmei. Li Ming was a man and had attended police academy. Although he hadn't fought in years due to his high position, he still had some foundation. However, Li Dongmei was no pushover either, just her bulk of fat made it difficult to handle. So for a while the two were evenly matched, trading blows and kicks. "Daddy, what's wrong with them?" Chi-Chi asked, puzzled, watching the two fighting. They were unkind to Chi-Chi, so heaven couldn't stand it and is punishing them. Lin Fan gently stroked Chi-Chi's little head and said softly. In truth, Lin Fan had merely cast a soul-stealing technique on Li Dongmei, but this was not something he could explain to Chi-Chi, so he just glossed over it with a single sentence. The soul-stealing art, as its name implies, functions to capture a person's soul. Those afflicted become like possessed, losing their reason and being completely manipulable, and after it ends they have no memory of it. This cultivation technique was obtained by Lin Fan when he exterminated the evil cultivator, the venerable evil spirit, in the past. Its full name is the Heavenly Derivation Soul-Stealing Art, and it is incomparably profound. At that time Lin Fan's cultivation level in the cultivation world was already unmatched, so he did not practice this technique. Now he was forcibly executing it based on memory, and though its power was diminished by countless times, it was still more than enough to control an ordinary person with no cultivation for a few minutes. You must know that back then the venerable evil spirit had cultivated this Heavenly Derivation Soul-Stealing Art to its great perfection. Relying on this technique, he could even control cultivators at the unity stage to do his bidding, causing a bloodbath in the cultivation world. Later, due to his excessive evil deeds, he was jointly suppressed by all the righteous sects. However, relying on the unpredictable Heavenly Derivation Soul-Stealing Art, the venerable evil spirit managed to kill many righteous experts even while surrounded, and eventually escaped smoothly. If it weren't for his lack of discretion, foolishly trying to flirt with Lin Fan's maid, which angered Lin Fan and brought about his own demise, he might have continued to revel in the cultivation world for several thousand years. With eyes as calm as an ancient well, Lin Fan watched the Li siblings fighting like dogs. He exerted a slight force with his wrist. The handcuffs originally locked around his wrist emitted a crisp sound and snapped into two pieces. Lin Fan pulled his hand out and casually rotated it. Chi-Chi's mouth opened wide as she stared at the broken handcuffs on the ground in surprise and asked in a crisp voice, "Daddy, how did you do?" "Because Daddy is a superhero. If I weren't strong, how could I protect my little princess Chi-Chi?" Lin Fan said with a smile. "Wow, Daddy, you're amazing." Chi-Chi clapped her little hands happily, holding Lin Fan's hand and turning it over and over, her big eyes full of curiosity. She couldn't understand how Daddy had done it. Chi-Chi was still young and had no concept. If someone else had witnessed this scene, they would have been utterly horrified. Iron handcuffs easily shattered. This completely defied common human understanding. Li Ming and Li Dongmei had been brawling all along, exhausting their stamina, both panting heavily. But driven by the Heavenly Derivation Soul-Stealing Art, Li Dongmei did not know what fatigue meant. Like a demon possessed, she persistently grabbed, scratched, and even bit Li Ming, using every body part she could. Li Ming had no choice but to grit his teeth and fight Li Dongmei. Knock knock knock. After 5 or 6 minutes, the interrogation room door was knocked on and a frantic voice came from outside. "Chief, it's bad. People from the municipal bureau are here." "What?" Li Ming was startled awake by the words "the city bureau is here," and not caring to continue grappling with Li Dongmei, rushed to open the interrogation room door. However, at this moment Li Dongmei had completely lost her mind. Disregarding everything, she opened her mouth wide and bit down towards Li Ming's neck. If she managed to bite him, it could result in a serious arterial bleed. Li Ming did not dare to take it lightly and hurriedly withdrew his arm to protect his neck. "Ah!" Li Dongmei bit down hard on Li Ming's arm, causing him to shout in pain. The intense agony triggered a surge of strength and he flung Li Dongmei away. Li Dongmei's head crashed heavily against the wall, producing a dull thud, and then her head tilted, rendering her unconscious. This was her second fainting spell of the day. Li Ming looked at the bloody bite marks on his arm and his face darkened ominously. However, he still understood that this was not Li Dongmei's original intention, and the true culprit was that Lin Fan. Thinking of this, Li Ming turned to glare at Lin Fan, harboring murderous intent, discreetly reaching for his waist. On the way back, Li Ming learned from Li Dongmei that Lin Fan was quite skilled. Therefore, just to be safe, he had brought his service pistol with him. Now completely enraged by Lin Fan, Li Ming had developed a desire to kill. Since he had already turned off the surveillance, even if he shot Lin Fan dead, there would be no evidence left. He could easily claim that Lin Fan had attempted to seize his gun to escape, and during their struggle Lin Fan was accidentally harmed, which would explain the injuries on both him and Li Dongmei. Swish! Li Ming abruptly raised his head, his eyes bloodshot as he glared at Lin Fan, his gaze filled with undisguised murderous intent, especially accentuated by the blood covering his face. Hey, you want to kill me? Lin Fan sensed the murderous intent directed at him but felt no fear, casually asking, That's right. I'll shoot you and then I'll say you tried to rob my gun and escape. It was self-defense. Li Ming licked his lips and said in a deep voice, given my position it shouldn't be difficult to make this story stick right. You are playing with fire, Lin Fan replied, narrowing his eyes and speaking calmly while pushing Chi Chi behind him. Faced with the crazed Li Ming, Lin Fan's expression showed little change. If this had happened yesterday, Lin Fan would have had no strategy, but now it was as easy as a walk in the park. Ha ha, still tough at death's door. I know you are a martial artist, but no matter how fast you are trying to bullet. No matter how strong your body is, can you withstand firearms? Even if you break free from the handcuffs, so what? I have a gun in hand, so prepare to die. Li Ming laughed heartily, drawing his gun and aiming it at Lin Fan. Bang bang bang. At this moment the police outside began to knock heavily on the door again, shouting loudly, Director. Chief Gu is here in person. He wants to see you. Chief Gu. Li Ming murmured, suddenly jolted. In Longqing, who else could be called Chief Gu but the director of the Municipal Public Security Bureau, Gu Chenyuan? The city bureau director was not someone a mere precinct director like him could compare to. Even with the greatest audacity, Li Ming would not dare to act foolishly under the watchful eyes of such a prominent figure. Thus Li Ming immediately reined in his murderous intent, giving Lin Fan a fierce glare, reholstering his gun, straightening his clothes and reaching for the interrogation room door. Director Gu Bureau? The police outside, seeing the interrogation room door open, had just begun to speak when they saw Li Ming's blood-soaked face instantly freezing in shock, their expression changing dramatically. They hurriedly supported Li Ming and said, Director. What happened to you? Li Ming gritted his teeth in pain, pointing his gun at Lin Fan in the interrogation room, saying through clenched teeth, This criminal tried to seize my gun and escape. I was injured during our struggle and my sister was also hurt by him. Hurry and call an ambulance and bring a few more people over to properly entertain him. I want him to experience a fate worse than death. Li Ming's voice trembled slightly from extreme anger and intense pain. He hated Lin Fan to the bone, wishing he could personally skin him alive, but the situation was special and he couldn't act himself, so he had to arrange for his subordinates to give Lin Fan some private punishment to vent his anger. Just as the police were about to respond, a cold voice echoed from around the corner of the hallway, Who do you want to make suffer? As soon as Gu Chenyuan appeared, he instantly overshadowed Li Ming's aura. He strode to the interrogation room door, first glancing inside to assess the situation, then turned to Li Ming with a stern expression, his voice severe as he said, Li Ming, have you become a local tyrant in this Ling? It was Gu Chenyuan and his driver Xiao Liu. As soon as Gu Chenyuan appeared, he instantly overshadowed Li Ming's aura. He strode to the interrogation room door, first glancing inside to assess the situation, then turned to Li Ming with a stern expression, his voice severe as he said, Li Ming, have you become a local tyrant in this Lingjiang precinct? You casually talk about making someone suffer, and someone unfamiliar would think they've walked into your private residence. You are utterly disregarding the law. Ignorant of the law and breaking it. Gu Bureau? The moment Li Ming saw the newcomer, he broke into a cold sweat, his speech stammering. Li Ming had not met Gu Chenyuan many times, but he had heard of his reputation. Gu Chenyuan was a battle-tested soldier known for his integrity and uncompromising nature, even earning the nickname Iron-Blooded Chief among his subordinates. Now with Gu Chenyuan suddenly appearing, it was surely not for a good reason. Li Ming's heart raced, unable to discern Gu Chenyuan's intentions, and he was worried that his recent actions had reached the ears of this iron-blooded chief. Gu Chenyuan sneered, speaking with an unusual tone, I didn't expect you, the dignified Director Li, would recognize me, Gu. I am truly honored. Upon hearing this, cold sweat broke out on Li Ming's forehead, causing him to shiver in fear. His unease intensified and he quickly forced a smile, saying, Gu Bureau, you're my superior. I will always remember you and your teachings. Smack! Gu Chenyuan suddenly slapped Li Ming hard across the left cheek, sternly saying, HMPH. You speak so nicely. Do you really think those unspeakable deeds you do behind the scenes are unknown? Let me tell you, based on your actions over the years, I am now terminating your position. You are no longer the director of the Lingjiang precinct. Come with me to accept the organization's investigation. Bang! Gu Chenyuan's words hit Li Ming like a heavy hammer. The phrase terminate your position completely panicked him. Being within the system, he knew exactly what this meant. However, he couldn't understand why the city bureau chief would suddenly strike him without warning. Though he was in a state of panic and completely uncertain of Gu Chenyuan's intentions, driven by a will to survive, Li Ming mustered the courage to retort, Gu Bureau, if you want to terminate my position, there must be a reason, right? Since I took office, though I haven't made many contributions, I have at least diligently maintained public security. On what basis do you want to terminate my position right away? Gu Chenyuan gestured to his driver behind him, sneering, on what basis? You're not convinced. Fine, Xiao Liu, let Director Li understand clearly. Xiao Liu stepped out from behind Gu Chenyuan holding a folder and tossed it directly onto Li Ming. Li Ming quickly caught the folder and began to read through it. After just a few seconds of reading, Li Ming was drenched in sweat. Li Ming turned over the documents in his hand, and the more he read the more his heart chilled. All the dirty deeds he had done, those he thought no one knew about, were listed in detail even more clearly than he remembered them himself. Jiyu Chenyuan snorted coldly and said, Li Ming, as the director of the Linjiang District Police Station in Longqing, during your tenure you repeatedly abused your power for personal gain and knowingly broke the law. To help your brother-in-law Wang Chao eliminate competitors, you unlawfully raided and sealed multiple building materials companies on several occasions, and you repeatedly accepted bribes totaling over 5 million yuan, laundering the money through Wang Chaos Company. 3 years ago you raped a female college student and later gathered thugs to threaten her into silence. 6 months ago you led violent enforcement that resulted in 1 death and 3 serious injuries. 2 months ago. Li Ming. Every single one of these charges is backed by solid evidence. Not only will you be dismissed from your post, but these crimes alone will earn you at least 20 years in prison. It's over? Li Ming shook his head and muttered. It was as if all his strength had been drained. He slid down the wall to the floor, slowly raised his head and stared blankly at Jiyu Chenyuan. Suddenly, as if possessed, he lunged forward, grabbed Gus' trouser leg and demanded, Why? Why the sudden investigation into me? Why is this happening? Bam! Jiyu Chenyuan kicked Li Ming aside, then bent down and whispered in his ear, I was willing to turn a blind eye to your behavior, but you had to go and offend my benefactor of all people. Benefactor? Hearing this, Li Ming froze for a moment, then suddenly realized something. He crawled to the door of the interrogation room just as Lin Fan stepped out. Li Ming craned his neck and stared at Lin Fan in disbelief. It's you. Who the hell are you? Li Ming was utterly bewildered. He couldn't fathom how this shabbily dressed young man could have connections with a top city official enough to make the city bureau chief personally come to the station to protect him and even expose all his dirty secrets in the process. Why? Why all of this? Director Li, do you remember what I said to you when you ordered my arrest? Lin Fan stood at the doorway of the interrogation room holding Chi-Chi in his arms, looking down at Li Ming. He said calmly, don't think that just because you're the police station director you can turn right into wrong and cover the sky with one hand. Right and wrong are not for you to twist as you please. And the sky is not yours to block. Hearing Lin Fan's words, Li Ming pounded the floor with his fist, overwhelmed by regret. If he hadn't gone to Jiangnan waterfront today, hadn't arrested Lin Fan, hadn't abused his power for personal revenge, he would still be sitting comfortably in his director's chair living a carefree life. But there was no medicine for regret in this world, and no such thing as if. Everything was too late. Li Ming felt his strength drain away and he collapsed to the floor, dazed and defeated. Take him away, and the one inside too. Jiyu Chenyuan waved his hand casually as if shooing away flies, giving the order. The original police officers at the station who had ridden on Li Ming's coattails committing abuses were now terrified of being implicated. At Jiyu Chenyuan's command they sprang into action, hoisting the limp Li Ming away. 2 others entered the interrogation room to carry out Li Dongmei. When the 2 officers went to lift Li Dongmei, the fat woman just woke up. The effect of the heavenly derivation soul-stealing art had worn off and she regained her senses. The moment she opened her eyes and saw Lin Fan standing leisurely at the door with Chi-Chi in his arms, she became agitated and shouted for the officers to arrest him. But naturally they ignored her, picked her up without a word and carried her out of the interrogation room. The original police officers at the station who had ridden on Li Ming's coattails committing abuses were now terrified of being implicated. At Jiyu Chenyuan's command they sprang. Jiyu Chenyuan looked at Lin Fan, smiled and extended his right hand. You must be brother Lin Fan. In Jiyu Chenyuan? Lin Fan shook his hand and nodded with a smile. Hello, Director Jiyu. Jiyu Chenyuan studied Lin Fan for a moment and asked, are you all right? They didn't give you any trouble? Lin Fan replied calmly, I'm fine. Thank you for your help, Director Jiyu. Don't mention it. Jiyu Chenyuan waved his hand dismissively, then said seriously, My Huan is my sister. You cured her illness this time, which fulfilled one of my deepest wishes. So really I should be the one thanking you? I see. Lin Fan nodded, neither servile nor arrogant. I hit it off with Brother Zhong, so there's no need for thanks. Jiyu Chenyuan nodded approvingly at Lin Fan's demeanor. He thought to himself that this young man was indeed extraordinary. Most people would be insufferably proud to have the city bureau chief indebted to them, but Lin Fan showed no trace of arrogance, a fine young man. No wonder Zhong Haitian cared so much about him. But what Jiyu Chenyuan didn't know was that Lin Fan's indifference was largely because in his eyes the director of a city public security bureau was not a particularly significant figure. In his worldview as a cultivator, no matter how high a mortal status or how great their power, they were no different from ordinary people. No matter how stunning the beauty or how vast the empire, all would eventually turn to dust and bone. And Lin Fan, having crossed over from the cultivation world through a soul transmigration, would never be content with a mere few decades of life. What he sought was immortality, eternal life without death, the freedom to roam the universe. Not only for himself but also for the little treasure in his arms and perhaps for others he cared about. Jiyu Chenyuan laughed heartily and said, since you call Haitian Brother Zhong, don't stand on ceremony with me. I'm a few years older than you, so calling me Brother Jiyu wouldn't be a loss, would it? Jiyu Chenyuan came from a military background, forthright and unrestrained, a personality that Lin Fan found agreeable. So he didn't stand on ceremony and nodded. Brother Jiyu, I'll take you up on that. Ha ha. Brother Lin, I'll be blunt with you, I really like you. Jiyu Chenyuan clapped Lin Fan on the shoulder with a laugh. At that moment the mischievous and clever Chichi blinked her big watery eyes, looked warily at Jiyu Chenyuan and said in her childish voice, Uncle, you can't like Daddy. Only Mommy can like Daddy. Ha ha ha. Hearing the child's innocent words, both Jiyu Chenyuan and Lin Fan laughed. Buzz, ring. Just then Jiyu Chenyuan's phone rang. He took it out, glanced at the screen and answered. As soon as he picked up, Zhong Haitian's anxious voice came through. Brother, how is Brother Lin doing? See, my brother-in-law is worried. Jiyu Chenyuan glanced at Lin Fan and said with a smile, then spoke into the phone, don't worry. A mere station chief like Li Ming can cause much trouble. I came in person. If I let anything happen to Brother Lin, then I might as well resign as director. Phew, that's good. Zhong Haitian let out an obvious sigh of relief. What's there to worry about when I've stepped in? Jiyu Chenyuan joked, then looked at Lin Fan and asked, Brother Lin, how about we go to my brother-in-law's place for a visit? Sure. Lin Fan nodded. Earlier Zhong Haitian had invited him to his home, but he had declined to avoid causing trouble. Now that he owed him a favor, it was only right to go and thank him in person. All right, let's go. Jiyu Chenyuan smiled, said a few words to Zhong Haitian, then hung up and walked out of the police station with Lin Fan. They drove to the Twenchue Shangchuan villa. Half an hour later a black Audi sedan stopped in front of the Twenchue Shangchuan villa, followed by a middle-aged man in a tailored suit and a young man in simple clothes holding a cute child getting out of the car. After getting out of the car, Lin Fan looked at the villa in surprise. This villa was built against the waves of the river? While an ordinary person might not notice anything unusual, Lin Fan could see the faint traces of spiritual energy surrounding the villa, and the trees around it appeared to be more lush and healthy than those in other areas. Lin Fan couldn't help but exclaim, this truly is a wonderful place. Jiyu Chenyuan introduced Haha Lin. To be honest, the location of this villa is quite significant. The old leader had Haitan buy this villa specifically for the old man's retirement, so a feng shui master from Shangang was invited to carefully assess the feng shui of the Dragon City, and this place was ultimately chosen. That feng shui master was quite reputable. He claimed that this location was a blessed land. Living here not only helps maintain physical and mental health but also benefits future generations. If it weren't for the old man's health issues making it unsuitable to live near water, he would have lived here permanently. The old leader that Jiyu Chenyuan spoke of was naturally Zhong Mingyu, the current head of the Zhong family. Hearing Jiyu Chenyuan's words, Lin Fan nodded. Although the feng shui master's words were somewhat vague, they were not incorrect. In a world where spiritual energy is depleted, encountering such a rich source of spiritual energy is truly rare. Places like this blessed land can at least ensure that flowers and plants flourish with pleasant weather, warm in winter and cool in summer, and for cultivators it can accelerate their training speed. In the cultivation world there are countless blessed lands. Those top sects and families all choose their bases in the finest blessed lands, where the speed of cultivation is many times faster than in the outside world. This is also the foundation of their enduring prosperity. Although this area might be considered an unremarkable blessed land in the cultivation world on this spiritually depleted earth, it is undoubtedly a great place. Lin Fan casually asked, such a villa must not be cheap, right? Jiyu Chenyuan held up a hand to indicate a number, saying back then Haitan spent 20 million just to buy this piece of land. After the villa was built, its current market value is definitely over 60 million. Adding the feng shui aspect, it's conservatively estimated to be around 80 to 90 million, if not more. Hearing this number, Lin Fan nodded without much emotional reaction. This calm demeanor impressed Jiyu Chenyuan, raising his evaluation of Lin Fan once again. Haha, big brother Lin, you're here. Princess Chichi, hello. At this time Zhong Haitan and Jiyu Maihuan had already come out to greet them, smiling warmly. Hello, uncle. Chichi recognized Zhong Haitan and was quite fond of this uncle, who always brought her little gifts whenever they met. After a few pleasantries at the door, everyone entered the villa together. Upon entering the villa, Lin Fan saw that the yard featured a 3-story villa occupying at least 500 square meters including the yard. As they stepped through the entrance, a stone path led to the small building with various exotic flowers planted on either side. A faint pleasant fragrance permeated the entire villa, subtle yet not overpowering, creating an incredibly comfortable atmosphere. Once inside the villa, everyone took their seats. Zhong Haitan magically produced a small toy for Chichi, causing her to smile with her eyes squinting in delight. Jiyu Maihuan took Chichi from Lin Fan's arms and began playing with her. Jiyu Maihuan had always wanted a child but was unable to have one, so she was especially fond of small children. After watching Chichi run off to play, Lin Fan turned his attention back and clasped his fist, saying, Big brother Zhong, big brother Jiyu, thank you very much for this matter. Zhong Haitan casually waved his hand, saying, you're too polite, Lin. Speaking of which, you cured Meiwan's poison and we haven't had the chance to properly thank you yet. Poison? Jiyu Chenyuan, being someone who worked in criminal investigation, keenly caught the key information in Zhong Haitan's words. His eyes narrowed and his voice turned icy. Haitan, what poison? What happened? Zhong Haitan sighed, speaking slowly. Mei Wan's inability to conceive is not her fault, she was poisoned. This is outrageous. Who did this? Jiyu Chenyuan was immediately furious, slamming his fist on the coffee table. As for this sister whom he had grown up with, Jiyu Chenyuan was very fond of her. The fact that Jiyu Maihuan was unable to conceive had always been a worry for him. Now that he learned she had been poisoned, how could he not be enraged? Sigh. Zhong Haitan sighed, speaking slowly. I don't have sufficient evidence yet, but big brother, don't worry, I will definitely give Meijuan and you a satisfactory answer. Big brother Zhong Lin Fan thought for a moment and reminded the ice moon violet is not an ordinary flower. Common people cannot even come into contact with it and wouldn't know its effects. The mastermind behind this must have a powerful ally. You should refrain from acting rashly. Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, Zhong Haitan had no immediate reaction, but the hot-tempered Jiyu Chenyuan could no longer hold back. He grabbed a ceramic cup from the coffee table, squeezing it with force until it shattered, glaring angrily. A powerful ally. I want to see which powerful ally. Humph. Zhong Haitan chuckled, saying, Lin, you may not know my big brother is not only the head of the Dragon City Public Security Bureau holding significant power, but he is also a genuine external strength martial artist, just one step away from becoming an internal strength martial artist. His strength is formidable, so there's no need to worry. Oh. Lin Fan's mind stirred and he asked, how is the distinction made between external strength and internal strength martial artists, and is there a higher realm above that? Lin Fan had learned from Wang Chaos Bodyguard that there were also cultivation levels on Earth. At the time, the bodyguard had thought Lin Fan was an internal strength martial artist, which made Lin Fan eager to understand the specifics. Zhong Haitan himself had no cultivation, so he wasn't particularly knowledgeable about this. He looked up at Jiyu Chenyuan, who smiled slightly and said, all right, since Lin has an interest, I will explain these intricacies to you. Please go ahead. Jiyu Chenyuan cleared his throat and began, in our Xia country we have a long history spanning 5,000 years. Since ancient times, martial arts have flourished with a long lineage that has formed a complete cultivation system and hierarchy. Of course, ordinary people are not aware of these matters, they are only known within the ancient martial arts community. Lin Fan asked, ancient martial arts community? Exactly. A Jiyu Chenyuan nodded and continued, in modern society martial artists are a minority. If they were allowed to act freely in society, it would lead to serious social unrest and affect public safety. Thus, to prevent martial artists from breaking the law, successive governments and even the current government have imposed strict regulations on them. The state apparatus possesses absolute powerful force and has established specialized departments to restrain martial artists, prohibiting them from causing chaos in the secular world. The circle of martial artists, once known as the martial world or rivers and lakes in ancient times, is now referred to as the ancient martial arts community, and practitioners are collectively known as ancient martial artists. Due to the changes in dynasties and the ravages of foreign powers in recent times, the country has been in turmoil, causing many martial arts to be lost. The ancient martial arts community is no longer as prosperous as it once was, and the number of ancient martial artists has drastically decreased. Nowadays, the vast majority of people are even unaware of the existence of ancient martial arts. To them, feats like walking on rooftops are merely fantasies found in martial arts novels. Currently, based on the information I have, there are 3 major realms in ancient martial arts: external strength, internal strength, and chi strength. I am currently an external strength martial artist, just one step away from achieving internal strength. Lin Fan, upon hearing this, asked again, how exactly are external force, internal force, and chi force classified? Zhong Haitian also looked at Jiyu Chenyuan with keen interest. He was not a martial artist, so he only knew a little about the relevant knowledge of the ancient martial world and was not clear about the specifics. Now that he had a chance to learn about this unfamiliar field, he was quite interested. Jiyu Chenyuan moved his fists as swift as the wind and said, martial artists emphasize training the bones, tendons, and skin externally and cultivating a single breath internally. This sentence illustrates the first 2 realms of ancient martial artists. External force martial artists are those who stimulate their physical potential, strengthening the body and health. Once reaching this realm, they are vastly different from ordinary people, as if reborn. They may be as fast as lightning, as strong as a bull, or as tough as steel. In short, facing an external force martial artist, ordinary people can hardly harm them in the slightest. But external force martial artists rely solely on physical energy and can only practice some external techniques. As the saying goes, practicing punches without cultivating inner skill leads to nothing in old age. Simply cultivating external techniques will never reach the Hall of Elegance. When encountering an internal force martial artist, their proud physical qualities are useless and will collapse in an instant. Of course, every rule has its exception. For example, the overlord of Western Chu 2,000 years ago was such an exception. According to historical records, it is speculated that the overlord of Western Chu was only at the external force realm, but his physique was extremely special and he seemed to have practiced a special body refining technique, making his physical body incredibly powerful. Relying solely on physical strength, he could even suppress internal force martial artists. Now let's talk about internal force martial artists. If an external force martial artist generates a trace of chi energy within their body, they are considered to have stepped into internal force, also known as a qigong master. This chi energy is called true chi or internal energy. Internal force martial artists can already initially communicate with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, using it to strengthen and refine the true chi within their bodies, making it circulate and continuously enhance bodily functions, greatly improving their strength, speed and reaction time. I have no talent for cultivation. I have only touched the threshold of internal force and I don't know when I will advance. I am truly a disgrace to the 8 trigrams fist. Despite saying this, Jiyu Chenyuan's tone showed no dejection, instead there was a hint of pride. In the last century the nation was in a state of war for nearly half the time. At the critical moment of national survival, the ancient martial world could not stand idly by. Many ancient martial families and sects emerged and countless ancient martial artists rushed to the battlefield to fight the enemy. Although ancient martial artists were formidable in individual combat, they were not gods after all. No matter how high their realm, how could they guarantee their own safety on a battlefield full of gunfire and explosions? Countless ancient martial artists fell on the battlefield defending their homeland. This led to the number of ancient martial artists reaching a historic low after entering the new century. Jiyu Chenyuan was not a martial arts fanatic. He first served in the military and later held official positions within the system. Being able to cultivate to the peak of external force in his spare time was definitely something to be proud of. In Lin Fan's view, Jiyu Chenyuan's explanation of the external force and internal force realm seemed no different from the Huqian and Xianqian realms of the cultivation world. In the cultivation world, besides cultivators, there was also a much larger mundane world. Within the mundane world there were also cultivation levels, namely Huqian and Xianqian, which seemed to correspond to the external force and internal force of the ancient martial world on Earth. Then does Qi force correspond to the Qi refining stage of the cultivation world? If so, there might actually be cultivators on Earth. Or rather, Earth has a cultivation system similar to that of the cultivation world. With this thought, Lin Fan's mind stirred and he looked at Jiyu Chenyuan, asking her brother Jiyu, how is Qi force defined? Zhong Haitian recalled the incident that morning when Lin Fan pressed his bare hand against a small pot and his mind stirred. He smiled and said, Brother Lin, you should be an ancient martial artist too, right? What realm are you currently at? Oh. Jiyu Chenyuan looked at Lin Fan in surprise and said, Brother Lin is also an ancient martial artist. Ah? I suppose so. Lin Fan rubbed his nose and said. That Lin Fan was an ancient martial artist only surprised Jiyu Chenyuan momentarily. He quickly recovered, thinking that Lin Fan, being young, must be a rookie who had just stepped into external force. He didn't think much of it but asked with curiosity, you yourself are an ancient martial artist, how come you know nothing about the realms of ancient martial arts? Didn't your master teach you these basic common sense? To this question Lin Fan didn't know how to answer. Could he say that he had traveled from the cultivation world and was not an ancient martial artist but a cultivator? Not to mention whether anyone would believe this claim, Lin Fan did not intend to let a second person know the secret that he was a transmigrate. Forget it, it's not important. It's rare to meet an ancient martial artist. How about a spar with your older brother? Before Lin Fan could speak, Jiyu Chenyuan looked at him with blazing eyes, eager to try. Zhong Haitian looked at Jiyu Chenyuan with a mixture of laughter and helplessness, saying, Brother, your old habit has struck again. Jiyu Chenyuan was good in every way except for his love of fighting. Even at over 40 years old he was as competitive as a 20-year-old. Whenever he came across an ancient martial artist he would want to spar with them. However, in modern society the number of ancient martial artists was truly scarce. He hadn't encountered one for a long time, and now that he had finally met Lin Fan his hands itched to fight. Brother Jiyu, this isn't it inappropriate? Lin Fan was also helpless. We're all grown men, what are you afraid of? Don't worry, I won't hurt you. Well, stop at a touch. Jiyu Chenyuan thought Lin Fan was afraid of being injured by him, so he said magnanimously. All right. All right. It seemed he had no choice but to fight today, so Lin Fan nodded. Seeing Lin Fan nod, Jiyu Chenyuan's face lit up with joy. He stood up, took off his suit jacket and threw it on the sofa, then pulled Lin Fan toward the outside. Zhong Haitian shook his head with a smile and also stood up to follow them outside. Old Zhong, brother, what are you doing? Jiyu Maihuan noticed the commotion and asked. What else? Your brother wants to spar with Brother Lin. Zhong Haitian was also helpless about this competitive brother-in-law. After hearing this, Chichi immediately ran toward the door, shouting in a childish voice, Daddy, go for it. You are the best. Ha ha, Brother Lin, don't worry. In front of your daughter it'll save you some face. Jiyu Chenyuan turned to look at Chichi, who had run out, and said generously. Lin Fan thought this man was quite interesting, but he didn't say much and just nodded in acknowledgement. Soon Jiyu Chenyuan and Lin Fan arrived in the courtyard, facing each other, standing 5 meters apart. Jiyu Chenyuan placed his left hand behind his back and extended his right hand, assuming the posture of a lofty master, and said, Brother Lin, you make the first move. Lin Fan shook his head and said, Brother Jiyu, please go ahead. Jiyu Chenyuan was not one to be overly polite. With a change of expression he said, watch out, and let out a low shout, assuming the starting stance of 8 trigrams fist, then charged at Lin Fan. The 5-meter distance was covered in an instant. Jiyu Chenyuan clenched his right fist and aimed a punch at Lin Fan's cheek. This time Jiyu Chenyuan only used 70% of his strength. He was unsure of Lin Fan's abilities and was worried about accidentally injuring him. "Brother Lin, watch out." Seeing this, Zhong Haitian couldn't help but warn. As Lin Fan's #1 fan, she had no doubt about his strength. She was only slightly nervous but not worried because in her heart Daddy was absolutely the strongest, invincible. Facing Jiyu Chenyuan's attack, Lin Fan didn't move at all, as if he had given up resistance. Jiyu Chenyuan didn't care about this, but just as his fist was about to hit Lin Fan's face, he reduced his strength by another 20% so that even if he hit, Lin Fan would not be seriously injured. Swish! Jiyu Chenyuan only saw a blur before his eyes. Lin Fan's figure flickered and vanished from the spot. His originally sure hit punch actually missed. The punch that he had thought would surely land missed, leaving Jiyu Chenyuan inwardly astonished. He steadied himself, turned around and saw Lin Fan, who had somehow appeared behind him, his expression growing considerably more serious. Lin Fan's speed was too fast, far exceeding Jiyu Chenyuan's understanding of an external force martial artist. However, he didn't dwell on it, simply assuming that Lin Fan had focused solely on enhancing his speed. As for whether Lin Fan's cultivation level surpassed his own, Jiyu Chenyuan didn't entertain that thought. After all, Lin Fan was far too young. Brother Lin constantly evading is hardly the act of a true man, Jiyu Chenyuan said with a teasing smile. Lin Fan gave a faint smile and replied, "In that case, Brother Jiyu, you should also receive a move from me. Come on." Jiyu Chenyuan shouted, assuming a defensive stance, but Lin Fan's subsequent action left him utterly bewildered. Lin Fan bent down and picked up a fallen petal from the ground. Holding it between the index and middle fingers of his right hand, he looked up at Jiyu Chenyuan. Then, channeling his spiritual energy, he gathered it onto the petal between his fingers and gave a gentle flick of his wrist. Instantly the petal shot towards Jiyu Chenyuan like a meteor, seemingly light and airy yet swift as lightning. In that moment, Jiyu Chenyuan's face turned utterly horrified and every hair on his body stood on end. Jiyu Chenyuan's eyes could clearly see the petal drawing closer and closer. He knew he should dodge, but his body was too slow to react. In Jiyu Chenyuan's gaze, the petal grew nearer and nearer, and he could even distinctly hear the pounding of his own heart. Time itself seemed to freeze. It appeared to move slowly, but in reality the entire process was fleeting. Before Jiyu Chenyuan could even blink, the petal had drifted right before his eyes. Swoosh! The petal grazed past Jiyu Chenyuan's face, even brushing against his ear. Then with undiminished momentum it continued shooting backward. Thud! A faint sound came from behind. Jiyu Chenyuan, with a dazed expression, slowly turned to look back, only to see that the petal had actually embedded itself into the tree trunk behind him. The petal was embedded about a centimeter into the trunk. The part exposed had reverted to a soft state, drooping gently. What? Jiyu Chenyuan's pupils contracted, his expression as if he had seen a ghost. Feeling a slight pain in his earlobe, he slowly raised his hand to touch it. When he brought his fingers down, there was a faint trace of blood. Zhong Haitian and Jiyu Maihuan were utterly stunned. A petal, something that could be crushed with a mere pinch of force, could actually injure someone like a hidden weapon. The couple exchanged glances, both seeing sheer terror in each other's eyes. Hiss! Seeing the blood on his hand, Jiyu Chenyuan drew in a sharp breath and exclaimed, "FL? FL? Flying flowers and plucked leaves can injure. You are a Chi master." Jiyu Chenyuan stared at Lin Fan as if he were a monster. He had thought Lin Fan was just a novice external force martial artist, even speaking to him as a senior in the martial arts. He never expected this to be a Chi master. A genuine Chi master. A living, breathing Chi master. A Chi master right before his eyes. This was a Chi master. Even in the ancient era when martial arts flourished, such a person would be considered a figure of significance, let alone in this age of martial decline. After a long moment, Jiyu Chenyuan recovered from his shock. He quickly stepped forward, clasped his fists and said respectfully, "I, Jiyu, failed to recognize the master's true identity. I hope the master will not take offense." At this moment, Jiyu Chenyuan was speaking to Lin Fan as a martial artist. In the ancient martial world, the creed was to honor the strong, as master's age was of little importance. If Jiyu Chenyuan had been polite to Lin Fan earlier because Lin Fan had solved his sister's infertility, now aside from gratitude he felt a deep sense of awe. He knew how terrifying a Chi master could be. External force and internal force practitioners were merely called martial artists, while Chi masters were addressed as masters. The difference between them was like night and day. Lin Fan was not one to be overly modest. He quickly reached out to help Jiyu Chenyuan up and asked with interest, "Brother Jiyu, is the level I just demonstrated that of a Chi master?" Jiyu Chenyuan gave Lin Fan a strange look, thinking to himself, Master Lin has already reached such a realm, yet he doesn't know the specific classifications. But he only felt a bit puzzled and didn't inquire further. After a moment's hesitation he said, "That's right. Internal force martial artists can only use true Chi to further enhance their physical functions, which is but the most rudimentary application of true Chi. Once one can release true Chi externally to use it in combat, one steps into the Chi master realm. The move Master Lin just displayed is a classic hallmark of a Chi master. Flying flowers and plucked leaves can all cause injury. A Chi master can release true Chi externally and attach it to external objects, thus turning anything into a deadly weapon. In the hands of a chi master, a willow branch can be a sword that cuts through iron, leaves and petals can be lethal projectiles, and even an embroidery thread can easily pierce steel plates. The last time I saw a chi master was 5 years ago. I never thought I would witness the prowess of a chi master again today, and such a young one at that. Truly this journey has been worthwhile. Attaching true chi to external objects. Lin Fan noted Ji Chenyuan's phrasing. From the literal meaning, it seemed that true chi could only be released onto objects in direct contact with the hands, not true external release. This matched the characteristics of the early chi refining stage. As for himself, he could now control objects from a distance, which meant he had entered the mid-chi refining stage. In terms of ancient martial arts cultivation levels, it should be a rank higher. With this thought, Lin Fan fixed his gaze on Ji Chenyuan and asked, then beyond the chi master, are there even higher realms? I'm ashamed to say I am only an external force martial artist. The highest realm I have come into contact with is that of the chi master. Beyond that I am not well informed. Lin Fan was somewhat disappointed by Ji Chenyuan's words, but what he said next made Lin Fan's eyes light up. However, I have heard that there is also the title of Grandmaster in the ancient martial world, called a martial Grandmaster. It is said that once one reaches the martial Grandmaster realm, they have cultivated their internal true chi to perfection, transcending the mortal body. They can control objects from a distance and effortlessly take a person's head from 100 meters away, truly terrifying. Mystical martial arts like the 18 dragon subduing palms and the 6 meridian divine sword mentioned in martial arts novels are rough descriptions of a martial grandmaster's abilities. At this point, Lin Fan had roughly understood the basic cultivation levels on Earth. External force martial artists corresponded to the Huqian stage and internal force martial artists corresponded to the Zhantian stage. These two realms were still at the secular level in the cultivation world. Chi masters and martial grandmasters corresponded to the early and mid-chi refining stages respectively. Lin Fan was currently in the mid-chi refining stage, which would make him a martial grandmaster in the ancient martial world. But Lin Fan had absolute confidence that any ordinary martial grandmaster would not last 3 moves against him. After all, he came from the cultivation world. He was not merely a martial artist but a true cultivator. His understanding and mastery of true chi far surpassed that of so-called ancient martial artists on Earth. The cultivation civilization of the cultivation world was thousands of years ahead of Earth. Lin Fan did not reveal his true cultivation level. It was not that he intended to conceal it, but he understood that a 25-year-old martial grandmaster would be astonishingly shocking to this world. Through Ji Chenyuan's introduction, Lin Fan realized, or rather confirmed, that this Earth was not as simple as he had imagined. He had only encountered information corresponding to the mid-chi refining stage, but this was certainly not the end. There must be existences of higher realms on this planet. Earth, seemingly depleted of spiritual energy, was actually hiding dragons and crouching tigers. Lin Fan was confident in being invincible within the same realm, but he knew little about higher realms. Until he had absolute power to act without restraint, he did not wish to invite unnecessary trouble. Ji Chenyuan was shocked by Lin Fan's strength, while Zhong Haitian and Ji Maihuan were already in a daze, their hearts churning like turbulent waves, unable to calm down. They exchanged glances and saw the horror reflected in each other's eyes. Such delicate petals could actually pierce into the tree trunk. What terrifying force must that be? This is not a movie, it's a real event happening right before their eyes. As for little Princess Kiki, she was unaware of the significance of Lin Fan's earlier display. All she knew was that her daddy had won, defeating that burly and fierce uncle, and she joyfully clapped her hands and jumped around exclaiming, "Wow! Daddy is amazing! Daddy is so handsome!" Hearing Kiki's jubilant cheers, Lin Fan turned around, his face adorned with a warm smile like a spring breeze. He stepped towards Kiki, picked her up and planted a kiss on her little face. The kiss from daddy made Kiki's smile even more radiant. Ji Chenyuan watched Lin Fan's retreating figure, his heart still unable to settle down. He never expected that the young man he pulled out from the police station today, a young father with a cute child, was actually a master of chi. At the same time, he felt a surge of anxiety. Although their interactions were limited, he could tell that Lin Fan cherished his daughter dearly. If he had arrived even a moment later today threatening Kiki's safety, that master of chi would have likely gone on a rampage at the police station. Don't say a mere district police station, even a heavily guarded prison could not contain a master of chi. If it truly came to that, things would become utterly unmanageable, and who knows, they might even get involved. Kiki's melodious laughter snapped Zhong Haitian out of his shock, and he looked at Lin Fan saying, "Lin, my young brother." "No. Master Lin, you have truly surprised us." Previously, Zhong Haitian referred to Lin Fan as Master Lin due to his profound medical skills, and now it was because of his even more terrifying prowess. Zhong Haitian had no idea how many more surprises and unexpected events this young man could bring him. Lin Fan waved his hand lightly and said nonchalantly, "Zhong, my old brother, please don't call me master. It's merely a trivial little trick, nothing worth mentioning." Hearing this, Ji Chenyuan, who had just walked over, couldn't help but chuckle and said, "Master Lin, you are jesting. The tricks you speak of are not something many can achieve in this world." Lin Fan turned around with a wry smile and said, "Ji, my old brother, you've come too. Regardless of whether my level is high or low, you two helped me today, so we are friends. Please refrain from calling me master again." Ha ha ha, Zhong Haitian laughed heartily, patting Ji Chenyuan on the shoulder. Brother, we are both of a certain age, yet we still can't match the nonchalance of young brother Lin. Young brother Lin, you are indeed correct, we were being pretentious just now. A master of Qi is a legendary existence. This is my first time coming into such close contact with one. I must admit I lack experience. Ji Chenyuan said with a slight pout. Ha ha ha. Everyone laughed and the atmosphere instantly became relaxed. Daddy, I'm hungry. At that moment Kiki, holding her little belly, said pitifully. Lin Fan then realized that his visit to the police station had taken up quite a bit of time. Unknowingly it had already reached noon, no wonder his little treasure was hungry. Upon hearing this, Zhong Haitian clapped and smiled. Little Princess Kiki is hungry. How about eating at Uncle's place? Kiki eagerly asked. Uncle, what delicious food do you have? Zhong Haitian smiled slightly and said, Uncle knows many great chefs. From all over the world they can whip up all kinds of cuisines. Whether it flies in the sky, runs on the ground, or swims in the water, just tell Uncle what you want and I will instruct them to start cooking. Kiki's eyes lit up and she excitedly counted on her fingers, saying, wow, I want to eat. I want to eat roasted pig trotters, and I also want cola chicken wings, and I also want braised fish. Seeing Kiki's adorable demeanor, the adults couldn't help but smile, and they all walked back to the villa together while Zhong Haitian called to have the chef start preparing the meal. The chef that Zhong Haitian contacted was very efficient. Half an hour later the prepared dishes were delivered to the villa's entrance. Jiu Maihuan had also tidied up the dining room and everyone began to eat while engaging in casual conversations. Zhong Haitian and his wife along with Jiu Chenyuan were all straightforward and open-hearted individuals, making Lin Fan enjoy their company quite a bit. The dining table was filled with cheerful laughter and the atmosphere was very harmonious. Kiki's innocent remarks occasionally made the adults laugh and cry at the same time. Halfway through the meal, Jiu Chenyuan put down his chopsticks, took a napkin to wipe his mouth, turned to Lin Fan, hesitated for a long time but still couldn't bring himself to say what was on his mind. Jiu, my old brother, if you have something to say just speak up. Lin Fan, being perceptive, had already noticed Jiu Chenyuan's unusual behavior. He also set down his chopsticks and looked at Jiu Chenyuan. Jiu Chenyuan's face turned red and he said, young brother Lin, I have a rather bold request, I wonder if it's appropriate to mention. Before Lin Fan could respond, Zhong Haitian sitting on the other side laughed and said, come on brother, you've already said this much. How can I let you keep it to yourself? With Zhong Haitian's light-hearted comment the atmosphere became much more relaxed. Lin Fan smiled and raised his hand, saying, Jiu, my old brother, feel free to speak your mind. Here's the thing. Jiu Chenyuan picked up the glass in front of him, took a sip, wiped his mouth and said, in our South Jiang province's police force there is a tradition. Every year on August 8th a provincial police competition is held to distribute resources based on rankings. This competition is generally participated in by the special police from various cities. Currently I not only serve as the director of the Longcheng Public Security Bureau, but I also hold the position of captain of the Longcheng Special Police Team, the Flying Dragon Commando. In the past I had an old rival in the army who was in charge of the special police team in the neighboring Donghai city, the Fierce Tiger Assault Team. In the past 3 years of competition, Fierce Tiger has ranked first each time and Flying Dragon ranked second. Do you know what saying has circulated in the South Jiang police force? At this point Jiu Chenyuan's eyes reddened and gripping his fist he glanced at Lin Fan and slowly said, Flying Dragon is not a dragon, it's just a big worm on the ground. When the Fierce Tiger roars, the Flying Dragon retreats into the ground. With that, Jiu Chenyuan poured himself another glass of wine, tilted his head back and drank it down in one go. He wiped the wine stains from the corner of his mouth with his hand and then slammed his palm on the table angrily, saying, damn it, when I was on the battlefield killing enemies, that Zhao Diemo was still hiding in the kitchen chopping big cabbage. Now he dares to ride on my head. If someone else won I could accept it, but this Zhao Diemo had grievances against me when we were in the army. At that time his cousin violated military discipline and I punished him, causing him to lose his promotion opportunity. He has held a grudge for years and has never stopped making snide remarks at me, trying to annoy me. After last year's competition I impulsively fell for his provocations and bet that whoever wins this year would have the loser publicly apologize and shout 3 times that he is a turtle. Young brother Lin, can you let me, an old brother of a certain age, suffer such humiliation? Jiu Chenyuan looked at Lin Fan with eager eyes, waiting for his response. Listening to Jiu Chenyuan's account, Lin Fan couldn't help but chuckle, looking at him and asking, brother Jiu, how do you want me to help you? Upon hearing this, Jiu Chenyuan became excited, grabbing Lin Fan's arm and speaking rapidly, I want you to help train the little ones in our team. Well, Lin Fan hesitated. He just wanted to spend his days leisurely exploring with Chichi, enjoying a carefree life, and he didn't wish to take on any troublesome tasks. Seeing Lin Fan's reaction, Jiu Chenyuan felt a bit disheartened, but he was not one to easily give up. He quickly asked, is there something on your mind, brother Lin? Lin Fan glanced down at Chichi, who was sitting on his lap munching a chicken leg and getting grease all over her face. He gently wiped the corner of her mouth with a napkin and slowly said, I still need to take care of Chichi and I probably won't have much time. Watching Lin Fan's patience and attentiveness towards Chichi, Jiu Chenyuan had an idea and said, brother Lin, Chichi is almost 4 years old, isn't it time for her to start kindergarten? If you help me with this, I'll take care of all the arrangements for Chichi's schooling. Although it's not a difficult task, it can be quite troublesome if you have to handle it all by yourself. Additionally, it'll give you the title of Special Consultant for the Longcheng Police Force, which should help you avoid a lot of hassle. With the conversation reaching this point, it would be unreasonable for Lin Fan to keep refusing. He hesitated for a moment, then nodded gently and said all right. While Jiyu Chengyuan's conditions were one thing, Lin Fan agreed, mainly because Jiyu Chengyuan had helped him and resolved many of his doubts. Lin Fan was always clear about debts and grievances. He owed Jiyu Chengyuan a favor in this matter, so he agreed to this relatively reasonable request. Seeing Lin Fan agree, Jiyu Chengyuan's face lit up with joy. He laughed heartily, poured himself a drink and raised his glass towards Lin Fan, saying, "Brother Lin, thank you in advance. I'll drink first, you can join me when you're ready." After saying that, Jiyu Chengyuan tilted his head back and drank from his glass in one go. Lin Fan smiled and also raised his glass, downing its contents. "Haha, refreshing. I never expected to encounter a benefactor like you today, Brother Lin. Allow me to toast you again." Jiyu Chengyuan, his face flushed, reached for the wine bottle to pour more, but Jiyu Meijuan sitting beside him quickly stopped him, frowning as she said, "Brother, do you even know the state of your own health? You should really drink less. It's just a bit of alcoholic liver, it's no big deal." Although Jiyu Chengyuan said this, he still put down his glass without pouring more. Instead, he looked at Lin Fan and asked, "Brother Lin, there's only a month left until the big competition. What are your plans?" "A month? That's enough time," Lin Fan murmured, tapping his fingers on the table. "Brother Jiyu, could you briefly introduce the current situation of the members of the Flying Dragon Special Forces?" "Sure, no problem." Jiyu Chengyuan nodded and began explaining, "Currently I am only nominally the captain of the Flying Dragon Special Forces. However, in the past 2 years, due to busy affairs, I haven't been able to manage the team, and all tasks and routine training have been handled by Vice Captain Yang Song. The Flying Dragon Special Forces has 3 subteams A, B and C, each consisting of 10 members plus a team leader, making a total of 35 members in the entire Special Forces unit. The personnel distribution among the 3 teams is basically the same, including assault soldiers, snipers, observers, demolitions experts and technical specialists, all selected from top police and military academies, as well as the police forces of the counties and cities under Longcheng. They truly represent the strongest power of our Longcheng police. The events for this year's big competition haven't been announced yet, but they will likely include urban street battles, police and criminal roleplay, jungle combat, etc. In short, they require a high level of overall quality. My team's overall quality is definitely top-notch, but compared to the members of the Tiger Commando, they have a critical shortcoming: their combat skills. Most members of the Tiger Commando were selected from special forces by Zhao Damo, and they even hired martial artists as combat instructors to teach combat classes. Some of the outstanding members can spar with external martial artists without losing. This has led to my team's defeat in close combat during competitions, losing to the opponent. That's why I want to ask Brother Lin for help to train these little ones properly so they can help me gain face in this year's big competition." Jiyu Chengyuan grew more animated as he spoke, as if he could already see his team defeating the members of the Tiger Assault team. Lin Fan listened quietly to Jiyu Chengyuan's account and then asked, "Brother Jiyu, you're a genuine external martial artist, wouldn't it be enough for you to teach them casually?" Jiyu Chengyuan's face turned red and he scratched his head, saying, "I wish I could, but my sect has strict rules against imparting skills. I can only use my Bagua Quan for myself, I can't teach it to outsiders, not even my closest kin. If it weren't for this restriction, I would have already trained a whole team of martial artists and it wouldn't be a problem to defeat Zhao Damo's team." "I see." Lin Fan nodded. Zhong Haitan and Jiyu Meihuan might not fully understand Jiyu Chengyuan's concerns, but Lin Fan completely grasped them. In the world of cultivation, sects are numerous, and each major sect and family has its own unique skills which are fundamental to their establishment and certainly cannot be shared with outsiders. Even in the cultivation world it's like this, let alone on Earth, where human selfishness is universal. Jiyu Chengyuan then asked, "Brother Lin, do you have any thoughts?" Lin Fan nodded and said, "Well, I do have a suitable quick success method that I can teach them. How about this? After you return, notify them not to eat seafood or drink alcohol for the next 3 days and to stop their regular training, allowing them to properly rest for 3 days. After 3 days, we'll officially start intensive training." Lin Fan smirked as he said this, "It's going to be hellish training." Seeing Lin Fan's expression, Jiyu Chengyuan couldn't help but shiver. He began to silently mourn for the members of the special forces. The intensive training Lin Fan mentioned would definitely not be ordinary, but now only a harsh approach could bring about a miraculous turnaround. "Great." Jiyu Chengyuan nodded vigorously and said, "Haha, I can't wait to see Zhao Damo begging on the street like a turtle." Lin Fan gently stroked Chi-Chi's little head, smiling without saying a word. On the other side, at the Fang family in Yangan City. "Are you serious?" A young man nearly 1.8 meters tall but as skinny as a stick was sitting on the sofa holding a provocatively dressed beautiful woman in his arms. He squinted and asked while holding a red wine glass, "Indeed, young master?" In front of the sofa a slightly plump young man bent over, smiling obsequiously. "Yesterday at 1030 am at the ATM of XX Bank on XX Street in Longcheng, a withdrawal of 100000 was made. I also saw the surveillance video and it was indeed that person. However, what's strange is that he was also holding a child whose identity I have yet to investigate." HMPH. Does he think my money is easy to spend? The skinny young man snorted coldly, his expression darkening. Fang Yuan, you need to handle the matter at hand quickly. Set off within 3 days to retrieve my money. And teach that insolent fellow a good lesson, but don't kill him. I want to see him begging on the street without a penny to his name. Oh, and that child in his arms, bring her back regardless of whether she's his or not. Yes, young master. The slightly plump young man named Fang Yuan replied, straightening up slowly, his aura becoming increasingly formidable. It was clear that this unassuming young man was no ordinary person. Don't be angry, young master. Here, have a grape. The beautiful woman in the skinny young man's arms picked up a grape from nearby, gently peeled it and offered it to his mouth in a flirtatious tone. Fang Yuan's face turned red and he quietly exited the room. While Lin Fan was hosting Chi-Chi at the Chuanshui Shangchuan Villa on the other side beneath the Crown Entertainment office building, a stylish black Bugatti Veyron Grand Sport Vitesse convertible raced in from a distance, executed a dazzling drift and came to a stop in front of the entrance of Crown Entertainment. The car's metallic finish, sleek body lines and striking emblem drew the attention of passers-by. Once the car was parked, the young driver removed his sunglasses, picked up a bouquet of vibrant roses from the passenger seat, took a whiff with a satisfied smile and then stepped out of the car, placing the roses on the front hood and scattering petals across the front and back seats. After doing all this, the young man took out a small exquisite gift box from his pocket, leaned against the car door and casually stood beside the vehicle. This young man appeared to be around 24 or 25 years old, dressed in a well-tailored black custom suit, wearing a pair of Italian-imported crocodile leather shoes with a subtle smile on his face, his gaze fervently fixed on the entrance of Crown Entertainment. Under the scorching sun of July, the young man continued to sweat, yet he merely pulled out a handkerchief occasionally to wipe the sweat from his neck, showing no signs of impatience. In the security booth at the entrance of Crown Entertainment, 2 security guards were pointing and discussing the luxury car. One security guard with fair skin and slightly curled hair was fanning himself with his hat, glancing at the car and saying, "Hey, these rich people really know how to have fun. What do they come here for in this blazing sun?" As soon as he finished speaking, a lean guard beside him remarked, "Look closely, that's young Master Fu Zi. How many people in Long City don't know him? Ever since we got a new chairman, he comes here every few days bringing various gifts and trying to curry favor, but our chairman doesn't appreciate it at all." The portly guard said with a smirk, "Oh, I see Hez here to pursue our chairman. Hez really putting in the effort." The lean guard looked around and whispered, "Well, who could blame him? Our chairman is quite stunning. If I had that kind of capital, I wouldn't let her go either." "You? Dream on. Ha ha ha. You don't even qualify to be a sycophant. Just let it go, buddy, life is tough, you know." Just as the 2 guards were talking, Ling Xuefei and An Yanan walked out of the building. It was lunchtime and neither of them liked ordering takeout. They usually went downstairs to eat at nearby restaurants. Knowing this, Fu Zi often timed his visits to Crown Entertainment to intercept Ling Xuefei during lunch. As soon as Fu Zi spotted the figure he had been longing for, he perked up, adjusted his collar, picked up the roses from the car hood and strode confidently toward Ling Xuefei, presenting the flowers before her with a pitiful expression, saying, "Xuefei, you finally came out. I've been waiting for you under the sun, feeling like I might melt away. But for you I can endure anything. The most beautiful roses for the most beautiful you are. Flowers and beauty are the world's finest scenery. No need for that, young Master Fu. I'm afraid I can't accept such a gift," Ling Xuefei replied politely, her brow slightly furrowed. Ling's Wei-face refusal was courteous, but An Yanan was less diplomatic. She stepped forward and sarcastically said, "Young Master Fu, if you can wait, then don't bother waiting. I bet if you just waved your finger, countless women would rush to you. Why come here to hit a wall? Ah? And your humor is still on point." Fu Zi's expression flickered with displeasure, but he concealed it well, quickly changing the subject with a smile. "Xuefei, this is a gemstone necklace I got from a friend at an auction abroad called Crystal Love. I think its name and appearance match your grace perfectly. You'll look stunning wearing it, please accept it." As he spoke, Fu Zi opened the gift box, revealing a stunning necklace. The necklace featured a sapphire the size of a quail egg, sparkling magnificently in the sunlight. Such a large gemstone could drive countless women wild, and Fu Zi believed Ling Xuefei would be no exception, which is why he splurged on this Crystal Love necklace. As long as he could win over the beauty before him, these investments seemed trivial. It was only a matter of time before he succeeded. Unfortunately, Fu Zi's dreams were grand, but reality was harsh. Ling Xuefei merely cast a faint glance at the gemstone necklace in Fu Zi's hand before withdrawing her gaze, showing little emotional reaction. She lightly parted her lips and said, "Young Master Fu, this gift is too extravagant, please take it back." Xuefei. Fu Zi grew anxious. He presented the flowers and necklace toward her, urging, "Xuefei, this is my sincere gesture, you must accept it. Young Master Fu, please have some respect. My sister and I are going to eat, and as for your roses and necklace, just find any woman, I'm sure she wouldn't refuse." Xuefei. Fu Zi grew anxious. He presented the flowers and necklace toward her, urging, "Xuefei, this is my Ha ha, fine, I won't disturb you any longer. Enjoy your meal." Surprisingly, Fu Zi wasn't angry at all. He remained courteous, bowing slightly with a smile, saying, "But you must come to the party tonight, Xuefei." Without waiting for Ling's Wei-face response, Fu Zi elegantly retracted the flowers and necklace and turned away with a flourish. Once he turned around, the smile on Fu Zi's face vanished instantly, his expression darkened, and with a barely audible cold snort he strode towards his car. Approaching the car, Fuzi tossed the flowers and necklace onto it, then smoothly slid into the seat, turned the key, and the Bugatti roared to life, speeding away. HMPH. A spoiled rich kid who flirts around and doesn't know how many women has slept with, yet he dares to pursue Sister Shuefei. It's like a toad wanting to eat swan meat. Watching Fuzi drive away, and Yanan placed her hands on her hips and pouted. She had no good feelings toward this persistent rich kid who clung to Ling Shuefei. Let's go, Nan. Ling Shuefei said. Little sighed, softly patted Yanan's shoulder, and then turned to leave. And Yanan quickly retracted her gaze and followed Ling Shuefei's pace. Though Ling Shuefei showed no signs of emotion, did her heart truly remain unaffected. While in a foreign country with Chi-Chi, although she was far from home and had no family, at least she lived leisurely without much intrigue or conflict of interest. Now back in her homeland on her own turf, she found herself walking on eggshells for various reasons. The family's condemnation, pressure from elders, the sly tactics of old-timers in the newly acquired company, and the persistent flies buzzing around her all left Ling Shuefei feeling exhausted. It was akin to that morning's ruckus with Dong Dahai. If it weren't absolutely necessary, Ling Shuefei would not have personally taken on the role of spokesperson. Fortunately, with Anan as a good helper and Chi-Chi as her emotional support, Ling Shuefei transformed into a fearless and elegant female CEO, bravely facing numerous challenges and adversities, forging ahead against all odds. Thinking of Chi-Chi, a faint smile involuntarily curved the corners of Ling Shuefei's mouth. She wondered what her little treasure was doing at that moment. For some reason, Ling Shuefei missed Chi-Chi immensely at this moment, so as she walked toward the dining place, she took out her phone and dialed Chi-Chi's number. Beep beep beep. The phone rang for quite a while before it was answered, and a bright, cheerful voice of Chi-Chi came through the receiver. Mama, Mama, it's me, Chi-Chi, your most beloved little treasure, Chi-Chi. Hearing her beloved daughter's voice, Ling Shuefei's irritation dissipated, instantly replaced by a radiant smile as she gently replied, of course, Mama knows it's you, my little treasure, Chi-Chi. Have you had your meal yet? I have. Chi-Chi is already full. Ling Shuefei chuckled and then asked, what delicious food did Chi-Chi eat? Chi-Chi ate a lot of tasty food, like a big chicken leg and braised fish, and also cola chicken wings. It was so yummy. The sweet voice of Chi-Chi echoed from the phone. From Chi-Chi's description, it seemed that the person taking care of her daughter was treating her quite well, showing a bit of conscience. If Chi-Chi couldn't even have a decent meal, she would take her away no matter what. Ling Shuefei's lips curled slightly upward, her faint smile possessed a breathtaking beauty, and she softly asked, what is my little treasure doing now? Do you miss Mama? I do. I miss Mama. Right now Baba is taking me to buy a car. Chi-Chi replied joyfully. Buying a car? Ling Shuefei asked in confusion. Yes. Baba said that if we buy a car we can take Chi-Chi to many places to play. And Mama, I can't talk anymore, Baba, and I need to choose a car now. Before Ling Shuefei could react, the phone emitted a series of beeping sounds indicating the call had been disconnected. Ling Shuefei stared blankly at her phone, her expression a mix of daze and disbelief. Did Chi-Chi really hang up on her? What on earth is happening? In the past, due to her busy work schedule, she had no time to care for Chi-Chi. Every time she called, Chi-Chi would cling to her and talk endlessly, and it would take a lot of coaxing to end the call. Yet now with Lin Fan, Chi-Chi had taken the initiative to hang up. Could it be that after just 3 days Chi-Chi had become closer to her father? Ling Shuefei felt an increasing sense of crisis in her heart. She realized that if this continued, it would be extremely difficult for her to take Chi-Chi away in the future. Miss, may I ask what you would like to order? Miss. The restaurant staff inquired several times, but Ling Shuefei remained unmoved. Thankfully, the staff maintained their professionalism and continued to smile at her. Sister Feifei, it's time to order? And Yanan called out several times and waved her hand in front of Ling Shuefei before she finally turned her head, looking at her with a confused expression. And Yanan asked curiously, Sister Feifei, what's wrong? What did Chi-Chi say to you? You look so lost. I called you several times and you didn't even hear me. Ah. It's nothing? Ling Shuefei came back to her senses and realized she had unknowingly stood at the KFC counter. The staff across from her was smiling at her, and with an apologetic smile she pointed to the menu and said, sorry, could you please get me this a set meal? All right, miss, the staff replied with a smile, nodding as they processed her order. On the other side, at the entrance of Longcheng International Auto City. After Chi-Chi hung up the phone, she nestled in Lin Fan's arms, her big eyes curiously scanning her surroundings. The bank card Lin Fan won from the bet had a balance of 5 million. After deducting the 100,000 he withdrew for daily expenses the previous day, there was still 4,900,000 left, which could certainly buy most cars. Of course, luxury vehicles like Rolls-Royce Phantom, Lamborghini Bat and Aston Martin, which cost tens of millions, were another matter. If Lin Fan were still one of the 4 young masters of Yang'an, buying those cars wouldn't be difficult. But now all he had left was the less than 5 million in that card. Fortunately, Lin Fan didn't plan to buy an overly luxurious car. It wasn't that he was unwilling to spend money or couldn't afford it. In Lin Fan's eyes, whether money was plenty or scarce was merely a number. With his current abilities, could he still worry about not having enough money to spend? In the past, as one of the 4 young masters of Yang'an, he would only drive luxury sports cars. But now, having experienced different things, his mindset and vision had changed, naturally altering his pursuits. In his past life, Lin Fan traveled in a golden war chariot pulled by a sea dragon from the realm of immortals, which held a status comparable to the limited edition Aston Martin 177 on Earth. Now Lin Fan found himself on Earth, and to him cars in this mundane world, whether they were branded supercars or cherry QQs, held no significant difference. They were merely tools for transportation. After finishing their meal at Tuanshui Shangchuan Villa, Lin Fan did not linger. After chatting for a bit, he took Chi and left the villa, hailing a taxi to Longcheng International Auto City to buy a car. The Auto City refers to a centralized trading venue where numerous car dealerships and brands gather, creating a diverse marketplace. With a rich variety of options, convenient purchasing, a broad selection range, efficient service and standardized management, it represents a new marketing model that integrates consultation, car selection, financing, insurance, registration and after-sales service. Longcheng is the capital city of Nanjing province, serving as the political, economic and technological innovation center as well as a transportation hub. Although it may not compare to Yangon, it undoubtedly qualifies as a first-tier city in Xia country. Entering the new century, Longcheng's economy developed rapidly, with prices and housing costs soaring, leading to a very fast-paced life. It can be said that a metropolis like Longcheng is a paradise for the rich and a hell for the poor. Just like this international auto city, many people spend their entire lives without ever having the capital to step inside. Inside the auto city, numerous car salespeople, evenly split between men and women, range from university students in their teens and 20s to seasoned professionals in their 30s and 40s. They are well organized and disciplined, attending to customers in a certain order. If luck strikes and one lands a big deal, just the commission could swell their wallets. However, such occurrences rely entirely on fate. Rarely does anyone get envious enough to snatch a deal, as such actions would lead to disdain from peers. Once labeled a public enemy, surviving in this circle becomes exceedingly difficult. Currently, the one assisting Lin Fan is a youthful and vibrant young girl, appearing to be no more than 20, with flowing hair and fair skin, standing about 1.60 m tall, fitting the description of a petite and charming girl. She wore white flats and her smile was particularly sweet, with her eyes resembling crescent moons, easily endearing herself to others. The name on the name tag on the girl's chest read Chen Ran. Originally another male salesperson in his 30s was supposed to assist Lin Fan. Having worked in the industry for over a decade, he was experienced and insightful. Upon seeing Lin Fan dressed in what looked like cheap clothes, he presumed Lin Fan was not someone who could afford a car, perhaps just bringing his child to have a look. He might just waste his time, so he cleverly let a part-time college student behind him attend to Lin Fan instead. Chen Ran was merely working part-time at the Auto City to earn some pocket money during her spare time, a complete novice. She thought the old employees were taking care of her, and after expressing her thanks, she welcomed Lin Fan to choose a car. Chen Ran wore a sweet smile different from her professional one, warmly greeting Lin Fan. "Hello sir, welcome to Longcheng International Auto City. Are you looking to buy a car?" Before Lin Fan could speak, Chi raised her little hand and answered eagerly, "Yes sister, we're here to look at cars." Seeing the innocent and adorable Chi, Chen Ran couldn't help but praise, "What a beautiful child." Chi smiled sweetly and said, "You're very pretty too, sister." Chen Ran responded with a smile as well. The two beauties, one big and one small, smiled at each other, creating a lovely scene amidst the bustling auto city. Chen Ran turned her gaze to Lin Fan and asked with a smile, "Sir, is there a particular model you like?" Lin Fan said calmly, "Nothing specific. Show me some domestic cars first." Chen Ran thought this young father is actually a loyal supporter of domestic brands. She gestured with a please hand and led Lin Fan to the car display area. "So there aren't many purely domestic brands in our auto city, only about 10 or so. Domestic cars mainly target the mid to low-end market. This is the Hammer Knight. It offers good value for money, priced at just 120,000 yuan, and it's a popular model." Lin Fan glanced at the black Hammer Knight, nodded slightly and said nothing. Seeing this, Chen Ran led Lin Fan forward and pointed to the next wyned car, saying, "This is the milligram 6th in the same class as the Hammer Knight, priced at 138,000 yuan. Chen Ran took Lin Fan through the display area one by one, introducing all the domestic models, Zhonghua Chenggan, Great Wall Hongqi and other domestic brands. Half an hour had passed before they knew it. Finally Chen Ran brought Lin Fan to an SUV. Pointing at the black SUV on the platform, she said, "This is the Haval H6, launched in 2017. It's one of our best-selling models and is considered a legendary domestic SUV. The all-new Haval H6 luxury and super luxury models feature redesigned exteriors. The Haval H6 comes in two versions. The Blue Label version features a redesigned front grille, fog light trim and exhaust layout, giving it a more stylish and sporty appearance. The Red Label version has detailed adjustments with the fog light trim replaced by shaped chrome accents, adding a touch of refinement. Additionally, both versions come with LED headlights, providing better illumination and ensuring safer night driving." Chen Ran introduced enthusiastically. Lin Fan had been indifferent all along, seeming dissatisfied with the cars she showed, and she worried this deal might fall through, wasting her effort, so she pushed harder. Although as a car salesperson she had many experiences of wasted efforts, Chen Ran still didn't want to give up any opportunity. After all, her family's financial situation was not good, and if she could earn a bit more money it would lighten the burden on her parents. Listening to the girl's earnest introduction, Lin Fan smiled slightly. In fact, this car was quite good overall, acceptable in both appearance and performance. Moreover, the SUV's spacious interior suited his needs. "Chichi, do you like this car?" Lin Fan asked the little darling in his arms. It's okay. These cars all look similar, but Chichi wants a blue one." Chichi thought for a moment and said, blinking her clear bright eyes. Seeing Chichi's agreement, Lin Fan naturally had no objection. He turned to Chen Ran and said, "This Havel H6 then. He'll take a blue super luxury model." "All right, sir. Please follow me." Chen Ran was slightly excited. Having worked part-time here for 3 months, this was only her 5th closed deal. Although the domestic car wasn't expensive and the commission was small, it was enough to make her happy for days as a rookie. A hint of gratitude appeared in Chen Ran's eyes as she looked at Lin Fan, and she led him to complete the paperwork. After copying the ID signing documents and swiping the card, 20 minutes later Lin Fan drove the brand new blue Havel H6 super luxury SUV with Chichi on board, leaving the Auto City. I didn't expect this ordinary-looking man to pay the full amount in cash. After seeing Lin Fan off, Chen Ran couldn't help but wonder curiously. But regardless, she was happy to have sold the car. The commission from this deal was enough to cover her living expenses for a month. Chen Ran hummed a tune happily as she returned to the front desk. "Xiao Ran, did you make a sale? Was it that young customer with the child?" The male salesperson who had previously assigned Lin Fan to Chen Ran asked. He had just sent Chen Ran to attend to Lin Fan while he served a customer wearing designer clothes. But that customer browsed and asked many questions but didn't buy. Seeing Chen Ran leading Lin Fan to the transaction center, he asked. "Yes, I made the sale. That customer just bought a Havel H6 super luxury SUV in full." Chen Ran replied with a smile. "Oh, congratulations, Xiao Ran." Hearing Chen Ran's words, the male salesperson smiled with relief. He had been feeling a bit regretful for giving away the customer, but now hearing that the man only bought a domestic car worth over 100,000 yuan, he felt much better. If Chen Ran's deal had been for a car worth hundreds of thousands or even millions, the male salesperson's feelings would be hard to predict. He might bear a grudge against Chen Ran or even secretly sabotage her, given his decades of experience and connections here, far surpassing this college student who had just stepped out of school. Such is human nature, unable to bear seeing others better off than oneself. When others are in the same valley as oneself, there is no resentment. But if one is at the bottom and sees others climbing out, envy and resentment arise. Yet they never consider what those who climbed out have sacrificed. "Ran, congratulations." Another young girl about Chen Ran's age took her hand and said. This girl was named Wu Chen, a classmate and good friend of Chen Ran. They came to work here together. Seeing her friend close a deal, she was happy for her. "Qian, brother Jian, let's go to Zuixuan restaurant tonight. My treat." After months of part-time work, Chen Ran was not completely oblivious to social niceties. After all, this deal originally belonged to the male salesperson called Brother Jian, and he had given her the opportunity. So it was only proper to express gratitude. Brother Jian looked at Chen Ran with a faint smile, thinking to himself that this girl was quite clever. Although a meal at Zuixuan cost at most 200 or 300 yuan, Chen Ran's gesture made him feel good and genuinely accept her as a newcomer, resolving to mentor her well in the future. After leaving the Auto City, Lin Fan took Chichi to the mall, since having a car made everything convenient. They bought many household items and installed a child safety seat in the front passenger seat. Then they went to a toy store and bought lots of toys, which made Chichi overjoyed. She hugged Lin Fan's neck and kissed him repeatedly, laughter and joy filling the way. The father and daughter spent over 2 hours in the mall. Except for large items that the store would deliver to Jiangnan Shuyan, the rest filled the car to the brim. Lin Fan placed Chichi in the child safety seat, fastened the seatbelt and prepared to take her home. As soon as he started the engine, he thought of something. Lin Fan thought as he left the house that morning Chichi had been terrified by the frenzied border collie. He worried that this experience might leave an indelible mark on her young heart. Although being startled by a dog seemed like a trivial matter, Chichi was still very young. What if this one small incident cast a shadow over her psyche, making her afraid of dogs forever? Would she even fear other furry animals? Once bitten, twice shy? Lin Fan dared not take that risk. He could not allow even the slightest deviation in Chichi's normal growth. So he decided to nip this potential problem in the bud. It just so happened that he had something that could be put to good use. With this thought, Lin Fan turned his head, gently stroked Chichi's little head and asked with a smile, "Chichi, how about we find a little friend to play with you?" Little friend. Hearing this, Chichi turned her head. Her big sapphire-like eyes sparkled with joy as she looked at Lin Fan, clapping her hands and saying happily, "Yes, yes. Chichi has always been playing alone. In that place the other kids all looked different from me and I couldn't understand what they said." Hearing Chichi's words, a deep sense of guilt surged within Lin Fan. Chichi had grown up abroad, a world that was never truly hers. Of course she felt lonely there. Now that Chichi had returned to her homeland, back to Lin Fan's side, he would make up for the years of neglect and strive to be a worthy good father. Hearing this, Chichi turned her head. Her big sapphire-like eyes sparkled with joy as she looked at Lin Fan, clapping her hands and saying happily, "Yes, yes. Chichi has always been playing alone. In that place Chichi asked worriedly, Daddy, will he like Chichi? Will he want to play with Chichi? Lin Fan smiled and said, of course he will. Chichi is so adorable, of course he'll like you. Chichi grew even happier. The car filled with cheerful sounds. Daddy, you're the best. More, more, more. Over 20 minutes later, Lin Fan drove to the entrance of a pet shop named Duomile. At the entrance of Duomile Pet Shop, a rather large LED screen displayed a rotating slideshow of cute pet photos and videos, common cats and dogs as well as hedgehogs, woodpeckers, tiny turtles and more. All were adorable, accompanied by their sounds, drawing many passing children and animal lovers to stop and gaze or enter the store. Chichi, how about we go inside and pick a dog to be your little friend? After parking the car, Lin Fan pulled the handbrake, turned his head and asked Chichi. Dog. At the mere mention of the word, Chichi's body trembled. A glimmer of fear surfaced in her big eyes. She remembered all too clearly how fierce that big dog had been this morning. Boo-hoo, Daddy, no. Chichi is scared. Chichi sat in her car seat, kicking her little legs, crying with tears streaming down her face. Oh, my little darling. Seeing Chichi cry, Lin Fan panicked. He fumbled to unbuckle her seatbelt, lifted her into his arms, gently rocked her and patted her back, softly comforting her. Chichi, don't cry. Chichi, don't be afraid. Haven't you heard? Dogs are humanity's best friends, the most loyal companions. They would never hurt my little princess Chichi. Look how cute those cats and dogs are. Wouldn't it be wonderful to have a little friend to play with and grow up alongside Chichi? As he spoke, Lin Fan pointed at the LED screen at the shop entrance. Hearing this, Chichi peeked out from Lin Fan's arms. Her long eyelashes still glistened with tears. She sniffled softly and followed the direction of Lin Fan's finger. Chichi, that dog this morning, he didn't mean to hurt you. He must have been hurt or lost, very scared, and was actually calling out for our help. Look at these little animals. They're all so adorable. My little princess Chichi is just as adorable. You'll become the very best of friends. Seeing that Chichi's emotions had calmed down a bit, Lin Fan's expression relaxed slightly as he continued to comfort her. Daddy, is what you said really true? Chichi looked up at Lin Fan and asked very seriously. Of course. Daddy would never lie to Chichi. Lin Fan quickly nodded in agreement. Well, okay then. Daddy definitely wouldn't fool Chichi. Chichi trusts Daddy. Let's go find our little friend. Chichi wiped the tears from her face with her hand, blinked her eyes and said, Chichi is such a good girl. Lin Fan puckered his lips and gave Chichi a kiss on her little cheek. He pushed open the car door, carried Chichi out and walked toward the pet shop. Upon entering the shop, Lin Fan discovered that although the storefront was small, the interior was quite spacious, over 100 square meters. On both sides were many cages containing various species and breeds of small animals. Some lay quietly while others jumped and barked excitedly at the sight of newcomers. A budgerigar at the entrance flapped its wings and chirped welcome. Welcome. Seeing customers, a man in a work uniform wearing black square-rimmed glasses approached with a smile. Hello, sir. How may I help you? Lin Fan took a quick glance around and said casually, I'd like to buy a pet dog. Lin Fan's reason for buying a dog was twofold. First, the border collie that morning had frightened Chichi. As the saying goes, the one who ties the knot should untie it. The best way to dispel Chichi's fear was still with a dog. He hoped that by raising a dog and letting Chichi interact with it, he could completely eliminate her fear. The second reason was that dogs by nature are more suited as pets and better companions for children. Of course, even among dogs, different breeds have distinct temperaments. The golden retriever, the big warm-hearted dog of the canine world, is renowned for its gentleness, friendliness and intelligence. The husky, famously known as Let Go, and its gone, excels at both demolition and foolishness, always leaving its owner torn between laughter and tears. The poodle, small in body but bursting with energy, dares to challenge everything under the sun. The man with glasses smiled and asked, we have a wide variety of pet dogs in our store. What breed are you looking for, sir? Lin Fan replied calmly, I'll just look around first. Certainly, sir. All the dogs in the cages have been regularly disinfected and cleaned, no bacteria, rest assured. Each cage has a label with a brief introduction and the price. If you need anything, feel free to call me. The man with glasses nodded, gave a brief explanation and then left. After the man left, Lin Fan carried Chichi and strolled around the shop. As he looked, he explained to Chichi, Chichi, look, this one is called a border collie. He's the same breed as the dog we met this morning. See, he's only a month old, tiny and cute, isn't he? He ranks first in intelligence among all dog breeds in the world. On the shop. As he looked, he explained to Chichi, this tiny one is a teacup dog. Teacup dogs are one of the smallest dog breeds in the world. Look how small he is, he could fit right into a teacup, hence the name teacup dog. Isn't he that vivid? This dog with all the wrinkles, doesn't he look a bit funny and adorable? This is a pug. He bears a strong resemblance to a movie star from Hong Kong. This fierce-looking dog is called an American bulldog, commonly known as the tiger dog. Remember the big dog in Tom and Jerry? That's this breed. Lin Fan kept explaining and Chichi watched with wide-eyed curiosity. From initial fear she gradually moved to only slight nervousness and finally to no fear at all. The pets in the shop were all well-trained and gentle, which completely dispelled Chi-Chi's anxiety. She happily greeted the dogs in the cages and played with them joyfully. At first Lin Fan still carried Chi-Chi, but later he set her down on the floor, letting her play by the cages, interact closely with the dogs and engage with them. "Daddy, he looks so pitiful." Chi-Chi suddenly pointed at a shabby cage in the corner. She turned back to look at Lin Fan and said in her babyish voice, Lin Fan looked over and saw a Siberian husky quietly standing in the corner of the cage. It embodied the usual clumsy charm of its breed, but what was even more striking was that its left hind leg seemed underdeveloped, curled up tightly and short. It could only stand on 3 legs, struggling to maintain its balance. This husky was much thinner than the average one, almost skin and bones, with sparse fur, and its bones were clearly visible on its back, giving it a pitiful appearance. This was a husky with congenital developmental issues and a physical disability. "Doggy, what's wrong with that leg of yours? Did you get hurt?" Chi-Chi squatted in front of the cage, cautiously stretching out her little hand to touch the husky's head. Seeing Chi-Chi's movement, the husky lazily lifted its eyelids, let out a soft whimper, and then lay down on the ground, no longer moving, allowing Chi-Chi to pet its head. Boss. Lin Fan waved to the bespectacled man from earlier, who quickly approached and asked, "What can I help you with?" Lin Fan pointed at the husky in the cage and asked, "What's the story with this dog?" "Oh, this one." The bespectacled man glanced at it casually and said, "This husky was born with a disability. Its left hind leg is underdeveloped. I felt sorry for him and couldn't bear to abandon him, so I kept him in the store." "But who would buy a disabled dog? This dog has been here for over 6 months, completely unnoticed in the corner. Daddy, can we take him home? He looks so pitiful. Moreover, his name also has a chi in it. I want to play with him." Chi-Chi said, her compassion overwhelming as she clutched Lin Fan's pant leg. "Of course we can." Lin Fan did not correct Chi-Chi's mistake. Instead, he found her naive innocence adorable. He gave her a reassuring look and turned to the bespectacled man, saying, "I'll buy this dog. How much is it?" The bespectacled man looked at Lin Fan in surprise and said, "Sir, are you sure? He's disabled and taking care of him will require some effort." It wasn't that the bespectacled man was unwilling to do business. After spending time with these animals, feelings develop. He was concerned that Lin Fan might not fulfill his responsibility of caring for the disabled dog and might abandon it in a few days. A poor little dog that could barely walk wouldn't survive in this big city. Lin Fan nodded and said, "This is the one. Since my daughter has chosen him, I will definitely take good care of him." Seeing that Lin Fan seemed to understand his worries, the bespectacled man felt a bit embarrassed, scratching his head and saying, "You are truly a kind-hearted person, and your daughter is such a good-natured little girl. How about this? I'll give you this dog for free. I never expected to sell him. I just couldn't bear to see him become a stray, so I've been feeding him here in the store every day." "Uncle, you are a good person." Chi-Chi looked up, her little voice clear and bright. Ha. The bespectacled man chuckled at the praise from the little girl. Lin Fan patted Chi-Chi's little head. Although he was a decisive person, he did not want Chi-Chi to become cold-hearted. She was still young and character development should start early. Seeing Chi-Chi's abundant kindness made him very happy. "Boss, could you please get me some dog food as well?" Lin Fan didn't want to take the dog for free, so he decided to buy some additional items. "Certainly, sir. Do you need any toys?" The bespectacled man nodded and asked. "Toys?" Lin Fan was taken aback. He had never owned a pet and was quite unfamiliar with all the intricacies. "Yes, sir. We have 2 main types of toys for pet dogs. One is for interaction between the owner and the pet," said the bespectacled man, picking up an item from the nearby shelf to introduce. "For example, this cotton rope toy. One end is for the dog to bite, while the other end is held by the owner, allowing for a gentle tug-of-war game that can let the dog experience the joy of interaction. This squeaky chicken is a sound toy. Dogs are generally curious about such sharp sounds, which can attract their attention. These bouncy balls are throwing toys with good elasticity, and the trajectory is unpredictable. When thrown, the dog can find and bring them back. These flying discs are an advanced throwing toy that requires an open space to use, staying airborne longer, gradually training the dog to jump and catch the disc, which is great for the dog's intelligence and physical fitness. Of course, this husky has a physical defect, so some of these interactive toys might not be suitable. Besides interactive toys, we also have toys for the dog to play with on its own. Look at these rubber toys. They have good elasticity and toughness, filled with treats just like chewing gum, allowing the dog to chew on them, which can effectively consume the dog's time and energy, preventing them from being overly energetic and tearing the house apart. These are puzzle toys which also have treats inside, encouraging the dog to try different methods to obtain the food, beneficial for developing their thinking skills." The bespectacled man enthusiastically introduced the store's products. Lin Fan did not interrupt him and listened patiently. Chi-Chi, after hearing the introduction, brightened up, raising her chubby little arms and cheerfully exclaimed, "Let's buy toys, Daddy. We need to buy lots of toys to play with the dog." "Sure thing, little darling." Naturally, Lin Fan would not refuse Chi-Chi's request. He waved his hand and said, "I'll take one of each of those toys from earlier, and also several bags of dog food over there, plus 1 dog bed as well." "All right, sir." Although he wondered why Lin Fan was purchasing both throwing and fetching toys, the bespectacled man would certainly not refuse a sale. He smiled and added, "We offer home delivery for dogs and supplies. If convenient, please leave your address and phone number and we will deliver it to your home." Although this disabled puppy was not sold for money, these toys were worth quite a bit, and with the dog food it added up to a decent sale. Lin Fan nodded and said, "Jiangnan Waterfront No. 20 E District Standalone Duplex, phone number 185-2781. My surname is Lin." The bespectacled man was surprised that this young man in ragged clothes lived at Jiangnan Waterfront, but he only paused for a moment, said nothing further, and wrote down Lin Fan's address and phone number before looking up and smiling. "All right, mister. Lin, please pay the fee first and keep this receipt." Lin Fan nodded, glanced at the receipt, casually tucked it into his pocket, then paid and asked, "When can you deliver?" The bespectacled man replied, "I can deliver anytime." Lin Fan said, "Then let's go now. Follow me in your car." "Sure, mister." Lin? Once they had loaded everything, Lin Fan drove his Haval H6 and set off towards Jiangnan Waterfront with the bespectacled man following behind in the small truck. Once they had loaded everything, Lin Fan drove his Haval H6 and set off towards Jiangnan Waterfront with the bespectacled man following behind in the small truck. Soon the two vehicles arrived at Jiangnan Waterfront. After the bespectacled man moved the items into Lin Fan's villa, he took his leave. The husky, having left its familiar home, found itself in an unfamiliar environment and was somewhat uncomfortable. After being placed down, it lay still on the ground, looking around with anxious eyes. "Poor little doggy, I will take good care of you." Chichi squatted next to the husky, gently stroking its body, speaking in a baby voice. Seeing this, Lin Fan walked over and said, "Chichi, do you want the puppy to get healthy again?" Yes. "Daddy, do you have a way?" Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, Chichi immediately happily jumped into Lin Fan's arms, blinking her bright eyes as she asked. Lin Fan patted her little head, smiled slightly and said 2 words, "Of course." "Really, Daddy?" Chichi's eyes sparkled with stars, gazing at Lin Fan with eager anticipation. Lin Fan replied, "Of course, it's true. How could Daddy ever lie to Chichi?" "Wow, Daddy, you're a superhero." Upon receiving Lin Fan's affirmative answer, Chichi leaped with joy, then crouched down, leaned close to the husky's ear and whispered softly, "Little doggy, Daddy can fix your leg. You have to be good. Once you're better, we can play together." Whether the husky understood Lin Fan and Chi-Chi's words remained uncertain, but it lifted its eyelids to glance at Chi-Chi and let out 2 low whimpers. Seeing the husky respond, Chi-Chi exclaimed excitedly, "Daddy, Daddy, look." The little doggy understood. "Please heal him now." Could such a dim-witted husky truly comprehend human speech? Believe it or not, Lin Fan certainly didn't. Tugging at his trouser crease, Lin Fan crouched beside Chi-Chi and said, "Chi-Chi, no rush. How about we give the little doggy a name first?" Chi-Chi pursed her lips and said, "That's right, he needs a name. Daddy, what do you think we should call him?" Lin Fan smiled gently. He's Chi-Chi's companion, so Chi-Chi should name him. Daddy believes Chi-Chi will come up with a wonderful name. "All right," Chi-Chi nodded and began to think with a serious expression. Xiao Bai. No, that's not good. Xiao Bai is the dog from Kren Shinchan. I don't want the same name. Ben Ben. I hope you can run joyfully like a healthy dog. That doesn't sound right either. It sounds like Ben Ben, meaning stupid, and I don't want you to be truly foolish. Your fur is black and white, black and white. How about calling you Oreo? No, that name would make Chi-Chi hungry easily. Chi-Chi tilted her head, rattling off several names, but she rejected each one. The little princess grabbed Lin Fan's pant leg and pouted. "Oh, Daddy, naming is so hard." "Silly little one, no need to rush. We can take our time," Lin Fan said softly, watching Chi-Chi's thoughtful expression. Chi-Chi turned her head and looked at Lin Fan with a serious face. Daddy, why do you call me silly little one?" "Chi-Chi is not silly at all. I'm very clever." Lin Fan ruffled Chi-Chi's hair and chuckled. "Because Daddy loves Chi-Chi. Silly little one is a term of endearment, not a statement that Chi-Chi is foolish." "I see." Chi-Chi nodded thoughtfully, then her eyes lit up. "Then let's call him Xiao Sha." "Daddy, what do you think?" Lin Fan smiled. "Sure, Xiao Sha is an adorable name. Let's call him Xiao Sha." The name indeed suited the husky's breed, but Lin Fan kept that thought to himself. From the moment Chi-Chi laid eyes on this silly, endearing husky, its fate was destined for a dramatic transformation, a great fortune, and immense opportunity. Who could have imagined that the future legendary demon, the howling heaven divine beast, who would later follow Lin Fan, stirring up storms and earning a fearsome reputation, would bear such a cute name? As the saying goes, among men Lu Bu, among horses red hair, among dogs Xiao Sha. Chi-Chi stroked the husky, now named Xiao Sha, and whispered tenderly, Xiao Sha, from now on you're Xiao Sha. You have to be good. Daddy will heal your leg soon. You have to be obedient. Daddy will fix your leg in a moment." A woo, Xiao Sha let out a soft bark and rubbed its head against Chi-Chi's hand. Though its intelligence was low, it could sense the kindness from this little human girl. Lin Fan bent down and said gently, "Chi-Chi, Daddy is going to treat Xiao Sha now. Why don't you go upstairs and play? We bought so many toys. You can play with them first, and when Daddy is done you can come back down." "Okay." Chi-Chi looked up puzzled. "Why does Chi-Chi have to go upstairs? I want to watch Daddy heal Xiao Sha." Lin Fan explained patiently, it's not that Daddy doesn't want you to watch. The healing process might be painful for Xiao Sha and he'll be in distress. Daddy doesn't want you to see him suffer. But Chi Chi shook her head firmly. Chi Chi is not afraid. I want to stay with Xiao Sha. We're partners and we have to support each other. All right, Lin Fan nodded. Then Chi Chi must promise Daddy that no matter what happens you won't be scared or panic. Understood. Chi Chi clenched her little fists. Got it. Chi Chi is very brave. Seeing Chi Chi's maturity, Lin Fan felt relieved and took out a pill from his pocket. Tianlingzi, a first-grade pill used to awaken the intelligence of beasts, strengthen their bodies and prolong their lifespan. This pill was originally a useless item, but now that Lin Fan was on Earth it could serve a significant purpose. Come, Xiao Sha, have something good. Lin Fan beckoned to Xiao Sha and placed the Tianlingzi near its mouth. A woo! Xiao Sha sniffed the pill, then shook its head in refusal. You silly dog, this is a treasure? Seeing Xiao Sha refuse, Lin Fan had no choice but to exert a hint of his aura. Animals are even more sensitive to pressure than humans. Xiao Sha instantly trembled, a trace of panic in its eyes. It dared not act up anymore and opened its mouth, swallowing the pill in one gulp. After Xiao Sha swallowed the Tianlingzi, Lin Fan picked up Chi Chi, stepped back 2 paces and silently observed the changes in Xiao. The Tianlingzi had only moderate effects in the cultivation world because of the abundant spiritual energy there, which made even ordinary creatures far stronger than those on Earth. Now used on an Earth creature, its effects should be much more potent. Lin Fan was quite curious about the specific effect of Tianlingzi on Xiao Sha. Xiao Sha glanced at Lin Fan in confusion, seemingly feeling nothing. But both Lin Fan and Chi Chi could see faint starlight flickering on Xiao Sha's forehead. Then a glow emerged from its body, starting from the forehead and slowly moving down its torso and limbs. Wherever it passed, a warm sensation spread. This was the energy of Tianlingzi strengthening and repairing Xiao Sha's body. Finally the glow settled on its left hind leg, the crippled leg. Xiao Sha's left hind leg was congenitally underdeveloped with atrophied bones. But now, under the nourishment of Tianlingzi's medicinal power, it began to undergo a second growth. At that moment Xiao Sha felt a cool sensation in its left hind leg, which made it close its eyes in comfort and quietly experience the sensation. Chi Chi watched Xiao Sha without blinking, but soon what happened before her eyes made her jaw drop in astonishment. Xiao Sha's atrophied left hind leg, as if a spring-long compress, suddenly straightened and began to slowly extend outward. This miracle, no divine miracle, of restoring life and regrowing flesh and bone was happening right before their eyes. Xiao Sha's flesh, blood and bones all underwent reconstruction and regeneration, breaking through the original skin to form a new hind leg. This regrowth process was excruciating. Xiao Sha, having barely experienced the pleasant sensation of energy nourishing its body, now endured immense pain. A woo! Xiao Sha howled in agony and instinctively tried to leap up. Lin Fan, seeing this, pressed down with an invisible force. Xiao Sha was pinned back to the ground, trembling and whimpering in pain. Seeing Xiao Sha suffer so much, Chi Chi grew anxious. She clenched her small fist, staring intently at Xiao Sha, silently cheering him on. This process lasted nearly half a minute before stopping. Xiao Sha's left hind leg had successfully developed, fully identical to its normal right hind leg. Xiao Sha panted heavily, but before it could relax, an even more intense sensation surged through it. Although the Heavenly Spirit Pill is merely a first-grade elixir, the energy it contains is immensely powerful for an ordinary husky. This energy can not only mend the dog's physical defects but also fundamentally alter its constitution. Although the Heavenly Spirit Pill is merely a first-grade elixir, the energy it contains is immensely powerful for an ordinary husky. Daddy, Xiao Sha looks like he's in so much pain. Chi Chi, unable to bear the sight of Xiao Sha's suffering, nestled in Lin Fan's embrace and said. Lin Fan comforted her, saying this is a process he must undergo. We have to believe in Xiao Sha, he will definitely persevere through this. Upon hearing this, Chi Chi crawled out of Lin Fan's arms. Looking at Xiao Sha on the ground, she waved her little fists to cheer him on. Xiao Sha, go for it. You are the best. You must get better. Lin Fan also watched the husky, unsure if this ordinary creature from Earth could withstand the energy of the Heavenly Spirit Pill. To be honest, he had no absolute confidence. The way of heaven is fair. If Xiao Sha wishes to regain his health or even undergo a complete transformation, then this painful process is an inevitable experience, and the dangers and challenges within it are also essential. Just like the song says, without experiencing wind and rain, how can one see the rainbow? No one can achieve success casually. Xiao Sha was now enduring unimaginable pain, his body convulsing, eyelids turning inside out, teeth chattering uncontrollably. After a few seconds, all of his teeth astonishingly fell out, and then his fur began to shed in clumps, revealing his tender skin underneath. A woo, Xiao Sha howled in pain, his bones cracking like firecrackers. With each sound his body jerked. Next, something even more astonishing happened. Xiao Sha's body began to grow larger, as if a balloon was being inflated, slowly expanding. First the flesh that was almost clinging to his bones began to plump up, and then his skeletal structure started to enlarge. Originally Xiao Sha was only 6 months old and had not fully developed, but now in just a short time his size had already reached that of an adult husky, and he was still growing. Chi Chi stared wide-eyed at this scene. Her young heart could not comprehend what was happening before her. After a minute or so, Xiaosha finally stopped growing, and at this moment his size had surpassed that of an adult Tibetan mastiff. Xiaosha was still lying on the ground, but as soon as he stood up his limbs would reach nearly a meter in height. If he stood upright on his hind legs he could definitely rest his front legs on Lin Fan's shoulders. At this moment Xiaosha bore no resemblance to his former frail self. He was utterly transformed into a fierce beast. His limbs were sturdy and powerful, with pitch-black claws that were extraordinarily sharp. His teeth were also exceptionally pointed. No, perhaps it would be more accurate to call them fangs. Xiaosha's fur grew back, retaining its original color but with greater luster and density. The black fur was as dark as ink and the white fur was purer than before. In addition to the original black and white fur, several tufts of golden fur sprouted at his chest, under his chin, and behind his ears. Even his eyebrows turned golden. These tufts of golden fur gave Xiaosha a noble appearance, as if he had transformed into the aristocrat of dogs, the emperor among canines. Not only did his body undergo a dramatic transformation, but Xiaosha's intelligence also awakened completely. He was now undoubtedly the smartest dog in the world. No, more accurately, Xiaosha was no longer an ordinary dog. He could now be considered a demonic beast. After the transformation was complete, Xiaosha happily stood up, spinning in circles to fully see his new body. However, having just completed his transformation, he was still unaccustomed to his new physique, and as soon as he stood up he fell over. Daddy, why has Xiaosha turned into this? Chi-Chi is scared. Seeing the formerly frail Xiaosha now transformed into something so fearsome, Chi-Chi's little face turned pale as she nestled in Lin Fan's arms, not daring to look at Xiaosha. Stupid dog, you've completed your transformation, so hurry up and shrink back down. Lin Fan glared at Xiaosha and scolded. Xiaosha had been enjoying the joy of his transformation, wanting to stand up and cheer, but upon hearing Lin Fan's voice he immediately snapped to attention. Now, having awakened his intelligence, he understood that his current changes were brought about by the man before him. Therefore he did not dare to neglect this benefactor's command and quickly lay back down, pressing his chin to the ground, looking at Lin Fan with a pitiful expression. Although Xiaosha now possessed intelligence, he still could not comprehend Lin Fan's command to shrink. Lin Fan saw Xiaosha's reaction and realized he still could not skillfully control his strength. So he stepped forward and placed his right hand on Xiaosha's forehead. Xiaosha obediently lay still. Lin Fan was transmitting his thoughts, teaching him the most basic way to control his newfound power. After a few seconds, Lin Fan retracted his hand and said, "Got it. Now shrink back down to your previous size." Xiaosha whimpered. His current body made him feel imposing, and somewhat reluctantly he began to shrink according to Lin Fan's instructions. Soon he returned to his original size, but not in the same bony state as before. His torso and limbs were now very robust and healthy. If one were to describe it in human terms, it would be akin to looking slim in clothes but fit without them, no exaggerated muscle lines but a well-proportioned and athletic physique. What you saw earlier was your true form, but it should only be used in battle. In daily life, show yourself in this form. Lin Fan warned sternly, unless there are enemies you are not allowed to revert to your true form, understood? Xiaosha quickly stood up and nodded, then wagged his tail, prancing around Lin Fan, happily bumping his head against Lin Fan's shins. Lin Fan pointed at Xiaosha at his feet and said to Chi-Chi, "Chi-Chi, look, Xiaosha has returned to his original form." Chi-Chi looked down and saw Xiaosha's familiar figure frolicking below, instantly clapping her hands in joy, saying, "Xiaosha, Xiaosha, are you all better?" Awoo! Hearing Chi-Chi's voice, Xiaosha jumped even higher. He clearly remembered that not long ago it was because of this little girl that he was able to leave the pet store and gain such a tremendous opportunity. Therefore Xiaosha regarded her with the same importance as Lin Fan. Seeing Xiaosha greet her, Chi-Chi was very happy and waved back, saying, "Hello Xiaosha and Chi-Chi. From now on we are partners." Seeing Chi-Chi so happy, Lin Fan was also pleased. He said to Xiaosha, "From now on Chi-Chi is your little master. You must protect her safety and not let her come to any harm, understand?" Woof! Woof! Xiaosha, now quite intelligent, actually nodded and barked twice. Seeing Xiaosha's response, Lin Fan smiled with satisfaction. The heavenly spirit pill had not let him down. He just wondered how Xiaosha's combat ability was and thought he might test it if the opportunity arose. Having successfully completed Xiaosha's transformation, Lin Fan was very satisfied. He cleaned Xiaosha thoroughly, washing away the dirt left from the transformation. With Xiaosha's current physique, he would not harbor lice or bacteria, allowing him to be close to Chi-Chi without worry. The next period was entirely dedicated to the interaction between Chi-Chi and Xiaosha. The two of them played happily while Lin Fan tidied up the stray fur and teeth left from Xiaosha's transformation. On several occasions when Chi-Chi was about to fall, Xiaosha burst forth with astonishing speed, rushing under her to act as a cushion. Xiaosha's performance pleased Lin Fan greatly. He understood how to protect Chi-Chi, and the speed he exhibited was nearly as fast as Lin Fan at full strength. Not to mention his power, just his speed combined with his sharp claws and fangs made him a formidable weapon, one that was 100% loyal and would never betray. With him by Chi-Chi's side, Lin Fan felt even more at ease. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Queen's Avenue. Queen's Avenue, famed across Longcheng for its vibrant entertainment scene, was lined with hotels, karaoke lounges and slow dance bars. A group of young men and women strode boldly down the main thoroughfare, laughing loudly, bantering without restraint, shoving and embracing one another, their swagger unapologetic and defiant. The group comprised 8 youths, 4 men and 4 women, all in their early 20s. Their attire exuded flamboyance, chains clinked incessantly with every step, hair dyed in riotous hues resembled sentient candy from a rainbow pack, vivid tattoos adorned wrists and necks. The men wore skin-tight leather pants and garish sleeveless vests exposing chest hair. The women sported micro miniskirts and midriff-bearing tops that seemed designed to minimize fabric usage. Most held cigarettes between their lips, exhaling plumes of smoke as they walked, a spectacle that drew sidelong glances from passers-by. "Brother Long, did you strike gold today? Taking us all to dine at the Dahao Grand Hotel. With this many of us, even the simplest meal would cost nearly 20,000 yuan. Xiao Huang, the youth on the far left, his hair bleached a vivid yellow, craned his neck and joked. Xiao Lu added teasingly from the other side. Long Ziyi, the young man addressed as Brother Long, walked at the center, his hair dyed a grandmother grey hue. His left arm draped possessively over a heavily made-up girl whose natural features were obscured, his right hand idly flicked a lighter. He scoffed derisively and said, "You people are narrow-minded, vulgar, and opportunistic. Do you not know who I am? If I had 1 yuan I wouldn't spend half on you, or not out of stinginess but principle. We're brothers, joy must be shared, hardship borne together. Didn't I help brother handle a shipment 2 days ago? He gave me 30,000 yuan as a reward. Of course we deserve a proper celebration. Tonight no holding back, eat freely, drink deeply. Then we'll find a venue and party through the night. Every expense tonight is on me, our Brother Long. Brother Long invincible." At this the group erupted in cheers. Long Ziyi basked in the adulation, grinning broadly, his teeth stained yellow by years of tobacco. Soon they arrived before the entrance of the Dahao Grand Hotel, a 5-star establishment. Its forecourt, reserved as an open-air parking lot, gleamed with luxury vehicles, and not a single car there cost less than 500,000 yuan, and among them stood a striking black Bugatti Veyron convertible. TCH. Damn rich. Long Ziyi spat disdainfully at the sight of the Bugatti, then tilted his head upward, surveying the hotel's opulent gold leaf facade. With a sweeping gesture he declared, "Let's go. Let's go." Laughing and chattering they ascended the steps, only to be halted at the entrance by security guard. "I'm sorry, but you're not permitted to enter." The guard's tone remained polite, but his expression and gaze brimmed with unmistakable condescension. Long Ziyi, accustomed to deference, bristled. He withdrew his hand from his companion's neck, stepped forward and shoved the guard squarely in the chest. Balancing on his toes he jabbed a finger toward the man's face and cocked his head sideways. "What do you mean? What kind of business turns away paying customers at the door?" The guard, hot-tempered himself, slapped Long Ziyi's hand aside and frowned sternly. "Kid, keep your hands to yourself, and watch your mouth. Who do you think you are cursing like that here? Don't you know where you are? Do you think this is some place where you can run wild?" Humiliated before his peers, Long Ziyi's eyes flared wide as he roared, "Who the hell do you think you are? Go fetch your manager, I want to ask him for Cito face what gives some lowly guard the authority to bar us." Hearing the commotion, several other guards approached. The first guard sneered, gazing down at Long Ziyi with undisguised contempt. "Authority? Because the Dahao Grand Hotel has been fully reserved tonight." Long Ziyi's eyes darted sideways, yet defiance lingered, pulling my leg. "Who in Longcheng has the clout to reserve the entire Dahao? You're bluffing." The guard smirked arrogantly. "Kid, do you even know who owns this hotel? The Fu family. So tell me, does it strike you as strange that Master Fu would reserve his own family's hotel for a private event?" Fu? Master Fu? At the name, Long Ziyi's bravado evaporated instantly. As a native of Longqing he knew exactly who Master Fu was, an untouchable figure. Even though a brother he revered would bow low before him. Flustered, Long Ziyi forced a laugh. Master Fu's reservation. Of course, we'll dine elsewhere." The guard waved dismissively, impatient. "Off you go, quickly, don't disturb Master Fu's distinguished guests." Though seething inwardly, Long Ziyi had no recourse against such overwhelming power. He gestured wordlessly to his companions, preparing to lead his motley crew, the Rainbow Candies, away. They slunk off, heads bowed and spirits dampened. But just as they turned, a dazzling red Ferrari for 88 glided into view, slowing to a stop in the hotel's forecourt. 2 stunning young women emerged, one from each door, and walked side by side toward the entrance. The woman on the left wore a violet evening gown. Her cascading wavy tresses fell like ink black silk, her flawless complexion, elegant neck, statuesque bust and long alabaster legs embodied perfection itself. Her presence alone eclipsed all else that night. The woman on the right wore a sapphire blue gown, her chic Sassoon-cut hair framing delicate features. Though less arresting than her companion, she remained an extraordinary vision of grace and charm. They conversed softly as they ascended the steps, presented an invitation to the guard, and vanished inside the hotel. Only after they disappeared from sight did Long Ziyi reluctantly tear his gaze away, and demanded of the guard, "Didn't you say it was fully reserved? Then why were they allowed in?" The guard laughed coldly. "Because they are the very guests Master Fu reserved the hotel to honor tonight." "Damn, what breathtaking beauty! No wonder Master Fu spared no expense." Long Ziyi muttered under his breath, then clapped his hands briskly. "Where one door closes another opens. Let's head to Jinchuan Karaoke and let loose." And so the Rainbow Candies trudged disconsolately away from the Dahao Grand Hotel. Xiao Huang, his mouth stretched wide, exclaimed, "Brother Long, this is how the filthy rich operate. Renting out an entire 5-star hotel just to impress girls, unbelievable. Xiao Lu shot him a sidelong glance. Didn't you see that girl just now? At that level of refinement I'd throw away a fortune too, if I were Master Fu. Long Zi waved irritably enough chatter. So what if the wealthy live lavishly? Tonight's a wash, but tomorrow night I'll host you all at Jiangnan Shuan, a villa, a full-blown party, unlimited fun. You'll experience firsthand what true wealth feels like. Xiao Huang's eyes lit up. Brother Long, you own a villa in Jiangnan Shuan. Long Zi lifted his chin, pride swelling across his face. Just bring as many girls as you like, the rest is on me. Trust Brother Long, no flaws. At the promise of more revelry the rainbow candies burst into renewed cheers, and laughing and jostling one another they departed from the Dehao Grand Hotel. On the 3rd floor of the Dehao Grand Hotel there is a spacious hall with a poetically named venue called Tongqiu Terrace, specifically designed to host various large banquets, gatherings and events. As a 5-star hotel, the costs associated with hosting an event here are unimaginable for an ordinary person limited by poverty. The overall decor of Tongqiu Terrace is extravagantly luxurious, with exquisitely shaped chandeliers and wall lamps illuminating the entire hall. There is a stage at the front where singers or bands are often invited to perform, and sometimes celebrities make special appearances. On either side of the stage 2 lifelike golden dragons are displayed, their massive heads facing the hall exuding a majestic aura. At this moment a band is performing melodious tunes on stage, enhancing the lively atmosphere. Apart from the stage, the main area of the hall is quite expansive, large enough to accommodate 50 to 60 people for a banquet. Currently Tongqiu Terrace is bustling with activity. Long leather sofas are arranged along both sides of the hall, and further inside are rectangular tables adorned with fine wines and various exquisitely shaped desserts. Some people are seated on the sofas engaging in animated discussions, while others stand in the center of the hall holding high-stemmed glasses, chatting and laughing. These individuals share a common trait: they are all dressed formally and meticulously, exhibiting the demeanor of successful people and social elites both in appearance and conduct. Waiters in black suits and white shirts weave through the crowd carrying trays filled with glasses of red wine. In the front left corner of the stage Fu Zi is chatting with Senli and said, "Of course. For this banquet I invited." A chubby young man tugged at his tie and asked Fu Zi, "Young Master Fu, are you sure that Ling Xuefei will really come?" Fu Zi took a sip of red wine from his glass, nodded confidently and said, "Of course. For this banquet I invited a significant number of successful individuals from various industries in Longcheng under my father's name. With such a strong lineup, as long as she isn't foolish, she will definitely come. After all, for her entertainment company to establish a foothold in Longcheng, she needs to forge more friendships and build connections." Hearing this, another young man wearing gold-rimmed glasses chuckled. "It seems young Master Fu is determined to succeed." Fu Zi smirked, narrowing his eyes as he said, "Naturally, I've invested so much effort into her. Even if she is an ice queen, I will melt her heart." "I really don't believe it, hum." After saying this, Fu Zi tilted his head back and drank the red wine in his glass in one go, wiping his mouth and turning to look towards the entrance. "Young Master Fu, is Ling Xuefei really that beautiful? Is she worth all this effort?" The bespectacled youth asked in surprise, as he had never seen Fu Zi so invested in a woman. "You can see for yourself." Fu Zi's face broke into a proud smile as he gestured towards the entrance with his chin. Upon hearing this, everyone turned to look towards the doorway. At the same time, it was as if someone pressed the mute button on the television. The entire hall fell silent. The conversation of those who were speaking trailed off, their voices gradually lowering as they stared blankly at the entrance, and this dazed expression seemed to spread like an infection, causing nearly everyone to stop their movements and gaze towards the door. Two waiters even collided because they were focused on the entrance, causing their wine glasses to shatter. The men's eyes sparkled brighter than ever, wide with astonishment, while the women's expressions were diverse: envy, jealousy, anger and more. The sudden change in atmosphere was solely due to Ling Xuefei's arrival. Ling Xuefei appeared as if she had stepped out of a fairy tale, instantly becoming the center of attention the moment she entered. With light makeup and a gentle smile, she showed no signs of fluster despite the gazes of the crowd, exuding confidence as she strode forward on her long legs, the sound of her high heels clicking distinctly against the floor. And Yanan also tilted her head back, walking alongside Ling Xuefei, her face flushed. Although she had experienced similar situations with Ling Xuefei over the years, she still struggled to adapt to the feeling of standing in the spotlight. This beauty must be the new chairwoman of the entertainment company, Ling Xuefei. She's truly stunning. From today on, my goddess is no longer Lu Shahan but Ling Xuefei. Gasps of admiration and hushed conversations erupted in the hall. Wow! This is amazing. No wonder young Master Fu is willing to invest so much effort into her. The bespectacled youth watched Ling Xuefei approach, his heart racing with a mix of excitement and nervousness, a feeling that even his seasoned heart, accustomed to beautiful women, had not expected. What a stunning beauty! I've seen countless women, but this is the first time I've encountered someone as breathtaking as Ling Xuefei. Truly a once-in-a-lifetime experience, remarked the earlier chubby young man. Hee. Fu Zi wore a proud smile, reveling in the compliments directed at Ling Xuefei, as it brought him a sense of pride. In his heart he had already regarded Ling Xuefei as his possession. This woman who attracted everyone's attention would inevitably belong to him. Fu Zi stepped forward, took a glass of red wine from a nearby waiter's tray and approached Ling Xuefei. "Xuefei, you look truly beautiful today. Fu Zi's smile was wide yet his tone was insincerely flattering as he addressed Ling Xuefei. And Yanan once again stood up for Ling Xuefei, dousing Fu Zi's fiery arrogance with a bucket of cold water. Young Master Fu, are you implying that our sister Xuefei is not beautiful on regular days? Fu Zi's expression instantly froze, his mouth twitching slightly. Fortunately he had thick skin honed to be as resilient as a city wall, so this minor setback had little effect on him. Fu Zi's expression instantly froze, his mouth twitching slightly. Fortunately he had thick skin honed to be as resilient as a city wall, so this minor set. At this moment the two were at the center of everyone's attention. Although Ling Xuefei felt uncomfortable with Fu Zi, she couldn't afford to embarrass him in this situation, so she reluctantly accepted the wine glass from him. Cheers! Seeing this, Fu Zi smiled broadly, raising his glass and gently clinking it with Ling Xuefei's before tilting his head back to take a sip. Ling Xuefei also parted her red lips and took a small sip of the wine. Observing this, Fu Zi laughed heartily and gestured, Xuefei, let me introduce you to some of our friends who came today. This is General Jiyu from Weiye Group. He has been a good friend of my father for many years. For the next period, Fu Zi took on the role of host, introducing Ling Xuefei to various CEOs and business owners. To outsiders it appeared as though Ling Xuefei and Fu Zi shared a close relationship, and several business owners who interacted frequently with the Fu family even joked about Fu Zi and Ling Xuefei. While Fu Zi insisted it wasn't true, he felt secretly pleased. Ling Xuefei contemplated leaving several times. In truth, she didn't want to attend today's banquet, but she had to come to complete her family's test for her own freedom and for Chichi. Fortunately, Ling Xuefei wasn't entirely inexperienced with such social engagements. However, the continuous toasts were making her feel increasingly irritated. The banquet lasted from 9 until midnight. Although Ling Xuefei only took small sips each time, the numerous toasts meant she had drunk quite a bit and she began to feel slightly tipsy. Thankfully, Yanan, who was known for her resilience to alcohol, was by her side, preventing any major embarrassment. After the banquet ended, Fu Zi naturally made an effort to offer to drive Ling Xuefei home, but his true intentions remained unclear. However, both Ling Xuefei and Yanan were wary of him, naturally preventing any such occurrences. In fact, Yanan had already called someone from the company to pick them up, effectively blocking Fu Zi's advances. After Ling Xuefei left, Fu Zi stood at the hotel entrance with a gloomy expression, his fists clenched tight, his face dark as he contemplated something. A night without conversation. The next morning at 7:30. Ling Xuefei woke up leisurely after having a few glasses of red wine the night before. She felt a slight headache upon waking, but it was nothing serious. After gently rubbing her temples, the pain eased considerably. Soon Ling Xuefei, dressed in her pajamas, walked out of her room to head to the bathroom, while Yanan had already gotten up and was preparing breakfast in the kitchen. This was a long-standing habit, and Yanan would not take advantage of Ling Xuefei's kindness to slack off. She was well aware of what she should and shouldn't do. Sister Feifei, you drank last night, shouldn't you sleep a bit more? Seeing Ling Xuefei come out, Yanan put down her work, wiped her hands on her apron and said to Ling Xuefei. Ling Xuefei shook her head and said, no more sleep, Yanan. Let's leave early today and go see Chichi. And Yanan was taken aback for a moment, but then quickly reacted, saying, all right, then you sit for a bit, breakfast will be ready soon. After saying this, Yanan returned to the kitchen to continue making breakfast, while Ling Xuefei quickly washed up and sat on the sofa browsing news on her phone. As Ling Xuefei owned an entertainment company, she usually paid attention to entertainment news. When she saw a piece about the popular actress Liu Shahan starring in the youth idol drama Walking Through Those Years, which premiered exclusively on iQIYI and received rave reviews, she smiled brightly, her unadorned face radiating a brilliant smile that even made the morning sunlight streaming through the window seem dim in comparison. 5 minutes later, Yanan came out from the kitchen with breakfast, calling out to Ling Xuefei. Only then did Ling Xuefei put down her phone and eat breakfast with Yanan before applying a light makeup, and the two of them headed out. While in the car, Ling Xuefei made a phone call to Lin Fan, keeping her words concise with just a hello. Lin Fan's response was equally simple. After answering the call, he merely said which made Ling Xuefei roll her eyes in frustration, thinking to herself that Lin Fan was indeed a grumpy, unromantic and blunt man, and that even saying one more word to him could annoy her for half a day. Ling Xuefei asked coolly, is Chichi still asleep? The reply she received was an overly simplistic This guy, would it kill him to say one more word? Angry, Ling Xuefei gritted her silver teeth, her chest heaving violently. Since she entered the business world at the age of 18 alongside her father, she had matured significantly despite her young age. Very few people or matters could provoke her to this extent, but for some reason just thinking of Lin Fan's expressionless face, even tinged with disdain, and his casual made her furious. What's the matter? Lin Fan, noticing Ling Xuefei had been silent for a while, asked with some confusion. Nothing. I'm going to see my daughter, that's all. After saying this in a fit of anger, Ling Xuefei hung up the phone. And Yanan, seeing her puffed up expression in the rearview mirror, chuckled, sister Feifei, such a lady, such a lady. You little brat, how dare you mock me? Just drive your car. Ling Xuefei scolded with a smile, turning her head to look out at the scenery. On the other side, Lin Fan wore a bemused expression, looking at the phone that had been hung up. He shook his head and muttered, what's wrong with this woman early in the morning? Is her period still not over? 20 minutes later, Ling Xuefei's Ferrari for 88 entered Jiangnan waterfront. As Lin Fan opened the door, he saw Ling Xuefei, who looked quite upset yet still breathtakingly beautiful. This time Ling Xuefei was not dressed in her OL attire but in something more casual, a white short-sleeved shirt that despite being loose couldn't hide her curvaceous figure. She wore a pair of denim shorts that revealed her long straight fair legs extremely eye-catching. On her feet were not heels but pale pink flats. This outfit was a stark contrast to her previous domineering CEO image exuding more sunshine and casualness. Lin Fan looked at the stunning woman in front of him feeling somewhat dazed for an unknown reason. Only when he was met with Ling Xuefei's fierce gaze did he snap back to reality. Fortunately, after cultivating for 3,000 years, although his cultivation level was now quite low, his composure remained intact and he looked at Ling Xuefei without blushing or skipping a beat, saying, "What brings you here?" Ling Xuefei did not answer what she thought was a somewhat stupid question. She simply pushed Lin Fan aside and walked into the room, placing her bag at the entrance and making her way upstairs confidently. An Yanan made a face at Lin Fan and followed Ling Xuefei up the stairs. Crazy woman. Lin Fan shook his head, closed the door and went upstairs as well. Ling Xuefei gently pushed open the door to Chi-Chi's room and tiptoed inside. Little Fool had been sleeping in Chi-Chi's room and now suddenly a stranger entered. Protecting its owner, it rushed to stand in front of the bed, baring its teeth and barking at Ling Xuefei at the door, panting heavily while staring fixedly at her, ready to pounce at it. Little Fool had been sleeping in Chi-Chi's room and now suddenly a stranger entered. Protecting its owner, it rushed to stand in front of the bed, baring its teeth and barking at Ling Xuefei at the door, panting heavily while staring fixedly at her, ready to pounce at any moment if provoked. Ling Xuefei had intended to sneak into the room to surprise Chi-Chi, but upon opening the door she found not her daughter but a fierce-looking dog standing by the bed barking at her. Startled, she instinctively stepped back but lost her footing and began to fall. An Yanan was right behind Ling Xuefei and upon hearing her shout her expression changed instantly. She hurried forward just as Ling Xuefei was retreating from the room. In a moment of panic they collided. The two figures collided at the door of Chi-Chi's room and both fell down together. An Yanan, this clumsy teammate, not only failed to support Ling Xuefei but also stumbled herself, grabbing Ling Xuefei's shoulder as they both tumbled to the ground. This is bad. They would surely be the laughing stock. How could there be a dog in Chi-Chi's room? Chi-Chi was still small. If she caught any germs or viruses she could easily get sick. How could this happen? How could a dog suddenly appear at home after just one day of absence? Was someone deliberately making things difficult for her? In that brief moment so many thoughts flashed through Ling Xuefei's mind, but the expected pain did not come, and instead she felt as if she had been caught by something soft. Ouch! An Yanan sat down on the floor with a thud, involuntarily crying out in pain. This scream brought Ling Xuefei back to her senses and she realized she was actually in that person's embrace. Ling Xuefei first saw a pair of masculine hands supporting her delicate arm, the warmth from his palms so palpable that it sent a strange sensation through her body. She slowly raised her head, taking in the sight of his stubbled chin, his full rosy lips, his straight nose bridge and his deep-spirited eyes. Lin Fan was looking down at her with a mischievous grin, his gaze condescending yet captivating. Ling Xuefei's face flushed crimson in an instant. Flustered, she struggled out of Lin Fan's embrace, attempting to stand, but the moment she rose her body swayed and she began to fall again. "You foolish woman, don't move if your ankle is sprained." Lin Fan shook his head helplessly, stood up and steadied her once more, but his slightly disdainful tone only fueled Ling Xuefei's irritation. "You stubborn fool, taking advantage of me while feigning reluctance. Doesn't your conscience ache?" Ling Xuefei shoved Lin Fan away, steadying herself against the wall. She balanced on her left foot, unable to put any weight on it. Her face flushed as she glared at Lin Fan, flames practically shooting from her eyes. "You lecher." An Yanan also rose, rubbing her waist, and positioned herself protectively in front of Ling Xuefei like a bristling wildcat, eyeing Lin Fan warily as if ready to bite him at the slightest provocation. Lin Fan could only laugh and shake his head at the two women. He spread his hands and said, "Look at you two, ungrateful for my kindness." "What was it I said just now?" Ling Xuefei furrowed her delicate brows. The sharp throbbing pain in her ankle was all too real, impossible to ignore, yet she refused to show weakness before Lin Fan. She gritted her teeth and glared at him. An Yanan lifted her chin, looking fierce, and pointed her index finger at Lin Fan. "You better watch yourself. I'm telling you, don't think you can bully us just because we're women. If you dare lay a finger on Sister Feifei again, I'll chop off your filthy paws." Lin Fan rolled his eyes. "Come on, get your facts straight. I'm trying to help your dear Sister Feifei." He emphasized the last three words, Sister Feifei, with deliberate weight and cast a sidelong glance at Ling Xuefei. The blush still lingering on her cheeks, Ling Xuefei looked up at Lin Fan and abruptly changed the subject. "How did a dog get into Chi-Chi's room? Did you deliberately put one there to scare me?" Hearing her blatantly twisting the truth, Lin Fan was truly at a loss for words. Before he could respond, she continued, "And don't you know that cats and dogs carry bacteria? Letting them near Chi-Chi, what if she gets sick? No, leaving Chi-Chi with you is out of the question. I'm taking her back right now." With that, Ling Xuefei tried to hobble toward the room, but the pain in her foot was too intense. The moment her sole touched the ground, she jerked it back, her brows knit in discomfort, a pained expression crossing her face. An Yanan quickly steadied her. "Careful, Sister Feifei. Mom is—" At that moment Chi-Chi's sleepy, half-awake voice drifted from the room, barely more than a murmur. Evidently the commotion at the door had roused her. The moment Ling Xuefei heard her daughter's voice, the pain on her face vanished, replaced by a warm spring-like smile. "Chichi, it's Mommy. Mommy's here to see you." Then came a rustling sound from the room, followed by Chichi toddling out in her diaper, barefoot, her little legs moving swiftly. She threw herself into Ling Xuefei's arms like a fledgling returning to its nest, hugging her mother and speaking in a sweet childish voice, "Mommy, I missed you so much. I even dreamed about you while I was sleeping." The moment she saw her precious daughter, Ling Xuefei seemed to forget the pain in her ankle. She bent down and gently kissed the top of Chi-Chi's head, smiling as she asked, "What did you dream about, sweetie?" Meanwhile, Lin Fan called out to the dog wagging its tail at the door, "Go fetch Chi-Chi's slippers." Hearing his words, Ling Xuefei was puzzled. Who was he talking to? Then she watched in astonishment as the husky, which looked utterly foolish and had just scared her into falling, actually obeyed Lin Fan's command. It trotted over to the bed, grabbed Chi-Chi's little slipper and brought it back. The silly dog made 2 trips, placing both of Chi-Chi's slippers at her feet, then nuzzled her leg. Chi-Chi looked down, saw the slippers, smiled and patted its head before obediently slipping them on. She turned back to Ling Xuefei, bubbling with excitement. "I dreamed we all went to the amusement park together. We rode the water slide and the Ferris wheel." Listening to her daughter's words, Ling Xuefei felt a pang of guilt. Since returning from abroad, she had spent precious little time with Chi-Chi. Several promised trips to the amusement park had been postponed for various reasons. She vowed to herself that once this busy period was over, she would definitely keep her promise. But Chi-Chi's next word stirred a flicker of displeasure in Ling Xuefei's heart. "Daddy and Mommy took Chi-Chi to the amusement park and we had so much fun. Daddy even bought me ice cream." Watching Chi-Chi's animated, still enraptured face, Ling Xuefei felt a twinge of jealousy. Now even in her dreams, Chi-Chi couldn't forget that man. It seemed his place in her heart was growing ever higher. But who wanted to go anywhere with him? Lin Fan, however, laughed heartily, his mood clearly lifted. "If Chi-Chi still wants to go to the amusement park, Daddy will take you today." Ling Xuefei shot him a sharp glance, then turned back to gently stroke Chi-Chi's soft rosy cheek. "Chi-Chi, how about Mommy takes you to the amusement park in a couple of days?" "Great! Great!" Chi-Chi clapped her hands joyfully, hopping up and down. "And Daddy too? We'll go as a family of 3. "No," Ling Xuefei started to refuse, but Lin Fan cut her off. "All right, whatever my little Chi-Chi says, Daddy will do it for you." Hearing that, Ling Xuefei shot him another glare but didn't contradict him. She didn't want to upset Chi-Chi. And Yanan crouched down to look at Chi-Chi, smiling. "Chi-Chi, when you go to the amusement park, can your auntie and come along?" And Yanan expected Chi-Chi to readily agree, since overseas besides Ling Xuefei it was Yanan who had taken care of Chi-Chi the most. They were close and Chi-Chi was very attached to her. But Chi-Chi's answer took her by surprise. "No, auntie. If you want to go to the amusement park, you can go by yourself or find a boyfriend to go with you. We're going as a family of 3, we can't bring outsiders." Hearing Chi-Chi's earnest tone and seeing her serious expression, and Yanan's face froze. After a moment's pause, she recovered and pretended to be angry. "You little ingrate. After all the good food and toys I've bought you, now you're casting me aside." Seeing Yanan upset, Chi-Chi became conflicted. Her kind heart didn't want to make her ever-caring aunt unhappy, but she also didn't want a third wheel on her long-awaited outing with her parents. Torn, she fiddled with her chubby little fingers, pursed her lips and thought for a moment before looking up at Yanan with her bright clear eyes. Then next time Chi-Chi will go with Auntie Ann alone. But this time Auntie Ann can't disturb my time with Mommy and Daddy." Hearing Chi-Chi's words, Yanan felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. She reached out and tapped Chi-Chi's forehead, letting out a soft HMPH before saying, "You ungrateful little girl, have you forgotten how good Auntie Yanan has been to you?" Chi-Chi had no other skills, but her ability to act cute and play tricks was certainly maxed out. She stepped back from Ling Xuefei's embrace, toddled over to Yanan on her short legs, hugged Yanan's leg, tilted her little head up toward Yanan's face, pursed her tiny lips and blew a kiss, saying in a crisp voice, "Auntie Yanan is the best." Under Chi-Chi's kiss, Yanan's anger completely dissipated. Beaming with joy, she hugged Chi-Chi, lifted her up with a gentle effort and planted a kiss on Chi-Chi's cheek, saying, "At least you have a conscience." Chi-Chi wrapped her arms around Yanan's neck and giggled, "As long as Auntie Yanan doesn't bully Daddy, Chi-Chi will always be the third best friend with Auntie Yanan." "Ah." And Yanan put on a disappointed expression, looking at Chi-Chi and saying, "So I can only be third?" Chi-Chi earnestly counted on her chubby little fingers, "And Daddy and Mommy are tied for first, so Auntie Yanan can only be third." And Yanan felt a pang of heartache again, but she could never bring herself to be angry at this adorable little princess. She could only pinch Chi-Chi's little nose and say, "HMPH, you little girl, you forget your aunt once you have your parents." And while Yanan and Chi-Chi were laughing and chatting, Lin Fan looked at Ling Xuefei, hesitated and still asked, "You sprained your ankle just now, it seemed quite serious. Want me to take a look?" Hearing this, Ling Xuefei immediately looked at Lin Fan warily and flatly refused, "No need, I can handle it myself. Don't think just because you're Chi-Chi's father you can touch me. I've seen plenty of your kind, utterly ill-intentioned and malicious. All men are pigs. And you? The former 4th young master of Yang, and you're a supersized pig." Beside them, Yanan also looked at Lin Fan with contempt. Through their recent interactions, Lin Fan had been firmly branded in her mind as perverted, lecherous, despicable and filthy. Now that he offered to examine Ling's Weifei's foot, his image in her eyes grew even worse. Ling Xuefei and Yanan had deep misunderstandings about Lin Fan, but Chichi was his #1 die-hard fan. Upon hearing his words, Chichi first looked at Ling Xuefei with confusion, noticing that she was indeed standing on tiptoe, a bit unnatural. Then she looked up at Lin Fan and urged, "Daddy, quickly check on Mommy. I don't want Mommy to be in pain." Hearing this, Ling Xuefei turned back and glared at Chichi, saying, "I don't want him to check on me. I'm fine." Lin Fan shrugged, wearing an expression of indifference. He said, "All right then." Hearing Lin Fan's words, Ling Xuefei hadn't reacted yet, but Chichi held her forehead and blurted out a sentence that stunned the three adults. "Daddy, you're too silly. How can you ever win over a girl like this? When girls say no, they actually mean yes." Chichi's words left the three adults dumbfounded. Ling Xuefei blushed deeply and scolded, "You little brat, where did you learn all this nonsense?" Chichi proudly raised her little head and said, "I saw it on." Chichi held her forehead and blurted out a sentence that stunned the three adults. "Daddy, you're too silly." As she spoke, Chichi shook her head with a worldly air and sighed, acting like a little adult, which made the three adults find her incredibly adorable. Chichi's innocent words, however, made Ling Xuefei quite embarrassed. She glared at Yanan and said, "Don't let Chichi watch those brainless TV dramas anymore." Yanan stuck out her tongue. It was truly a case of the city gate catching fire, affecting the fish in the moat. After saying that, Ling Xuefei supported herself against the wall and tried to go downstairs, but her ankle was sprained so badly that even the slightest touch on the ground sent excruciating pain. However, Ling Xuefei was strong-willed, and especially in front of Lin Fan she refused to show weakness. So she gritted her teeth, held onto the wall and limped toward the staircase. Yanan quickly handed Chichi to Lin Fan and ran over to support Ling Xuefei, but as a girl herself she struggled to hold her up. Chichi, lying in Lin Fan's arms, turned her head to watch Ling Xuefei struggle to move. She turned back, cupped Lin Fan's face and said, "Seriously, Daddy, your wife has sprained her foot. Why are you just standing there? Go help her." Hearing this, Ling Xuefei almost stumbled again. She never expected that after raising Chichi for 4 years she had raised a child who was setting her up. Lin Fan never refused Chichi's request, so he smiled and nodded, setting Chichi down. He said, "Chichi, play with little stupid for a while. Daddy will go help her. Go, Daddy." Chichi patted little stupid's head with one hand and clenched her little fist with the other. When Ling Xuefei heard Lin Fan's words, she quickly turned around and said, "No, don't come over." But before Ling Xuefei could finish, Lin Fan had already appeared beside her. Without a word, he pushed Yanan aside, scooped Ling Xuefei up in his arms and lightly descended to the first floor, placing her on the sofa. On the second floor, Yanan stood with her mouth wide open, watching Ling Xuefei on the sofa, too stunned to react. Although his movement was forceful, it was measured. The push was gentle enough not to make her lose balance. Ling's Weifei's own experience was even more intense. She had kept her eyes tightly shut the entire time, not daring to open them. She only knew she was in a strong, powerful embrace with a rush of wind by her ears, and then she felt herself being placed on something soft. After confirming she had landed, Ling Xuefei opened her eyes and found herself lying on the sofa with Lin Fan standing in front of her, looking down at her with an indifferent expression. "What are you doing?" Ling Xuefei instinctively made a protective gesture over her chest, her face cold as she glared at Lin Fan. Lin Fan touched his nose and said softly, "Don't guard the top and forget the bottom." Hearing this, Ling Xuefei realized that in this reclining position on the sofa her long snow-white legs were completely exposed to Lin Fan's view, and even a hint of purple lace had mischievously peeked out. Discovering this, Ling Xuefei felt her face burn. She quickly sat up straight, pressed her legs together to hide the tempting sight, and then looked up at Lin Fan, shouting, "Had enough looking. You lecture. You pervert." Lin Fan looked at Ling Xuefei with an innocent expression. "Hey woman, you're being completely unreasonable. Your foot is almost swollen like a pig's trotter. If it's not treated in time, you'll be off your feet for at least half a month. And here I am doing a good deed only to get treated like a donkey's liver. Don't scare me. It's just a sprained ankle. I've sprained it before and it's never been as serious as you claim." Ling Xuefei naturally didn't believe Lin Fan. In her eyes he was just blowing things out of proportion. Half a month off her feet. Who was he trying to scare? He just wanted to take advantage of the situation. Did he think she would let him? Lin Fan was truly losing patience now. Being misunderstood again and again would irritate even the most easygoing person, and he didn't consider himself particularly good-tempered. So he waved his hand and said, "Believe it or not. When you really can't get out of bed, don't blame me for not warning you." With that, Lin Fan headed straight upstairs. He wasn't about to indulge this high and mighty lady. Yanan, who was rather oblivious, finally reacted at this moment. She hurriedly ran from the upstairs to the first floor, and as she brushed past Lin Fan at the staircase, she shot him a fierce glare before dashing to the sofa to carefully examine Ling's Weifei's foot. "Sister Fei, are you all right?" Yanan asked with concern while checking Ling's Weifei's foot. Ling Xuefei glared at Lin Fan's back with irritation before retracting her gaze, shaking her head and slowly replying, "I'm fine." Yanan felt slightly relieved at this. Ling Xuefei was indeed unfortunate. She had been startled by the little fool just now, and her reaction was overly intense, leading to a significant sprain. Her ankle was swollen quite high. Lin Fan wasn't exaggerating if not handled properly, and if she insisted on being tough it could take her half a month to recover. Lin Fan went up to the second floor holding Chi-Chi in his arms. Thankfully his precious daughter was well behaved and didn't take after her mother. Chi-Chi looked at Lin Fan and said, "Daddy, why aren't you helping Mama check her foot?" Lin Fan replied irritably, "Your mother is simply unreasonable." Luckily our Chi-Chi didn't take after her. Ling Xuefei, already fuming, exploded at Lin Fan's words, glaring at him and shouting, "What did you say? You scummy rascal, who do you consider unreasonable?" Lin Fan casually retorted without turning his head. "You?" Ling Xuefei gritted her teeth, wishing she could pin Lin Fan down and rub him against the ground. At this moment the astute Chi-Chi chimed in, tugging at Lin Fan's earlobe, saying, "Daddy, you're a man, you should be considerate towards girls and not get angry with Mama. Girls need to be coaxed. As long as you treat Mama kindly she won't be mad at you." Lin Fan looked at her incredulously, saying, "Do you think your mother is an ordinary girl?" Chi-Chi nodded vigorously, "Of course. Trust what Chi-Chi says, I would never lie to Daddy." Lin Fan shrugged and carried Chi-Chi downstairs while the little fool wagged her tail, following closely behind. After all, for the little princess in his arms, Lin Fan could manage to keep things from getting too strained with Ling Xuefei even if he didn't improve their relationship. Downstairs, Yanan gently lifted Ling Xuefei's leg and slowly placed it on her own lap while Ling Xuefei clenched her fists, nervously watching Yanan's movements, anxiously afraid of accidentally getting hurt. "Sister Feifei, this really looks quite serious." Yanan carefully examined Ling Xuefei's ankle, and while speaking she tentatively touched the swollen area with her finger. Ouch! As soon as Yanan's finger touched Ling Xuefei's ankle, Ling Xuefei gasped and instinctively clutched Yanan's shoulder, saying, "It hurts, and be gentle." Yanan looked up at Ling Xuefei, her expression filled with concern as she said, "Sister Feifei, your ankle is swollen so much that you can't even put weight on it. What are we going to do? You have an important meeting this afternoon, and in a few days an important guest is coming too. I fear your foot won't heal in just a day or two." Ling Xuefei shook her head and said, "It's all right, I'll just buy some ointment later, I can manage. If you can, don't force it. You may want to, but you must also consider whether your body can handle it." At this moment Lin Fan, who had come downstairs holding Chi-Chi, interjected after hearing Ling Xuefei's words. "Shut up. You shut up." As soon as Lin Fan finished speaking, both Ling Xuefei and Yanan turned their heads almost simultaneously to glare at him. Chi-Chi in Lin Fan's arms stretched out her chubby little arms towards Ling Xuefei and said in a sweet voice, "Mama, Daddy is here to help you get better." "I don't want him to help," Ling Xuefei muttered, taking Chi-Chi from Lin Fan's hands and holding her close. Lin Fan stood before the sofa with his hands in his pockets and slowly said, "I'm not exaggerating. Your ankle is really badly injured. Even if you apply ointment and rest well, it will still take at least a week to be able to walk, but if you force yourself to walk before that, it may extend to 2 weeks. As he said this, Ling Xuefei raised her head to say something, but Lin Fan raised his hand and firmly said, "You need to listen to me first." Ling Xuefei glared at Lin Fan, pouting, but she didn't say anything further. Lin Fan held up 3 fingers and continued, "If you trust me, just give me 3 minutes. Only 3 minutes and you'll be able to walk. It won't be a complete recovery, but as long as you don't do any strenuous activities or run around, it will be completely fine. After that, have a good sleep tonight and you'll be back to normal tomorrow morning." Hearing this, Yanan scoffed, saying, 3 minutes. Who do you think you are, Huator reincarnated or a descendant of BNQ? Why don't you say you can cure cancer and AIDS or even regrow limbs? Lin Fan replied calmly, "Actually I can." Yanan rolled her eyes at him, even more convinced that Lin Fan was a big fraud trying to take advantage of Ling Xuefei. However, as long as General An was around, she was determined not to let this petty scheme succeed. Lin Fan chose not to argue with Yanan but turned to look at Ling Xuefei inquisitively. Ling Xuefei began to feel conflicted. She understood her own situation well. Having just taken over the Imperial Entertainment Company, everything was in disarray and many things were unfamiliar, with many goals not being met. Her regular work already had her stretched thin and she wished she could split herself in half to manage everything. Now with her ankle sprained, her work efficiency would surely drop significantly. It would be quite challenging to face the current issues of the company in such a state. Moreover, in a couple of days an important friend was coming over, but with her current condition that would likely pose a problem as well. On the other hand, Ling Xuefei recalled the previous day when Zhong Huatian and Jiu Maihuan came personally to seek Lin Fan's medical expertise, and Lin Fan had showcased remarkable alchemy skills right under her nose. It wasn't entirely impossible that Lin Fan had some medical knowledge. Logically, Ling Xuefei understood this, but being strong-willed, she still didn't want to bow to Lin Fan. She looked Lin Fan in the eye and said, "I appreciate your kindness, but there's no need for your help. I have a surgeon I know." Before Ling Xuefei could finish her sentence, Lin Fan noticed Chi-Chi looking at him with a pitiful expression. His heart softened and the words he was about to say were swallowed back down as he stepped forward, pushing Yanan aside and sitting next to Ling Xuefei on the sofa. "What are you doing?" Ling Xuefei exclaimed, but Lin Fan did not answer. He dominantly grabbed Ling Xuefei's calf and removed her shoe with the other hand. "You bastard! What do you want to do? Let go of Sister Feifei." Seeing Lin Fan's actions, Yanan screamed and rushed over, shaking Lin Fan and tugging at his clothes, trying to pull him away. But Lin Fan stood firm like an unyielding boulder, unaffected by the waves of resistance. "Don't move." Lin Fan coldly uttered, and surprisingly the instinctively struggling Ling Xuefei halted her movements, leaning back against the sofa, not resisting and staring blankly at Lin Fan. Lin Fan placed Ling Xuefei's leg across his own and gently covered the swollen area with his right hand. One cannot help but say that Ling Xuefei is truly a stunning beauty, embodying the spirit of heaven and earth. Her long snow-white legs are flawless, plump and smooth, exuding an aura of fitness. Adding an inch would seem excessive, while subtracting one would seem lacking. The silky sensation of holding her made Lin Fan feel an irresistible reluctance to let go, as if he were grasping something more precious than the divine artifacts for which countless cultivators risk their lives to seize. Thankfully, Lin Fan's determination kept him composed. Ling Xuefei, extremely nervous, closed her eyes, her long eyelashes trembling slightly. One hand hugged Qiqi tightly while the other grasped the cushion of the sofa, bracing herself for the sensation of pain that was about to come. However, after a few seconds she wondered, why doesn't it hurt yet? Ling Xuefei opened her eyes with suspicion and saw Lin Fan's hand gripping her ankle. Strangely, she felt no pain at all, as instead a wave of warmth radiated from his palm, spreading pleasantly from the point of contact. Ling Xuefei couldn't help but tilt her head slightly, her lips parting to let out an enticing moan. Oh my, did that sound just come from my mouth? How embarrassing. Yet it truly felt wonderful. Ling Xuefei's face flushed, a deep red extending to the back of her ears. She dared to sneak a glance at Lin Fan, relieved to find that he was unaffected. Noticing Ling Xuefei's reaction, and Yanan gradually halted her movements, looking at Ling Xuefei with suspicion, wondering if Lin Fan could indeed heal. The two women each had their thoughts, while Lin Fan remained focused, silently channeling his true energy, directing it through his right palm to Ling Xuefei's ankle. Under the nourishment of the true energy, Ling Xuefei felt no pain. On the contrary, she felt quite comfortable. That sensation was indescribable, akin to trekking through a desert for hundreds of kilometers, parched and exhausted, then finally drinking a refreshing bottle of chilled mineral water. It was also like shivering in the icy cold, only to dive into a warm bed with an electric blanket. The only word to describe it was bliss. In this state of feeling, Ling Xuefei gently bit her lip, her eyes fixed on Lin Fan. At that moment, Lin Fan's figure seemed inexplicably grander in her eyes. 3 minutes later, Lin Fan slowly withdrew his hand, turned to Ling Xuefei, and softly uttered, "All done." "Who? All done?" Hearing Lin Fan's voice, Ling Xuefei came back to her senses, looking at him with a dazed expression, disbelief evident on her face. However, Lin Fan paid no mind to Ling Xuefei's thoughts, directly placing her leg down and standing up to walk aside. This time his movements were not as gentle as before. While not outright rough, they were certainly not tender. Ling Xuefei was startled by Lin Fan's actions, thinking that if he hurt her she would make him pay. Yet the anticipated pain never came. Looking down at her foot, she was surprised to find that the swelling around her ankle had significantly reduced. If one did not look closely, it was nearly undetectable. Is this for real? How incredible! Ling Xuefei shook her head lightly, extending her right hand to cautiously touch the previously swollen area. No pain. Let's press a little harder. Still no pain. Really, is it healed? After confirming multiple times, Ling Xuefei finally lifted her head, blinking her eyes, speechless for a long moment. Fei sis. And Yanan quickly squeezed past Lin Fan to sit beside Ling Xuefei on the sofa, examining Ling Xuefei's ankle in detail, her expression one of sheer astonishment. What on earth is this? Is this a joke? Just a moment ago it was so swollen, how could it be fine after just a touch? And Yanan even reached out to feel Ling Xuefei's ankle, and the latter showed no reaction, confirming it was indeed pain-free. The events unfolding before them had utterly overturned Ling Xuefei and Yanan's worldviews. For the two girls who had been raised on materialistic education, such occurrences seemed only possible in mythological tales. How could they happen right in front of their eyes, or even to themselves? Ling Xuefei looked up at Lin Fan, hesitating for a moment before asking softly, "You? How did you do that?" Before Lin Fan could respond, Qiqi raised her little head proudly and exclaimed, "Daddy is amazing. Daddy is a superhero, he can do anything." Ling Xuefei playfully pinched Qiqi's little nose and smiled, "I know you, little rascal. It's only been a few days and you're already defending him. If more time passes, will you forget your own mother?" Qiqi immediately hugged Ling Xuefei's arm and shook it gently, whining, "Mama is the best mama in the world. Qiqi loves mama the most. HMPH, such sweet talk." Ling Xuefei tapped Qiqi's forehead lightly, saying, "Hee." Qiqi nestled into Ling Xuefei's embrace, wiggling her little bottom to get comfortable. Ling Xuefei gently stroked Qiqi's little head, looking up at Lin Fan again and asking, "What exactly did you do just now?" Lin Fan casually replied, "With your knowledge and perspective it's hard for me to explain. But you can simply understand it, as I know how to use qi." Upon hearing this, Ling Xuefei rolled her eyes, the slight goodwill she had just formed towards Lin Fan dissipating completely. He truly was a temperamental fellow. With her ankle healed, Ling Xuefei placed Qiqi on the sofa and slowly stood up, testing her weight on the previously injured foot. After confirming there was no issue, she let out a sigh of relief and began to walk slowly in front of the sofa. At first her walking posture was amusing, resembling a toddler taking their first steps. Meanwhile, Qiqi, having left her mother's embrace, crawled on the sofa toward the edge, eager to get down. Qiqi was sprawled on the sofa, her little bottom raised, her tiny legs dangling outside as she tested her reach. However, the height of the sofa was still too much for the 4-year-old. Her little legs couldn't touch the ground at all and there was nothing on the sofa to support her, so after a couple of attempts the little one slid off the sofa toward the floor. Chi-Chi. Ling Xuefei caught sight of Chi-Chi's movement out of the corner of her eye, her heart racing in a cold sweat. She quickly turned to grab Chi-Chi, but her actions were too slow. She could only watch helplessly as Chi-Chi fell from the sofa. Ling Xuefei felt her heart shatter. Chi-Chi was a piece of her heart, occupying the most important place in her life. If Chi-Chi were to truly fall and hurt herself, she would be heartbroken. And Yanan nearby also noticed Chi-Chi's predicament, but she was even farther from Chi-Chi than Ling Xuefei and could not intervene in time. A wave of deep self-reproach washed over her as she realized she had been so absorbed in the incredibility of what had just happened that she hadn't paid attention to Chi-Chi. Woof! At the critical moment, Xiao Shao sprang into action once again. With a soft bark, he darted forward like lightning, reaching the sofa just before Chi-Chi hit the ground, cushioning her fall perfectly beneath her. Chi-Chi landed gently on Xiao Shao's back, soft and painless. "Ah, it's you, Xiao Shao. Thank you so much." Chi-Chi beamed as she hugged him tightly. The little girl and the pup had already forged a deep, heartfelt bond and now played together joyfully. Ling Xuefei stared blankly, then pinched Yanan's arm hard. And Yanan shot her a reproachful glance, rubbing her reddened skin as she pouted. "Sister Feifei, what are you doing?" I swear that dumb dog seems smarter than you." Ling Xuefei offered an apologetic glance toward Yanan, gently stroking her arm with a teasing smile, then turned to Lin Fan, her mind swirling with a colossal question mark. He was becoming increasingly enigmatic, alchemical mastery bordering on the divine, a 3-meter leap, defying physics, effortless healing of her sprained ankle, and even their pet Siberian husky possessed uncanny intelligence. Calling me a dumb dog? Unforgivable. Were it not for the fact that this woman is my little master's mother, I'd make her regret those words dearly. Woof, little master truly is the best. Have you finished staring? Lin Fan's calm voice jolted Ling Xuefei from her reverie. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she glared fiercely at him. "How dare you bring a dog into the house without consulting me? Don't you know pets carry bacteria and parasites? What if Chi-Chi falls ill because of it? What if the dog suddenly turns violent and bites Chi-Chi? Have you ever truly considered Chi-Chi's safety? How can I possibly trust you to care for her here?" Faced with Ling Xuefei's barrage of accusations, Lin Fan remained utterly unruffled. His gaze, serene and untroubled, settled upon her. "Are you done? Then listen carefully." He walked over to where Chi-Chi and Xiao Shao were playing merrily, knelt beside them and gently stroked the dog's head. "Tell me, was Chi-Chi always alone while abroad? With no other children to play alongside her? Do you grasp how profoundly that isolates a child? Chi-Chi is still young. If you remain overseas for several more years, she may well retreat inward, growing withdrawn and silent. A child's growth demands companionship, true friends. No matter how meticulous or devoted we adults may be, our care can never replace the irreplaceable role of peers. Do you know what Chi-Chi told me? She said there was no one to play with abroad, and she couldn't understand others' words. She felt deeply, achingly lonely. That is precisely why I brought Chi-Chi a companion, to grow with her, laugh with her, share life's simple joys. As for your concerns, they hold no weight here. First, Xiao Shao's physiology has undergone special refinement. His body harbors neither bacteria nor parasites. Second, frankly, you may not even surpass him in intellect. He would never harm Chi-Chi, and as you witnessed moments ago, he instinctively shielded her. He is both the most attentive nanny and the most loyal guardian. With him by Chi-Chi's side, you should feel more at ease, not less. Woof. Woof whiff. Hearing Lin Fan's words, Xiao Shao wagged his tail vigorously in solemn affirmation, then gazed up at him with tongue lolling and breath warm. There you see. Lin Fan lightly tapped Xiao Shao's head and said. Ling Xuefei fell speechless, stunned into silence, before finally snapping back to reality. Hands planted firmly on her slender waist, eyes blazing with fierce intensity, she demanded, "What do you mean, that I'm failing Chi-Chi? And what exactly did you mean by saying I might not be smarter than your dog? Explain yourself, now." Beside her, and Yanan also glared at Lin Fan, her expression sharp enough to pierce flesh. "No hidden meaning, just this: I will care for Chi-Chi flawlessly and without fail." Lin Fan shrugged slightly as he rose to his feet. Just then Chi-Chi scampered over to Ling Xuefei's feet and wrapped her small arms around her mother's smooth calf. "Mommy, Xiao Shao is my best friend, he'd never hurt me. Right, Xiao Shao?" She then turned and waved eagerly towards Xiao Shao. Hearing his little master's call, Xiao Shao bounded over Taylor Blur, nuzzling his head affectionately against Chi-Chi's waist before settling obediently at her feet, his gaze tender, devoted, full of quiet love. Witnessing Xiao Shao's conduct, Ling Xuefei reluctantly accepted Lin Fan's claim, at least provisionally. The dog wasn't merely clever, he was astonishingly perceptive, perhaps the most intelligent canine she'd ever encountered. Fine, your reasoning holds merit. But you will exercise utmost caution. Should even a single hair on Chi-Chi's head be harmed, I'll hold you accountable. HMPH. She pointed a slender finger at Lin Fan in stern warning. Even if you hadn't spoken those words, I'd uphold them, because Chi-Chi isn't only your daughter. She is mine too. My love for her runs as deep as fierce as yours. Seeing the sincerity etched across Lin Fan's face, and hearing the raw unvarnished truth in his voice, Ling Xuefei finally breathed a cautious sigh of relief. Lin Fan's transformation over these few days had been profound, so profound it had begun dissolving her long-held reservations, allowing her for now to entrust Chi-Chi to him. Yet before departing she added quietly, today marks Chi-Chi's 3rd day under your care. Cherish every moment with your daughter. Lin Fan sighed inwardly. Though he'd known Chi-Chi only briefly, she had already taken root in his heart, deep, unshakable, sacred. To let her leave his side was unthinkable. Yet forcibly taking Chi-Chi from Ling Xuefei, that was no path for a man of honor, not to mention it would shatter Chi-Chi's deepest wish to live happily with both parents, not become the wedge driving them apart. Sigh, truly a thorny dilemma. Lin Fan, the supreme immortal sovereign of Xuanyang, confronted the greatest challenge since his rebirth. Meanwhile, inside Golden Brick Karaoke Lounge. After hours of wild revelry, the Rainbow Candy crew had finally collapsed into exhausted slumber by 2 or 3 a.m. Sprawled haphazardly across the private room, men and women tangled together, clothing barely concealing modesty, the scene utterly chaotic. Empty liquor bottles littered the floor alongside discarded fruit peels, cigarette butts, and scattered debris. Thick smoke hung heavy in the air, yet somehow they slept soundly, blissfully unaware. Xiao Huang in particular snored loudly, bubbles forming at his lips as he murmured dreamily, perhaps wooing a celestial maiden in some ethereal realm. Empty liquor bottles littered the floor alongside discarded fruit peels, cigarette butts, and scattered debris. Thick smoke hung heavy in the air, yet somehow they slept soundly, blissfully unaware. Xiao Ziyi, grandfather has fallen ill. Auntie is returning to our hometown to visit him. I've left the villa key atop the TV set-top box. Please stop by tonight to tidy up. It needn't be perfect, but promises made must be kept with integrity. Auntie expects to return tomorrow afternoon. Please stay out of trouble. In Lin Fan's villa, after Ling Xuefei held Chi-Chi for a conversation, she reluctantly called An Yanan and left Jiangnan waterfront, hurrying to the company. Sister Feifei, stop looking, you can't see it anymore. After the Ferrari for 88 turned onto the main road from the Jiangnan waterfront community, An Yanan teased Ling Xuefei, who kept looking back with a smile. Sigh. Ling Xuefei withdrew her gaze and sat properly, brushing her hair by her temples. She sighed softly and said, Yanan, now Chi-Chi is getting more attached to that person. This isn't a good sign. In a couple of days it may be even harder to take Chi-Chi away from him. What do you think I should do? An Yanan with a cheerful smile said, that's not difficult at all. Hearing this, Ling Xuefei looked at An Yanan, her eyes brightened, and she hurriedly asked, do you have a good solution? Indeed, no matter how strong-willed a woman is, she becomes sensitive and cautious when it comes to matters concerning her child. An Yanan raised an eyebrow and said teasingly, as long as you marry him, wouldn't that be great? Then you 3 can live happily together, what's there to worry about? Ling Xuefei blushed and stopped An Yanan, saying, what nonsense are you talking about? However, An Yanan said earnestly, I'm not entirely speaking nonsense, Sister Feifei. In the past, even if 1,000 Lin Fans were tied together, they wouldn't be worthy of you. But now his changes are indeed astonishing. Sometimes I even doubt whether this Lin Fan is still the useless playboy we remember. Look, he can refine pills, heal, and his skills are remarkable. Earlier when he carried you down from the 2nd floor, he looked just like a hero from a martial arts drama, not walking down but floating down, do you know? Moreover, the dog he raised can actually understand human speech, it's truly a marvel. Hearing An Yanan's words, Ling Xuefei couldn't help but recall Lin Fan's figure. It must be said that Lin Fan's current brilliance indeed surpassed many young talents from prominent families that she knew. However, to think that this alone could make Ling Xuefei develop feelings for Lin Fan would be pure fantasy. Although Ling Xuefei had no feelings for Lin Fan, at least she didn't dislike him as much as before, and she even developed a slight curiosity to know more about him. As the saying goes, all beginnings are difficult. Now that there is a good start, are the subsequent matters still a problem? Ling Xuefei hurriedly snapped out of her thoughts, wondering what was happening to her, losing herself in such musings. She gently patted her face, which was still blushing, and instantly regained the demeanor of a cold and elegant female CEO, crossing her legs as she asked Yanan, how long until we reach the company? Upon hearing Ling Xuefei's question, Yanan was taken aback for a moment, then quickly entered work mode, the playful expression disappearing, replaced by a serious demeanor. Today's traffic is quite good, we should reach the company within 20 minutes. Good. After speaking, Ling Xuefei gently leaned back in her seat, slowly closing her eyes, but her slightly trembling eyelashes revealed that her inner feelings were not as calm as they appeared. After Ling Xuefei and An Yanan left, the villa was left with only Lin Fan and Chi-Chi. Oh, and now there was also a little fool. Lin Fan turned on the television, letting the little fool keep Chi-Chi company in the living room while he tied on an apron and went into the kitchen to prepare breakfast for the 2 of them and the little fool. Listening to Chi-Chi's silver bell-like laughter coming from the living room, a smile appeared on Lin Fan's face. This warm life enchanted him. Chi-Chi felt like a gift from heaven, making him cherish her deeply. Lin Fan shook his head with a smile, feeling happy as he busied himself. 20 minutes later, breakfast was ready. The 3 of them, 1 dog and 2 humans, sat around the dining table enjoying breakfast. Seeing Chi-Chi with rice all over her mouth, Lin Fan felt like the happiest person in the world. After breakfast, Lin Fan cleaned up the bowls and chopsticks. Chi-Chi clung to him and sat on the sofa watching an episode of Bears Can't Be Stopped. Seeing Chi-Chi dance with joy after Bear Da and Bear defeated the bald-headed Cheong who tried to destroy the forest, Lin Fan's mood lifted. The little Princess Silver Bell-like laughter echoed in the living room for a long time. After the episode ended, Lin Fan gently patted Chi-Chi's little head and said, "Chi-Chi, Daddy is going out to buy some things. You behave and play with the little fool at home, okay?" Chi-Chi shook her little head, jumped into Lin Fan's arms and said in a soft voice, "Chi-Chi wants to go out with Daddy too." Lin Fan smiled and said, "Daddy is going to buy medicinal materials. The pharmacy smells really bad, so it's better if Chi-Chi doesn't go and plays at home. Daddy will be back soon." Then okay, Chi-Chi will behave. Chi-Chi thought for a moment, biting her little finger, and said, "So good moi." Lin Fan kissed Chi-Chi's little face, then stood up, changed his clothes and went out. Before leaving, Lin Fan reminded the little fool to protect Chi-Chi well. The little fool naturally dared not disobey its master's command, barking twice and wagging its tail to assure him. It was precisely because of this loyal bodyguard that Lin Fan could confidently leave Chi-Chi at home alone. Lin Fan's trip out was to buy some medicinal materials from the pharmacy, mainly to aid in enhancing physical fitness. Although Lin Fan had consumed the cleansing marrow pill and his meridians had long been opened, achieving the mid-stage of Qi refinement, his physical quality was still somewhat lacking. In simple terms, it is like having a plane engine installed in a car. The car may still run for a short time, even quite smoothly, but as time passes, problems are inevitable. As the saying goes, health is the foundation of revolution. Although Lin Fan came from the cultivation world and is a legitimate cultivator who focuses on refining Qi and emphasizes controlling the sword with Qi taking heads from 1,000 miles away, he differs from other cultivators in his perspective. He also pays attention to physical training, as he believes that external strength is ultimately external, only a strong physical body is fundamental. Thus, although Lin Fan does not specialize in body refining, he does consciously enhance his physical strength. In the cultivation world, there are many body refinement sects that have a low dependence on magical artifacts and focus on honing the body, relying on themselves for both offense and defense. Those who reach the great achievement stage can withstand top-tier spiritual artifacts solely with their physical bodies. The most famous figure in body refinement is the Undying Demon Lord, whose body is said to be impervious to knives and guns and unaffected by fire and water. Even the strongest sword cultivators find it difficult to injure him. In fact, even if Lin Fan were to confront this Undying Demon Lord directly, he might not gain the upper hand. It should be noted that in his past life, Lin Fan could be said to stand at the pinnacle of the cultivation world, and the fact that the Undying Demon Lord can confront Lin Fan head-on and not fall behind speaks volumes. The Hongmeng creation technique is incredibly profound and encompasses all. Among it is a specialized body refining technique called Hongmeng Indestructible Body, which can absorb the power of the sun, moon and stars to strengthen the body, and it even comes with a supplementary medicinal bath formula. Practicing with the medicinal bath yields better results. Moreover, apart from the need for body refinement, Lin Fan also needed to buy some other medicinal materials for different uses. After Lin Fan left, Chi-Chi sat on the sofa swinging her short legs, patting the cushion beside her, saying, "Little fool, come sit here. Let's watch the bears together." Woof. The little fool responded with a bark, jumped onto the sofa with quick movement, sitting with its butt on the couch, its hind legs stretched straight and its front legs resting on the cushion beside Chi-Chi, focusing intently on the cartoon, displaying a human-like expression. On the west side of Jiangnan waterfront community, 3 burly men stealthily climbed over the wall into the community, one of them carrying a burlap sack and wrapped in several loops of hemp rope. The leading burly man pulled the person beside him and asked with some concern, "Xiao Man, are you sure that guy is out?" Xiao Man nodded and replied affirmatively, "I saw him drive out with my own eyes." Spit. The leading burly man spat on the ground, his face dark, and said, "That's good. While he's not home, let's go and kidnap that little brat." "Brother Dao, isn't what we're doing a bit unethical?" Another burly man hesitated and spoke up. Brother Dao raised his hand and slapped him on the head, suppressing his voice as he scolded, "Pansy, what time do you think it is? If you feel guilty, just back out now. I and Xiao Hai can still split the money better." Pansy hurriedly waved his hands and said, No, I'll do it. Damn it, we 3 brothers have suffered such a big loss at his hands, I can swallow this anger." Brother Dao nodded in satisfaction, then a cold smile appeared on his face as he waved his hand and said, "Let's go." With that, the 3 burly men quickly made their way towards a certain villa. Lin Fan drove away from the Jiangnan water shore and followed the navigation to a herbal shop. The shop was called Jishengtang, a place that exclusively sold traditional Chinese medicine, which was exactly where Lin Fan could find the medicinal materials he needed. After parking his car, Lin Fan walked into the herbal shop. As soon as he entered, he was greeted by the rich aroma of medicinal herbs, a hallmark of any proper herbal shop. If it didn't have that scent, one would feel embarrassed to call it a herbal shop. The shop was quite spacious, the main hall measuring about 50 square meters, and it appeared to have a wide variety of medicinal herbs. However, for some reason there were no attendants present at that moment. To the right at the entrance of the shop was a counter where an elderly man in a white coat sat behind it, wearing reading glasses and engrossed in a medical book. Lin Fan glanced around briefly before approaching the counter and inquiring, "Boss, do you have ginseng here?" Upon hearing this, the elderly man looked up at Lin Fan and asked, "Yes, young friend, what kind of ginseng do you need?" "At least 100 years old." Lin Fan replied. For body refining, ordinary ginseng wouldn't suffice. At the very least, he needed ginseng that was over 100 years old. However, after saying this, Lin Fan felt a twinge of worry. 100-year-old ginseng was not something easily found, and while the herbal shop appeared to be substantial, it didn't necessarily mean they would have it. Moreover, this 100-year-old ginseng was just one of the medicinal materials needed for body refining. It was also one of the more readily available ones. If they didn't have this, the other materials would be even harder to find. 100 years. The elderly man looked at Lin Fan, a glint of excitement flashing in his eyes. Young friend, are you sure you want 100-year-old ginseng? Absolutely. Lin Fan nodded. The elderly man didn't outright refuse, which ignited a spark of hope in Lin Fan's heart. From the elderly man's tone, it seemed he actually had 100-year-old ginseng. The elderly man continued, 100-year-old ginseng is not an ordinary medicinal material. If you want to brew wine, a 10-year ginseng would suffice. May I ask what you intend to use this 100-year-old ginseng for? Lin Fan looked deeply at the elderly man and without hiding anything candidly replied, to improve my constitution. Besides the 100-year-old ginseng, I need other medicinal materials as well. Oh. The elderly man's eyes brightened as he scrutinized Lin Fan with interest. What else do you need besides this 100-year-old ginseng? Tianshan snow, lotus, cordyceps, deer antler, seahorse, dragon, saliva. Lin Fan listed over 10 types of medicinal materials, all of which were extremely valuable. After hearing Lin Fan's words, the elderly man looked at him with a meaningful gaze and shook his head, saying, young friend, we have none of these medicinal materials in our shop. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan felt greatly disappointed. This herbal shop was one of the larger ones in Longcheng. If they didn't have it, it would be difficult to find elsewhere. It seemed he would need to trouble Brother Zhong. Lin Fan turned to leave the shop, but the elderly man waved his hand and said, hey young man, why are you so impatient? Although we don't have these medicinal materials, I can help you procure them. Is this true? Lin Fan exclaimed with joy and returned to the counter to ask, can you really get these materials? The elderly man nodded with a smile and said, though I am not a significant figure, I won't make empty promises. I can indeed obtain all these medicinal materials. Lin Fan clasped his fists earnestly and said, I would be very grateful for your help, sir. Young friend, these medicinal materials are not ordinary, they are extremely precious. The ones you mentioned earlier would cost around 1 million. I'll count it as 1 million for you. What do you think? Lin Fan pondered for a moment before nodding and replying, no problem, 1 million is not considered expensive. When can I collect these materials? The elderly man stroked his beard and smiled, in 3 days come back here and I'll have all the materials ready for you. Good. Lin Fan nodded and then added, I also need some other medicinal materials. The elderly man looked at Lin Fan with a strange expression and said, young friend, the materials you mentioned earlier are already within my ability. If you ask for more precious ones, I may not be able to help. Lin Fan's face flushed slightly as he said, please don't worry, sir. These materials are of a lower grade. The elderly man finally felt somewhat relieved, took out a pen and paper from the counter and handed them to Lin Fan, saying, please write them down, including the ones you mentioned earlier. Lin Fan nodded, took the pen and paper and leaned on the counter to list the medicinal materials. The elderly man watched as Lin Fan's pen danced across the paper, nodding to himself. As the saying goes, one can judge a person's character by their handwriting. Lin Fan's writing was vigorous and powerful, resembling a startled dragon, grand and majestic, yet beautifully crafted enough to indicate that this person had integrity and was certainly not a villain. Thank you, sir. Lin Fan. After writing down all the required medicinal materials in 2 columns, Lin Fan handed the paper to the elderly man, who took it and stroked his beard while reviewing it. We have all these materials you need here. I can get them for you right now. Thank you, sir. Lin Fan said respectfully as he clasped his fists. Although the elderly man showed no signs of true energy and exhibited no cultivation, Lin Fan instinctively felt that he was not an ordinary person. Coupled with his request, Lin Fan spoke with added courtesy. A few minutes later, the elderly man had packed all the medicinal materials Lin Fan needed and placed them on the counter, saying the total for these materials comes to 12,800. Let's call it 12,000 for you. Thank you. Lin Fan expressed his gratitude again, took out his bank card and asked, do I need to pay a deposit for the previous batch of materials? The elderly man waved his hand dismissively and said, no need. I trust you. You only need to pay for these materials now, as for the rest you can pay when you see them in 3 days. Lin Fan nodded and used his card to pay for the materials. The value of the previous batch of materials exceeded 1 million, which could be considered a significant transaction. Moreover, procuring those precious materials was not an easy task. Normally a deposit would be required for assurance. However, the elderly man readily waived the deposit, deepening Lin Fan's favorable impression of him. So I take my leave. He'll come back at this time in 3 days to bother you again. Lin Fan bid farewell to the elderly man and left the herbal shop, driving back towards Jiangnan Water Shore. The elderly man stood at the entrance of Jishengtang, his left hand resting behind his back while his right hand gently stroked his beard, a faint smile on his face as he watched Lin Fan drive away. Also, the Zhong family called. They want you to prepare. Master Zhong will personally come to pick you up shortly. At that moment, a refined middle-aged man entered through the back door of the shop. He approached the elderly man and respectfully performed a gesture of greeting, saying. Upon hearing this, the elderly man sighed, his expression suddenly turning sorrowful. He shrugged his shoulders and returned to the herbal shop. A few minutes later a fully loaded Range Rover accompanied by 2 Toyota Land Cruisers parked in front of Jishengtang. Then a muscular man in his 30s dressed in Armani with tattoos visible on his neck and wrists pushed open the back door of the Range Rover, stepped out and strode into the shop. Moments later the muscular man politely led the elderly man out of the herbal shop and into the waiting Range Rover, leaving in haste. Inside the villa by the Jiangnan waterside, Chichi sat on the sofa after watching another episode of Bunai Bears, feeling a bit bored. She hugged Xiaosha and pouted, "Xiaosha, isn't daddy back yet?" Chichi misses daddy. After all, children are playful by nature and find it difficult to sit still for long. Woof! Xiaosha turned his head to look at Chichi and gave a soft bark. Hearing Xiaosha's response, Chichi pouted again and said, "Xiaosha, you miss daddy too, don't you? How about we go out to find daddy? What do you think?" Woof woof. Xiaosha barked twice. Chichi's eyes lit up and she immediately sat up straight, excitedly saying, Xiaosha, do you think I'm right? Let's go out and find daddy." With that, Chichi used her hands to push herself off the sofa, wiggling her little bottom toward the edge. Swoosh! Xiaosha quickly jumped off the sofa, ran ahead to lie down beneath Chichi's feet, and she landed right on his back, using him as a cushion to safely reach the floor. "Let's go, Xiaosha." After landing steadily, Chichi's cheeks were flushed and she waved at Xiaosha, ready to head out. Woof! Xiaosha barked once more, then opened his mouth and grabbed Chichi's pant leg, tugging at her to prevent her from leaving. "Before leaving, the master instructed me this dog to protect the little mistress. I must not let him down. The outside world is too dangerous, it's safer to stay at home." "Who?" Feeling Xiaosha pulling her, Chichi turned around suspiciously, blinked her clear big eyes and said, "Xiaosha, what are you doing?" "Chichi wants to go find daddy. You come with me, okay?" Woo, woo. Xiaosha clenched Chichi's pant leg tightly, bared his teeth, tilted his head and shook it from side to side, letting out a low growl, refusing to let go. Chichi sighed helplessly, turned around, crouched down and patted Xiaosha's head, saying, "Xiaosha, why don't you want Chichi to go find daddy? Chichi misses daddy. Can you come with me? We're best buddies, you know. You have to support me." Hearing Chichi's words, Xiaosha's face showed a complex expression, part longing, part hesitation and part worry. If an ordinary person had seen this, they would have thought they were seeing things. How could a dog, especially a Siberian husky known for its foolishness, display such a human-like expression? Needless to say, the richness of Xiaosha's facial expression at this moment could easily overshadow those so-called popular young idols who win countless dubious Best Actor and Best Actress awards, have packed schedules and astronomical paychecks, and boast massive fan bases. Seeing Xiaosha stunned, Chichi rested her chin on her hand and continued, "Chichi doesn't like staying alone in the big house. It's so boring. Xiaosha, let's go out and find daddy." Woof! Xiaosha suddenly let go and barked, but this bark was different from the previous ones. To put it metaphorically, the earlier barks were like normal human speech, while this one seemed like an urgent shout, higher in pitch and more rapid. Chichi said with a grin, Chichi knew it. Xiaosha is on Chichi's side. "Let's go then." As she spoke, Chichi stood up, but Xiaosha didn't move. Instead, he looked around warily, pricked up his ears and listened carefully to the surroundings. 3 minutes earlier, on the side of Lin Fan's villa, 3 burly men crept furtively to the corner. Dao Ji tilted his head upward to look, then licked his slightly chapped lips, jerked his head at Xiaoman and Pansy beside him and said, "Xiaoman, you go first." "Got it." Upon hearing this, Xiaoman nodded, spat on both palms, then walked to the base of the wall. He firmly grasped the downspout with both hands, exerted force, and with a spring his feet kicked off the wall and his entire body clung to the wall. Then, using both hands and feet like a gecko, he swiftly climbed up the downspout to the 2nd floor. After reaching the 2nd floor, Xiaoman placed one foot on the window ledge outside, held the downspout with his left hand and took out a glass cutter from his pocket with his right hand. He then crouched by the window and began slowly cutting the glass. Dao Ji and Pansy stood on either side of the villa, keeping watch. Xiaosha. Suddenly Pansy turned his head and whistled. Swish! Dao Ji instantly turned to look at him. Pansy gave Dao Ji a meaningful glance and mouthed, "Someone's coming." Dao Ji narrowed his eyes, glanced back to confirm no one was on his side, then swiftly ran to Pansy's side and peered out. He saw 2 security guards chatting and laughing as they approached from the other side. "Left is yours, right is mine," Dao Ji whispered in Pansy's ear. Pansy nodded expressionless. A few seconds later, the 2 guards reached Pansy's hiding spot. Their conversation was clearly audible. They were discussing whether to eat at a Shaw County snack shop or just grab a couple of jianbingguzi for dinner, completely unaware of the impending danger. Just as the 2 guards stepped out from the corner of the villa, Dao Ji and Pansy struck simultaneously, swift as thunder. Only 2 soft thuds were heard. The 2 poor guards saw only a flash of black shadow, and before they could make a sound, they felt a sharp pain at the back of their necks. Their vision went dark and they lost consciousness. After knocking out the 2 guards, Dao Ji and Pansy quick struck simultaneously, swift as thunder. Only 2, shielded by the bushes outside. Even if someone passed by the grass, they would not easily discover that 2 people were lying inside. After Dao Ji and Pansy had swiftly dealt with the two passing guards, they looked up and saw Xiaoman making an okay gesture at them before slipping into the second-floor room. "We go up too," Dao Ji said in a low voice, then tied the sack around his waist and slung the rope over his back. He grabbed the downspout and quickly climbed up with Pansy following closely. In less than 10 seconds both had entered the room. Pansy was the last to enter. Once inside he saw Xiaoman with his ear pressed against the door listening to the sounds outside while Dao Ji sat casually on the bed untying the sack and rope from his body. "Dao Ji, it sounds like there's a dog barking downstairs." Xiaoman turned his head and whispered. Upon hearing this, Dao Ji looked up, frowned slightly and then began assigning tasks. "It doesn't matter. Just a dog. Pansy, you take care of the stupid dog first. Don't let it bark and ruin my plan. Xiaoman, tie up the child. Get it done in 20 seconds. We need to leave quickly and not run into that person." Xiaoman and Pansy both nodded. Xiaoman opened the door. "Let's work." Dao Ji gestured with his chin. Creak. Xiaoman reached out, turned the doorknob and gently pulled the door open. He poked his head out to look left and right, and after confirming that the second-floor hallway was empty he dashed out first, followed closely by Dao Ji and Pansy. After quietly slipping out of the room, Xiaoman crept toward the stairwell. Peering down from the landing he caught sight of a cherubic toddler sitting on the floor, the television playing something indistinct, yet the dog that had barked moments ago was nowhere to be seen. Could that bark have come from the TV? Xiaoman wondered, puzzled. He turned to flash a safe signal to Dao Ji and Pansy behind him, then took a step forward and descended the stairs. It was just a 3- or 4-year-old child, easy to handle and whisk away. Dao Ji and Pansy watched Xiaoman round the corner and head down, then followed suit. The moment Dao Ji and Pansy took a single step, 2 barks and a familiar scream rang out from the stairs, followed by the heavy thud of something crashing to the floor. What the hell? The same question flashed through the minds of Dao Ji and Pansy. Ha! Husky. Xiaoman lay sprawled on the first floor, blood gushing from his thigh. He stared in astonishment at Xiao Shou on the stairs, stammering. Swoosh! Xiao Shou cast a ferocious glance at Xiaoman, then leaped from the stairs in a flash. Before Xiaoman's horrified eyes the dog appeared before him like lightning, planting its forepaws on his chest and baring its teeth with a menacing glare. Fuck you! Xiaoman snapped back to reality, roaring a curse. His arm muscles bulged instantly as he reached out from both sides to grab the husky. In Xiaoman's eyes this was merely a husky, though it had caught him off guard and wounded him. He, as a martial artist of the external strength realm, could easily handle a mere beast. But he was wrong, terribly wrong. His confident strike missed entirely. His palms smacked together with a loud clap while the husky had already vanished from its originals. What? Xiaoman exclaimed, utterly unable to believe it. As Xiaoman reeled in shock, Xiao Shou wasted no time. The dog appeared at his side in an instant, fangs bared, and lunged for his neck. Xiaoman saw it clearly and the fear of death instantly seized his heart. With Xiao Shou's razor-sharp fangs, if they sank into the carotid artery he would bleed out, and if luck were against him all that would be left for him on future Qingming or October 1st festivals would be a few paper offerings. Scram, you beast! At that critical moment Xiaoman heard the most beautiful sound in the world. Dao Ji and Pansy had already witnessed the scene downstairs. Dao Ji bellowed, grabbed a nearby vase and hurled it at Xiao Shou while flipping over the second-floor railing and jumping down to the first floor. But Xiao Shou was stubborn. If you dared to harm the little master, this dog would show no mercy. He ignored the flying vase entirely and sank his teeth deep into Xiaoman's neck. With a terrified scream Xiaoman clutched his neck and collapsed to the ground. Blood seeped through Xiaoman's fingers, foamy spittle dribbled from his mouth, his body convulsed and his eyes rolled back. Soon a pool of blood spread beneath him. The vase shattered against Xiao Shou's head as if striking a wall. Xiao Shou's physique was now far beyond ordinary. Even a heavy blow from a stick would likely do him no harm. The husky was no ordinary husky, but the vase was merely ordinary ceramic. When they collided, the vase instantly broke into pieces that flew in all directions, one shard grazing Chi-Chi's face. A thin trail of blood appeared on Chi-Chi's cheek, not deep, just a slight oozing, but it terrified her. She burst into tears, droplets rolling down her tender little face. Chi-Chi's cries enraged Xiao Shou completely. After dispatching Xiaoman he bared his teeth, let out a snort and turned to pounce on Dao Ji, who had just landed on the first floor. As the leader of the trio, Dao Ji was slightly more skilled than the other two, but only slightly, and still no match for Xiao Shou. As the saying goes in martial arts, speed is the ultimate key. Xiao Shou moved like lightning, his form barely visible to the naked eye. How could anyone fight that? Soon Dao Ji was covered in claw marks, a disheveled mess. Pansy, standing on the second floor, watched in awe as the husky pushed Dao Ji to the brink of collapse. Retreat began to stir in his mind and he grew increasingly regretful for following Dao Ji on this job. It was a vile, dirty task to begin with, and now they had to face a terror like this husky, and recalling the towering figure from the day before still sent chills down his spine. The more Pansy thought, the more regret and panic overwhelmed him. Pansy, what the fuck are you standing there for? Can't you see I can barely hold on? Go tie up that little bastard. Just as Pan Zi's mind was racing, Dao Ji shouted frantically, his face pale and urgent. Dao Ji had spent a considerable time in the underground boxing ring where the death rate was staggeringly high, yet never, except for the terrifying man they encountered the day before, had any opponent pushed him this far. Dao Ji's words snapped Pan Zi back to reality. He thought of the 2 million remuneration promised by the boss. If they pulled this off, he would instantly pocket over 600,000, no small sum. As the saying goes, money makes the world go round. Pan Zi's eyes gradually hardened with resolve. He spat on the ground, vaulted over the second floor railing and landed on the first floor. Careful not to get near Xiao Shou, he hugged the wall and made for Chichi. Once he got the child in his hands, the remaining beast would be easy to handle. Dao Ji and Pan Zi had crafted a fine plan and script, but Xiao Shou was not their actor. Why would he follow their script? After consuming the celestial spirit fruit, Xiao Shou's intelligence was nearly on par with the humans. He understood the implication of Dao Ji's words. So the moment he saw Pan Zi make a move, Xiao Shou's attack intensified, turning into a streak of lightning as he slashed wound after wound across Dao Ji's body. Pan Zi! Hurry the fuck up! Dao Ji was in agony now, a blood-soaked mess, barely holding on. He knew he couldn't fall. If he did, failing the mission would be the least of their worries. They might all lose their lives here. Hearing Dao Ji's urging, Pan Zi quickened his pace toward Chi-Chi. Xiao Shou was utterly desperate. He abandoned Dao Ji and turned to rush back to Chi-Chi's aid, but Dao Ji, as if injected with adrenaline, lunged forward and grabbed Xiao Shou's tail with both hands. Yanked back by Dao Ji, Xiao Shou's forward momentum abruptly halted. He turned back in fury, sank his teeth into Dao Ji's hand, and the pain made Dao Ji let go. Xiao Shou ignored him and dashed straight for Chi-Chi. But it was too late. Thanks to Dao Ji's delay, Pan Zi had successfully taken Chi-Chi hostage. "Daddy, save me!" Chi-Chi cried, even harder, teardrops falling like broken pearls from her cheeks, her little legs thrashing wildly. "Stupid dog! Don't move!" Pan Zi didn't care whether the dog could understand him. He only knew that if the dog charged, his own life would be in danger. So he held Chi-Chi up as a shield, trembling as he spoke. Seeing Chi-Chi captured, Xiao Shou dared not act rashly. He gritted his teeth and faced off against Pan Zi. On the other side, Lin Fan drove while tapping his phone to connect to the villa's surveillance system. Newly become a father, he already missed his little daughter after less than half an hour apart and could not resist peeking at Chi-Chi. But the image on the monitor ignited a storm of fury within Lin Fan. A towering rage rose from him, so fierce the air around him seemed to harden and the temperature plunged by more than 10 degrees. Without hesitation, Lin Fan slammed his foot down on the accelerator. The Havel H6 lunged forward, slicing through the gaps of vehicles waiting at the intersection. With a sudden turn, he smashed through the roadside barrier, mounted the pedestrian crossing and bolted, blasting his horn as he tore onward. The way he drove naturally drew the attention of the police. A patrol car parked at the curb raised its siren and swung around to pursue. What should have been a 10-minute drive took Lin Fan less than 5. At the entrance to the Jiangnan Shuian residential complex, he could not wait for the security guard to lift the gate, so he stopped by the side of the road, flung the door open and vanished from beside the car in an instant. Screech! Half a minute later, a patrol car arrived at Jiangnan Shuian and pulled up beside Lin Fan's Havel H6. Its door popped open and a crisp, imposing female officer leapt out. Her expression was icy as she glanced at the H6 and dashed toward the security booth at the estate entrance. "Is the owner of that Havel H6 a resident of your complex?" She produced her badge and pointed at Lin Fan's car as she asked the duty guard. The security guard was struck dumb by the sight of the officer and froze speechless for a long moment. The officer frowned and waved the badge again before the guard's face, repeating, "Is the owner of that Havel H6 a resident here?" The guard finally snapped back to himself and stammered, "Oh." He followed the officer's gesture and hurriedly said, "Yes, officer. That car was registered here only yesterday." "The owner is Mr. Lin, who lives in the standalone duplex at No. 20 in E District." The officer asked, "Where is E District?" The guard pointed in its direction and said, "Over there." Satisfied, the officer nodded and wasted no time. With one hand on the access barrier, she nimbly vaulted inside and sprinted in the direction the guard had indicated. "Inside the villa? You stupid dog, don't move. Move again and he'll strangle her." Pan Zi clutched Chi-Chi to his chest, drenched in sweat, shouting with bluster that barely hid his trembling. He was truly frightened out of his wits. Was this still a husky? Even the fiercest, most formidable mastiff could not compare. The three of them were experienced fighters, tempered in life and death battles and brimming with combat experience, yet none had ever faced a fight like this. This was not a husky, this was a monster. "You big bully. You big bully. Daddy will beat you when he comes back." Chi-Chi slapped Pan Zi and shouted, "Shut up." Pan Zi glared and barked at Chi-Chi. She fell silent, trembling and wiping tears as she sobbed, "Daddy boo-hoo, where are you?" Dao Ji struggled up, using the couch for support, his body slick with blood and barely able to stand. Yet a grotesque triumphant smile creased his face, making him look especially chilling. Pan Zi, well done," Dao Ji said as he dragged his heavy steps toward Pan Zi, leaving a trail of bloody footprints on the floor. "Woof, woof. Woof, woof." Xiao Sha ignored Dao Ji and bared his teeth, nostrils flaring. His gaze was ferociously intent on Pansy, the sharp claws at his paws lengthened and gleaming like knives. No one could doubt their lethality. Hey you damn beast, we underestimated you. But now what can you do? Dao Ji sank weakly onto the sofa beside Pansy and drew a dark pistol from the small of his back. I didn't intend to bring this thing, but just in case I did. I didn't expect it would come in useful. Dao Ji tightened his grip on the bloody weapon. Now he'll use it to send you away for good. With a metallic click he racked the slide and raised the pistol, aiming it at Xiao Sha. Xiao Sha's fur stood on end and animal instinct warned him of danger. He let out a low growl and his body hunched as if an invisible rope had pulled him upward, coiling him taut. To Pansy and Dao Ji's horror, Xiao Sha began to swell in size. His fangs lengthened and protruded, saliva dripping from them. His limbs thickened and his claws grew longer and darker, flashing a cold gleam. His whole body ballooned until he was far larger than before, now surpassing even a full-grown mastiff. What kind of monster? Pansy stammered and instinctively recoiled, tripping on a small stool behind him and landing on his rear, panicked. Dao Ji! Dao Ji! Shoot him! Kill him! Dao Ji, stunned by Xiao Sha's transformation, snapped back with a hard glint in his eyes. He no longer hesitated and pulled the trigger decisively. Bang! Whiz! A gunshot cracked. Xiao Sha blurred into a black shadow and vanished from where he had stood. A charred black hole appeared where his feet had been. You run again and he'll blow her brains out. Realizing that even with a gun he might not be able to harm the blisteringly fast creature before him, Dao Ji pointed the pistol at the struggling Chichi in Pansy's arms and threatened Xiao Sha. Holding a hostage up to a husky would be laughable under other circumstances, but to Dao Ji in that moment there was nothing funny about. Dao Ji and his kind answered only to money and nothing else. For them there were no moral limits. As long as the price was right, anything could be done. Over the years following their boss they had done many despicable, immoral things. Xiao Sha was angered by the human shameless threat, but he was powerless. He could ensure the bullets would not harm himself, but he could not guarantee Chi-Chi's safety. In Xiao Sha's heart, Chi-Chi's safety came before his own. Had his kind-hearted little mistress not taken him home, he would probably now be a crippled dog lingering miserably in a pet shop. The debt he owed his young master felt like rebirths. He would never allow a hair on her head to be harmed. Sometimes beasts understand gratitude and loyalty more purely than humans. Seeing Xiao Sha freeze, Dao Ji felt pleased. It seemed the stupid dog did understand human speech after all, otherwise dealing with it would have been much harder. "Die, you stupid dog!" Dao Ji shouted, swung the pistol back towards Xiao Sha and squeezed the trigger. With a sharp report the bullet flew. This second shot Dao Ji was determined to land. As the bullet left the chamber a smug smile even emerged on his face. Combined with the blood smeared across his visage, it looked especially sinister in the gunfire's glow. But this smile had barely appeared when it froze on his face. Dao Ji only saw a small black object flash before his eyes, then a faint sound came from the side. He followed the sound and saw a bullet deeply embedded in the side wall, leaving only a small bulge outside while a small black pebble lay on the floor at the corner. What? The scene before him made Dao Ji's eyelids twitch. Then a storm of shock surged within his. This was clearly someone throwing a pebble to intercept the bullet he had fired mid-flight, even forcing the bullet to change its trajectory, embedding itself into the side wall. The muzzle velocity of a bullet is typically 300 to 400 meters per second. At such speed and such a short distance the bullet hits almost as soon as the gun is fired. Yet someone could throw a pebble from the side to intercept it mid-flight. What precision, what strength, what speed that required. An ominous premonition surged in Dao Ji's heart and sweat beads the size of beans formed on his forehead. Then a tangible, overwhelming, murderous aura surged from outside the villa, instantly enveloping him, causing his heart to tremble. It's him, that terrifying man is back. It's over? That was the only thought in Dao Ji's mind. Then his face ashen, he looked toward the door. Pansy was also dumbfounded, staring at the bullet in the wall, feeling as if he were watching a movie. Seriously? How could this even happen? Bang! The villa's door shattered directly. A figure burst through, leaving after images, and instantly appeared inside the room. You, how do you want to die? A voice immensely sinister also reached the ears of Dao Ji and Pansy. You? You? Dao Ji and Pansy's eyes widened as they stared at the man who appeared before them, utterly terrified. Daddy! Daddy! Woo-woo! Chichi was crying pitifully, her face streaked with tears. As soon as she saw Lin Fan appear, all her grievances turned into a torrent of tears. She cried out and stretched her two chubby little arms toward Lin Fan, begging for a hug. Lin Fan looked at Chichi and smiled gently. In a soft voice he comforted her, "Chichi, be good. Daddy is here. I won't let anyone hurt you even a little." Daddy's warm smile and gentle words gave Chichi a great sense of security. She nodded her little head and stopped crying, but teardrops still hung on her long eyelashes, making her look exceptionally pitiful and endearing. Seeing his precious daughter crying so sadly with a faint scratch on her little face, Lin Fan's fury erupted like a volcano. The surrounding air instantly froze and the temperature in the room plummeted. Pansy couldn't help but shudder, his entire heart trembling. Lin Fan's aura locked onto Pan Zi and Dao Ji, his burning rage transforming into a murderous aura that enveloped the two. He had recognized from the video surveillance minutes earlier that these two were among the 3 bodyguards who had come with Wang Chao to settle scores before. At that time he had held back and not used his full strength. But he never expected them to court death by daring to target Chi-Chi. Damn it! These were 3 external force martial artists, 3 who had emerged from the underground boxing ring, 3 battle-hardened martial artists with blood on their hands. Perhaps in the eyes of ordinary people they were murderous demons, insurmountable mountains, devils from hell. But in Lin Fan's eyes they were merely ants. A dragon would never pay attention to ants. But if the ants foolishly touched the dragon's reverse scale, then a tragic fate awaited them. Let my daughter go and I'll spare your corpses intact. Lin Fan squinted and said calmly. Seeing Lin Fan return, Xiao Sha whimpered, returned to its original form, and with a light leap ran to Lin Fan's feet, never taking its eyes off Chi-Chi. But it knew that now that its master was back, the little master would be safe. Don't let go. Dao Ji shouted at Pan Zi, his voice cracking with urgency. Then, trembling hands gripping the gun, the muzzle swaying unsteadily at Lin Fan, he stammered, "Don't move. Your daughter is in our hands. I know you're strong, but I don't believe you can be faster than a bullet." With that, Dao Ji swiftly aimed the gun at Chi-Chi in Pan Zi's arms. "If you make a move, we'll shoot." Lin Fan grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth, and said slowly, word by word, "You're playing with fire. Good, very good. None of you will escape today. You will all die." Dao Ji was now desperate. He knew that falling into Lin Fan's hands meant they would be lucky to escape with their lives even if they didn't die. The only bargaining chip that could save him was Chi-Chi. Dao Ji's eyes were bloodshot. He pressed the gun against Chi-Chi's forehead and shouted, spittle flying, "Do you hear me?" Dao Ji's eyes were bloodshot. He pressed the gun against Chi-Chi's forehead and shouted, spittle flying, "Do you hear me? Let us go, or he'll blow her head off." Seeing Chi-Chi's smooth little forehead turning red from the pressure of the gun barrel, Lin Fan's mouth twitched and his heart clenched. He lowered his head slightly, eyes looking up at Dao Ji, and said in a low voice, "Look into my eyes. Stop your nonsense." Dao Ji instinctively looked into Lin Fan's eyes, only to see that Lin Fan's eyes seemed to transform into a sky full of stars. His heart couldn't help but become entranced. He had only spoken half a sentence before falling silent. "Brother Dao, what's wrong?" Pan Zi instinctively sensed something wrong with Dao Ji, so he frowned and shouted at him, but there was no response. "Brother Dao!" Pan Zi called again. "Kill him." This shout came from Lin Fan, and he infused it with a hint of true qi. To Dao Ji's ears it sounded like an imperial decree, stirring a deep desire to obey from the bottom of his heart. "Shua!" Upon hearing this, Dao Ji instantly withdrew the gun and under Pan Zi's incredulous gaze aimed it at his own forehead. "Brother Dao, you," bang. Before Pan Zi could finish his words, Dao Ji pulled the trigger. The bullet struck Pan Zi between the eyebrows at close range, splattering blood all over Dao Ji's face. A bloody hole instantly appeared in the middle of Pan Zi's forehead, blood gushing out. Then Pan Zi's eyes wide open, he fell backward. He died with his eyes open. The heavenly derivation soul-seizing art had struck again. And just a moment before Dao Ji fired, Lin Fan flashed to Pan Zi's side, took Chi-Chi from his arms and then flashed back to his original position. This sequence of action sounds long, but it actually took only a fraction of a second to complete. By the time Lin Fan returned to his original position, the gun in Dao Ji's hand had just gone off. Lin Fan held Chi-Chi in his arms, covering her eyes, not letting her witness this bloody scene. "Daddy, what?" Chi-Chi is scared. Feeling her father's warm embrace again, Chi-Chi's emotions completely broke down. Her 2 chubby little arms tightly hugged Lin Fan as she cried uncontrollably, her tears and snot quickly soaking the clothes on Lin Fan's chest. Seeing his precious daughter so frightened, Lin Fan now only wanted to kill, to make all the beasts who had hurt Chi-Chi pay with their blood. Lin Fan gently patted Chi-Chi's back, swaying her. "Chi-Chi, don't cry. Daddy is here. Daddy is a superhero. He will protect Chi-Chi and won't let anyone hurt her. Chi-Chi, go to sleep now. When you wake up, you'll forget everything." As he spoke, Lin Fan infused a trace of spiritual power into his voice. Listening to Lin Fan's gentle voice, Chi-Chi's emotions gradually stabilized and the fear in her heart slowly dissipated. Her eyelids drooped and she felt a wave of drowsiness wash over her. What happened today was enough to cause significant psychological trauma, not just for a 4-year-old child but even for an adult. In his fury, Lin Fan had no choice but to let Chi-Chi fall asleep first to avoid further harm. While comforting Chi-Chi, Lin Fan glanced down at Xiao Sha at his feet. Xiao Sha understood Lin Fan's intent. Baring its teeth with bloodshot eyes fixed on Dao Ji, who was still stunned after firing the gun, its muscles tense, ready to pounce and finish him off. "Don't move." Just then a sharp female voice rang out. Just as the fool was about to take action to eliminate the last villain who harmed Chi-Chi, a sharp shout came from the entrance of the villa, causing him to pause and turn to look in the direction of the sound. Lin Fan also raised his eyelids, his expression indifferent as he looked toward the door. A female police officer stood at the door holding a gun in both hands, her feet shoulder-width apart. Although she was backlit, Lin Fan's keen eyesight allowed him to see her clearly. This female police officer was tall, even if she wasn't quite one. 7 meters. She was close. She appeared quite young, likely around 24 or 25. She wore a police cap and a fitted navy blue police uniform, but even the stiff uniform couldn't conceal her curvaceous figure. Her ample bosom strained against the uniform, the buttons nearly bursting, which was quite alluring. Her long straight legs were also exceptionally eye-catching. It was evident that she was very fond of sports. Her physique was well proportioned and fit. To Lin Fan's surprise, not only did this female police officer have a stunning figure, but she also possessed a flawless face. Her short hair neatly tucked under her hat revealed only the tips, yet it did nothing to diminish her beauty. She was undoubtedly a breathtaking beauty who could rival Ling Xuefei. However, she radiated a different aura than Ling Xuefei. Ling Xuefei, the cold and elegant female CEO, was often as icy as a glacier, occasionally revealing a hint of youthful innocence. The perfect fusion of these two extreme traits in one person made her even more captivating. In contrast, this female police officer lacked any delicate demeanor, exuding an air of decisiveness and strength. Her features appeared more heroic, clearly a woman of great capability. At that moment, the female police officer was firmly aiming a 2005 Model 9mm service revolver at Lin Fan, her gaze sharp. The officer was somewhat bewildered, as she had assumed this was just an ordinary case of a rich second-generation kid causing a traffic incident while drunk, thinking she would apprehend the perpetrator, bring them in for a few days, issue a fine, and that would be the end of it. However, she was shocked to hear gunshots as soon as she entered the community. In recent years, the security in Long City had improved significantly, with crackdowns on crime in full swing. Moreover, her brother's SWAT team had made numerous remarkable achievements, taking down several notorious criminal gangs. It had been a long time since Long City had experienced a shooting, so she was astonished to hear gunfire today in a residential area. Though she had only recently graduated from the police academy, she could still discern the authenticity of the gunfire. It was clearly the sound of a civilian-manufactured imitation firearm commonly used by gangsters years ago. Upon hearing the gunfire, the officer did not dare to be careless. She unholstered her service revolver, rushing toward the scene while pressing the button on her shoulder radio, speaking rapidly. Headquarters, this is Officer Ingzi, badge number XXXXXXX. A shooting has occurred in Jiangnan Waterfront Community, Linjiang District. Immediate support is needed, over. After speaking, she did not wait for a response and continued to rush toward the sound of the gunfire. However, before she could reach the scene, a second gunshot rang out, increasing her urgency, and she quickened her pace. When she finally arrived, she was met with a shocking sight: 2 large pools of blood on the floor, with a person lying beside each. The one on the left appeared to have a wound on his neck from something sharp, blood gushing out, his body twitching slightly, though he seemed to be on the brink of death. The other had a gruesome bullet hole in his forehead, his head tilted, eyelids turned outward, clearly lifeless. Aside from these two, there was another blooded individual standing dazedly with a gun in hand, not knowing what to do. Facing him was a tall man holding a small girl hostage. The girl was crying, her eyes red and pitiful. At the man's feet stood a husky, its fur stained with blood, droplets of blood still dripping from its teeth. Based on her experience, Ingzi quickly assessed the situation. The man was holding the girl hostage while facing off against the muscular man with a gun, who was likely the girl's father or someone close to her. Although he had fought fiercely to take down 2 thugs, the last thug was threatening the girl, so despite having a gun, he dared not make a rash move. "You! Put the girl down." After assessing the situation, a surge of anger welled up in Yingzi's heart. How could such a beast-looking human have the heart to harm such a small child? "Just wait, once I get my hands on you, you will see what I can do." Lin Fan merely glanced at Ingzi before looking away, completely ignoring her words. Instead, he turned to the still-controlled Dao Ji and asked, "Who sent you?" Seeing Lin Fan ignore her warning, Ingzi was furious and shouted, "Reckless fool, put down your hostage and get on the ground with your hands on your head. And you, sir, please calm down and put the gun down. Trust me, I will ensure the hostage's safe rescue." Where did this foolish girl come from? She was simply beautiful but brainless. That was Lin Fan's first impression of Ingzi. Dao Ji stared blankly at Lin Fan, his lips moving mechanically as he said, "Wang Chao paid 2 million for us to kidnap your daughter." Wang Chao? That fat bastard. It seems the lesson of having both arms broken wasn't enough for him. Lin Fan's eyes narrowed, an overwhelming aura rising once again. Upon hearing Dao Ji's words, Ingzi realized her judgment had been mistaken. Her face flushed red as she quickly aimed her gun at Dao Ji. "So you are the thug? Put down your gun and surrender immediately, or I will take coercive measures." However, it was clear that Yingzi's appearance here was destined to bring this one-act play to an end. Lin Fan, a once great immortal, viewed all mortals as ants. With his beloved daughter harmed and his heart ablaze with fury, he had no time to consider the female police officer who had barged in. Meanwhile, Dao Ji was already under Lin Fan's control and had no regard for Yingzi's warnings. Lin Fan then asked, "Why is he doing this?" Dao Ji replied mechanically, "Wang Chaos supporter Li Ming is upset because you fell from power, your company was shut down and your assets frozen. Wang Chao wants to take revenge by capturing your daughter. After capturing her, where will you meet up?" Lin Fan would not allow any potential threat to Chi-Chi's safety, so he planned to eliminate the root of the problem. The 3 people who had come were merely tools. Wang Chao was the mastermind. If Wang Chao was not dealt with, who could guarantee that others wouldn't come to harm Chi-Chi in the future? Dao Ji answered, "We agreed to contact via text after the job is done." After listening to Dao Jie's explanation, Lin Fan understood the cause of the situation. Thus the one who had harmed his daughter had no further need to exist, and he directly ordered, "All right, you can take care of it yourself." "What did you say?" After hearing Brother Tao's account, Ingzi was deep in thought, piecing together the fragments of information she had gathered. She had almost grasped the general outline of the entire situation and felt a flicker of excitement within her. She hadn't expected that merely patrolling in a police car would lead her to stumble upon a major case, followed by Lin Fan's bewildering remark. What does he mean by self-termination? But soon Ingzi understood the meaning behind Lin Fan's words. She saw Brother Dao, upon hearing Lin Fan's words, suddenly spring up like a tightly wound spring, shoving the barrel of a gun directly into his mouth. There wasn't a hint of fear on his face, instead a look of devout reverence and longing was evident. "Stop!" Ingzi hurriedly shouted to stop him, but it was of no use. Brother Dao did not even blink as he pulled the trigger. Bang! A gunshot rang out. Blood gushed forth. Brother Tao's body fell heavily to the floor, lifeless in an instant. At this point, the 3 burly men who had barged in to kidnap Chichi were all dead. Xiao Man was killed by the savage bite of Xiaoshuo that severed his carotid artery, bleeding out from excessive blood loss. Panzi was shot dead by Brother Dao, while Dao ended his own life under the control of Lin Fan's heavenly transcendent soul capture technique. Inside the villa, the 3 corpses still retained some warmth. This made Ingzi furious. How dare they commit such an act in front of her? Did they not regard her police uniform at all? Ingzi's chest heaved violently as she aimed her gun at Lin Fan, sternly commanding, "You duck and cover your head." After eliminating the last man, Lin Fan looked down at the peacefully sleeping Chichi in his arms. Chi-Chi's eyes were tightly shut, sleeping soundly, with tears hanging from her long eyelashes, making her appear heart-wrenching. There was a faint scratch on her little face, shallow enough to only break the surface of the skin, oozing a bit of red but not bleeding. It was almost imperceptible and would leave no scar. This was a stroke of luck. Had the shard deviated even slightly, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Lin Fan gently kissed the tears off Chi-Chi's eyelashes. "Little darling, just sleep soundly. You won't remember any of this pain once you wake up. Daddy will create and maintain a carefree childhood for you, free from harm and pain. All dangers will be cleared away by Daddy. Every harmful factor against you will be snuffed out in the cradle. Not even the Heavenly King himself can harm a single hair on your head." Hearing Lin Fan's words deeply moved Ingzi. She could tell that the man before her spoke with utmost seriousness and an unusually firm tone. For some unknown reason, she found herself believing in Lin Fan's words without a doubt. It seemed that this was a young father who deeply loved his daughter. However, no matter your purpose, making someone commit suicide in front of me is unacceptable. The remaining 2 were definitely your doing. The law is greater than personal feelings. While I am furious at the actions of these scoundrels, it does not justify your violent actions. Thus Ingzi shouted again, "This is your last warning. Hands on your head, squat against the wall. You woman, you are so annoying." Once she confirmed that Chichi was sound asleep, Lin Fan began to address Ingzi, but his words seemed to ignite a powder keg, instantly infuriating her. She kept her gun aimed at Lin Fan, stepping forward into the room, glaring at him with a stern expression. "What did you say? In broad daylight you commit violence and harm others, and even let dogs bite people. You think you have a reason? I advise you to give up resistance immediately, or don't blame me for being impolite." Xiaoshuo, fiercely protective of its master, dashed in front of Lin Fan, baring its teeth at Ingzi with a fierce glint in its eyes, fur standing on end. Ingzi was startled by the sudden appearance of Xiaoshuo. This husky was even more terrifying than the police dogs trained by her brother. Its gaze resembled that of a wild beast. How frightening. Blood dripped from its fangs, the result of a carotid artery being bitten through, definitely the work of this husky. Although Xiaoshuo's ferocity was somewhat unnerving, Ingzi did not back down, still pointing her gun at Lin Fan. Lin Fan calmed Xiaoshuo and glanced at Ingzi, saying, "Officer, shake your head." "What?" Ingzi was thrown off by Lin Fan's remark and instinctively asked. Lin Fan replied, "Listen closely. Do you hear any water sound?" "How could there be?" "In my head." Ingzi replied in confusion, but before she could finish she suddenly realized, her pretty face freezing as she glared at Lin Fan with eyes that seemed ready to devour him whole. "You scoundrel. Now you have another charge added, insulting law enforcement. Just wait to be imprisoned." Ingzi was so angry that she was almost jumping, but Lin Fan merely chuckled twice, standing there with a nonchalant expression. "You better behave and not resist, otherwise my gun is no toy." After issuing another warning, Ingzi cautiously pulled out a pair of glimmering handcuffs, approaching Lin Fan carefully. "These 3 men broke into my home to kidnap my daughter, and now you want to arrest me?" Lin Fan laughed in anger. Ingzi's eyes widened as she coldly replied, "Even if they committed a crime, it should be dealt with by us police. That is not your justification for murder. Now I am going to arrest you. If you are sensible, you'd better comply and come back to the police station with me to clarify, and you might receive leniency." Lin Fan, holding Chichi, stood still, ignoring Yingzi's words. Yingzi's face turned ashen as she aimed her gun at Lin Fan with her right hand and prepared to cuff his wrist with her left. She never expected to be arrested by the police just a few days after her rebirth. Lin Fan couldn't help but smile bitterly at this. However, this time was different from last time. The last time that Li Ming was clearly a uniformed thug distorting the truth and abusing power for personal gain. This young policewoman, while a bit slow-witted and seemingly foolish, was at least honest and courageous. Lin Fan stepped back half a step to dodge Ying's hand, looking at her and saying, "I have other matters to attend to. I cannot go back to the police station with you right now." "What? You have matters to handle. Even if it's the gravest of matters, you should set them aside. Do you think the law of this country is a joke? Before the law you cannot act as you please." Lin Fan scoffed, lowering his gaze to Ying's chest. Yingzi felt Lin Fan's gaze on her private area, and her brows furrowed together, a frost settling on her pretty face as she scolded, "Where are your eyes looking?" Upon hearing this, Xiaoshuo growled in protest. "What was this? I was just sitting at home and trouble fell from the sky." Lin Fan, however, smiled and retracted his gaze, murmuring, "Dragon City Public Security Bureau Criminal Police Team 2 Officer Yingzi. All right, I remember you now." Yingzi sneered, glancing at Lin Fan with a sidelong look. "What does it matter if you remember me? Are you going to complain about me? HMPH. I'll just add another charge of indecency." Lin Fan shook his head and said, "Officer Yingzi, please don't be angry. My daughter and my dog will be entrusted to Officer Yingzi for the time being. I have some matters to handle, and I will find you at the city police station within 2 hours. Thank you." After saying this, Lin Fan did not wait for Yingzi to refuse and directly placed Chi-Chi in her arms. Yingzi's eyebrows jumped. She was also worried about Chi-Chi's safety, so she hurriedly reached out to catch her. When she looked up ready to say something, she found Lin Fan had already vanished from her sight, appearing next to the corpse of the man who had just shot himself. Yingzi carefully held Chi-Chi and called out to Lin Fan, "What are you doing? Don't tamper with the crime scene." Lin Fan ignored Yingzi's words, completely rummaging through Brother Tao's body and finding a somewhat old Samsung smartphone. Yingzi noticed the item in Lin Fan's hand and realized it might be a crucial piece of evidence. She stepped forward and said in a commanding tone, "Hand over what you have." Lin Fan fiddled with his phone, glanced at it, pressed the power button and found it was password protected. He stood up, casually tucked the phone into his pocket and pulled out his own phone, showing it to Yingzi as he said, "Officer Ying, this is my phone. The video surveillance system inside it recorded everything that happened here. You can review it later." As he spoke, Lin Fan slapped his phone into Yingzi's hand. Before she could react, he continued, "I have some personal matters to attend to first. I will come to find you at the Municipal Police Bureau later. My daughter will be asleep for 2 hours. Please take care of her, Officer Ying. Xiaoshuo, stick with this officer and protect Chi-Chi." After saying that, Lin Fan turned and walked out the door, his expression dark as water with a raging fire of anger burning inside him. Wang Chao dared to lay hands on Chi-Chi, and Lin Fan could not allow him to continue living. To avoid delaying and alerting Wang Chao, he had to act quickly. "You can't leave." Yingzi's eyes widened in surprise and she shouted, but Lin Fan continued on his way. "Stop right there." Yingzi shouted again and tried to chase after him, but she found it strange that Lin Fan's speed, although appearing slow, was actually very fast. In the time it took her to speak, she could no longer see Lin Fan's figure. "Damn it!" Yingzi stomped her foot in frustration. This scoundrel completely disregarded her presence. A crime of such severity had occurred and he just walked away without a care. Now Yingzi was holding a sleeping child in her arms and couldn't leave to chase after Lin Fan. Thus she had to stay with Chi-Chi at the crime scene, waiting for her colleagues to arrive for support. At the same time, she picked up the phone Lin Fan had left and began to examine it closely. 20 minutes later, support from the Municipal Police Bureau arrived, led by the captain of the 2nd Criminal Investigation Team, Zhu Jianlin, who was also Yingzi's direct superior. Zhu Jianlin was an experienced detective, 55 years old, nearing retirement, yet he still had a good spirit. Even compared to younger men, he held his own, looking especially sharp in his police uniform, standing tall and straight with a red cigarette in his mouth as he strode into the villa. As soon as he stepped into the villa, the strong smell of blood in the air made Zhu Jianlin frown slightly. He then saw the bloodstains all over the living room and 3 corpses. Sighing softly, he realized this was a major case. Yingzi, holding Chi-Chi, greeted him at the villa entrance, saying, "Captain Zhu." Seeing Yingzi holding a sleeping child and followed closely by a husky covered in blood, Zhu Jianlin paused for a moment, then turned to the police officers behind him and instructed Xiao Liu, "Take your team to collect evidence at the scene. PP, call the medical examiner's office and ask old Liu to bring the equipment over. Xiao Ma, take 2 people to interview nearby residents and the property management to see if there are any witnesses and obtain the surveillance footage." After giving his orders, Zhu Jianlin walked out of the villa with Yingzi and said, "Xiao Ying, you arrived at the scene first. Please tell me what you know." "Sure, Captain Zhu. It's like this." Yingzi organized her thoughts and reported the information she had to Zhu Jianlin. After finishing, she handed Lin Fan's phone to Zhu Jianlin and glanced down at the husky following her, saying, "I also watched the video surveillance. It was indeed those 3 people who broke into the villa. It seems they intended to kidnap this child. But what surprised me most was that husky, its speed was incredible, and even more terrifying, it could actually transform. Its entire body expands significantly and its teeth and claws undergo astonishing changes." At this point, even Yingzi, with her training from a prestigious police academy, couldn't help but feel shocked. After watching the video, she even hesitated to get too close to Xiaoshuo. Who would have thought that the seemingly cute and silly husky could be so terrifying when it went wild? Xiao Ying, how many times have I told you that as law enforcement personnel we must always maintain a calm mind and objective judgment? What transformation? Don't speak of strange phenomena. Are you thinking this is a movie? Your mindset is still lacking later you. Zhu Jianlin took the phone from Yingzi to examine it while admonishing her, but before he could finish his sentence a scene on the phone startled him, nearly choking on his own saliva, and the cigarette fell to the ground. What kind of monster? Zhu Jianlin was a seasoned detective who had worked on the front lines of criminal investigations for over 30 years. He had seen everything from dismemberment cases to serial murders and was considered one of the most experienced detectives in Long City. However, the scene that appeared on the phone still left him stunned, causing him to glance at the husky squatting at his feet. While he was astonished, Zhu Jianlin also recalled another matter. 3 years ago a shocking case occurred in Long City. In just half a month 7 young women disappeared from Long City and surrounding counties without a trace. Later a homeless man discovered a corpse in a garbage pile. After DNA testing it turned out to be one of the missing women, but her body was unrecognizable, reduced to skin and bones as if she had been drained of life by a ghost, her body shriveled and her vitality sapped. Despite all the forensic techniques used, the cause and time of death could not be accurately determined. This case left even the experienced Zhu Jianlin completely stumped. Not long after, he received a notification from higher-ups to hand over the case, barring him from further involvement. Zhu Jianlin was quite stubborn and even stormed into the chief's office to protest against Jiyu Chengyuan, but Jiyu Chengyuan's attitude was resolute, forbidding Zhu Jianlin from handling the case. Nevertheless, Zhu Jianlin was not easily deterred and continued to investigate privately, inadvertently uncovering a secret. Zhu Jianlin discovered that the team taking over the case was made up of people he had never seen before, 3 individuals, 1 woman and 2 men, all young, wearing very distinctive uniforms and exuding a unique aura. The equipment they used for the investigation was also unfamiliar to him, resembling tools used by charlatans. With his rich experience in criminal investigations, Zhu Jianlin was confident that the people he followed would never notice him or shake him off. However, this time he was caught on the very first night he was discovered. One of the bald men left a deep impression on Zhu Jianlin. He was incredibly fast, appearing before Zhu Jianlin in the blink of an eye from several meters away, grabbing Zhu Jianlin by the throat with one hand and lifting him up. Had he not quickly revealed his police badge, his old bones would have met their end right there. After this incident, Zhu Jianlin learned about such a clandestine operation. Besides regular institutions, there is a mysterious department in Xia country with a higher confidentiality level than the National Security Bureau. It is called the Shenlong Group, abbreviated as the Dragon Group. The team handling the case was from a branch of the Shenlong Group's Shutang in Long City. This time this terrifying husky would likely draw their attention as well. Seeing Zhu Jianlin lost in thought, Yingzi asked curiously, "Captain Zhu, what's wrong?" "Elsewhere." Lin Fan clutched the smartphone he had taken from Dao Ji, rushed out of the villa, sprinted across the residential compound and dove into the open driver's seat of a Haval H6, its door still ajar, then slammed his foot onto the accelerator and sped away. The security guard at the compound gate felt only a gust of wind. Lin Fan's figure vanished before his eyes. Even the surveillance camera captured nothing more than a fleeting afterimage. Within minutes, Lin Fan pulled up outside a mobile phone repair shop, parked the vehicle and hurried inside. The shop's facade was weathered and modest in scale. 2 glass display cases stood side by side to the right, showcasing domestic smartphones and large button high-volume feature phones for the elderly. The shop's facade was weathered and modest in scale. 2 glass display cases stood side by side to the right, showcasing domestic yet the shop extended deep, nearly 7 or 8 meters, where a curly-haired young man lounged lazily behind the counter, engrossed in a mobile game, fingers flying across his screen as he muttered curses under his breath. Knock, knock, knock. Lin Fan stepped up to the counter and rapped sharply 3 times. "What is it?" Without glancing up, the young man grunted dismissively, then suddenly smacked his phone down onto his thigh with a sharp slap, snarling, "This damn CI1G, does she even know how to play? What kind of team fighting is this? She's sleepwalking." After cursing, he tossed the phone onto the counter, scowled at Lin Fan and snapped, "Buying a phone, or getting one repaired?" Lin Fan placed the phone on the counter and said coolly, "Unlock it for me." "Unlock it?" Lin Fan had no patience for banter. He pulled out a thick wad of cash and slapped it onto the counter with a crisp, decisive thud. "Done within 5 minutes, and this is yours." Lin Fan had no patience for banter. He pulled out a thick wad of cash and slapped it onto the counter with a crisp, decisive thud. "Done within 5 minutes, and this is yours." Eyes gleaming at the sight of the bills, the young man's demeanor instantly shifted. He flashed Lin Fan a thumbs up and grinned broadly, "No sweat, piece of cake." Then he ducked beneath the counter, retrieved his tools and bent over the phone, absorbed in his work. 2 minutes and 30 seconds later he straightened up. In his left hand he held the phone, now resting atop the counter. His right hand hovered possessively over the stack of cash. Smiling, he declared, "All set, buddy, the phone's unlocked." "And this?" "I'll gladly take it." Lin Fan picked up the phone, verified the screen unlocked and turned to leave without another word. Behind him the young man beamed, seized the wad of bills and began counting them, dabbing his thumb in saliva as he did. After exiting the shop, Lin Fan slid into the driver's seat and began scrolling through the Samsung phone's messages. Soon he found a contact labeled Boss Wang who sent frequent texts, each laced with imperious commands. Xiao Dao, pick me up at 8 tomorrow morning outside XX Club, or Xiao Dao, go teach XXX a lesson, let him feel my authority. The replies were terse. Okay, no problem. This Boss Wang was almost certainly Wang Chao. After brief reflection, Lin Fan concluded the number belonged to Wang Chao, but for caution's sake he composed a deliberately vague, subtly suggestive text and sent it to that contact. Boss Wang, mission accomplished, where shall we meet? He hit send, then leaned back in his seat, eyes closed, fingertips tapping rhythmically against the phone's casing as he waited. Within half a minute a reply arrived, bring that brat to warehouse No. 9 on the western bank of the Jiang River. At the address, Lin Fan's lips curled into a cold, merciless smile. He twisted the key, the Havel H6 roared to life, exhaust belching as it surged onto the main road, racing westward toward the riverbank. Wang Chao, Longqing's largest building materials merchant, owned several warehouses on the city outskirts, stockpiles for his inventory. Warehouse No. 9, perched along the western riverside, had once served that purpose, until 2 years ago when a rival cornered in fierce competition torched it in desperation. It remained unrepaired ever since, a hollow, crumbling shell. Yet the derelict structure was far from useless. Wang Chao had deliberately left it in ruins, not out of neglect but because he repurposed it for darker affairs, abductions, temporary stashes of contraband, all conducted within its skeletal walls. This time he intended to lure Chi-Chi here, then use her as bait to draw Lin Fan into a trap. Once Lin Fan arrived, Wang Chao was certain he would die by the riverbank. No, a mere death would not sate his fury. He meant to kill Lin Fan's daughter before his very eyes. In this desolate, forgotten ruin, murder and disposal would leave no trace. Lin Fan's prowess was no rumor, Wang Chao had felt it firsthand. So what gave him such unshakable confidence? Inside warehouse No. 9. At the center of the rubble stood a square table laden with food: grilled fish, roasted goose, spicy crayfish, chicken legs, beef steak, skewered lamb, and several bottles of Hongqing Erguatu liquor. Beside it sat a man, left hand gripping a drumstick, right hand holding a glass, devouring everything with ravenous abandon, grease glistening on his lips. The man was around 40, gaunt to the point of emaciation, skin stretched taut over bone like the fictional fat monk from The Deer and the Cauldron after consuming the leopard fetus in a channel pill. Yet he wore an absurdly oversized black robe amplifying his skeletal frame. His eye sockets sank deep, cheekbones jutted sharply, and his pallid corpse-like skin contrasted starkly with his grotesquely prominent ears. Around his neck hung a string of beads, resembling Buddhist prayer beads from afar, yet upon closer inspection each bead bore a meticulously carved leering skull. His name was Yin Jiuyo, the master Wang Chao had specially summoned to eliminate Lin Fan. Nearby, Wang Chao sat slumped on a stone slab, face shadowed with grim fury glaring outward. Both arms, shattered by Lin Fan, were encased in plaster casts suspended awkwardly across his chest. The throbbing agony radiating from his broken limbs fed his hatred and his terror. He could never forget Lin Fan's terrifying speed and strength, nor those icy, soulless eyes. Merely recalling them made him shiver uncontrollably. Sensing Wang Chao's unease, Yin Jiuyo crunched the drumstick, meat bone and all, between his teeth, swallowed and turned his head. Wang Chao, relax. Your men just confirmed success via text. What's there to fear? That girl is his daughter, and from your description he dotes on her fiercely. He will come? Wang Chao let out a bitter laugh. I only dread that when he comes, we won't be able to handle him. My men say he's a Neijin martial artist. HMPH. At those words Yin Jiuyo snorted contemptuously, his expression darkening as he fixed a disdainful glare upon Wang Chao. That cold snort from Yin Jiuyo made Wang Chao shudder, and beads of sweat as large as beans instantly appeared on his forehead. Yin Jiuyo was a master Wang Chao had hired through a special channel at an astronomical price, specifically as a trump card against Lin Fan. Although Wang Chao was not a member of the ancient martial arts world and had little understanding of the hierarchy of martial artists, Yin Jiuyo had once, right before his eyes, effortlessly pierced a 10-centimeter thick steel plate with a single finger, demonstrating or inspiring power that completely conquered Wang Chao, making him willingly pay a huge sum just to have Yin Jiuyo make a single move on his behalf and kill Lin Fan. Though the two had not yet faced each other, Yin Jiuyo's strength was beyond doubt. Now, because of his own careless words that displeased Yin Jiuyo, Wang Chao felt extremely uneasy, afraid that the latter might in a fit of displeasure casually eliminate him. Yin Jiuyo gave Wang Chao a deep unfriendly look, then tilted his head back and downed the Erguatu in his cup in one gulp, continuing, Wang Chao, do you think I am no match for that man? No, mister. Yin, please don't be angry. That's not what I meant. Wang Chao shook his head repeatedly and quickly said, but that kid is indeed quite formidable. 3 of my bodyguards, who are external strength martial artists, couldn't last a second under his attack. His speed is astonishing, I couldn't even see how he moved and my men were sent flying. And also... Enough. Unable to bear Wang Chaos' incessant rambling that belittled his own side and boosted the enemy's morale, Yin Jiuyo flung his hand, throwing the wine glass against the wall where it shattered into pieces. He glared at Wang Chao and said coldly, formidable. HMPH. A small place like Dragon City, what kind of expert could it possibly harbor? I've heard the descriptions of your 3 bodyguards. Has just a brat in his early 20s. Even if he started cultivating in his mother's womb, how far could he have gone? In my view, he's at best a rookie who has just entered the internal strength stage. Maybe he got lucky and generated a wisp of true chi within his body, but he probably doesn't even know how to connect with heaven and earth's spiritual energy. Such a martial artist is in my eyes nothing but trash. He's just a piece of trash who only knows how to use brute force. Let me tell you, among your 3 bodyguards, only that one named Dao has a relatively solid foundation and stable realm. The other 2 barely meet the standard of external strength martial artists. Don't speak of internal strength, even any ordinary person who has taken external martial arts to the extreme could easily deal with them. The secrets of the ancient martial arts world are things that mortals like you cannot fathom even in a lifetime. I tell you, your 3 bodyguards and that Lin Fan in the ancient martial arts world can barely be considered infants who have just learned to walk. Even I am only comparable to a child of 7 or 8. The path of ancient martial arts, how could you possibly imagine it? Listening to Yin Juyu's narration, Wang Chaos' heart was churning with shock. A few days ago he had believed that the bodyguards he had hired at great expense were already experts. They had never encountered a rival in his service over the years. Only when he encountered Lin Fan did he realize that there were far more powerful masters than his bodyguards. But now, in Yin Juyu's words, those he once thought so formidable were merely infants. How terrifying then was Yin Juyu's true strength? However, the more powerful Yin Jioyo was, the greater the chance he had to take revenge. Thinking of this, Wang Chao forcibly suppressed the ecstasy within him and looked at Yin Jioyo, asking, "May I ask, Mr. Yin, what realm are you in now?" Yin Jioyo gave a HMPH and said proudly, "It's no harm to tell you. I am now at the peak of the internal strength stage, only one step away from entering the level of Chi Strength Master. At that time I will be able to see a much broader world." Speaking of this, a fanatical glint appeared in Yin Juyu's eyes. He had started practicing ancient martial arts in his teens and had toiled for over 20 years. Just recently he had touched upon a trace of Chi strength. That was why he had answered Wang Chaos' plea to deal with Lin Fan. In modern society, encountering an opponent of the same realm is quite rare. Although Lin Fan's strength was still far behind, he should barely be able to spar with him. Perhaps in this battle he could find the opportunity for a breakthrough. Even if Wang Chao had not paid a single cent, Yin Jioyo would have been inclined to meet Lin Fan, using the fight to advance his own cultivation. Since Wang Chao was willing to pay, there was no reason to refuse. The mere thought of a Chi Strength Master's ability to harm enemies with mere petals and leaves filled Yin Jioyo with uncontrollable joy. Peak of the internal strength stage. Wang Chao exclaimed in surprise, looking at Yin Jioyo with awe. Lin Fan was only a beginner at the internal strength stage, probably not even stable in his realm. Yet he had managed to hire a genuine peak internal strength expert. With him around, slaughtering Lin Fan would be a cinch. Yin Jioyo let out a sinister smile, licking his slightly cracked lips with his tongue, and sneered, "Once your 3 useless bodyguards bring the target here, later I will savor the taste of her blood. It's been so long since I last tasted it. How I miss it. If it weren't for those damn Dragon Group bastards, I would never have gone without fresh ingredients. As for that Lin Fan, if he doesn't come, so be it. But if he dares, I will make him taste the power of my 9 yin bone claws." Hearing this, Wang Chao involuntarily looked at Yin Juyu's hands. They were like bones, almost devoid of flesh, just skin stretched over the bones of the hand. The fingers were extremely long with prominent knuckles, and each finger bore nails over 5 centimeters long, painted red, resembling the color of blood. Wang Chaos' scalp crawled at the sight, and he quickly averted his gaze. Hee. Yin Jioyo laughed to himself, then picked up the meat on the table and ate greedily. This man was truly strange. His appetite matched that of 2 or 3 strong men, yet he was as thin as a skeleton. What a freak! Wang Chao thought to himself, but of course he dared not say it aloud. What Wang Chao didn't know was that in his youth Yin Jioyo had a decent physique. The reason for his current strange appearance was that he had been too eager for success in his early years, practicing martial arts excessively and suffering a chi deviation. It was a miracle he hadn't died. Since then he had been stuck with that emaciated frame, but his appetite was frighteningly huge. The warehouse fell silent again. Yin Jioyo sat there, legs apart, devouring meat and drinking heavily. Wang Chao, on the other hand, grew restless, his heart unsteady, unconsciously tapping his leg and occasionally glancing up at the warehouse entrance. More than 20 minutes later. "Wang Chao! Your grandfather Lin Fan is here. Get out here and die." A loud shout came from outside the warehouse, shaking the surroundings with overwhelming power. "Your 3 bodyguards are all useless. Failing is normal. This Lin Fan probably used your bodyguard's phone to send a message. Your 3 bodyguards are all useless. Failing is normal. This Lin Fan probably used your bodyguard's phone to send a message, learned our location, and came to seek revenge. Perfect timing. Let me see how many moves you can survive under my hands." Yin Jioyo downed the last of his wine, stood up and strode out of the warehouse first. Wang Chao sat in place, his expression shifting unpredictably. After a moment of thought, he too stood up and followed Yin Jioyo out. Wang Chaos' hatred for Lin Fan was deep-seated. He wished he could devour him alive. So he came out too, wanting to witness Lin Fan's miserable end with his own eyes, and even more to personally torment Lin Fan, making him taste the agony of a fate worse than death. Outside the abandoned warehouse at No. 9. The West City Riverside. A brand new blue Haval H6 was parked sideways on the open ground with several tire marks left behind from an abrupt stop. Beside the open door stood a young man in his mid-20s dressed in faded blue jeans and a cheap white t-shirt from a street stall. His eyes were icy cold, his face ashen with fury. "You're Lin Fan." Yin Jiuyo walked slowly out of the warehouse, lifting his eyelids and looking at Lin Fan with extreme disdain. Lin Fan gazed at him calmly and asked, "Who are you? Where is Wang Chao?" Lin Fan could sense a distinctive fierce aura of a martial artist emanating from Yin Jiuyo. Clearly this middle-aged thin man who looked as if a strong gust of wind might blow him away was no ordinary person but a martial artist. Yet what did it matter? This Yin Jiuyo was at best a slightly stronger ant than the 3 guards who had already lost their lives. But an ant is an ant, no matter how strong it remains but an ant. Perhaps Lin Fan's indifferent attitude provoked Yin Jiuyo, whose face instantly darkened. His mouth twitched twice as he said coldly, "Kid, you're far too arrogant. Defeating 3 worthless wretches has inflated your confidence, hasn't it? How dare you speak to me in such a manner?" As they were speaking, Wang Chao also walked out. Although Wang Chao had considerable confidence in Yin Jiuyo, when he saw Lin Fan standing not far away, the fear in his heart still uncontrollably spread. After all, Lin Fan had left an indelible impression on him. The pain of his broken arms was still so vivid. Now the distance between Lin Fan and Wang Chao was similar to last time. On that occasion, from just such a distance, Wang Chao hadn't even seen Lin Fan's shadow before Lin Fan rushed over and crushed his arms. Now facing the same distance, it would be strange if Wang Chao wasn't terrified. In the end, he was just a corrupt businessman. The moment Wang Chao appeared, Lin Fan's body erupted with a formidable aura like a peerless sword standing between heaven and earth, seeming to pierce the very sky. Lin Fan's eyes were fixed on Wang Chao, murderous intent flowing in his gaze. "Wang Chao, how dare you lay a hand on my daughter? You deserve to die." Feeling Lin Fan's astonishing aura, Wang Chao instinctively hid behind Yin Jiuyo. Despite Yin Jiuyo being as thin as a telephone pole, the moment Wang Chao hid behind him, the pressure on him diminished significantly, boosting his confidence in Yin Jiuyo. HMPH. Lin Fan's disregard thoroughly enraged Yin Jiuyo. He snorted coldly, turned his head and said to Wang Chao behind him, "Wang Chao, with me here, what are you afraid of?" With Yin Jiuyo's backing, Wang Chao indeed felt a bit more at ease. He calmed himself, stepped out from behind Yin Jiuyo and glared at Lin Fan with venomous hatred, shouting through gritted teeth, "Lin Fan, it's all your fault. All because of you. The business I painstakingly built over a decade has vanished in an instant. I want you dead. Dead. Not only you, but that little bastard won't escape either. You'll capture her and offer her to Mr. Yin and hell drain her blood. You're looking for death." Hearing Wang Chaos' vicious words, Lin Fan was overcome with fury. He could tolerate anything done to himself, but Wang Chaos' threat against Chichi meant he no longer deserved to live. Lin Fan narrowed his eyes, his murderous intent soaring. He declared in a loud voice, "Wang Chao, you're digging your own grave." Yin Jiuyo stared at Lin Fan like a venomous snake and sneered, "Hey, an ignorant brat with such a big mouth." In Yin Jiuyo's view, Lin Fan's aura was indeed impressive, but it was just a facade. When it came to real combat, what use was it? Nothing but a bluff? Yin Jiuyo gave Wang Chao considerable confidence. He shouted at Lin Fan, "That's right. Lin Fan, Mr. Yin is the expert I hired. Coming here today means you're walking to your death." "Oh." Lin Fan looked at Yin Jiuyo and said, "Are you sure you want to meddle in this? Don't bring trouble upon yourself." Yin Jiuyo snorted, "I take money to solve problems. Since I've agreed to help Wang Chao, will keep my promise. As for bringing trouble, you're not worthy. Don't think that defeating 3 worthless wretches makes you invincible. Kid, there are plenty of people stronger than you in this world. You're just a frog at the bottom of a well. Moreover, kid, I don't like your attitude. Soon he'll personally break every bone in your body and make you die in agony." "That's right. Torture him to death." Wang Chao echoed. "Rest assured, after I kill you, we'll soon send your daughter down to accompany you. You won't be lonely on the road to the Yellow Springs." At this point, Yin Jiuyo paused, licked his lips and grinned ferociously. "A little girl's blood, I love it most, ha ha ha." Little did he know these final words of Yin Jiuyo sealed his death sentence in Lin Fan's mind. A dragon has its scales, touch them and death follows. Yin Jiuyo had no idea that his loose tongue had brought about his own doom. Lin Fan sneered, "A mere inner-strength martial artist, an ant-like existence. Who gave you the courage to bluster here? You don't realize that killing you is as easy as killing a chicken. You're asking for death." Lin Fan's contempt enraged Yin Jiuyo. He stamped his foot and his aura surged. His loose oversized clothes fluttered without wind, rustling and slowly billowing. With his left hand forward and right hand back, his long red nails looked eerily sinister. He let out a fierce shout, his body moving like a blur, attacking Lin Fan with a fierce momentum. Yin Jiuyo's 9-yin white bone claw was an extremely sinister martial art. Once mastered, each strike could easily shatter a skull and take a life. Now provoked by Lin Fan, Yin Jiuyo struck with deadly intent, unleashing 80 to 90% of his power, aiming for a one-hit kill. As Yin Jiuyo moved, sand and gravel within a 3 to 4 meter radius around him flew into the air. Seeing Yin Jiuyo display such astonishing momentum at the start, Wang Chao quickly retreated to the rear, a smug smile spreading across his face as if he already saw Lin Fan being tortured to death by Yin Jiuyo. Kid, die! Yin Jiuyo roared, reaching Lin Fan in the blink of an eye. A cruel grin on his face, he curled his right hand into a claw and struck down at Lin Fan's head. Cultivating such a sinister martial art, your hand no longer deserves to exist. Lin Fan said indifferently, then slowly raised his right hand to grab Yin Jiuyo's hand. Seeing Lin Fan's action, Yin Jiuyo sneered inwardly. Fool, daring to meet my 9-yin white bone claw barehanded. Little does he know that this claw technique is even more ferocious and dominant than the iron sand palm. These palms have been trained to be as hard as cast bronze and iron. He asked for it, I planned to toy with him, but now one move will send him to his grave. Yin Jiuyo's thoughts were pleasant, but before his smile could fully bloom it froze on his face. Yin Jiuyo's pupils suddenly contracted, shocked by everything happening before his eyes. He saw Lin Fan firmly grasping Yin Jiuyo's right wrist, rendering him unable to move. The fierce attack of the 9-yin white bone claw had dissipated the moment Lin Fan struck, akin to watching a movie on an ICD where the thrilling action abruptly halted due to a disk error. Yin Jiuyo's expression changed instantly, realizing he had kicked a metal board this time. A wave of endless regret surged within him. The mere fact that Lin Fan could withstand his 9-yin white bone claw with bare hands indicated that the opponent's realm was far beyond his own. Yin Jiuyo was filled with horror, unable to move his right hand held by Lin Fan, and could only curve his left hand into a claw and strike towards Lin Fan's face. HMPH struggling in vain. Faced with Yin Jiuyo's exceptionally venomous close-range attack, Lin Fan coldly snorted, neither retreating nor blocking, not dodging nor evading. He simply released his grip and as quick as lightning kicked out, striking Yin Jiuyo's stomach just as his left hand reached out. Yin Jiuyo, weighing just over 100 jin, was sent flying 7 to 8 meters by this kick like a kite, with a broken string crashing heavily against the wall of an abandoned warehouse. The more than 20 centimeter thick concrete wall was actually smashed in. Wow! Yin Jiuyo fell amidst the ruins, spitting out a mouthful of blood. His true energy had been nearly dissipated by Lin Fan's kick, leaving him significantly weakened. The originally pale face now bore a sickly flush, and his gaze towards Lin Fan was filled with dread and shock. Everything happening before Wang Chaos' eyes almost choked him on his own saliva. What the hell was going on? Just a moment ago he had been boasting about killing Lin Fan, and now he had been defeated in a single move. At that moment Wang Chaos' heart felt like he had just eaten a mouthful of feces, and he was forced to say it was delicious. Uncomfortable. Run. The farther the better. This was the only thought in Wang Chaos' mind. So when he saw Yin Jiuyo defeated by Lin Fan in one move, he didn't think twice before turning and running towards the riverbank, wishing his parents had given him 2 extra legs. There was a boat Wang Chao had prepared at the riverbank. He had originally planned to kill Lin Fan and then take the boat out to sea along the Bolan River, as he was sure he had enough money to live comfortably for the rest of his life, but he hadn't anticipated a reversal in the plan to kill Lin Fan. Yin Jiuyo, not caring for the situation, quickly climbed up from the ruins and clasped his fists towards Lin Fan, pleading for mercy. Senior. Yin Jiuyo, lacking the wisdom to recognize great power, was unaware that he was facing a master of Qi. He inadvertently offended the senior's might and pleaded, please spare my life. A master of Qi. This is clearly a master of Qi. Only someone like the master of Qi, whom I have desperately sought to become, could so easily break my ultimate skill, the 9-yin white bone claw. What is going on? A master of Qi in his early 20s. Is he even human? It's simply monstrous. Yin Jiuyo was terrified by Lin Fan's thunderous kick, nearly losing his soul. In this life and death moment he cast aside all dignity and pride, only wanting to find a way to calm the anger of this young master of Qi, or else his life would be forfeit. Lin Fan slowly walked towards Yin Jiuyo. As for Wang Chao, let him run first, just a mere mortal with broken arms, how far could he escape? As Lin Fan slowly made his way forward, Yin Jiuyo's heart felt as though it was being hammered repeatedly. The overwhelming killing intent emanating from Lin Fan enveloped him, causing his heart to tremble uncontrollably. Senior? Yin Jiuyo called out again, seeing that Lin Fan remained impassive, his killing intent unwavering. His heart sank, a bone-chilling cold creeping from his head to his toes. Senior? Yin Jiuyo called out again, seeing that Lin Fan remained impassive, his killing intent unwavering. His heart sank, a bone— Damn it! I was hoping to use this incident to test if I could break through, but I didn't expect to encounter a master of Qi. Damn it! Lin Fan raised his eyelids, looking calmly at the panicked Yin Jiuyo escaping, and coldly snorted, HMPH escape. Can you? As soon as the words fell, Lin Fan's figure blurred, leaving a phantom in place while he shot out like lightning, appearing directly in front of Yin Jiuyo in the blink of an eye. What if he is a master of Qi? Yin Jiuyo refused to accept my fate. Under the threat of death, Yin Jiuyo unleashed 200% of his combat power, letting out a sharp scream as both hands clawed towards Lin Fan's chest and face. You insignificant ants, how dare you offend my might? Lin Fan coldly gazed at the desperate Yin Jiuyo, his right hand palm facing down, grasping the air, causing a stone beneath his feet to fly into his hand. True energy externalization, manipulating objects in the void. Lin Fan's action was seen by Yin Jiuyo, whose eyes widened in shock, his expression one of utter disbelief. Waves of panic surged within him. The martial arts master. Lin Fan's display of the strength of a master of Qi had already shocked Yin Jiuyo. Now this ability to manipulate objects in the void, something only a martial arts master could do, shattered his last shred of hope. If he could still fight for a slim chance against a master of Qi, facing a martial arts master capable of true energy externalization would leave him with no opportunity at all. The gap between them was like that between a firefly and the bright moon. Yin Jiuyo's heart was filled with a tumultuous mix of regret, fear, shock and despair, causing it to tremble violently. Lin Fan's movements seemed slow, yet they were as fast as lightning. Under the horrified gaze of Yin Jiuyo, he pinched the stone and flicked it with his finger. That small stone shot towards Yin Jiuyo with an overwhelming force. Phut! A faint sound echoed as a small hole appeared in the center of Yin Jiuyo's brow, followed by blood gushing out. You dare to kill me? The black robe will. Definitely. Yin Jiuyo's eyes widened in disbelief as he uttered these disjointed words before his energy was severed, dying completely. Yet due to inertia his body continued to follow the last command of his life, stumbling forward a few steps before crashing to the ground. Yin Jiuyo's last words made Lin Fan vigilant, as he seemed to mention a term called black robe. It was unclear whether it referred to a person or an organization, but regardless, Lin Fan didn't take it to heart. After killing Yin Jiuyo with a single strike, he turned to look at Wang Chao, who was frantically fleeing. Do you think you can escape? Lin Fan then simultaneously drew 2 stones from the ground at his feet and flicked them lightly towards Wang Chao. Whoosh! A sound of rushing wind followed. Ah! Wang Chao let out a miserable scream as his body suddenly fell to the ground, his legs twitching uncontrollably. Each knee joint had a dark hole pouring blood profusely. Hiss! Wang Chao lay on the ground, glancing back at the blood holes in his legs. Whether from pain or fear, sweat poured down his face. He looked up at Lin Fan, who was slowly approaching, his expression pale as ash. Within moments Lin Fan reached Wang Chaos' side. Lin? Brother Lin? Master Lin? Old man Lin? Please? Spare my life. I realize my mistake, I shouldn't have offended you. Just give me one chance, consider it as a small oversight, all right? I beg you, spare me a dog's life. Wang Chao stammered as he looked up at Lin Fan, who stood before him terrified at the sight of Yin Jiuyo lying dead behind him. Hey, now you know to plead for mercy. Why didn't you do this earlier? You could have attacked me, but you absolutely should not have laid your eyes on Chi. Lin Fan stood beside Wang Chao, looking down on him with a calm demeanor as he spoke softly. I know I was wrong. Master Lin. I truly know my mistake. If you spare me this time, I will leave the country immediately and never set foot in Xia country again, nor appear before you again. Wang Chao was crawling on the ground, his face a mess of tears and snot as he continued to plead. I have money. I have a lot of money. There's 10 million cash on that boat by the river. If you spare my life, I'll give you half of that money. Seeing Yin Jiuyo die right before his eyes, Wang Chao was utterly terrified. Previously Lin Fan had only broken his arms, but now he had killed someone outright. The feeling was entirely different, wasn't it? Lin Fan adjusted his pants and squatted down, looking coldly at Wang Chao as he softly uttered, too late. Wang Chao was suddenly enveloped by the fear of death, his body trembling violently. He felt a warmth in his lower body as the scent of urine filled the air. He was so scared that he wet himself. Lin Fan glanced at Wang Chao with disdain and decided not to waste any more time with him. He raised his right hand and made a gripping motion toward Wang Chaos' neck. Instantly it felt as if Wang Chaos' throat was being squeezed, his face flushed, red eyes bulging, tongue sticking out, and he emitted a series of whimpers. Plea? Plea? Wang Chao struggled to utter the words. Lin Fan increased the pressure, causing Wang Chao to make a few choking sounds as his windpipe was crushed, his head tilted, and he finally lost his breath. Lin Fan treated it as if he had merely completed a trivial task, clapping his hands as he stood up and gazed indifferently at the corpse beneath. Modern society operates under the rule of law, where law supersedes everything and murder is a grave crime. However, Lin Fan in his past life was a revered immortal, knowing that he was no saint. Throughout his journey he had undoubtedly stained his hands with countless lives. Claiming that he had blood on his hands was not an exaggeration. Now reborn on Earth, Lin Fan may not engage in rampant killing as in his past life, but should anyone touch his reverse scale, he would undoubtedly reveal his monstrous side and eliminate them. After killing Yin Jiuyo and Wang Chao, Lin Fan did not simply walk away. A murder case in the secular world was undoubtedly a major incident. He enjoyed his current peaceful life and did not want to attract trouble because of this, so he had to deal with the corpse. Lin Fan dragged the bodies of Yin Jiuyo and Wang Chao like 2 dead dogs to the riverbank. A speedboat was docked by the river, which Wang Chao had intended to use to escape after his business was done. Now it would become the final resting place for him and Yin Jiuyo. Lin Fan loaded the 2 bodies onto the speedboat, tossed the 2 handheld safes on the boat to the riverbank, then started the boat, aiming it at a nearby embankment extending into the river. He revved the engine to maximum power and the speedboat roared forward. At that instant Lin Fan leaped into the air, lightly touching the back of the boat with his toes, and gracefully landed on the shore. A few seconds later, boom! The speedboat crashed into the embankment, exploding violently and igniting in the river. After witnessing the explosion of the speedboat, Lin Fan withdrew his gaze, each hand carrying a safe as he walked toward his car. This money was cash that Wang Chao had stored in a relatively hidden location. With Li Ming's downfall, all their actions over the years were exposed. He too stood to suffer the consequences. His bank cards had long been frozen by the police. If he hadn't received news and hidden away in advance, he would have been caught and sent to prison. However, if Wang Chao had been arrested by the police, he would only spend a few years in prison at most and could at least keep his life. Now, due to his entanglement with Lin Fan, he faced a gruesome end. Wang Chaos' fate could only be described as self-inflicted, and he had dragged Jin Jiuyo into it as well. Lin Fan felt no psychological burden taking Wang Chaos' money. In the world of cultivation, strength is paramount. There are no so-called rules, only the principle that power speaks. If you are strong, you can possess various treasures. If you are weak, possessing treasures may invite disaster. The principle that an innocent man may be punished for possessing a gem should be easy to understand. Buzz? Lin Fan tossed the money into the trunk and drove away in his Havel H6. Longcheng Public Security Bureau. After such a heinous case occurred, Zhu Jianlin immediately reported to the chief upon returning to the bureau. What? Hearing Zhu Jianlin's report, Jiyu Chenyuan was taken aback, springing up from his chair. Damn, Wang Chao is truly stupid to the core. How dare he provoke a master of Qi? Even if he had 100 lives, they wouldn't be enough to appease Lin Fan's wrath. Fortunately, Qi was unharmed, or otherwise Wang Chao's life would not be enough to quell the anger of a Qi master, and the entire Longcheng would likely be thrown into turmoil. Chief, what's wrong? Zhu Jianlin looked at Jiyu Chenyuan in confusion. The iron-willed chief, who had been in office for over a decade, had never seen him so flustered. But Jiyu Chenyuan did not have time to answer Zhu Jianlin. He walked out from behind his desk and headed for the door, casually putting on his coat. Where is that kid? Although full of questions, Zhu Jianlin did not ask further and quickly said, in our team, Ingzi is watching over her? Jiyu Chenyuan nodded, opened the office door and walked out. Zhu Jianlin's eyelids twitched as he realized that this case was not simple and might involve some key details he had yet to capture. Thus he quickly turned and followed him. Jiyu Chenyuan hurriedly made his way to the 2nd Criminal Police Team. On the way, the officers he encountered all greeted him, but typically Jiyu Chenyuan would smile and nod. Today, however, he appeared oblivious, hurrying along. Soon Jiyu Chenyuan arrived at the 2nd Criminal Police Team. As soon as he entered, he impatiently asked, where is that kid? The officers in the 2nd Criminal Police Team, who were busy handling various cases, all turned to look at the entrance when they heard him. Upon seeing the chief had arrived, they quickly stood up and called out, Chief. Jiyu Chenyuan raised a hand to indicate for everyone not to stand on ceremony, then asked, where is the kid brought back from the Jiangnan waterfront? In the captain's office. A policeman at the door pointed towards the glass office in the corner. Jiyu Chenyuan nodded and stepped towards Zhu Jianlin's office. Inside Zhu Jianlin's office, Ingzi sat in the chair, a hint of helplessness on her face as she looked at the little princess sleeping in her arms. That fellow had left behind a mess along with his daughter and dog and simply walked away. How infuriating. Yet his daughter was truly beautiful and adorable. Her mother must have been an extraordinary beauty, for an ordinary person could not have given birth to such a lovely baby. Faced with Chichi, a child so cute that she could captivate anyone, Ingzi found herself growing more fond of her with each passing moment. She couldn't resist gently poking Chichi's cheek, soft, smooth and springy. It was irresistible. Chichi's eyes were still closed, but once they opened they would surely be stunning. A child's eyes are more precious than gems. If only I had such an adorable baby, I would hold you every day and never let go. Ingzi rested her chin on her hand, gazing out the window, lost in thought. With a creak, the office door swung open and Jiyu Chenyuan stepped inside. Yet Ingzi remained staring blankly at the leaves swaying gently outside the window, her mind adrift, completely unaware of the visitor. A whom? Jiyu Chenyuan cleared his throat twice, snapping Ingzi back to reality. She turned her head and saw the bureau chief immediately rising to her feet with Chichi in her arms. Bureau chief? Jiyu Chenyuan gestured for her not to be nervous, then stepped forward 2 paces, his gaze falling on Yingzi's chest. Yingzi's face flushed red, and inexplicably she recalled the moment not long ago when Lin Fan had stared at her chest. Was it just because they were a bit larger? Did he have to stare like that? And now the bureau chief too. She had thought he was an upright man, but he turned out to be an old lecher. Of course, Jiyu Chenyuan was oblivious to Yingzi's rich inner monologue. His attention was entirely fixed on Chichi in her arms. When he noticed a faint scratch on Chichi's little face, a surge of anger welled up in Jiyu Chenyuan's heart. Although their acquaintance was brief, he had grown fond of this innocent and adorable little girl. Even without the connection to Lin Fan, seeing Chichi harmed and nearly causing a catastrophe would have roused his fury. What happened? Jiyu Chenyuan suppressed his fury and asked. Ingzi was momentarily confused, looking at him with bewilderment. Jiyu Chenyuan let out a long sigh and said, this child, what happened? Oh, you're asking about that? Ingzi shot him a strange glance and began to report everything she knew, sparing no detail to Jiyu Chenyuan. As Ji Chenyuan's expression grew darker, Ingzi couldn't help but wonder even if the case was heinous it shouldn't warrant the personal attention of the Municipal Public Security Bureau chief who had come to ask a lowly officer like her for details. Moreover, his concern for the child seemed abnormally intense. Zhu Jianlin also approached the office door and listened quietly. After explaining everything, Ingzi picked up a phone from the desk footage. With a grim expression, he returned the phone to Ingzi. His eyes then caught sight of a corner of the office where a husky lay quietly. The dog looked rather disheveled, its fur dirty and stained with blood. But for some reason a martial Ji Chenyuan nodded and took the phone to examine it. Ingzi and Zhu Jianlin exchanged a glance, saying nothing, and stood quietly to the side. A few minutes later, Ji Chenyuan finished viewing the key footage. With a grim expression, he returned the phone to Ingzi. His eyes then caught sight of a corner of the office where a husky lay quietly. The dog looked rather disheveled, its fur dirty and stained with blood. But for some reason a martial artist's intuition made Ji Chenyuan sense an indistinct threat from the husky. Combining this with the images he had just seen, his eyelids twitched and thoughts churned within him. As if sensing someone staring at him, Xiao Shao lifted his head, glanced lazily at Ji Chenyuan, then lowered it again. Ji Chenyuan withdrew his gaze from Xiao Shao and looked at Ingzi. Chichi, oh, this little girl, is she all right? Hearing Ji Chenyuan call the little girl in her arms Chichi, Ingzi realized that the bureau chief knew the child, which explained his deep concern. Not daring to delay, she quickly replied, the child is fine, but it's strange. That man just held her and said a few words and she fell into a deep sleep. When he handed her to me, he said she would sleep for 2 hours. It's been over an hour now. If he was telling the truth, she should wake up soon. Good. Ji Chenyuan let out a long sigh of relief, finally putting his mind at ease. Then Zhu Jianlin spoke up, bureau chief, based on Xiao Ying's description, I suspect Lin Fan has gone to take revenge on Wang Chao. I've already asked the technical department to track that phone. We'll have news soon. We'll do our best to apprehend him before he acts. Ji Chenyuan snorted coldly and said, Wang Chao is courting death. How dare he provoke Master Lin? Even if he had 100 lives, they wouldn't be enough to settle this. At Ji Chenyuan's words, the office fell silent. Ingzi and Zhu Jianlin stared at him in astonishment, especially Ingzi, whose mouth hung open wide enough to swallow an egg. Master Lin? Who is Master Lin? That arrogant guy. And the bureau chief as a police officer actually saying something like that, this has completely shattered my worldview. Ji Chenyuan realized he had let something slip and looked a bit uncomfortable, but quickly composed himself. He cleared his throat and said, old Zhu, no need to trouble the technical department colleagues. Since Lin Fan said that he should be coming to the station soon. Besides, even if he wanted to do something, we couldn't stop him. Let's just hope he doesn't cause too much trouble. Bureau chief, this? Zhu Jianlin grew anxious upon hearing this. Ji Chenyuan raised a hand to stop him and said, do as I say. Let's wait for Lin Fan. Faced with Ji Chenyuan's unequivocal order, Zhu Jianlin did not insist further. He sighed and turned to leave the office. Having served as a criminal investigator for over 30 years, his insight far surpassed that of a rookie like Ingzi, and he knew many things that ordinary people could neither imagine nor understand. The law is meant to constrain ordinary people and maintain social stability. But in this world there exist beings that are not bound by the laws of the mundane realm. Ancient martial artists belong to this category. The ancient martial world has its own rules, and the laws of the secular world can hardly restrain them. This time Wang Chao was the one who struck first against Lin Fan's relatives. Even if Lin Fan killed him, it would be justifiable. Conversely, if Wang Chao had no grievance with Lin Fan and Lin Fan killed him without reason, then a special State Department would intervene to punish Lin Fan. The department was the Dragon Group. The Dragon Group was the highest-level secret organization in the Xia Kingdom, directly answerable to the top leader, wielding immense power. Its primary responsibilities included restraining ancient martial artists, handling supernatural incidents, protecting key figures, and deterring hostile nations. It had branches in major cities across the country. The Dragon Group generally did not interfere with local law enforcement, but in special circumstances its authority superseded that of local public security departments and garrison forces. In other words, if the Dragon Group intended to take action against Lin Fan, even Ji Chenyuan as the bureau chief could not stop them. This time Lin Fan had killed Wang Chao and his men, which, while not too extreme, had exposed the existence of Xiao Shao, a creature that should not appear in the mundane world. Given the Dragon Group's modus operandi, would they intervene? Would it affect Lin Fan and those around him? What would become of Xiao Shao? After Zhu Jianlin left, only Ingzi and Ji Chenyuan remained in the office. Being so close to the bureau chief for the first time, even with Yingzi's bold personality, she couldn't help but feel a bit nervous. Ji Chenyuan noticed at once that the young policewoman in front of him was tense, so he smiled and said, you don't need to be so nervous, I'm not a monster that will eat you. Phut. Ji Chenyuan's words made Ingzi unable to hold back her laughter, and she quickly glanced at him with a hint of embarrassment before looking down at the little princess in her arms. Ji Chenyuan chuckled, ha, my daughter is probably about your age, but she's much more mischievous. As he spoke, although his tone was somewhat helpless, the smile on his face could not be concealed. His expression radiated happiness, and even Ingzi, who was usually oblivious, could clearly sense Ji Chenyuan's love for his daughter. At this moment Zhu Jianlin returned with a frown, his tone heavy as he said, "Chief, there's another case." Jiyu Chenyuan turned to ask, "What happened?" Zhu Jianlin replied, "I just passed by a team and heard they were urgently dispatching. I stopped someone to ask and they said an explosion incident occurred in the west of the city. It is said that a speedboat exploded in the middle of the river. The fire brigade has already rushed over to recover the bodies, but no further information is available yet." Hearing Zhu Jianlin's words, Jiyu Chenyuan couldn't help but frown as well. He instinctively felt that this incident was related to Lin Fan. It was very likely that Wang Chao was on that speedboat. Thinking of this, Jiyu Chenyuan looked out the window and murmured, "Master Lin, please hold on tight." A blue Haval H6 slowly stopped at the entrance and then the car door was pushed open. A casually dressed young man jumped out, looked up at the sign at the entrance and walked into the Public Security Bureau. Upon entering the courtyard of the Public Security Bureau, Lin Fan took a quick glance around before heading towards the main building. Once inside the office building, Lin Fan hadn't even had a chance to thoroughly observe the layout when a chubby policeman in uniform with glasses approached, sizing Lin Fan up and asking, "Who are you looking for?" Lin Fan replied, "Ingzi." "Who?" The chubby policeman thought he heard wrong and asked again. Lin Fan had to repeat, "I'm looking for Ingzi." To Lin Fan's surprise, the chubby policeman let out a scoff, looking at him with disdain, and said, "So you're here to pursue our police flower? I have to say, among all the suitors of our police flower, you are the least impressive. The others are either second-generation officials or wealthy heirs. At the very least they are high-ranking professionals with houses and cars. But look at you, dressed in cheap clothes and empty-handed. I advise you to leave. Our police flower may be beautiful, but she has a bad temper. You wouldn't want to be humiliated in front of everyone later, would you? Did you see those 999 roses in the trash can? They were sent by the mayor's son, delivered to the police station every day for the past 2 weeks, and our police flower has never accepted them, just throwing them straight into the trash. Do you think you stand a chance against that?" Lin Fan's expression turned impatient. If it weren't for the fact that they were in the Public Security Bureau, he would have slapped this chubby policeman by now. After listening to the endless prattle, he finally said, "Are you done? If you're done, just tell me where Ingzi is." "Hey, you little brat." The chubby policeman was instantly furious, glaring at Lin Fan, and shouted, "Do you know where this is? This is the Municipal Public Security Bureau. You can't misbehave here." The chubby policeman's loud voice attracted the attention of quite a few officers, who turned to look over, most with unfriendly expressions. Regardless of their usual relationships, they had to stand united against outsiders at this moment. Sure enough, 2 tall policemen walked over side by side, standing next to the chubby policeman with their arms crossed, their warning clear, as if to say, "Kid, watch your words and actions. Even if you're playing around, there are occasions for that. Even a clay Buddha has some temper, let alone Lin Fan, who had lived 2 lives and was a reincarnated immortal." Provoked repeatedly, he felt a bit of his inner anger rising. Honestly, if it weren't for Jiyu Chenyuan, he might have really caused a scene in the Public Security Bureau. Lin Fan snorted coldly and said, "If you don't want to tell me, then please step aside. I'll find her myself." "Step aside? What a joke. This is the Public Security Bureau, not a vegetable market. You can't just walk in whenever you want." With 2 tall colleagues standing nearby, the chubby policeman became even more arrogant, snorting at Lin Fan. "Fine, since that's the case, I'll call the bureau chief. I want to know if I, Lin Fan, can enter this Public Security Bureau or not." Lin Fan smiled coldly, pulling out the Samsung phone he had taken from Brother Dao. Calling the bureau chief. The chubby policeman was stunned, as were the 2 tall policemen beside him, and even those further away who heard Lin Fan's voice were taken aback. After a brief moment of shock, they exchanged looks filled with amusement. Calling the bureau chief. As the bureau chief of the Long City Public Security Bureau, Jiyu Chenyuan was undoubtedly a prominent figure in the power center of Long City, while this young man in front of them looked no better than a laborer. To think there could be any connection between them was simply absurd. This kid actually said he was going to call the bureau chief. Is he joking with us? Oh, he must be planning to dial a random number and pretend no one would answer just to regain a little face. Come on, even if he doesn't want to lose face in front of everyone, he doesn't need to use such a lame excuse, right? Does he think we are fools? The chubby policeman looked at Lin Fan with even more disdain, smirking and saying, "Kid, stop pretending. Get out of here. This is the Public Security Bureau, not a place for you to flirt, and we don't entertain idle people here." The 2 policemen beside the chubby one also looked at Lin Fan, smirking and saying, "Kid, stop pretending. Get out of here." Lin Fan cast a cold glance at the 3 policemen in front of him, and with just that glance they all felt a chill run from their feet to their head, shivering. Lin Fan withdrew his gaze, snorted coldly, and began to dial the number. Don't ask how Lin Fan knew Jiyu Chenyuan's number. For someone with an immortal level soul, remembering things is a basic skill. When they had dinner the day before, Jiyu Chenyuan had told Lin Fan his phone number and he had memorized it. Beep beep beep. The phone emitted a series of alert tones, but no one answered. As time passed, the grin on the fat policeman's face grew even more radiant, as if he could already see Lin Fan's face being slapped with humiliation. Ling Zi had reported to the Public Security Bureau about a year and a half ago. The moment she arrived, she caused quite a stir throughout the entire bureau for no other reason than her breathtaking beauty. With an angelic face and a devilish figure, she was simply a born enchantress. The appearance of such a stunning woman in a police station naturally attracted the energetic young men like moths to a flame. Later on, not only colleagues within the bureau but also people outside learned of this beautiful police flower, and many launched fervent pursuits of Yingzi. The fat policeman also harbored feelings for Yingzi, but his inferiority complex kept him in the shadows of unrequited love. Watching one suitor after another, all more accomplished than himself, being ruthlessly rejected by Yingzi, he dared not confess his feelings. Instead, he settled for the role of her guardian, frequently stepping forward to shield her from pursuers and protect his goddess from harassment. However, the fat policeman came from an ordinary family. When faced with someone of wealth, power or status, like the mayor's son who sent 999 roses daily, he was powerless. But against a 3-no candidate like Lin Fan, no power, no influence, no money, he could still block him at the door. The phone had been ringing for nearly half a minute. Just as Lin Fan was about to lose patience, the call was finally answered. Hello? Jiyu Chenyuan picked up and spoke softly. A busy man like Jiyu Chenyuan typically wouldn't answer calls from unknown numbers. But today, for some reason, he stared at the number for a moment before, as if driven by an inexplicable impulse, pressing the answer button. Hearing Jiyu Chenyuan's voice, Lin Fan grinned and said, "Old Jiyu, it's me." Lin Fan's voice was unmistakable to Jiyu Chenyuan. The instant he heard it, he sprang up as if a spring had been released under him, startling Yingzi and Zhu Jianlin beside him. Jiyu Chenyuan spoke with rapid urgency. "Brother Lin? Lin, where are you?" Lin Fan replied, "In downstairs. Your people won't let me in." Hearing this, Jiyu Chenyuan flared with anger. His voice turned stern. "Brother Lin, hand the phone to him." "No, I'll come down myself." "Wait for me." With that, Jiyu Chenyuan hung up and turned to leave. Zhu Jianlin signaled Yingzi with a glance, urging her to follow him downstairs. But the naive girl just stared at him blankly, completely missing his cue. Zhu Jianlin shook his head in resignation, tugged her arm and jerked his head toward the door. Yingzi finally caught on and followed behind him. Just as Yingzi took her first step, Xiao Shao, who had been lying on the ground dozing with half-closed eyes, suddenly scrambled to its feet and followed closely behind her. The master ordered this dog to protect the young mistress. I must not be careless, I have to stay by her side every step of the way. This human woman with a big chest and empty head seems utterly unreliable, I can depend on her. Yingzi walked ahead, holding Chichi in her arms, completely oblivious to the fact that she had been looked down upon by a husky. If she ever learned of Xiao Shao's inner thoughts, she would surely be hopping mad. Downstairs. After hanging up, Lin Fan stood leisurely in place, ignoring the people before him, and began to close his eyes in meditation. The fat policeman's face flushed with anger. "Kid, get out of here. There have been several major cases in Longcheng today, and the station is busy. We don't have time for you." Lin Fan remained unmoved. This time, not only the fat policeman but also the 2 tall officers beside him wore displeased expressions. They exchanged glances, took half a step forward and placed their hands on Lin Fan's shoulders, apparently intending to forcibly shove him out the door. But then the 2 tall officers sensed something amiss. No matter how hard they pushed, Lin Fan's body remained completely still. The fat policeman, watching from the side, thought his colleagues were being gentle with Lin Fan. Only the 2 officers themselves knew they had exerted considerable force, yet the slender young man before them stood like a mountain, immovable no matter how they strained. The 2 tall officers exchanged a glance, grunted and simultaneously increased their strength. This time they held nothing back, one leg half bent, both hands pressed against Lin Fan, using every ounce of their power to push him. A mocking smile curled at the corner of Lin Fan's mouth as he shifted his body slightly to the side. This was no ordinary sidestep, it involved a profound movement technique. The 2 officers felt as if they were pushing against a slippery wet loach, their hands slid off effortlessly. Thud! Ouch! The 2 tall officers, unable to stop their momentum, lunged forward, colliding midair and tumbling to the ground in a clumsy heap. Causing trouble at the police station. "Don't move!" Seeing his colleague suffer a covert loss at Lin Fan's hands, the fat policeman grew wary. He stepped back, pointed at Lin Fan and shouted loudly. At his cry, all the officers in the hall tensed up. Several even reached for their holsters as if ready to draw their weapons at the slightest provocation. Lin Fan cast a cold glare at the officers, who regarded him with deep hostility. With a snort, his eyes swept around the room with glacial intensity. Wherever his gaze fell, the officers involuntarily felt a chill rise from the depths of their hearts, instinctively averting their eyes to avoid meeting his. Now the fat policeman sensed trouble. He was caught in a dilemma. Judging from Lin Fan's earlier phone call, either he was an Oscar-level actor putting on a show before them, or he truly had significant backing, enough to make the Public Security Bureau chief personally come downstairs to greet him. Coupled with the fact that his 2 colleagues had suffered a loss at Lin Fan's hands and the astonishing aura Lin Fan exuded, the fat policeman began to feel that this unremarkable-looking young man might indeed be someone of consequence. But given the current situation, the fat policeman could not possibly apologize or back down. He had to brazen it out, all the while silently praying in his heart as he continued to bluster. The 2 tall officers scrambled to their feet with swift movements, their faces flushed with anger. Both were graduates of formal police academies, excelling in comprehensive professional skills, combat techniques and physical fitness. To have suffered such a humiliating setback at Lin Fan's hands in front of colleagues was a disgrace. After rising, they exchanged a glance and simultaneously lunged at Lin Fan, employing standard grappling techniques. Facing the two charging officers, Lin Fan wore a faint smile and did not move, for he spotted a familiar figure at the stairway entrance. Stop! The fat policeman had already started to grin triumphantly, thinking his two colleagues were quite effective in subduing Lin Fan. He resolved to treat them to a barbecue with extra kidneys as a reward. But before his smile could fully bloom, it froze on his face as he heard a familiar voice laced with anger. Stop! The voice heralded the man's arrival. Ji Chenyuan's figure appeared at the stairwell, his voice like a resonant bell echoing through the lobby. Ji Chenyuan, at the peak of external force martial arts, was undoubtedly a formidable figure in the mundane world. Coupled with the aura of his long-held authority, his sudden roar startled the officers present, causing them to shudder. The two tall officers who were about to subdue Lin Fan immediately felt a jolt of alarm upon hearing Ji Chenyuan's voice. The last time they had heard him so furious was half a year ago. The director had not openly lost his temper in a long while. They hastily tried to halt their movements. But they had charged forward with too much momentum to stop easily. Under the force of inertia, they continued to lunge forward on the verge of colliding with Lin Fan. Even a fool would realize that Lin Fan was no ordinary person if Ji Chenyuan himself came down to greet him. The two officers inwardly cursed their misfortune. Offending the director's guest was no trivial matter, and it might spell the end of their careers. However helpless, they could only close their eyes and resign themselves to fate. Seeing Ji Chenyuan appear, Lin Fan decided not to make things difficult for these men, as that would be ungrateful. He subtly turned his right hand outward, concentrating his true chi in his palm and releasing it to cushion the two officers, slowing their momentum. To the two officers it felt as though they had plunged into soft cotton. The force of their charge was dissipated by 70 or 80%, allowing them to steady themselves with ease. Then they looked at Lin Fan with shock and disbelief. As the parties involved, they knew that the surge of energy had been released by him. This was beyond their comprehension. Xiaoshuo dashed ahead, joyfully bounding to Lin Fan's side, circling him a few times with its tail wagging as if seeking praise and reward. Ji Chenyuan hurried down the stairs to Lin Fan. Just as he was about to speak, Lin Fan asked, "First brother Ji, where is Chichi?" Ji Chenyuan replied, "Chichi is fine." "Ingzi." He turned and called out. Ingzi, carrying Chichi, walked over reluctantly and handed the child to Lin Fan, her eyes brimming with resentment. The moment Lin Fan took Chichi in his arms, all his sharpness converged and his expression softened. He held her gently, his eyes filled with tenderness, and said to Ingzi, "Thank you." Ingzi tossed her head and said haughtily, "You're welcome." Ji Chenyuan said, "Mr. Lin? Please follow me upstairs." Lin Fan nodded and followed Ji Chenyuan upstairs, with Xiaoshuo happily trailing behind. The fat policeman watched Lin Fan in utter bewilderment until the latter had gone upstairs. Then he cautiously approached Ingzi and whispered, "Junior sister, who is that guy?" Ingzi retorted, "Who is he?" "He's an arrogant jerk." With that she waved her hand and also went upstairs. "Stop staring, get back to work," Zhu Jianlin said, glancing at the onlookers and waving them off. In the meeting room, Lin Fan sat in a chair holding Chichi, with Xiaoshuo quietly lying at his feet. Ji Chenyuan pulled up a chair beside him, looking at Lin Fan as if he wanted to speak but hesitated. Sensing Ji Chenyuan's unease, Lin Fan smiled and said, looking up at him, "Brother Ji, if you have something to say, feel free to." Ji Chenyuan asked, "Brother Lin, what exactly happened?" Lin Fan squinted slightly and said in a calm voice, "There are always those who think themselves supremely clever, unaware that they are walking further and further down the path of self-destruction." Though his tone was flat, Ji Chenyuan could detect the seething rage within Lin Fan's words and couldn't help but twitch his eyes. Lin Fan continued, "Last time the police station chief was dismissed, and it also implicated Fatty Wang. That man harbored a grudge and wanted revenge on me. So he sent his 3 lackeys to sneak into my villa to kidnap Chichi, trying to use her to force my hand. If it weren't for Xiaoshuo, the consequences would have been disastrous." At this, Lin Fan looked down at Xiaoshuo at his feet. The dog, feeling its master's gaze, wagged its tail proudly. "What do you think I should do with such a person?" Ji Chenyuan frowned slightly and asked, "So the speedboat on the river?" Lin Fan's voice turned icy as he uttered 4 words slowly, "He deserved to die." With these words, Lin Fan effectively admitted to Ji Chenyuan that the person on the speedboat was Wang Chao and that he had killed him. Ji Chenyuan had already anticipated this outcome, so he only paused briefly before regaining his composure. He waved his hand and said in a relaxed tone, "I see. But don't worry, Brother Lin, he'll take care of this." Bang! At that moment, the meeting room door was pushed open. Lin Fan and Ji Chenyuan turned to see Ingzi storming in, holding several surveillance screenshots. She slapped them onto the conference table and pointed at Lin Fan, saying, "Lin Fan, here is evidence that you killed Wang Chao and another person and destroyed the bodies. You committed murder, and yet you dare to come to the police station. You're walking right into the trap." Ingzi pulled out handcuffs and moved to cuff Lin Fan. Slap! Seeing this, Ji Chenyuan slammed the table and bellowed, "Ingzi, who told you to do?" Ingzi pointed at Lin Fan and argued, "Director Ji, this man is involved in 5 deaths. Such a heinous criminal cannot be allowed to roam free." Ji Chenyuan cut her off, saying, "When personal safety is threatened, the people have the right to shoot criminals to protect themselves. Besides, Mr. Lin is now a special consultant for the Flying Dragon Special Forces. He has law enforcement authority. What? Ingzi looked at Jiyu Chenyuan in disbelief. Her brother was in the Flying Dragon Special Forces and she had never heard him mention any special consultant. In her eyes Jiyu Chenyuan was clearly trying to cover for Lin Fan. So fearless as she was, Ingzi insisted on arresting Lin Fan. Director, I've never heard of any special consultant for the Flying Dragon Special Forces. All I know is that he is a murderer and the evidence is conclusive. A flicker of helplessness crossed Jiyu Chenyuan's face. He pulled a piece of paper from his pocket and slapped it on the table, saying, "This is the appointment letter." Ingzi picked up the paper skeptically and glanced at it. Her expression turned awkward. The official seal on the document couldn't be fake. Could it be that Lin Fan really was a special consultant for the Flying Dragon Special Forces? All right, you can leave now. I have work to discuss with Consultant Lin. Jiyu Chenyuan waved his hand. He had just prepared this appointment letter and it had indeed come in handy. But? No buts. Out. Ingzi glared at Lin Fan in defiance, then stormed out of the meeting room in a huff. As soon as she left the meeting room, Ingzi pulled out her phone and dialed a number. "Brother, someone is bullying your little sister." "This girl." Jiyu Chenyuan shook his head, expressing a hint of helplessness as he said, "Lin Laudi, please don't mind. This girl is just a child, stubborn but a good seedling." Lin Fan smiled and replied, "No worries." In fact, Lin Fan had a fairly good impression of Ingzi. Although this young female officer was big-chested and not particularly bright, sometimes her thoughts were quite unique and her words and actions could be both amusing and frustrating. Overall, she was a person with a sense of justice and responsibility. Lin Fan's insight was sharp. If he hadn't realized this point, he wouldn't have been able to trust Ingzi with Chichi, even with a little fool accompanying her for protection. Jiyu Chenyuan looked down at the little fool at Lin Fan's feet with some concern and said, "Lin Laudi, regarding this matter, although your responsibility won't be pursued, your dog." Lin Fan asked in confusion, "What do you mean by that, brother Jiyu?" Jiyu Chenyuan countered, "Lin Laudi, you are already a master of chief. Don't you know that our Xia country has a department specifically for regulating ancient martial artists?" "Oh. I would like to know more." This was indeed quite a curious matter for Lin Fan. In the realm of cultivation, the empires of the secular world not only could not regulate cultivators but needed to rely on some major sects to stabilize themselves. In other words, the major empires acted more like representatives of these sects in the secular world. As for Lin Fan on Earth, he was a good for nothing indulging in a life of pleasure, completely unaware of these secrets of Xia country. So when he heard Jiyu Chenyuan mention that there was actually a department capable of regulating ancient martial artists, Lin Fan was quite curious. Although surprised that Lin Fan was unaware of this, Jiyu Chenyuan did not press further and explained, "As I mentioned earlier, to prevent ancient martial artists from violating laws and disturbing social order, the state possesses absolute and formidable power to regulate them. This department is called the Dragon Group. The Dragon Group directly reports to the top leader and wields significant power greater than that of the National Security Bureau. As far as I know, the Dragon Group is divided into several departments, each with its own responsibilities. The Qinglong, also known as the Battle Hall, is the primary department of the Dragon Group that handles matters in the ancient martial world, capable of suppressing rebellious ancient martial artists with force when necessary. All members of the Battle Hall are ancient martial artists proficient in combat. Many ancient families from the martial world and long-standing sects also send their younger generations to serve in the Qinglong, which serves both as training for the youth and as a measure for the state to control the martial world. The Xuanwu, also known as the Guard Hall, specializes in protecting important leaders, critical research bases and scarce talent, with most members being trained by the state, ensuring the highest loyalty. The activities of the Xuanwu are quite limited, usually only operating around their protected subjects unless the mission is complete. The Baihu, also known as the Technique Hall, deals with various supernatural phenomena. Members of the Technique Hall consist mostly of sorcerers, with ancient martial artists constituting a minority. Disciple representatives from the 5 branches of the Shenmen, Shan Yu, Ming Srong and Bu, also hold positions within the Baihu. The Jukyu is the most mysterious department, and at my level I cannot ascertain much about it. Besides that, there must be other departments, but I am not clear about them. Lin Laudi, your dog has displayed abilities beyond imagination. That video has been seen by many and you cannot hide the truth. It will soon reach the ears of the Dragon Group. I believe it won't be long before the Baihu will come knocking on your door." Lin Fan then understood that there was indeed such a formidable organization as the Dragon Group in Xia country. It seemed that the nations of this world were far beyond those of his past life. Since the Dragon Group could regulate ancient martial artists, it certainly must be filled with experts. However, Lin Fan was only slightly surprised. He wasn't really intimidated. Cultivation itself is an act against the heavens, requiring an unwavering momentum to progress further on the path of cultivation. Although Lin Fan's current strength wasn't enough to dominate the world, he was certainly not to be trifled with. If the Dragon Group chose not to intervene, fine, but if they truly had intentions against Lin Fan, he would not hold back. As for taking away the little fool, a joke! Even if the little fool were just an ordinary husky, as long as Chichi liked him, not even the King of Heaven could take him away. Lin Fan chuckled lightly and said, "The little fool is my dog, a companion for Chichi. I won't let anyone take him away." His voice was calm yet firm. Hearing this, Ji Chenyuan did not show much surprise and nodded. He had anticipated Lin Fan's attitude. Although their acquaintance was brief, how could anyone with the strength of a master of Qi at such a young age be easily bullied? Moreover, this involved Qi. Qi was Lin Fan's only weakness and one of the few things that could genuinely anger him. Fortunately, Qi had not been harmed this time, otherwise given Lin Fan's temperament he would likely have caused an uproar in Longcheng. At that point, not only the Baihu but also the Qinglong would intervene, and they would surely employ forceful measures to suppress Lin Fan. At that time, an earth-shattering battle would be unavoidable. Ji Chenyuan said, "I will have my subordinates keep this a secret and ensure it doesn't leak out. Even if the Dragon Group learns of it in the future, I will communicate with them, hoping they won't disturb your life." "Thank you." Lin Fan felt grateful for Ji Chenyuan's words, as he could tell that Ji Chenyuan was sincere in wanting to do this. From Ji Chenyuan's earlier introduction of the Dragon Group, it was clear that their power surpassed that of the public security system. However, Ji Chenyuan still took the initiative to help Lin Fan. For that alone, Lin Fan felt indebted to him. Ji Chenyuan chuckled carelessly and said, "Lin Laodi, you're too polite. The people of the Dragon Group have always looked down on others, and I've never liked them. Each one acts like they are something special. When I was on the battlefield killing enemies and earning merit, they probably didn't even know where they were." "Ha ha." Lin Fan laughed. He found Ji Chenyuan's personality quite to his liking. At that moment, Qi rolled around in Lin Fan's arms, smacking her little lips, and slowly opened her eyes. "Daddy hug." As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw her beloved father, and Qi laughed happily, her eyes crescent-shaped as she reached out her chubby little arms, sweetly asking for a hug. Seeing his little treasure awake, Lin Fan smiled widely and picked up Qi, letting her stand on his legs. Qi hugged Lin Fan and gave him a kiss on the cheek, her bright clear eyes scanning the surroundings filled with questions. "Daddy, where is this?" Lin Fan smiled and said, "This is the police station. We're here to visit Uncle Ji." "Oh. Hello, Uncle Ji." Qi turned her head and, seeing Ji Chenyuan smiling widely, happily greeted him. Ji Chenyuan looked surprised at Lin Fan for a moment before waving to Qi and responding, "Hello, Princess Qi." Now seeing Qi's state, she seemed completely unaware of what had happened previously at the villa, which puzzled Ji Chenyuan. He then recalled how in the video Lin Fan had said a few gentle words to Qi and she fell asleep, which was already astonishing. Now it seemed even more surprising. Lin Fan had actually managed to make Qi completely forget what she had experienced 2 hours earlier. Such a method was unheard of and unseen even to someone as knowledgeable as Ji Chenyuan, raising his assessment of Lin Fan. He found this young man to be truly extraordinary, believing he had formed a general understanding of him, only to find Lin Fan continually demonstrating even more astonishing abilities. After chatting for a while in the conference room, Ji Chenyuan proactively suggested they grab a meal together. Lin Fan naturally would not refuse this proposal. In his heart, although Ji Chenyuan was of lesser strength, his cheerful personality made him a worthy friend. If Ji Chenyuan knew that Lin Fan's evaluation of him was that he was of little strength, he would surely have mixed feelings. In the past, Lin Fan, one of the 4 young masters of Yang'an, never considered whether his friends were wealthy, as none could compare to his wealth. Now as a father, Lin Fan never judged his friends by their abilities. After all, none were as capable as he was. During the meal, Lin Fan mentioned that he would be heading to the Flying Dragon Special Forces the following morning to begin training with the team members. Ji Chenyuan nodded eagerly, having been waiting impatiently for this opportunity, and was naturally eager to accept Lin Fan's proposal. After finishing their meal, Lin Fan drove his Havel H6 carrying Qi and Xiusha and left the police station. However, instead of going home, he followed the navigation to a shopping mall. About half an hour later, Lin Fan parked his car in the underground parking lot of a large shopping mall. After parking, he held Qi in his arms and took Xiusha as they rode the elevator up to the mall. Shopping with a man is completely different from shopping with a woman. A woman may visit every store in the mall, indulging in each one, and after completing a round she often circles back for another round, spending nearly the entire afternoon shopping. In contrast, a man's shopping experience is much simpler. He enters the first store, browses for a moment, picks a few items, pays, and leaves all within 20 minutes. Lin Fan initially thought the same way and considered that he didn't have many clothes to change into, which was why he intended to shop for a few outfits. However, Qi had other ideas. A woman's nature knows no age. Qi, acting like a little adult, tugged at Lin Fan's hand as they walked ahead, pulling him into the Seven Wolves store at the entrance of the mall. The saleswoman in the Seven Wolves store was taken aback by such a cute little customer. A slightly plump saleswoman with a hint of baby fat approached them, saying, "Hello, sir. Welcome to Seven Wolves." Lin Fan smiled politely, but before he could speak, Qi tilted her head up and said in a sweet voice, "Sister, I want to pick clothes for." The saleswoman smiled slightly, bent down, and said softly, "All right, little friend, let's help you choose some clothes." Qi cheerfully replied, "Thank you, sister." With that, Qi took Lin Fan's hand and walked into the store, selecting clothes under the guidance of the saleswoman. Lin Fan had no significant requirements for clothing. As long as they were comfortable and made him look presentable, that was enough. However, Qi was different. She had high standards and strict demands, leading Lin Fan to try on various outfits, criticizing colors and styles, which was quite adorable. With no choice but to comply, Lin Fan was led by Qi through all the men's clothing stores on the 3rd and 4th floors of the mall, eventually buying 3 outfits, which he considered a successful haul. When they entered the mall, Lin Fan was dressed in cheap street vendor clothes totaling no more than 300 yuan. After shopping, although he wasn't wearing any international brand clothing, the new attire, black pants, a white t-shirt and casual shoes, transformed his overall demeanor. As the saying goes, a person is judged by their clothing. In his new outfit, Lin Fan appeared particularly spirited, fully realizing the transformation from a greasy uncle to a sunny young man. Chichi joyfully leaned against Lin Fan, incessantly praising how handsome her daddy was. Seeing Chichi happy made Lin Fan happy too. After shopping, Lin Fan checked the map and found that Citibank was not far from the mall. With 2 boxes of cash still in his car, he couldn't possibly carry such a large amount of cash wherever he went, as it would be inconvenient for spending. So he decided to find a bank to deposit the money. Starting the car, Lin Fan arrived in front of the Citibank building. When he entered, he casually took a number and noticed that there were still over 40 people ahead of him. If he had to wait, it would be impossible to get served in less than an hour, and since Lin Fan was looking to deposit 10 million, this was a sum that the small clerks. Upon entering the Citibank lobby, Lin Fan was somewhat amused because there were simply too many people doing business at the bank. The reception chairs in the lobby were already filled, with many others standing in various spots. When he entered, he casually took a number and noticed that there were still over 40 people ahead of him. If he had to wait, it would be impossible to get served in less than an hour, and since Lin Fan was looking to deposit 10 million, this was a sum that the small clerks could not handle. At the very least, he would need to speak to a business manager to handle such a large transaction, so Lin Fan walked straight to the elevator. Citibank's VIP clients, large transactions and senior management offices are all located upstairs. Ordinary customers are not allowed upstairs, and to handle different types of business one must take an elevator that only goes to designated floors. Sorry sir, you cannot enter? At the elevator entrance, 2 security guards stopped Lin Fan. Without any identification, they could not allow him to enter the elevator. Lin Fan frowned and said, "I want to deposit money." The guard politely replied, "Please wait in the lobby to take a number." Lin Fan said, "The amount is substantial and I fear the clerks in the lobby may not have the authority to handle it." The guard sized Lin Fan up. While he looked presentable, he didn't seem like someone who could casually take out hundreds of thousands or millions. However, it must be said that the security guards at Citibank were quite professional. Even if they had their doubts, they remained polite and said, "If you truly need assistance, you can consult with our lobby manager." As they spoke, the guard pointed towards the other side of the lobby. Lin Fan didn't want to cause a scene at Citibank, so he nodded and walked towards the lobby manager. Arriving in front of the lobby manager, Lin Fan glanced at the name on the desk and said, "Manager Wang, could you please arrange for a business manager? I would like to deposit some money at your bank." Manager Wang looked at Lin Fan calmly and asked, "Do you have an appointment?" Manager Wang had risen through the ranks from a regular employee to a lobby manager. Without a doubt, his ability to judge people was sharp. Although Lin Fan wasn't wearing any branded clothing, did not wear a luxury watch, nor did he have an expensive car key, his demeanor and action subtly revealed an aura that was cultivated over time, something that ordinary people could not easily imitate. This young man was definitely not ordinary. "No," Lin Fan calmly replied. Hearing Lin Fan's words, Manager Wang hesitated to refuse, only to hear Lin Fan say, "But for a 10 million transaction, surely you can arrange for a business manager." 10 million. Manager Wang looked at Lin Fan in surprise. It was then he noticed Lin Fan was holding a money box in each hand, presumably filled with cash. A 10 million transaction is not considered small even at Citibank. While it wouldn't be enough to attract the attention of a general manager level executive, requesting a business manager to handle it was more than sufficient. Manager Wang then retracted his gaze, nodded and said, "All right sir, please wait a moment." He picked up the internal phone on the desk, dialed a few numbers and said, "Manager Zhao, are you available now?" "We have a guest." Lin Fan stood calmly watching Manager Wang briefly explain the situation over the phone. Soon Manager Wang hung up, stood up and said to Lin Fan, "Mr. Lin, please follow me." Then Manager Wang led Lin Fan to the elevator. This time, with Manager Wang guiding him, the security guards at the elevator did not stop him. Before long, under Manager Wang's direction, Lin Fan took the elevator to the 5th floor. Upon reaching the 5th floor, Manager Wang led Lin Fan into Manager Zhao's office. After nodding to Zhao, he left, and Manager Zhao in the office warmly welcomed Lin Fan. Manager Zhao was a man in his 30s, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and slicked back hair, giving off a scholarly vibe. Standing behind his desk, he smiled politely at Lin Fan, gesturing to the chair in front of him, saying, "Mr. Lin, please take a seat." Lin Fan nodded and sat down. "Let me introduce myself first. My name is Zhao Wenjiang and I am the business manager at Citibank." Manager Zhao was a man in his 30s, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and slicked back hair, giving off a scholarly vibe. Standing behind his desk, Lin Fan nodded and placed the 2 money boxes on the desk, opening them towards Zhao Wenjiang. Seeing the neatly arranged brand new RMB in the money boxes, Manager Zhao's smile widened. He thought to himself that having a good relationship with the lobby manager certainly had its benefits. Citibank has more than a dozen business managers and competition among them is fierce. However, they usually have their own fixed clients. In cases like this, where a client needs to handle a large transaction without a fixed manager, the lobby manager can prioritize introducing them to Zhao Wenjiang. This 10 million transaction was enough to help Zhao Wenjiang meet his performance targets for the month. With this in mind, Zhao's attitude towards Lin Fan improved even more. After a brief inquiry about the situation, he promptly helped Lin Fan with the deposit transaction and even made an exception to issue Lin Fan a platinum membership card for Citibank. Although this platinum card is far from the supreme black card of Citibank, it is not something everyone can obtain. Usually only clients who deposit over 100 million in Citibank are eligible for it. For some reason, manager Zhao instinctively believed that Lin Fan would far exceed 100 million in deposits in the future, so he proactively secured this potential big client for himself. Sometimes it is not that people lack opportunities, but rather that they lack the vision and courage to seize them. Manager Zhao clearly understood how to grasp opportunities. Not long after, whenever he recalled the decision made that day, Zhao Wenjiang felt immensely grateful. After completing the banking procedures, Lin Fan exchanged contact information with Zhao Wenjiang and left the Citibank. With 3 people having died in the villa, the police would temporarily seal off the scene, take photos and collect evidence, which is all part of the normal process. Lin Fan would not interfere, and Jiyu Chenyuan had also promised that after the scene was processed, a professional housekeeping service would be commissioned to thoroughly clean the villa. Therefore Lin Fan decided not to return home for now, but instead to take Chi-Chi to find a hotel to stay for the night and return home the next day. His decision was not due to the death at home, nor was it because he feared the presence of unclean things. These matters could not influence Lin Fan. He acted this way solely because the smell of blood in that villa was too strong to dissipate in a short time. Even if the housekeeping service could clean the villa, the lingering scent of blood in the air could not vanish instantly. Lin Fan did not want Chi-Chi to come into contact with such things, which is why he chose to stay in a hotel for the night. The smell of blood is not something that can be ignored without consequences. Prolonged exposure to such an environment could subtly affect a person, especially a child who might have nightmares. Following the navigation, Lin Fan drove to a 5-star hotel named Sofitel, spending 2,888 to book a luxurious suite. Seeing Lin Fan so readily book the most expensive suite, the receptionist's gaze towards him changed. She hadn't expected this young man carrying a cute child and a pet dog to be a wealthy second generation. The receptionist skillfully handled Lin Fan's checking process and then led him to the elevator to go upstairs to his suite. This young, handsome and wealthy father staying at a hotel alone with his daughter must have a bad relationship with the child's mother. Seizing this opportunity for deeper communication would be quite favorable. Unfortunately, Lin Fan was not the type to be swayed by base desires. He completely ignored the receptionist's advances, maintaining a rather stiff demeanor that made her abandon such thoughts. Once in the room, Lin Fan placed Chi-Chi on the sofa in the living room and turned on the television, saying, "Chi-Chi, sit here and watch cartoons. Obediently, Daddy will take little Silly for a bath first." Chi-Chi noticed little Silly was dirty and nodded understandingly, waving at Lin Fan, saying cheerfully, "Go ahead, Daddy. Chi-Chi will be good." "What a good little treasure Daddy has." Lin Fan patted Chi-Chi's little head, called little Silly, and walked into the bathroom. As soon as little Silly heard the word bath, it barked excitedly and scampered in after Lin Fan. Having endured the filth all day, little Silly was overjoyed at the prospect of finally getting a bath. In the bathroom, Lin Fan held the shower head, rinsing little Silly's body. After wetting it, he applied a generous amount of soap and meticulously cleaned little Silly's fur, taking over 10 minutes to finish. "Little Silly, you did very well this time. In the future, if anyone dares to harm Chi-Chi, bite them to death without holding back." While wiping little Silly's fur with a towel, Lin Fan said, "Woof woof." Hearing his master's praise, little Silly immediately barked happily. Although little Silly had gained spiritual intelligence after consuming the Qianlingzi, he was still only 6 months old, just a child, thus hearing Lin Fan's praise made him as happy as a child receiving a compliment. Lin Fan patted little Silly's head again and said, "In the future I will get you more good things to enhance your strength. Little Silly, follow me, your future achievements will be limitless. Now I'll teach you a set of techniques." Upon hearing this, little Silly looked at Lin Fan with confusion, as his current intelligence did not allow him to understand Lin Fan's words. Lin Fan smiled and said, "You are fortunate. This Howling Sky 9 Flashes is a secret of the Xiaoya Qianlang clan in the cultivation world, which supports their position among the 8 major races in the demon realm. When practiced to perfection, its speed can surpass lightning, making it one of the fastest techniques in the cultivation world. Even I feel a twinge of envy, but unfortunately this technique can only be cultivated by demonic beasts. Now I will impart this Howling Sky 9 Flashes to you, so take your time to digest it." After saying that, Lin Fan placed his hand on little Silly's forehead. Little Silly blinked, looking at Lin Fan with curiosity, not understanding what Lin Fan was doing. However, he soon felt something. A sudden swelling sensation flooded his head as if it were about to explode, causing him to tremble all over, with his fur standing on end. Yet little Silly was very understanding, knowing his master would not harm him. Though the pain was unbearable, he held on without moving, but his slightly trembling body showed just how immense the suffering he was enduring was. Lin Fan observed little Silly's performance, nodding secretly, and continued to pass on the technique. 3 minutes later the transmission ended and Lin Fan withdrew his hand, looking at little Silly's transformation. Having received such a vast amount of information at once, little Silly felt a bit dazed, weakly lying on the floor. It took him a good 4 or 5 minutes to regain his senses, and soon a range of human-like expressions, surprise, joy, gratitude and other complex emotions, appeared on little Silly's face, looking a bit odd. "Woof!" Recovering, little Silly suddenly sprang up from the floor, excitedly leaping towards Lin Fan. At this moment he fully realized how precious the opportunity he had received was. Lin Fan, still squatting on the ground, didn't have time to dodge as little Silly jumped onto him, leaving Lin Fan quite astonished. Indeed, it was the ultimate skill of the Xiao Qianlang clan. After just receiving the inheritance, Little Silly's speed had almost doubled compared to before. Now Little Silly was far more terrifying. Lin Fan stroked Little Silly's fur, saying, "Let's go out. From now on you must protect Chi-Chi well and not let her suffer any harm, do you understand?" Woof woof woof. Little Silly wagged his tail in agreement. After cleaning Little Silly's fur, Lin Fan let Little Silly play with Chi-Chi while he went downstairs to retrieve the medicinal herbs he had bought at Jishengtang from the car, bringing them all up to the room. Lin Fan had bought medicinal herbs that morning at Jishengtang but had not yet had time to put them at home, so they had remained in the car. Now Lin Fan would use these herbs to brew a medicinal liquid specifically prepared for the Flying Dragon Special Forces. Combined with a unique body refining technique, it would undoubtedly yield remarkable results. In a month, Lin Fan was confident that each member of the Flying Dragon Special Forces would improve their strength by at least 2 to 3 times. Of course, everything comes at a price. Although Lin Fan's method could enable the members of the Flying Dragon Special Forces to achieve a qualitative leap in strength in a short time, the process would not be something that ordinary people could endure. Meanwhile, a plane arriving from Yang'an City landed at Longcheng International Airport. Fang Yuan, dressed in understated casual attire and wearing sunglasses without any luggage, stepped off the plane alone. Looking at the airport exit sign that read "Welcome to Longcheng," he smiled broadly, though his bright smile carried a chilling undertone. "Lin Fan, are you ready to face your fears?" At 9 in the evening, outside the Jiangnan waterfront residential area, a group of young men and women chatted and laughed as they approached from afar. Leading the pack was a youth with a head of ash-grey hair, clad in tight black leather pants adorned with chains that clinked with every step. The others behind him were equally eccentric in their attire, outlandish outfits, wild hairstyles, eye-catching hair colors, and unmatchable fashion choices paired with a swagger that defied all conventions. They were undoubtedly the most conspicuous and ostentatious bunch on the entire street. "Brother Long, is this the villa you mentioned?" asked Xiao Lu, tugging at Long Zi's sleeve and speaking softly after catching sight of the characters Jiangnan waterfront. Long Zi, a cigarette dangling from his lips, puffed out his chest and declared, "Of course. Let me tell you, this Jiangnan waterfront barely makes the cut. Do you think your brother Long would settle for anything less than top tier?" Xiao Lu voiced his concern. "Brother Long, it's fine to boast among ourselves, but let's not pretend to be something we're not. What if we can get into the villa and get kicked out by the security guards? How will we salvage the situation?" Long Zi slapped Xiao Lu on the head with a smack and said irritably, "What do you mean by pretending? What's your brother Long's status, position and role? Do you think I'd mess around with all that fake stuff? Just follow my lead and keep walking." With that, Long Zi waved his hand and strutted ahead, his steps bouncing. The others trailed behind, laughing and joking as they entered the residential area. Relying on vague memories from a few previous visits and the help of the community map at the entrance, Long Zi successfully led his colorful entourage to the door of the standalone duplex villa at No. 20 Block E. "See that? This villa, how about it?" Long Zi stood at the villa's entrance, pointing at the building with a boastful air as if the villa belonged to him. "The villa is awesome, brother Long is generous." The colorful crew dutifully chimed in with praise. Long Zi's smile widened. He pulled out a key, unlocked the villa's front door, strode in first and casually turned on the lights. The villa instantly brightened. The luxurious decor and furnishings made Long Zi's smile even more radiant. The villa instantly brightened. The luxurious decor and Long Zi strode into the villa, spreading his arms wide as he circled the living room, shouting enthusiastically. The colorful crew behind him cheered joyfully and swarmed inside like country bumpkins visiting a grand garden, touching and examining everything, playing and exploring. This time Long Zi had gathered quite a few dubious friends, 13 or 14 men and women, all in their early 20s, typical unemployed youths. They had no legitimate jobs, and in the underworld their meager skills wouldn't amount to much. At best they could follow behind a larger group, throwing cheap punches and showing off. In short, they lived off their parents' money, idling away their days, living for the moment. Long Zi, holding a glass of wine, took a sip and leaned smugly against the stair railing, watching the group frolic with a smirk. "Brother Long, come over and pop a couple, let's get high," someone shouted, and Long Zi, with a smile, placed his wine glass on the stairs and plunged into the crowd. He grabbed a few pills from the coffee table and tossed them into his mouth, swallowing. Soon he felt the world spinning around him, his body growing lighter and lighter. A group of young men and women under the influence of drugs bounced and danced in the living room. Some, driven by lust, grabbed girls and headed upstairs, while the girls, half resisting, half acquiescing, followed. A few even couldn't wait in the bathroom. The villa was a scene of chaotic revelry, extravagant, depraved and utterly indecent. Fang Yuan had taken an afternoon flight from Yang'an to Longcheng. This time he was on a mission to settle a score for his master by dealing with Lin Fan. Upon arriving in Longcheng, Fang Yuan didn't rush to confront Lin Fan. Instead, he spent a few hours strolling through the city's famous snack street, sampling all the local delicacies until his belly was round and full. Satisfied, he picked his teeth with a toothpick, hailed a taxi at the street entrance and headed for Jiangnan waterfront. Although Fang Yuan was merely a collateral member of the Fang family with little status, it was worth noting that the Fang family, along with the Lin family, were among the 4 great clans of Yang'an. Since Yang'an was the capital of Xia Kingdom, the Fang family effectively stood as one of the 4 paramount families of the nation, wielding immense power and influence. Any member of the family in the eyes of others was a figure of great importance. Thus Fang Yuan had little trouble learning about Lin Fan's whereabouts. Around 10 in the evening Fang Yuan arrived at Jiangnan waterfront. Instead of using the main entrance he found a dimly lit corner, took a light leap, and his slightly plump figure floated like a feather over the 3-meter-high wall, landing softly on the grass inside the compound. Once inside, Fang Yuan pulled out his phone and tapped the screen. A map of the Jiangnan waterfront area appeared, marked with 2 dots, one red and one green. The red dot indicated his destination, No. 20 at Block E, while the green dot showed his current location. Lin Fan incoming. After staring at the screen for 4 or 5 seconds, Fang Yuan pocketed his phone. A wide grin spread across his face, revealing a full set of gleaming white teeth, and he let out a sinister chuckle. He then strode toward his target with astonishing speed, causing the trees and grass to sway violently in his wake. In no time Fang Yuan reached the bushes beside the villa at No. 20 Block E. He glanced up at the brightly lit villa and stepped forward. Ouch! What the hell? What was that? After taking just 2 steps, Fang Yuan felt something soft underfoot, and a cry of pain startled him. Instinctively suspecting that Lin Fan had planted an ambush, he swiftly retreated, watching the dark bushes with full vigilance. A rustling sound came from the bushes, and soon a figure staggered to its feet. The person wore a security guard uniform, rubbing his neck while grumbling through gritted teeth, "Damn, wasn't I on patrol? How did I fall asleep here? Ouch, that hurts like hell." A cold gleam flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes. He acted decisively, darting forward and striking the guard's nape with a chop of his hand. The guard, who had just woken up moments ago, collapsed limply to the ground. After knocking out the guard, Fang Yuan used his phone's light to illuminate the darkness. He then saw that 2 security guards were lying on the ground. One was the man he had just knocked out, and the other had been taken down by someone else. Fang Yuan frowned, puzzled about what had happened here, but he paid it no mind. With his strength he didn't need to overthink things, just get the job done. Having made up his mind, Fang Yuan delivered a heavy blow to the other guard's nape as well, ensuring he wouldn't wake up. Then he leaped out of the bushes and crept toward the villa. Poor little security guards, what sin had they committed to be knocked unconscious twice in one day? They would likely sleep in the bushes until the next day. Fang Yuan arrived at the base of the villa, raised his gaze toward the upper floor, took a deep breath, bent his knees and leapt upward, his 150-pound frame soaring effortlessly onto the second-floor windowsill 4 or 5 meters high. Once atop the sill, he clung to the aluminum window railing like a gecko, crouching there, only to discover to his surprise a perfectly circular hole in the glass pane, its jagged edges clearly cut from the outside with a glass cutter. Recalling the 2 security guards he'd found unconscious in the shrubbery downstairs, Fang Yuan's expression shifted into something complex. Was it possible someone had already breached the villa before him? HMPH. This sign of the Li family truly left chaos in his wake wherever he went. Faster! A series of suggestive moans drifted from within the room, stirring an involuntary reaction in Fang Yuan. Cursing under his breath, he slipped his hand through the circular aperture in the glass and gave a gentle tug. Click! The window latch clicked open. Fang Yuan then eased the sash inward and vaulted smoothly into the room. At that moment, on the large bed inside, a man and woman writhed together in feverish passion, so immersed in their fervor they failed entirely to hear the soft scrape of the window opening. By moonlight, Fang Yuan surveyed the scene within the room. Simultaneously, wails and howls rose from downstairs. A sudden inexplicable surge of irritation welled up inside him. He spat once onto the floor and strode straight toward the bed. "Hey friend, pause for a moment." He tapped the blonde-haired man's shoulder lightly and spoke in a calm, detached tone. "Don't F with me. There are plenty downstairs, pick anyone you want. Why go after Rabbit? Wait half an hour, I'll call you when I'm done." The blonde man didn't pause his rhythm or turn his head, replying irritably, "With your puny frame. Half an hour. 3 minutes tops," Fang Yuan muttered, glancing disdainfully at the man's wiry, almost effeminate frame, slender limbs, thin arms, and curling his lip in contempt. Unseen by the blonde man, who assumed Fang Yuan was just another party guest, Rabbit caught sight of this stranger and shrieked in terror, "Who are you?" "Shua!" At Rabbit's scream, the blonde man froze mid-motion, whirled around, and there, standing calmly beside his bed, stood a complete stranger. His face contorted instantly. He lunged, swinging wildly at Fang Yuan's face. "You son of a bitch! Where the hell did you come from, a petty thief daring to storm my domain?" Fang Yuan casually raised his hand, deflecting the blow with effortless grace, then seized the man's wrist in a vice-like grip. A slight twist and the brash young man crumpled, grimacing in agony, instinctively collapsing onto the bed as he pounded the quilt and cried out, "Oh! Oh! 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 Easy, easy! Ah!" Rabbit scrambled backward, clutching the quilt over her body, but seeing her partner subdued in one move, she screamed again. Fang Yuan's eyes narrowed. He stepped forward and delivered a sharp backhand across her face. Her head cracked against the wall with a dull thud, her eyes rolled back and she slumped unconscious. The vivid red imprint of his palm on her cheek, and the trickle of blood at the corner of her mouth, spoke volumes about the sheer force behind that strike. Downstairs, the revelers, dubbed the Rainbow Candies, heard Rabbit shriek but dismissed it entirely, laughing and exchanging ribald jokes instead. They must be having quite the time, look how excited Rabbit got. Must be perfect synchronization, each knowing the other's length, depth and limits. Upstairs, seeing Rabbit motionless on the bed, the blonde man assumed Fang Yuan had killed her outright. Trembling violently, he covered his eyes with his free hand, refusing to look, and stammered, "Brother, let's talk. I know the rules. I saw nothing, don't kill me." Fang Yuan reached out to pull away the man's shielding hand, but the youth clung desperately, sobbing, "Big brother, I swear I didn't see your face. Don't silence me." Fang Yuan pried his fingers loose, studied the man closely, and realized instantly this wasn't Lin Fan. With a swift, precise chop to the nape, he dropped the man into unconsciousness. As he slumped onto the bed, a faint, relieved smile flickered across his face. The blow meant no execution, only oblivion. Lin Fan really knows how to live, cast out by the Lin family yet still indulging without restraint. Fang Yuan murmured under his breath, then stepped out of the room. He searched every second-floor chamber, bedrooms, bathrooms, all alike, each occupied by entangled couples. Still Lin Fan remained nowhere to be found. With no choice, Fang Yuan rendered each occupant unconscious. After clearing the second floor, Fang Yuan paused at the top of the staircase and peered down into the lower level. Below, the living room lay in darkness, except for several colored spotlight projectors positioned in the corners, bathing the space in pulsating neon hues that mimicked a nightclub. A portable speaker blared aggressive social dance music while 5 youths, 3 men and 2 women, swayed wildly to its beat. The 2 women wore only lingerie, vast expanses of pale taut skin exposed beneath heavy makeup that obscured their features. Youthful vigor radiated from them, firm supple bodies, and astonishingly ample busts likely too large for a single hand to cup. With every sway, waves of flesh rippled, leaving Fang Yuan parched and unsettled. What rotten luck, Lin Fan's fallen in with such fringe degenerates. Fang Yuan muttered, descending the stairs at a leisurely pace, unnoticed by the oblivious rainbow candies. Snap! He flipped the light switch, flooding the room in blinding brightness. What the hell? Turn that off. The sudden glare made all 5 raise their hands instinctively to shield their eyes. Longzi squinted, reeking of alcohol, and barked irritably, still convinced it was just a prank by one of his friends. Ignoring Longzi, Fang Yuan strode to the speaker and silenced it with another sharp click. Instantly the dancing ceased. All 5 turned startled toward the uninvited intruder now standing silently in their midst. Who the hell are you? Longzi swayed unsteadily, tilting his head as he stared at Fang Yuan, his vision warped by lingering drug effects. Yet even through the distortion he recognized this stout, unfamiliar youth was not part of his circle. A veteran of nightlife himself, Fang Yuan instantly discerned, they were all high on narcotics. Reasoning with drugged minds was futile, mere wasted breath. So Fang Yuan spared no words. In a blur of motion he vanished from sight, reappearing, weaving, striking, before vanishing again. Within seconds all 5 lay unconscious. Surveying the sprawled figures littering the living room, Fang Yuan felt a profound headache descend. He'd assumed this trip to Longcheng would be trivial, a simple assignment: apprehend Lin Fan, the Lin family's disgraced outcast. Hand to hand it should have been effortless. Yet arriving at Lin Fan's residence, per intelligence he'd found neither target nor trace, only this grotesque gathering of hedonists. Assuming these villa occupants were Lin Fan's associates, and knowing he'd already been exposed, Fang Yuan weighed the risk. If Lin Fan learned of his arrival he'd vanish, complicating matters further. So he made a decision, to take the grey-haired youth who'd spoken earlier. Perhaps under interrogation he'd yield useful information. Paul Longzi, a first denied entry to the Dehao Grand Hotel, now robbed of his aunt's villa key and kidnapped by Fang Yuan from Yang'an City. In sheer misfortune Longzi rivaled even those 2 guards sleeping helplessly on the lawn outside the villa. Fang Yuan carried Longzi on his shoulder and walked out of the villa, glancing around, intentionally avoiding the surveillance cameras as he ran towards the edge of the community. Longzi's head hung back, drooling as he walked, his arms weakly drooping at his sides. Soon Fang Yuan arrived at the community wall, and despite carrying over 100 pounds of weight he effortlessly jumped over the wall. Once on the street he set Longzi's feet on the ground, propped his arms on his shoulders and stood at the roadside hailing a taxi. A taxi stopped at the roadside in front of Fang Yuan. He opened the door and shoved Longzi inside, then slid into the back seat himself. The driver glanced in the rearview mirror. The pallid young man was slumped over, drooling as he slept against the seat, while the other slightly plump young man was wide awake and energetic. From a distance the driver had already seen Fang Yuan helping Longzi stand by the roadside to hail a taxi. Coupled with the strong smell of alcohol from these 2 after they got in, he assumed they were friends who had drunk too much and were helping each other home, having no suspicions whatsoever, only praying that they wouldn't throw up in his car. BZZZ. After Fang Yuan mentioned a place, the taxi emitted a puff of exhaust and sped away. At the Sofitel Hotel, Lin Fan accompanied Chi-Chi to the downstairs restaurant for dinner. Afterward Chi-Chi insisted on watching 2 episodes of Chibi Maruka-chan together. After finishing the cartoon, Chi-Chi mumbled that she missed her mother, prompting Lin Fan to call Ling Xuefei on his phone. At that moment Ling Xuefei had just finished a long day of work and was returning home feeling exhausted. Upon receiving Chi-Chi's call her spirits lifted significantly, fatigue dissipating instantly as she became animated. Anan beside her couldn't help but exclaim how crazy women become after becoming mothers. On the phone, Chi-Chi kept chattering away to Ling Xuefei, who patiently engaged her with laughter and joy flowing from Chi-Chi's mouth. It was clear they were enjoying a delightful conversation. After chatting for nearly half an hour, Ling Xuefei noticed the time and gently said, "Chi-Chi, it's getting late. Isn't it time for you to go to bed?" Upon hearing this, Chi-Chi pouted and shook her head, saying, "No, I still want to talk to Mama a little longer." Ling Xuefei smiled and replied, "Mama also wants to talk to Chi-Chi, but it's really late now. Chi-Chi needs to sleep early and wake up early to be a good child." Thinking for a moment, Chi-Chi turned to look at Lin Fan beside her. Seeing his approving nod, she had no choice but to agree, saying, "Well, okay then, Chi-Chi will be a good child and go to bed on time." Ling Xuefei laughed and said, "Good girl, you can count now." Chi-Chi sweetly responded, 1, 2. Ling Xuefei chimed in. "Sleep? Alright Mama, goodbye. Chi-Chi is going to sleep, good night." "Good night, Chi-Chi, Mew tilde." Only then did Chi-Chi hang up the phone, placing it aside, and opened her chubby little arms towards Lin Fan, saying, "Daddy, I want to sleep now." "Okay, Daddy will carry Chi-Chi to sleep now." Lin Fan smiled and picked up Chi-Chi, heading towards the bedroom. "Chi-Chi, what was the last thing you said to Mama? Is it your secret code?" "Daddy is so silly, that was a number. I say 1 and 2, Mama says 3, then Chi-Chi goes to sleep. That's our agreement." "Ha, so it's 1, 2, 3. Yes. As they chatted, father and daughter walked into the bedroom with a little silly tail wagging behind them. Once inside the bedroom, Lin Fan placed Chi-Chi on the bed, tucked her in with her little blanket, and set the air conditioner to turn off after a while. He was about to leave when Chi-Chi opened her big eyes and said pitifully, "Daddy, I want to hear a bedtime story." Lin Fan turned back, seeing Chi-Chi's expectant face. Just as he was about to leave the bed, he sat back down. Lin Fan could never refuse Chi-Chi's request, so he searched through his memories for a story from Earth, gently saying, "Alright, Daddy will tell my little princess Chi-Chi the story of the mermaid. Legend has it that in the depths of the sea there lived a group of mermaids." However, just as Lin Fan began, Chi-Chi interrupted, saying, "I don't want to hear the story of the mermaid. Mama has told me that story before. I want to hear a new one." Lin Fan paused, suddenly realizing that Chi-Chi was already 4 years old. Ling Xuefei must have told her many fairy tales. Meanwhile, Lin Fan's memories from Earth contained only a handful of stories, the same ones everyone knew: Mermaid, Snow White and the Ugly Duckling. Chi-Chi must have heard all of them, so he needed to tell her a completely new story. While Lin Fan could easily provide countless top-tier cultivation techniques, telling a story posed a real challenge for this reincarnated Xianyang immortal. Lin Fan scratched his head and said, This? Chi-Chi innocently yawned and mumbled, "Daddy, can't you tell a story?" Lin Fan's mouth twitched twice. He gently rubbed Chi-Chi's little nose and said, "There's nothing in this world that your daddy can't accomplish." Though he said that Lin Fan truly had no good ideas. The fairy tales that were widely known on Earth were already familiar to Chi-Chi, who probably knew more than Lin Fan did. Suddenly Lin Fan had an idea and said, "My little treasure, Daddy will tell you a story you've never heard before." Chi-Chi clapped her little hands in joy, saying, Great. I want to hear it." Lin Fan smiled and, while gently patting Chi-Chi's blanket, began to tell the story softly. Aside from our Earth, there exists an even more wondrous world known as the cultivation realm. The story begins with an abandoned orphan in the cultivation realm. It was winter at that time, with snowflakes falling like goose feathers. The poor baby was abandoned in the snow, shivering and nearly freezing to death. Fortunately, an old farmer happened upon him and kindly took the baby home, raising him as his own child through great hardship. As the child grew, he accidentally learned that he was not the farmer's biological son. Ignoring the farmer's pleas, he resolutely left his hometown to embark on a journey to find his biological parents. But in such a vast world, where could he search? Thus he wandered outside for 3 years, still unable to find his biological parents, and eventually gave up the search, returning home only to discover that his adoptive father had passed away 6 months prior. Hearing this, Chi-Chi softly said, "He's so pitiful, he doesn't have a daddy or mommy to love him." Lin Fan sighed, lost in thought, recalling the days before he encountered cultivation, feeling a tinge of nostalgia. As Xianyang Shenzan, having traversed for 3,000 years, though he acted according to his heart without regard for others' opinions, he could still be deemed worthy of heaven and earth. If he owed anyone in his past life, it was surely his adoptive father. Lin Fan collected his thoughts and continued. He knelt at his adoptive father's grave for 3 days and nights, repenting for 3 days and nights before leaving once more. This time he was truly an orphan without a home, wandering the world, enduring hardships and humiliations. Eventually, by chance, he stumbled into a cave and obtained the inheritance of the 5 elements, Immortal, gaining the 5 elements Emperor Sutra, thus officially stepping into the realm of cultivation. On the outskirts of Dragon City stood a secluded farmhouse with its own courtyard. Fang Yuan had rented this place before arriving in Dragon City. It was far from the city center, quiet and isolated, providing a convenient base for his operations. Staying in a hotel would have made many things difficult. Although Lin Fan had been expelled from the Lin family, it was still a family matter. The Lin family could punish him as they saw fit, but if an outsider harmed Lin Fan, it would be a slap to the family's face. The Lin family would not let it go easily and might even send people to retaliate against the perpetrator. To avoid unnecessary trouble, Fang Yuan intended to keep a low profile during his Dragon City trip, completing his mission discreetly. After abducting Long Zi, Fang Yuan took a taxi to the farmhouse. Inside the room, he threw Long Zi onto the floor, fetched a basin of water from the outdoor tap and splashed it directly onto Long Zi. Fut! Damn! Shit! Fuck! Long Zi shuddered, cursed a few times, then took in his surroundings. He was in an old brick and tile house with antique furniture. Standing before him was a slightly plump young man in casual clothes. "I'll fucking kill you. Don't you know who I am?" Long Zi always fancied himself a streetwise man. He had even coined a phrase for himself: "Your brother Long is ruthless and speaks little. Her Dragon City's chaos is mine to settle." He couldn't tolerate such treatment. Cursing, he wiped the water from his face, scrambled to his feet, clenched his fists and charged furiously at Fang Yuan. Bang! Fang Yuan stared expressionlessly at Long Zi, then swiftly raised his leg and kicked him in the stomach. The force sent Long Zi flying backward, crashing into a cabinet behind him. The impact shattered the cabinet's doors and Long Zi tumbled inside. Ouch! Long Zi clutched his stomach, his face contorted in pain. His stomach cramped and he nearly passed out. His gaze toward Fang Yuan shifted. He realized that this seemingly harmless, honest young man was not someone to mess with. Understanding the gap between them, Long Zi stopped pretending. With a grimace he said, "Brother, which faction do you belong to? We're all brothers in the underworld. Let's talk things out. Why resort to violence?" Fang Yuan tossed the basin aside, walked over to Long Zi, hiked up his pants and crouched down. "Listen, kid. I ask you answer. No tricks, no hiding anything. Got it?" Long Zi nodded repeatedly. Got it, got it. I'll tell you everything I know." Seeing that Long Zi was cooperating, Fang Yuan nodded. "What's your name?" Long Zi grinned. "Brother in Long Zi, Long as in soaring dragon, Zi as in blessing the world." Fang Yuan looked at him with a strange expression, then tapped his forehead. "Why the hell did your parents give you that name?" Long Zi was stunned. "Brother, what's wrong with my name? I think it's great, full of symbolic meaning and sounds nice." Fang Yuan curled his lip. "Your name is Long Zi. Do you know someone named Luo La?" Long Zi shook his head. "No, I don't." "Do you know her brother?" "I do know the combination of those two names." Fang Yuan muttered, then continued, "What's your relationship with Lin Fan?" "Who? Lin Fan?" Long Zi looked at Fang Yuan in confusion. "Brother, who is Lin Fan?" "I don't know him. I vaguely remember that the protagonist of an online game novel I once read was called that, Lin Fan and Murong Shanshan. You can search it online, it's a classic work from a master of online games, super popular." Fang Yuan's face showed impatience. He slapped Long Zi across the face and sneered, "Kid, don't play games with me. Come clean and well settle this nicely. If you keep being ungrateful, don't blame me for using other methods." Long Zi quickly waved his hands. No, brother. I'm not being uncooperative. I really don't know this Fan person you're talking about." Fang Yuan pressed. "Then why were you in his villa?" Long Zi was taken aback. "His villa?" Long Zi finally understood. "Brother, I have nothing to do with the villa owner. Over 3 years ago he gave my aunt a sum of money and asked her to clean the villa every half-month. I just took my aunt's keys and brought some friends over to hang out. That's all I know." Fang Yuan looked at him suspiciously. Long Zi swallowed hard and continued, "Brother, my aunt said the villa owner hasn't shown up for over 3 years. He might even be dead somewhere. Otherwise I wouldn't dare to go there. The kind of person who can afford that villa, do you think I'd dare to mess with him?" Seeing that Fang Yuan still seemed skeptical, Long Zi pulled out his phone, tapped it a few times and turned the screen toward him. "Brother, look. This is the text message my aunt sent me." Fang Yuan took the phone and examined it. It was indeed as Long Zi had said. He had stumbled upon him by chance. Bang! Fang Yuan tossed the phone back to Long Zi, stood up and kicked him in the leg. Long Zi yelped, "Ouch," and whined, "Brother, didn't I explain everything? Why are you still hitting me?" Fang Yuan pointed at him, his chest heaving with anger. "Why the hell did you have to go play in someone else's house? All because of you I've had the worst luck. You ruined my plans. Don't you deserve a beating?" "Yeah." Long Zi nodded pitifully. "Damn." Fang Yuan paced back and forth in the room, frustrated. This unexpected turn of events had truly caught him off guard. The phone in Fang Yuan's pocket rang. He pulled it out, his expression changing instantly. He answered obediently, "Young master?" A raspy voice came through the phone. "Fang Yuan, how are things going?" Fang Yuan glanced at Long Zi still curled up in the cabinet and said, "Don't worry, young master. Everything is going smoothly. He'll have it done soon." "Good. I hope to hear good news from you tomorrow. I can't wait to see how our old friend has fallen." The other party hung up. Fang Yuan lowered the phone, then turned and stared coldly at Long Zi. At that moment Fang Yuan felt a murderous intent toward Long Zi. He could not allow any loose ends. This man knew too much, he must not be left alive. Long Zi was startled by Fang Yuan's icy gaze, a bone-chilling coldness washing over him from head to toe. He couldn't help but shiver, a sense of ominous premonition swelling within him as he quickly shouted, big brother, don't kill me. I am still of use. Really, I can help you. Fang Yuan asked in a flat voice, how can you help me? Long Zi's eyes darted around, anxiously desperate to think of a countermeasure. Just as Fang Yuan's patience was about to run out and he prepared to execute Long Zi suddenly slapped his thigh and shouted at an extremely fast pace, big brother. I've thought of something. Fang Yuan's expression softened slightly and he lowered his hand, frowning as he urged, speak. Long Zi swallowed hard, looking at Fang Yuan and speaking rapidly, big brother, you're looking for someone named Lin Fan, right? I can help you. You said you only have yourself, and even if you're powerful, finding him in such a vast long city is like searching for a needle in a haystack. So here's the deal, I'll help you find him. Don't underestimate me, I've grown up in Long City and know many people. I can help you locate Lin Fan. After hearing Long Zi's words, Fang Yuan pondered for a moment and found some merit in what he said. He had already lost the initiative and dragging this matter out would only lead to more complications. Though this little rascal seemed incapable of handling major tasks, getting him to help find someone shouldn't be a problem. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan took out his phone and said, all right, this person is my target. You find him well and contact me as soon as you have any news. As he spoke, Fang Yuan found Lin Fan's photo on his phone and showed it to Long Zi. After taking a glance, Long Zi grinned and said, big brother, let's add each other on WeChat. You send me his photo and I can forward it to my brothers, mobilizing their efforts to help you find him. MHM? Fang Yuan and Long Zi added each other as friends. Then Fang Yuan sent Lin Fan's photo to Long Zi, after which he added, don't think about playing tricks. Otherwise this cup will be your fate. With that, Fang Yuan picked up a ceramic cup from the table and gently squeezed it, turning it to dust. He then raised his hand to his mouth and softly blew, causing the dust to float in the air. Fang Yuan snorted coldly, glancing sideways at Long Zi. This display startled Long Zi, who looked at Fang Yuan in fear and repeatedly shook his head. I would never dare to play tricks, absolutely not. That's best, otherwise I won't hesitate to eliminate you. Fang Yuan nodded in satisfaction, saying, rest assured I won't exploit you. If you use all your efforts to find him within 48 hours, I'll give you 100,000. For every hour earlier you find him, an additional 10,000. If you want to make more money, you better do a good job, understand? Fang Yuan had spent over 20 years in the Fang family and naturally understood the basic principle of giving a stick followed by a sweet date to keep subordinates in line. Long Zi's eyes lit up at Fang Yuan's promise, thinking how easy it would be to get that money, much better than living in fear while transporting goods. He nodded repeatedly, got it. At this moment Long Zi's heart was already filled with joy, starting to imagine how to spend the money once he got it. Also, Fang Yuan warned the target's name must be kept strictly confidential. If a third person finds out, I won't spare you. Long Zi nodded and said, rest assured I understand the rules. Alright, Scram. Also get rid of those monsters and demons in the villa and clean it up. Don't leave any traces. Long Zi nodded and said, rest assured I understand the rules. Alright, Scram. Also get rid. After exiting the yard, Long Zi realized he was in such a desolate place with no car passing by on the main road for a long time. Helpless, he took out his phone to use the navigation, and after finding the right direction he stepped toward the city. After Long Zi left, Fang Yuan squinted at the direction of the door, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Regardless of whether things succeed or fail, Long Zi's fate was already sealed. The next day at 8 in the morning. Lin Fan gently pushed open the door to Chi-Chi's room, seeing her lying sideways sprawled across the bed, pouting her little lips, sleeping soundly with the blanket kicked to the floor at some point. Originally he had planned to wake Chi-Chi up, but seeing her sleep so soundly, Lin Fan couldn't bear to disturb her. He gently covered her with the blanket again and quietly exited, walking into the kitchen. After simmering overnight, the medicinal broth was fully prepared and the rich aroma filled the entire room. Lin Fan took out a jar he had prepared in advance and poured all the medicinal broth into it. Although this medicinal broth was only a jar less than 2 liters, it was definitely enough for everyone in the Flying Dragon Special Forces to use. It's important to note that this medicinal broth was a formula from the cultivation world. The members of the Flying Dragon Special Forces were only physically stronger and quicker than ordinary people, but they didn't even count as external energy practitioners and were merely fleshy bodies. With their physical forms, they would find it difficult to withstand all the energy in the broth. If forced to use it, while they wouldn't explode, they would definitely suffer from broken meridians. Thus the broth needed to be diluted many times with water before it could be administered to them. After preparing the broth, Lin Fan placed the jar on the balcony to cool naturally while he walked into the bathroom to wash up. After Lin Fan finished washing up, Chi-Chi happened to wake up naturally. On waking, Chi-Chi started calling for her daddy with her little legs kicking. Lin Fan's hearing was exceptionally sharp and he heard her first call immediately. He tossed the face towel onto the rack and swiftly appeared at the door of Chi-Chi's room, pushing the door open and stepping inside. Daddy, hug me. Chi-Chi, who was originally lying on the bed, sat up when she saw Lin Fan enter, extending her chubby little arms toward him. Lin Fan smiled gently, quickly walking to the bedside, scooping her up and lightly kissing her on the cheek, saying, "Did you sleep well, my little treasure Chichi?" Chichi wrapped her arms around Lin Fan's neck, rubbing her little face against his, and said Chichi slept very well. "I even dreamed of eating a lot of delicious food." "You little foodie." Lin Fan chuckled, carrying Chichi out of the bedroom. "Chichi, shall we go find many big brothers to play with today?" "Yes, yes. I like it." Chichi clapped her hands happily. Lin Fan said, "Then let's wash our faces first, brush our teeth and dress up beautifully before we head out." Chichi raised her little fist. "Okay." Half an hour later, Lin Fan checked out of the hotel and drove towards the Flying Dragon Special Forces. On the way, Lin Fan called Jiyu Chenyuan, informing him he would arrive at the Special Forces base before 10 o'clock and asked him to gather the team members in advance. Jiyu Chenyuan was naturally eager to comply with Lin Fan's request. He had been waiting for this day and could hardly contain his excitement. After hanging up with Lin Fan, he called the deputy captain of the Special Forces, Yang Song, and bluntly said, "Yang Song, gather all team members at the training ground at 9:30. When Jiyu Chenyuan's phone call came in, Yang Song was taken aback. After a moment of confusion, he recalled that Jiyu Chenyuan had indeed issued an order earlier instructing the Special Forces team members to refrain from seafood and alcohol and to halt regular training, all in anticipation of a special consultant personally invited by Jiyu Chenyuan to conduct special training for the team. It seemed that this special consultant was about to arrive. Although Yang Song had never met this mysterious special consultant, he couldn't voice any objections given Jiyu Chenyuan's confidence in him. Standing at attention, he decisively stated, "Yes, Captain." Jiyu Chenyuan nodded in satisfaction, hung up the phone, then called the deputy director into his office. After giving brief instructions, he summoned the driver Xiao Liu to head towards the Special Forces base. After hanging up on Jiyu Chenyuan, Yang Song wasted no time. Known for his decisive nature, he immediately relayed Jiyu Chenyuan's orders instructing all team members to don their training uniforms and assemble at the training ground within 3 minutes. Jiyu Chenyuan usually didn't manage the affairs of the Special Forces, so daily training and missions were the responsibility of Yang Song, the deputy captain. He held significant authority within the team, and at his command all team members, regardless of their current activities, simultaneously halted what they were doing and rushed back to their dorms to change. 3 minutes later, the members of the Phylong Special Forces assembled at the training ground, standing at attention with their hands behind their backs, perfectly aligned in 3 rows, maintaining a firm stance, their gazes fixed ahead, resembling a row of javelins, standing tall, exuding a formidable presence. All team members were dressed in camouflage shorts and vests, their military boots firmly planted. Their bronze skin with prominent veins on their arms combined with their well-built muscles created a striking visual impact. At ease. Seeing his team members' spirited demeanor, Yang Song nodded in satisfaction, walking slowly before the formation with his hands behind his back, and said loudly, "Do you know why I gathered you here?" The team members exchanged glances, and among them a tall and resolute-looking member standing in the front row on the far left chuckled and said, "Captain, it can't be that special consultant arriving, can it?" Yang Song grinned and replied, "You're right, the captain just called me. The special consultant will be here soon." Hero smirked and said, "Captain, do you know what kind of person this special consultant is?" As the deputy captain of the Phylong Special Forces, Yang Song had spent the most time with the team members. He was well aware of each member's abilities, personality traits and interests. Seeing Hero's expression, he understood that Hero had no favorable impression of this special consultant he had never met, but he chose not to elaborate. If that person couldn't earn the team members' respect, it would be difficult for this special consultant to remain in their ranks. Yang Song smiled and said, "I doubt anyone knows besides the captain. In any case, I want everyone to be fully alive. Not only is the special consultant coming today, but the captain will also definitely be present. Everyone knows that in less than a month the provincial competition will take place. We have already lost for 3 years. This is a great humiliation for the Phylong Special Forces. If we lose to the Menghu Assault Team again this year, I will have no face left." Hero stood at attention and declared loudly, "Rest assured, Captain. This year, even if it means risking our lives, we will not let the championship slip away to those Menghu guys. This year we will definitely win the championship. We will definitely win the championship." All team members cheered in unison. Yang Song nodded in satisfaction, pleased that the team members had not developed a sense of fear or negative emotions due to 3 consecutive years of defeat. However, he still felt a significant pressure, as he was all too aware of the strength disparity between his team and their opponents after 3 previous encounters. The Menghu Assault Team and the Phylong Special Forces were comparable in many aspects, with Phylong having a slight edge except in close combat where the strength gap was vast. On average, 3 Phylong members barely matched 1 Menghu member, and there were 3 exceptionally formidable individuals in the Menghu Assault Team. Although they rarely took action, Yang Song had a feeling that if it came down to cold weapon combat, each of them could potentially outmatch an entire squad from their side. These 3 individuals left a profound impression on Yang Song, and even now recalling them, he felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Over the past year, aside from missions, all members of the Phylong Special Forces had been training diligently to enhance their abilities. However, to be truthful, Yang Song was not very optimistic about this year's competition. He could only hope that the upcoming special consultant truly possessed the miraculous abilities Jiyu Chenyuan spoke of, bringing about a qualitative leap in their team's strength within just a month. Hero is the squad leader of Team A in the Phylong Special Forces. The Phylong Special Forces consists of 3 teams A, B and C. Although they belong to the same special force, the strengths of these 3 teams vary. The designations A, B and C not only denote the teams but also rank their capabilities, with Team A being slightly stronger than teams B and C. As the captain of Team A, Hero's overall ability ranks among the top 3 in the entire Phylong Special Forces, giving him a sense of pride. It's like being the technical director of a company and suddenly having a technical consultant parachute in to oversee you. Naturally, you wouldn't feel inclined to respect them. Hence it's normal for Hero to look down on this seemingly insignificant special consultant. On another note, it's easy to guess from his name that Hero is related to the concept of heroism. To be precise, he and Ingzi are fraternal twins. Hero was born just half a minute earlier than Ingzi. Despite the mere half-minute difference in their birth, Hero had always been protective of his sister. Whenever someone dared to bully Ingzi, Hero would find out and ensure that the offender received a thorough beating within 2 days. Later, both of them were accepted into the police academy, where Hero quickly distinguished himself due to his outstanding physical fitness and combat skills, being selected as a special police officer for the Phylong Special Forces, while Ingzi smoothly entered the criminal investigation team of the municipal police. Just yesterday, his beloved sister called to say she had been bullied, which enraged Hero. He immediately thought of taking leave to teach this scoundrel a lesson. However, upon learning that the person who bullied her was the very special consultant who was about to train them, Hero couldn't help but feel a cold sneer inside. Initially, he had no good impression of this consultant, who seemed to have appeared out of nowhere, and now, to make matters worse, this person had bullied Ingzi. Hero had already made plans in his mind to make the consultant embarrass himself in front of everyone when he arrived, avenging Ingzi. The news of Ingzi being bullied was known not only to Hero but also to the 10 members of Team A. They considered Ingzi as their own sister, and upon hearing the news they were filled with righteous indignation, vowing to ensure that this special consultant would be humiliated. At this time, Lin Fan was still at a breakfast shop enjoying breakfast with Chichi. He was unaware that even before his arrival there were already members of the Special Forces harboring hostility towards him. However, even if he knew, it wouldn't affect him in any way. After finishing breakfast, Lin Fan drove towards the Phylong Special Forces base with Chichi. A little past 9:30, Gu Chenyuan was the first to arrive at the Flying Dragon Special Forces base. The members of the Flying Dragon Special Forces held great respect for this brigade commander who had come from the battlefield. They were all passionate men, and what they admired most were the heroes who could defend their country on the battlefield. Gu Chenyuan genuinely liked these young men of the Special Forces. They were all his soldiers who had shed blood and sweat for the security of Longcheng. Seeing Gu Chenyuan arrive, Yang Song trotted over, gave a very standard military salute and said loudly, "Report, Brigade Commander. The Flying Dragon Special Forces are supposed to be 34, actually 34 assembled and ready. Please give instructions." Gu Chenyuan nodded, lifted his chin and said at ease, "Yes." Yang Song acknowledged, turned back and gave the order at ease. The members of the Flying Dragon Special Forces, having undergone rigorous training, responded instantly with precise uniform tactical movements. Gu Chenyuan walked to the front of the formation and said, "Everyone should have guessed why we are gathered today. That's right, the special consultant I invited will come to the team today to help you improve your strength. I think many of you may be wondering, what is this special consultant I invited for? What qualifies him to be our Flying Dragon Special Forces consultant? Is it that the brigade commander is abusing his power to transfer his relatives here for some gilding?" Upon hearing this, the soldiers below all laughed. Even Yang Song, the usually stern deputy brigade commander, cracked a smile, and the atmosphere instantly lightened. Gu Chenyuan raised his hand to signal everyone to stop, then said, "The special consultant will arrive soon." Words are empty, seeing is believing. What qualifies him to be our Flying Dragon Special Forces special consultant? I don't have the final say, you must be truly convinced. Ingxiang exclaimed loudly, "Brigade Commander, if you say that, then we won't hold back later. If he's a coward, we won't go easy on him." Gu Chenyuan laughed heartily and said, "All right, don't hold back on my account. Use all your skills, that's all. Let's make it clear up front, if you can defeat him, consider this special consultant matter as never mentioned, and tonight he'll treat everyone to a barbecue party on Mount Erlong. But if he beats you, then you'll all obediently follow his training for a month. Understood?" "Understood." The voices below were like thunder. Even Yang Song shouted loudly. The fighting spirit of all Special Forces members reached a peak at this moment. They certainly did not want some supposedly special consultant parachuting in to boss them around. Previously they had to obey the brigade commander's orders even if they were unconvinced, but now that the brigade commander had given the go-ahead, they could go all out. They only hoped the consultant wouldn't cry later. Gu Chenyuan watched the members brimming with fighting spirit and smiled meaningfully. In fact, he could have straightforwardly told everyone about Lin Fan's strength, but he chose not to. Instead, he opted to let the Special Forces members experience it themselves, because that would leave a deeper impression. Only then would everyone be truly convinced by Lin Fan and obediently follow his commands during the training, achieving twice the results with half the effort. As for whether Lin Fan could conquer the Special Forces, Gu Chenyuan had no worries. He had witnessed Lin Fan's strength firsthand and had absolute confidence in him, otherwise he wouldn't have specifically invited him to train the Special Forces. After another 10-odd minutes, Gu Chenyuan's phone rang. He answered, said a few words briefly, then hung up. He looked at the Special Forces members and said, "Hes here. Yang Song, come with me to the gate to receive him." Having said that, Ji Yu Chenyuan turned and walked away. Yang Song paused for a moment, then quickly followed. Watching the two commanders' figures, all the Special Forces members were stunned, becoming even more curious about the special consultant's background. Who was this person that could make the director of the provincial capital's Public Security Bureau personally come to the gate to welcome him? "Captain, what do you think is the background of this special consultant?" Hes putting on quite an air. A member of Team A sidled up to Incheon, watching the figures of Ji Yu Chenyuan and Yang Song disappear around the corner, grinning as he spoke. This member was named Bao, the strongest member of Team A aside from Captain Incheon, and the most powerful in the entire Special Forces. Standing over 1.8 meters tall with a muscular build, his bulging chest perfectly showcased his explosive power. His V-shaped physique was almost comparable to a bodybuilder's, and his iron fists truly lived up to the line, air fists bigger than sandbags. Incheon crossed his arms, snorted coldly and said, "No matter what his background is, it won't work here. We communicate with our fists, talk with our strength. Brothers don't hold back later. There's only one goal, let him come in smiling and leave crying. Don't worry, Captain, it's settled." Bao thumped his chest twice with his fist and said with his head raised, "Exactly, we've been holding in a lot of anger and well, take it all out on him. His bad luck. Incheon, this time let's have all three teams cooperate sincerely and take him down. That's all." Not only the members of Team A but also those of Teams B and C voiced their opinions, expressing that they would give the special consultant a rough welcome. Although Teams A, B and C were usually competitive, they had no conflicts among themselves. Instead, through living, eating and training together, and through the trials of blood and fire in countless missions, they had forged deep bonds of comradeship. In this situation they would unite as one, focusing their punches and strength. The members of the Flying Dragon Special Forces exchanged whispers, their words filled with contempt and distrust for the upcoming special consultant. As they were talking, Bao's eyes suddenly lit up. He pointed at the entrance of the training ground and said, "Hes here." "Sure." Incheon and the others immediately stopped talking and turned to look. They saw a young man holding a child walking side by side with Ji Yu Chenyuan. Yang Song was carrying a jar with both hands slightly behind. Behind them, surprisingly, was a husky holding its head high, blinking and looking around. "No way. That guy is our special consultant. He looks like he weighs less than 120 pounds. A strong wind could blow him away." "Exactly. His appearance really puts me in a dilemma. I dare not use my full strength later. What if I accidentally kill him? This guy doesn't take us seriously at all. Coming here holding a child and bringing a pet, does he think it's a game of TCH? Later, well, make him lose face in front of the child. That's right. My iron fists are itching for action." Under the soldiers' murmurs, Lin Fan and Ji Yu Chenyuan drew closer. "Daddy, are those big brothers all police officers?" Chichi asked softly, her arms wrapped tightly around Lin Fan, wearing an adorable cartoon patterned hat as she gazed at the members of the Phylong Special Task Force. "Ha ha, yes, they're all police uncles." Lin Fan replied with a smile. Ji Yu Chenyuan too was charmed by Chichi's innocent words. Chichi blinked her clear bright eyes and timidly asked, "Daddy, will they be as fierce as those people last time?" Upon hearing this, Ji Yu Chenyuan's smile froze instantly. A silent fury simmered within him toward Li Ming and other corrupt officers, public servants sworn to protect the people, yet one or two rotten apples could tarnish the entire force's reputation, a single rat spoiling the whole pot. Lin Fan patiently explained, "Those before were bad officers, but they've already been arrested by your uncle Ji Yu. Everyone you see now are good officers dedicated to apprehending criminals." "Oh." Relieved by Lin Fan's explanation, Chichi relaxed, only to be instantly captivated by his final remark. In her sweet childlike voice she asked, "Daddy, are you going to be a teacher now?" You may think of it that way," Lin Fan replied gently, a soft smile playing on his lips. "Police uncles catch villains, they're all incredibly capable people. Yet Daddy gets to teach them." Chichi nestled her small head against Lin Fan's neck and declared brightly, "Wow. That means Daddy is even more amazing. Daddy is the most amazing of all." "Ha ha." Lin Fan chuckled warmly, his voice tender as he said, "If Daddy weren't strong enough, how could I ever protect my little princess Chichi?" Chichi beamed, hugging him tightly and planting a loud affectionate kiss on his cheek. "Newer. Daddy, you're wonderful." As they spoke, Lin Fan and Ji Yu Chenyuan had already reached the edge of the training ground. No matter how much resentment or disdain the Phylong Special Task Force members harbored toward Lin Fan, none dared express it openly, not yet. So they fell silent, standing tall and rigid in perfect formation. Attention. At ease. Stand at attention. Right face. Eyes front. Parade rest. Yang Song placed the jar aside and sprinted to the front of the formation to issue the commands, then stepped back quietly. Lin Fan cast a calm and hurried glance over the 30-odd special operatives before him. All were in their 20s, vigorous, sharp-eyed, physically formidable. Objectively speaking, this unit would rank among the elite forces of the mundane world. Were there no cultivators involved, the Phylong Special Task Force would undoubtedly secure victory. Yet reality admits no hypotheticals. Though exceptionally skilled, these elite officers remained outmatched by cultivators in certain critical domains. After only a brief dismissive sweep of his gaze, Lin Fan turned to the child in his arms and murmured, "Chichi, why don't you go play with Xiao Sha over there while Daddy gives them his lesson?" "Okay, Daddy, I'll be good." Chichi obediently agreed. Lin Fan set her down, straightened her hat and watched as she cheerfully called for Xiao Sha and dashed off to the shaded area to play in the sand. Watching Chichi crouch gleefully in the sandpit, a gentle smile softened Lin Fan's features. "Captain, is this the so-called special consultant you mentioned? He doesn't seem impressive at all." A languid voice cut in. Lin Fan turned to see a towering man, hands clasped behind his lower back in textbook parade rest, broad-shouldered and chiseled with bold brows and star-like eyes. His stern, sun-kissed visage epitomized the archetypal golden boy. Packaged right, he'd surely send legions of young women into shrieking raptures. Now, however, he regarded Lin Fan with open disdain, his gaze slanted and scornful. "This is a special task force, not a kindergarten playground. What's the meaning of bringing a child here? Just go home early, spare yourself the embarrassment." Others chimed in. "What a chaotic mess, no discipline, no order." Yang Song glanced at Ji Yuchenyuan, then strode to the front of the formation and barked, "I know you're discontented. Fine, step forward if you challenge this special consultant." At that the operatives responded in unison, "I object," and stepped forward in perfect lockstep, their unwavering stares locked onto Lin Fan. "Oh. Not a single one accepts him. Brother Lin, looks like you'll have to demonstrate something today, or else this scene won't settle." Ji Yuchenyuan spoke with a knowing grin, watching Lin Fan expectantly. Hearing Ji Yuchenyuan's words, Lin Fan gave a faint wry shake of his head. He understood perfectly what Ji Yu had in mind. Still, he held no objection. He'd never imagined winning their respect through rhetoric alone. The more extraordinary one's abilities, the sharper one's pride. As elite officers, the Phi Long operatives carried justified confidence, and being young men, a measure of fiery spirit was only natural. Lin Fan's purpose was clear: to show them through sheer mastery that what they cherished as strength meant nothing before him. A subtle smile flickered across his lips as he spoke softly, "Before arriving here I held high expectations for you. I assumed the famed Phi Long Special Task Force must be an exceptional unit, every member a paragon of elite policing. But frankly, I'm deeply disappointed. Profoundly so. I struggle to believe this is truly the Phi Long Special Task Force, the renowned mighty force I'd heard of. No wonder you've lost 3 years running. Perhaps you should drop the name Phi Long altogether, and rebrand yourselves as the Crawling Insects Task Force." His words ignited white-hot fury across the entire unit. Every pair of eyes blazed with hatred. Had Ji Yuchenyuan not stood nearby, they'd have surged forward en masse to punish Lin Fan severely. Ji Yuchenyuan merely tilted his lips upward in a faint smirk, then lowered his gaze, eyes to nose to heart, and remained impassive. Ingxiong clenched his fists until knuckles cracked sharply. His jaw twitched twice as he pointed a trembling finger at Lin Fan and growled, "Arrogant nonsense." "Oh. Quite the vocabulary for a street brawler." Lin Fan glanced at Ingxiong, curled a finger lazily and beckoned, "You seem to hold the strongest grudge against me. Come on, step forward." Ingxiong fixed Lin Fan with a venomous stare and slowly stepped from the ranks, halting 7 or 8 meters away, directly facing him. "Captain, knock him flat." "Ingxiong, take him down." The team roared encouragement. Lin Fan stood with feet shoulder-width apart, smiled faintly at Ingxiong and said coolly, "Your name is Ingxiong, isn't it? You claim to defy me, so prove it. Don't just talk. Come on, I'll stand right here. Bring it." Lin Fan's contemptuous gaze and detached tone ignited Ingxiong's rage. With a thunderous roar he charged, fists raised, eyes blazing, straight toward Lin Fan. Ji Yuchenyuan looked at the hero with a strange expression, silently praying for him, hoping that he wouldn't lose all his confidence at the hands of Lin Fan. The hero didn't care about anything else. The rapid series of footsteps echoed as he sprinted towards Lin Fan, closing the 7 to 8 meter gap in an instant. As he reached Lin Fan, the hero clenched his right fist and unleashed a fierce right hook while his left leg tensed, preparing to follow up with a knee strike after the punch, clearly intending to take Lin Fan down in the very first exchange. Although the hero's combination seemed simple, it was highly effective, a result of countless real combat experiences. The right hook was merely a feint. Hitting would be great, but even if it missed, it didn't matter. He planned to accelerate and close in while his opponent dodged or retreated, wrapping his arms around the opponent's neck and pushing down hard while driving his knee forward, aiming to incapacitate Lin Fan immediately. "Good." Before the hero had finished his combination, his familiar teammates couldn't help but shout. To them it seemed Lin Fan was standing still, seemingly stunned, making him an easy target. They only hoped that the hero wouldn't go too hard. As annoying as Lin Fan was, he was still brought by their captain, so they felt they should give their captain some face, hoping to just knock out a tooth while leaving one intact so he wouldn't be too badly off when he spoke. The hero's fist was less than 30 centimeters from Lin Fan's face, yet Lin Fan appeared to have given up on resisting, showing no signs of movement. A smile crept onto the hero's face as if he could already envision Lin Fan searching for his teeth on the ground. Bang! Crack! 2 sounds erupted almost simultaneously with a very short interval between them. Yang Song was stunned, Bao was stunned, and all the members of the Flying Dragon Special Forces watching were stunned. The hero's face turned crimson as he struggled to comprehend the sight of the young man standing so close to him. Jiu Chengyuan merely cast a brief glance before averting his gaze. He was well aware of Lin Fan's strength and had already mentally prepared for such a situation. Lin Fan stood calmly in place, showing no movement whatsoever, not even a flicker of expression. He raised his left hand, wrapping it around the hero's iron fist, while his right hand dangled, blocking the hero's knee, calmly gazing at the hero. The hero's fierce assault was effortlessly blocked by Lin Fan's mere raising of a hand. This scene was like a movie where the intense fight suddenly pressed pause, halting all aggression. How could this be possible? Although nearly everyone found it hard to believe, the reality before them forced them to accept. The muscles in the hero's arms bulged, veins standing out on his forehead and neck, his face flushed. He was clearly exerting all his strength, yet he was horrified to discover that no matter how hard he tried, his fist and knee could not advance an inch. Ugh. The hero let out a low sound from his throat, his eyes wide open, continuing to exert himself. Yet Lin Fan appeared like an immovable mountain before him. No matter how much effort he exerted, he could not budge an inch. At that moment the hero even felt that even if he were 10 or 100 times stronger, the outcome would remain unchanged. This was something the hero could not accept. In the entire Flying Dragon Special Forces, while the hero might not be the strongest in terms of raw power, years of relentless training had given him physical qualities that far surpassed ordinary people. Yet now, standing before Lin Fan, he felt as weak and powerless as an infant. After realizing he could not possibly overpower Lin Fan, the hero still refused to concede. He attempted to retract his fist, only to find Lin Fan's grip was like a vice, tightly holding onto his fist, making it impossible to pull away. Thus the hero changed his strategy, retracting his left leg and lightly pushing off the ground. He suddenly exerted force with his waist, swinging his left leg like a thick tree trunk, crashing down towards Lin Fan's head. Bang! Lin Fan simply flicked his palm and the hero felt as if he had kicked a telephone pole, a violent pain jolting through his nerves, making his features contort. Then Lin Fan released his grip on the hero's fist, causing the hero to stagger back, limping as he retreated 4 to 5 steps. His left calf ached so much he could hardly stand straight, and a clear handprint marked the back of his right hand, nearly crushing it. The hero shook his hand, taking a deep breath to steady himself, but the beads of sweat on his forehead indicated that he was far from relaxed. The confident assault had led to such a result, causing the hero's face to stiffen as he looked at Lin Fan and said in a low voice, "Who exactly are you?" "I'll answer that question later." For now, Lin Fan smiled slightly, glancing at the Special Forces team members who were still in shock, his tone calm yet brimming with arrogance. "You all come at me together." "What? You're too arrogant. This is your own doing, don't blame us for outnumbering you later." Lin Fan's words ignited a fuse, and all the Special Forces members stepped forward with righteous indignation, encircling Lin Fan. Surrounded by more than 30 fierce-looking Special Police, Lin Fan's expression remained unchanged, and it was his demeanor that only made the Special Forces members feel even more provoked. "Time is precious, come at me together," Lin Fan said casually, hands behind his back. "Bastard! You will pay for your arrogance." Bao, who had the best relationship with the hero, was now the angriest, so with a loud roar he charged forward, fists clenched. "Go!" The remaining Special Forces members did not hold back, all shouting as they prepared to strike. Seeing his comrades charging in, the hero also rallied, his spirits growling as he rushed forward again. Except for Jiu Chengyuan and Yang Song, all 33 remaining members of the Flying Dragon Special Forces charged at Lin Fan. Under the assault of these fierce Special Forces members, even an outer-strength martial artist would feel bitter, but for Lin Fan it would only mean tragedy for them. Bao charged the fastest, starting with a standard military boxing technique, aiming for Lin Fan's chest. This time Lin Fan chose to take the initiative. Before Bao could reach him, he shifted his body and everyone only felt a blur before Lin Fan appeared directly in front of Bao, looking at him with indifference. "Get down!" Although Bao was startled by Lin Fan's speed, being courageous by nature, he only hesitated for a moment before continuing his attack, increasing the force behind his punch. Bang! Lin Fan slapped Bao's incoming fist with a reverse hand, perfectly hitting Bao's fist. Then Bao's fist, like a sandbag, was deflected by Lin Fan's casual slap, altering its trajectory and striking another Special Forces member, charging in, sending that member tumbling aside. Before Bao could react further, Lin Fan kicked him in the stomach, sending his robust body flying like a kite, with a severed string crashing into several teammates behind him. Just as that happened, everything unfolded in less than a second. Others only felt a blur before Bao was sent flying. This scene left all the Special Forces soldiers dumbfounded. Though they were horrified inside, their actions did not falter in the slightest. Instead of being intimidated by Lin Fan's strength, they became even more enraged upon seeing their comrades injured, shouting as they rushed towards Lin Fan. The Special Forces soldiers were rigorously trained and would never charge in recklessly like street thugs. Moreover, the strength displayed by Lin Fan was truly astonishing, making them take the situation even more seriously. 2 or 3 soldiers formed a unit, seamlessly adopting a combat formation. They advanced alternately, attacking in waves with punches, kicks, elbow strikes and knee thrusts, employing a variety of techniques. Ordinary martial artists would find it challenging to counter such a relentless barrage, but was Lin Fan just any ordinary martial artist? Although the Special Forces executed their tactics well, in the face of absolute strength any technique was rendered useless. In Lin Fan's eyes, their coordination was filled with flaws, barely qualifying as basic combined attacks. Not to mention that they had not even reached the level of external energy martial artists. Even if they were all internal energy martial artists, they posed no threat to Lin Fan. Thus the subsequent scenes became rather gruesome. The sounds of bang, 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 bang echoed continuously. The speed at which the special forces charged was swift, but the speed at which they were sent flying was even faster, each of them effortlessly propelled away by Lin Fan like sandbags. In less than half a minute all 33 members of the Flying Dragon Special Forces lay on the ground. Some clutched their stomachs, others held their arms, while some curled up in pain. Despite the different locations of their injuries, the commonality was that they had all lost the ability to resist. At this moment every Special Forces soldier's heart was tumultuous. Some didn't even clearly see what had happened before they found themselves airborne or crashing to the ground. Yang Song stood dumbfounded at the side, watching in horror as all his soldiers fell to the ground, his heart shaken to the core. Though he did not participate in the fight and had not personally felt Lin Fan's terror, being an observer allowed him to fully witness Lin Fan's strength. From Yang Song's perspective, he could barely make out Lin Fan's movements, only seeing a figure weaving through the crowd with effortless grace like flowing water without a hint of stagnation. Then one by one his proud soldiers were sent flying. Alongside the shock, a surge of excitement welled up in Yang Song's heart. The stronger Lin Fan was, the more opportunities they had. In the grand competition a month later they would have a better chance of defeating the Tiger Assault team. Lin Fan stood leisurely at his previous position as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task, his face calm and devoid of any emotional fluctuations. In truth, after this bout Lin Fan held a favorable view of the Flying Dragon Special Forces. Although their combat power was weak, they possessed spirit, fighting will and perseverance, traits that were truly rare. Lin Fan was well aware of his own strength. Although he wouldn't cause them lasting injuries, he certainly wasn't holding back. Yet none of them cried out in pain, which spoke volumes about the quality of these Special Forces soldiers. This commotion caught Chi-Chi's attention. She squatted in the sandpit watching Lin Fan easily take down everyone and immediately began to jump in joy, calling out in a sweet voice, "Daddy is so amazing." Little Shaw also happily spun in circles around Chi-Chi. Lin Fan smiled and waved at Chi-Chi. Even though Ji Chenyuan already knew of Lin Fan's formidable strength, witnessing Lin Fan in battle left him extremely shocked. The sight of one person sweeping through the opposition with an invincible stance was quite breathtaking. Seeing that the outcome had already been decided, Ji Chenyuan stepped forward and looked at the hero sitting on the ground with bent legs, loudly asking, "So what do you think? Are you convinced? If not, stand up and continue fighting." "I concede." The hero coughed violently twice, staggered to his feet, took a couple of steps forward with one side of his body slumped, looked at Lin Fan, gave him a thumbs up and gritted his teeth, saying, "You are impressive." "I, the hero, am convinced wholeheartedly." Lin Fan merely nodded slightly, offering no further response. If prior to this battle everyone thought Lin Fan was just showing off, after this one-sided fight they felt that this truly was the demeanor of a master. Ji Chenyuan then looked at the others and asked, "What about you?" "We concede." "We also concede." The other Special Forces soldiers chimed in one by one, getting to their feet. Though they had been defeated by Lin Fan, they harbored no resentment. Instead they looked at Lin Fan with fiery eyes filled with awe. Lin Fan had been careful in his strikes, ensuring they would only lose their combat ability temporarily without causing severe injury. People naturally admire the strong, especially in military or police environments. Lin Fan with his formidable strength quickly conquered this unruly group of Special Forces. After this encounter the soldiers felt nothing but respect for Lin Fan, with no other opinions. "Captain, we all witness Lin's strength. With his addition we can surely sweep the Tiger Assault team." Yang Song stood next to Ji Chenyuan, finally snapping out of his shock, his face filled with excitement. Ji Chenyuan shook his head slightly and said softly, "Given Lin Advisor's character, he won't directly participate in the grand competition." Then Yang Song hesitated. With Lin Fan's strength, if he joined the Tiger Assault team would be no match. But Ji Chenyuan had mentioned Lin Fan wouldn't directly take part, so what should they do? Seemingly sensing Yang Song's confusion, Ji Chenyuan said he will only serve as an advisor, temporarily taking on the role of our Special Forces instructor. "Instructor? Exactly?" Ji Chenyuan nodded. Previously Lin Fan had mentioned he would help enhance their strength, but Ji Chenyuan didn't know the specifics. So he walked over to Lin Fan curious and asked, "Lin, how do you plan to help them improve their strength?" Lin Fan replied, "I prepared a set of body refining techniques for them." Having gained a rough understanding of their strength through the earlier battle, Lin Fan candidly stated, "Frankly speaking, with their current physical condition, forcibly practicing this technique will be too much for their bodies and they will directly collapse." "What? What should we do then?" Lin Fan smiled slightly and said, "No need to worry. I anticipated this situation, so I've specially formulated a refining potion for them named Qinyuan Water. My training will be divided into two parts. The first part will focus on enhancing their physical condition, which is when they will need to use Qinyuan Water. With the aid of Qinyuan Water their physical condition should undergo a rapid qualitative leap, and only then can they begin practicing my techniques." Qinyuan Water. Ji Chenyuan couldn't help but turn to the jar that Yang Song had brought over earlier, frowning as he said, "But this amount of Qinyuan Water is insufficient, it will run out quickly." Lin Fan chuckled lightly. "What you don't know, brother Ji, is that this Qinyuan Water was made using a unique formula and special brewing method. Its efficacy is very potent and cannot be taken directly. It needs to be diluted in water first. Almost 1 drop of Qingyuan water can dilute 250 milliliters of water. Hearing this, Jiyu Chenyuan couldn't help but marvel, realizing that Lin Fan had so many astonishing qualities. After speaking with Jiyu Chenyuan under the eager gaze of the Special Forces soldiers, Lin Fan stepped forward 2 paces, swept his gaze across the crowd and announced in a clear voice, "Allow me to introduce myself first. My name is Lin Fan. Entrusted by Brother Jiyu, I am here to serve as a special advisor to the Flying Dragon Special Forces. However, I am not particularly fond of the term advisor, it carries too much of a scholarly tone. I prefer you call me instructor. Next, I will use my own methods to help you enhance your capabilities. As long as you follow my instructions before the grand competition, I am confident that each of you can increase your current strength by at least 5 times. Lin Fan extended his palm. Whoosh! Upon hearing these words, every Special Forces soldier erupted in excitement. A 5-fold increase in strength, what an incredibly unbelievable number. If the Flying Dragon Special Forces strength were to multiply 5-fold, what would the Tiger unit have to boast about? It would be a mercy not to beat them into the ground. Is that true? A Bao, barely containing his excitement, asked loudly. Of course it is. Lin Fan nodded, gently withdrew his hand and clasped it behind his back. Then his tone shifted, becoming more severe. However, everything comes at a price. To improve your strength is no easy task. So let me be clear, my training methods will be extremely grueling. Believe me, it will be more terrifying than the toughest training you have ever endured. Therefore, anyone who lacks the confidence to persevere, step forward now. As his voice fell, silence reigned. Everyone stared at Lin Fan with resolute eyes, none showing the slightest sign of retreat. Lin Fan paced slowly before the assembled men, hands behind his back, and said, "I despise deserters. If you lack confidence in yourself, it is still not too late to back out now. But if you drop out midway, do not blame me for being merciless. We won't drop out. We'll die on the training ground. As long as we don't die from training well trained to death." After a few seconds of silence, the Special Forces soldiers erupted in furious shouts. "We won't drop out. We'll die on the training ground. As long as we don't die from training well trained to death." After a few seconds of silence, the Special Forces soldiers erupted in furious shouts. "I am going to teach you a body tempering technique and a set of complementary combat skills. This body tempering technique is called the 3 Revolutions Body Tempering Art, a simplified version of the 9 Revolutions Golden Body Art, retaining only the first 3 chapters of the latter. The 3 Revolutions Body Tempering Art, as the name suggests, has 3 levels: tempering the body, forging the bones, and refining the marrow. Currently, most of you have barely reached about 30% of the tempering the body stage. The 3 stages of the 3 Revolutions Body Tempering Art increase strength far more than merely doubling. Just imagine the power if everyone reaches forging the bones or even refining the marrow. My requirement for you is that before the grand competition, at least 3 of you must reach the refining the marrow stage and over half must reach the forging the bones stage. Do you have the confidence?" "Yes." The voices of all Special Forces soldiers resonated like bells. The 3 Revolutions Body Tempering Art alone could increase strength by more than 3 times in the first stage. If the second stage were achieved, the increase would be at least 7 or 8 times. As for the third stage, refining the marrow, it would be even more terrifying. At that point, even the 3 hidden masters of the Tiger Commando unit would be far outmatched. At this moment, every Special Forces soldier's heart blazed with fervent passion. They all gazed at Lin Fan with burning eyes. Jiyu Chenyuan looked at these young but resolute faces, a deep sense of relief washing over him. For 3 consecutive years they had lost to the Tiger Commando unit. Not only had Jiyu Chenyuan been humiliated by Zhao Demoji, but the Flying Dragon Special Forces soldiers had also been unable to hold their heads high. Whenever they had time, they trained furiously, yet they had never found the right path. Now with Lin Fan's help, they were destined to become extraordinary. Lin Fan nodded with satisfaction and said, "The 3 Revolutions Body Tempering Art consists of 13 movements. I will demonstrate them for you first. Watch carefully." At these words, the Special Forces soldiers perked up, instinctively stepping back to leave sufficient space for Lin Fan. They stood in absolute silence, their eyes fixed on him, observing intently. Even Jiyu Chenyuan watched with a serious expression. Although he was a peak external force ancient martial artist, who would ever complain about having too much strength? He was also extremely eager to learn the body tempering art Lin Fan was about to impart. Then Lin Fan began demonstrating the 3 Revolutions Body Tempering Art in the midst of the crowd. Lin Fan's movements were very slow, like watching a film at half speed. The first half had a feeling similar to Tai Chi, soft yet firm, while the second half shifted abruptly, becoming full of masculine vigor. Each punch generated a gust of wind, and the soldiers nearest to him could feel the wind striking their faces, stinging painfully. The other Special Forces soldiers only felt that Lin Fan's movements were graceful and effortless. But Jiyu Chenyuan, as an ancient martial artist, could perceive that these movements were far more than they appeared. The speed, angle and force of each strike, as well as the coherence between movements, were profoundly mysterious. This seemingly simple set of movements seemed to embody the very principles of heaven and earth. The first half was like flowing water, gentle yet enduring. The second half resembled a tornado, mighty and unstoppable, capable of breaking anything. 1 minute later Lin Fan finished demonstrating all the movements. Bao asked curiously, "Instructor, is this martial art you're teaching us? I see the movements are not simple, but surely they aren't so difficult that we can start practicing directly." Lin Fan paused, pondered for a moment and then glanced at Jiyu Chenyuan. Jiyu Chenyuan hesitated slightly before deciding to reveal a little about the ancient martial world to the Special Forces soldiers. Lin Fan paused, pondered for a moment and then glanced at Jiyu Chenyuan. Jiyu Chenyuan hesitated slightly before deciding to reveal a little about the ancient. "Do you know why I invited Advisor Lin to be your instructor?" "Why is that, Captain?" Bao asked eagerly. At this moment everyone was watching Jiyu Chenyuan, their hearts equally curious. Jiyu Chenyuan said, "To answer that I first need to tell you something." He took a deep breath and under the gaze of the assembled men slowly began. "In our society, besides ordinary people, there exists a special group. They are known as ancient martial artists." "Ancient martial artists? What does that mean?" "Martial arts masters?" The Special Forces soldiers exclaimed in surprise. "Exactly." Jiyu Chenyuan nodded and continued, "There are many things in this world you have never encountered. Just because you haven't encountered them doesn't mean they don't exist. Legends are often more than just legends. They become legends for a reason unknown to many." The Special Forces soldiers, like curious children, widened their eyes and pricked up their ears. At this moment their hearts were filled with excitement, for they sensed they were about to come into contact with something extremely secretive. In simple terms, the martial arts novels or historical dramas you have seen are not entirely fictional. The authors and screenwriters are able to create such bizarre worlds because these worlds actually exist. There are martial arts realms, martial arts masters, and various sects which indeed exist, though they are not called martial arts realms but rather the ancient martial world, with practitioners referred to as ancient warriors. In modern society the number of ancient warriors is scarce, so it's normal that you haven't heard of them. Ancient warriors are classified by levels. The external practitioners who focus on building muscles and skin are known as external strength warriors. The first level of ancient warriors considered entry-level. Internal practitioners who cultivate their inner energy are called internal strength warriors, akin to true masters of Qigong but not charlatans. They genuinely cultivate energy within their bodies, capable of extraordinary feats like walking on walls. Ancient warriors. That's unbelievable. The Special Forces members were astounded by Jiyu Chenyuan's words, as this was something they had never encountered before. Even with their strong mental fortitude, it took them a while to regain their composure. One hero curiously asked, "Captain, we saw you demonstrate some skills before. Are you also an ancient warrior?" Jiyu Chenyuan proudly replied, "That's right, I am an ancient warrior, a legitimate heir of Bagua Quan." The hero then asked, "What level are you at now, Captain?" "I'm just an external strength warrior," Jiyu Chenyuan said with a dismissive pout, then quickly added, "But Instructor Lin is a genuine master of Qi." "A master of Qi?" Everyone turned to look at Lin Fan. Bao, confused, asked, "Captain, is a master of Qi a higher level than an internal strength warrior?" Jiyu Chenyuan scanned the crowd and explained, "Correct, an internal strength warrior merely generates energy within their body which primarily enhances their physique. When that energy can be skillfully wielded and projected outward, that is when one becomes a master of Qi. Only at the master of Qi stage can one be considered a true expert, capable of inflicting harm even with mere petals or leaves. Such abilities are truly astounding. The most typical screen representation of a master of Qi is Dongfang Bubai from the Smiling Proud Wanderer, who can effortlessly take a life with a needle." Upon hearing this, gasps of astonishment echoed through the crowd as the Special Forces members looked at Lin Fan as though he were a monster. They could hardly believe that this young man, who appeared to be of similar age, was so formidable. This reaction was precisely what Jiyu Chenyuan hoped for. He was pleased with their response, knowing it would motivate them to train harder. Jiyu Chenyuan approached Lin Fan and said, "Lin, it's all on you now." Lin Fan nodded, stepped forward and said, "Now that everyone understands, let's officially begin the training." "Yes, Instructor." The Special Forces members shouted in unison, quickly falling into formation, eagerly watching Lin Fan. In the heat of their anticipation, Lin Fan slowly stated, "My training is divided into 2 phases. The first phase lasts 10 days and is the most grueling, focusing only on enhancing physical fitness, not on techniques. In truth, this phase consists of standard Special Forces training, but under my supervision the intensity will be increased tenfold." Tenfold? This time not only the Special Forces members but even Jiyu Chenyuan was taken aback. He knew how arduous and terrifying Special Forces training could be. Only the best soldiers could endure it. While the Special Forces members were indeed excellent, expecting them to endure 10 times the intensity of Special Forces training was clearly unrealistic. Even if they managed to push through the first day, what about the second? Will they even be able to get up the next day? However, despite his doubts, Jiyu Chenyuan chose not to voice them. As the saying goes, trust those you employ and do not doubt them. Moreover, having finally secured Lin Fan's assistance, he would not question his methods at this time. Seeing the reactions of the crowd, Lin Fan grinned and said, "Don't worry, I won't force growth. Since I set a high-intensity training plan, I have ways to address your concerns. Now I just need you to answer one question. Does anyone want to withdraw?" The Special Forces members exchanged glances. A few showed signs of hesitation, but it was quickly replaced by determination. They were all valiant young men and would never back down in the face of adversity. The hero took the lead and shouted, "No one is withdrawing. The rest of the Special Forces members echoed loudly, "No one is withdrawing." Lin Fan then asked, "Do you have confidence?" "Yes." This time the voices of the Special Forces members were even more synchronized and powerful. Lin Fan raised his hand to his ear and said, "I can hear you. Are you all cowards? Come on, say it again. Do you have confidence?" "Yes." The Special Forces members shouted at the top of their lungs. "Now that's better." Lin Fan nodded in satisfaction and said, "All right, since everyone is confident, let's officially begin. First I want you all to run 50 laps around this track. You have 1 hour." "Yes." Everyone shouted in unison, and then Yang Song led the charge, starting to run around the 400-meter training ground. As the group ran, Ji Chenyuan watched their figures, feeling gratified, and said, "Lin, these young men are quite impressive, so I believe they won't disappoint you. Hee, this is just the beginning. I hope they can make it to the end. My goal is not just to defeat the Tiger Assault team, I want all of them to become ancient warriors." Swish! Upon hearing this, Ji Chenyuan suddenly turned to Lin Fan, stunned, and said, "Lin, you truly have surprised me. Just imagining an entire team of external strength warriors is exhilarating. At my age it's rare to feel such youthful passion again." Ha ha ha. Lin Fan laughed heartily. Usually the daily training of the Flying Dragon Special Forces was organized by Yang Song, so now he temporarily took on the role of organizer, running while shouting slogans 121. 121. Running 50 laps around a 400-meter training ground amounts to 20,000 meters or 20 kilometers, equivalent to half a marathon. For an average person, completing this in an hour would be impossible, but for the Special Forces members it was not a significant challenge. While the Special Forces members were running, Lin Fan squatted beside the sandpit, happily playing with Chi Chi, while Ji Chenyuan stood on the training field. Though he didn't personally run, he accompanied all the soldiers in training, which motivated the Flying Dragon Special Forces members even more. At first the Special Forces members maintained their formation, but after about 20 laps they began to spread out, with members scattered around the outer edge of the training ground. Just over 50 minutes in, Yang Song the hero and Abao completed 50 laps first, followed closely by the remaining members reaching the finish line. With less than a minute to the 1 hour limit, the last Special Forces member completed the entire distance. Huff huff. After running 20,000 meters, everyone was exhausted, drenched in sweat and gasping for air, though some appeared relatively relaxed. Yang Song overheard this and slapped Abao on the back of the head, saying, "You really are just bragging without a script." Huh? Abao cracked his fingers, producing a series of crisp sounds, and replied casually, "Another 20,000 meters. No problem at all." Yang Song overheard this and slapped Abao on the back of the head, saying, "You really are just bragging without a script." Huh? The crowd laughed. Lin Fan noticed that the Special Forces members had finished running. Patted Chi Chi's little head, stood up and walked into the training ground, asking, "How do you feel after running 50 laps?" "Not bad. This is hardly high intensity. Let the storm come even stronger." Everyone chimed in. "All right, as you wish." Lin Fan grinned and shouted, "Now we move on to the real deal. Everyone drop for 1,000 push-ups. If you can finish, don't get up." As soon as the words fell, all the team members without hesitation dropped down and began doing push-ups. The physical fitness of the Special Forces members was quite impressive. Even after just running 20,000 meters, they showed no signs of struggle while doing push-ups. Each one seemed to be competing, doing the first 100 with hardly any pause. Soon puddles of sweat formed beneath each person, as if they had just taken a shower, their bodies soaked in sweat. Chi Chi stopped playing with sand and ran over, biting her finger and looking curiously at the Special Forces members, with her bright eyes confused about why these policemen were all lying on the ground looking so tired. Seeing Chi Chi approach, Lin Fan bent down to hug her and softly said, "Chi Chi, are you done playing with sand?" "I'm done. I want to play with Daddy." Chi Chi gently shook her head and asked, "Daddy, what are they doing? They look like they're working really hard." Lin Fan chuckled, "They are training." Chi Chi asked curiously, "Training? What is training?" Lin Fan explained him, "It's something you must go through to become a powerful person." Upon hearing this, Chi Chi hugged Lin Fan's neck and said in a baby voice, "Then Daddy is so amazing. Did you have to work this hard before?" Chi Chi's words made Lin Fan's thoughts drift back to the early days of his cultivation. Compared to others, Lin Fan was quite fortunate. He started out at a higher level, unexpectedly receiving the inheritance of the 5 elements Immortal Sovereign. He began his journey on the shoulders of giants, and in truth he hadn't really endured too much hardship in his cultivation. Every matter has 2 sides. It was precisely because Lin Fan had not faced many challenges in his training that his foundation was unstable and his temperament weak, which was one of the main reasons for his failure in the tribulation transcendence. Lin Fan gently rubbed Chi Chi's little nose and said, "Dad is naturally gifted, so there's no need for such hard training." Upon hearing that her daddy didn't have to work so hard, Chi Chi immediately smiled, her eyes squinting into crescents, and she gave Lin Fan a peck on the cheek. Meanwhile, the Special Forces members doing push-ups nearly faltered at Lin Fan's words, realizing how unfair it was. By the time they reached 200 push-ups, everyone's speed had noticeably decreased and there was a significant gap in pace. The fastest would finish 2 or 3 while the slower ones barely managed 1. When they reached 500 push-ups, aside from a few, most could hardly keep going, gasping for breath as if their throats were on fire, relying solely on sheer willpower to push through. "Don't stop. Only through enduring hardship can one rise above. If you want to improve your strength and defeat your opponents, you must possess immense willpower. Keep pushing through. Jiyu Chenyuan walked among the crowd, encouraging them loudly. His words proved effective, pushing a few who were ready to give up to keep grinding. Even with strong willpower, physical limits were inevitable. More and more people slowed down, but no one stopped. Towards the end, many had to lie down for several seconds after each push-up before gritting their teeth to do another. At this stage of push-ups, aside from 3 or 5 who could still maintain an average of 3 seconds per push-up, the other Special Forces members struggled to continue, needing long breaks between each one. In the end, Yang Song and Hero managed to reach over 800 while Bao and the other 3 reached over 700. They were all exhausted and began to adopt a one push-up, one rest approach. Seeing this, Lin Fan said, "Rest in place for 5 minutes. After 5 minutes we continue. Until completion." As soon as he finished speaking, the Special Forces members relaxed, collapsing onto the ground, their bodies already soaked in sweat. Jiyu Chenyuan looked at the exhausted Special Forces members on the ground, worry etched on his face as he said to Lin Fan, "Lin, is this level of training really okay?" "Haha, don't worry. I know what I'm doing," Lin Fan replied. "Brother Jiyu, have someone prepare more bottles of mineral water and place them by the training ground." "Okay." Jiyu Chenyuan understood that Lin Fan was preparing to dilute the Qinyuan water, so he didn't dare to delay and immediately instructed his driver Xiao Liu to arrange it. Xiao Liu hurried to the logistics department to have the Special Forces base's staff bring out 17 or 18 boxes of Baisui Mountain mineral water, placing them all by the training ground. After setting up the water, Xiao Liu followed Lin Fan's instructions, dipping a brush into the Qinyuan water and adding a drop to each bottle. The moment the Qinyuan water hit the water bottle, it spread like ink. The originally clear mineral water quickly turned indigo after a drop of Qinyuan water was added. While Xiao Liu was preparing the mineral water, the 5-minute rest period ended and the Special Forces members began doing push-ups again. This time was even harder than before, as they had just reached their physical limits and only rested for 5 minutes before starting again. Their stamina hardly recovered. However, Lin Fan desired exactly this effect. If only by repeatedly challenging the limits of the human body could one rapidly enhance physical capabilities and continually expand those limits. In the end, the Special Forces members finally completed 1,000 push-ups with immense difficulty. Even Yang Song, Hero, and Bao, who had the best stamina, were exhausted and sat on the ground soaked in sweat as if they had just bathed, some nearly fainting under the scorching sun. Xiao Liu and the logistics staff thoughtfully distributed the prepared diluted Qinyuan water to everyone. Lin Fan said, "This is specially made Qinyuan water for you. Drink every drop without leaving any behind. After that we continue with the next round of training." Hearing Lin Fan's words, everyone felt like crying without tears. They had just been through so much and hadn't rested well yet. They were immediately called to start a new round. However, they were too thirsty to complain, holding their bottles and tilting their heads to drink. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Everyone drank the water eagerly, but soon their eyes widened and they involuntarily increased their drinking speed. Qinyuan water is not ordinary water. It is a concoction made by Lin Fan using recipes from the cultivation world, possessing not only unique effects but also an unparalleled taste. As soon as Qinyuan water entered their throats, everyone felt a drastic transformation. The fiery irritation that had almost scorched their throats instantly turned cool. The Qinyuan water soothed their throats while a refreshing aroma tantalized their taste buds, and after swallowing it they felt their entire bodies revitalized, even alleviating the soreness in their limbs. The first sensation was a refreshing coolness and their spirits soared. The second sensation was a release from fatigue, leaving their bodies at ease. The more they drank, the more invigorated they felt, with Bao even crushing the bottle in his hand, eager to consume the Qinyuan water faster. After finishing, many still smacked their lips, looking unsatisfied. Not even the tiny remnants at the bottom of the bottle were spared as they tilted their heads back and gulped it down. Hero reluctantly set down the nearly empty bottle and swallowed hard, asking curiously, "Instructor, what kind of water is this?" Lin Fan replied, "This is the Qinyuan water I specially brewed for you, designed to help your bodies adapt to intense training. In simple terms, no matter how hard you train, just a bottle of Qinyuan water will have you recovering quickly, so there's no need for concern." So that's how it is. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe such a magical thing exists in this world. Isn't it just like the magical beans in Dragon Ball? Even if someone is on the brink of collapse, one magical bean will have them bouncing back to life. Bao muttered while looking at the crumpled bottle in his hand. Ha, Bao is right. With these magical beans, how can we not improve our strength in a short time? Hero laughed. Lin Fan then clapped his hands and said, after finishing the Qinyuan water, take a 5-minute break and then we'll start the next set. Yes. With such a magical substance as Qinyuan water, the Special Forces soldiers were now without reservations enthusiastically shouting. Sure enough, 5 minutes later, not only did everyone feel no fatigue, but they were also filled with vigor like Popeye after eating spinach. Bao even patted his chest, claiming he could now take down a bull. Seeing that time was up, Lin Fan issued the command and the Special Forces members ended their break, starting to do push-ups again, still 1,000 of them. This time there was a noticeable improvement both in speed and maximum repetitions, which increased significantly. In the morning, the Special Forces completed 5 sets of push-ups. The first 2 sets were 1,000 each, while the last 3 were 2,000, and this rate of improvement was astonishing. Jiyu Chenyuan, witnessing the exaggerated progress of the special forces, couldn't help but grin widely, his face breaking into wrinkles. At noon, at the enthusiastic invitation of the special forces, Lin Fan and Jiyu Chenyuan had lunch in the special forces base cafeteria. Lin Fan held Chi while sitting at the same table with Jiyu Chenyuan, Yang Song, Hero R Bao and the squad leaders of Team B and Team C, Da Hai and Gang Z. The special forces already had excellent meals, and today the cafeteria had specially prepared additional dishes, making the meal quite loud. Yang Song raised a disposable cup in front of him towards Lin Fan and said, "Instructor, we have discipline in our team. We can't drink alcohol in the base, so I'll toast you with tea instead." Lin Fan, who was feeding Chi, heard this and put down his chopsticks, picked up a disposable cup in front of him, clinked it with Yang Song's and said, "No need to be polite." After saying that, they both took a sip. Jiyu Chenyuan said, "Don't just stand there everyone, let's raise a cup to Instructor Lin to thank him for his contributions to our Flying Dragon Special Forces." As he spoke, Jiyu Chenyuan stood up with his disposable cup, and not only did Yang Song and Hero at the same table rise, but even the special forces members at the adjacent table stood up with their cups, all shouting towards Lin Fan, "Cheers to the instructor." The enthusiasm of the special forces made Lin Fan feel a bit shy. He placed Chi in the chair next to him, stood up and raised his cup, saying, "Thank you everyone." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone drank a sip from their cups. Chi tilted her little head, but the people around her were all taller, blocking her view. She tugged at Lin Fan's clothes anxiously, saying in a sweet voice, "Daddy, Daddy, I want to toast too." "Ha ha." Lin Fan chuckled, lifting Chi with one hand and bringing the cup to her lips. Chi held the cup with both hands, drinking elegantly, but since Lin Fan was clumsy, quite a bit spilled from her mouth and onto her neck. Chi blinked her big eyes and cheerfully called out, "Daddy." Lin Fan looked down at her and smiled, saying, "What's wrong, Chi?" Chi tilted her little head, pointing at the water that had dribbled down her neck, saying, "Water, it spilled out. If you don't take care of it, it's going to flow onto Chi-Chi's tummy." "Ah." "Ha ha ha." Seeing this scene, the surrounding special forces members all laughed, not expecting this formidable instructor to be just like an ordinary young father in front of his daughter, a doting dad. The giggles. "Ha ha ha." Seeing this scene, the surrounding special forces members all laughed, not expecting this formidable instructor to be just like an ordinary young father in front of his daughter, a doting dad. At this moment, the distance between everyone and Lin Fan seemed to have closed significantly, feeling that this instructor Lin had lost some of his sternness but gained a lot of warmth. Once everyone was seated, Hero hesitated for a long time, gritted his teeth, stood up and raised his cup, saying, "Instructor, I had misunderstandings about you earlier and was disrespectful. Please don't take it to heart. I apologize here." After saying that, Hero tilted his head back and finished the water in the cup in one go. Lin Fan looked at Hero with curiosity and said, "Now that you mention it, I do have a feeling. We've never met, why would you have inexplicable hostility towards me?" Hero scratched the back of his head, looking a bit embarrassed, and said, "Yingzi is my younger sister. Yesterday she said someone bullied her, and the person who bullied her is the special consultant coming to our police team. I just called her after the training and found out it was a misunderstanding. She's just a kid with a temper?" Hearing Hero's words, team members felt a bit awkward, as they had been indignant and eager to seek revenge on Lin Fan. "Ah." Lin Fan's mind immediately recalled the larger-chested, brainless little police officer with a strong sense of justice he had encountered yesterday. He turned to Jiyu Chenyuan and smiled. "Old brother Jiyu, you've kept this from me quite well." Jiyu Chenyuan smiled and said, "As the saying goes, you don't know a person until you've fought with them. This way of meeting isn't entirely a bad story." Lin Fan helplessly pointed at Jiyu Chenyuan, then turned to look at Yingxiong, saying, "Haha, it's nothing at all. In fact, Yingzi actually helped me out. We're all men here, how could I take it to heart?" Yingxiong grinned, showing his teeth, and said, "Instructor, I Yingxiong may not have much skill, but I've always had a stubborn pride. I've never admired anyone before, but I truly admire you from the bottom of my heart. With you as our instructor, the Tiger Assault team is nothing." "Right. Instructor, we all admire you. With such a formidable instructor, we will definitely avenge our past humiliation this year." The other assault team members also shouted with laughter. "Look at you, puffed up with pride. What a disgrace. Don't you understand that an arrogant army is doomed to fail?" Yang Song put on a stern face and scolded, then his expression changed and he said with a smile, "If we don't beat the Tiger Assault team so badly that they don't even recognize themselves this year, then we lose." "Ha ha ha." Phut, the assault team members looked at Yang Song, the vice captain, with contempt. The dining hall was filled with joy and laughter. Woof! Woof! At this moment, several dog barks came from the side door of the dining hall. A Bao heard the sound, turned with a smile and clapped his hands, shouting, "Xiaojian, come here, come eat beside your brother." Lin Fan turned his head in confusion and saw a staff member leading 3 sturdy purebred German shepherds through the side door. The leftmost German shepherd heard a Bao's voice and immediately raised its head, its mouth hanging open. The staff member timely released the leash and the German shepherd sprinted toward a Bao. In the Phylong Special Operations Base, 3 police dogs are raised, 1 for each of the squads A, B and C. This police dog named Xiaojin belongs to Squad A and is usually taken care of by a Bao. The other 2 police dogs belong to Squads B and C. The Special Operations soldiers and their police dogs are seamless partners in combat and companions in life. They trust each other, rely on each other, and after long periods of living, training and going on missions together, they have developed a rare bond and intimacy. Xianjian nimbly wove through the tables and quickly reached a Bao, placing its front paws on his legs with its long tongue hanging out, panting. Ha ha, good Xianjian, I'll give you something delicious. A Bao patted Xianjian's head and placed a small plate on the floor in front of him. On the plate was a piece of tender, crispy and fragrant steak. Growling. At that moment, Xiao Xiao, who had been lying quietly under Lin Fan's feet eating, suddenly jumped up, staring at Xianjian with a low growl emanating from its mouth. Xianjian was about to lower its head to eat the steak when it heard the sound. It turned to look at Xiao Xiao, and seeing that the latter was just a little kid, it bared its teeth, replied with a growl, and then ignored it, lowering its head again to eat the steak. Woof! Xiao Xiao barked crisply. Xianjian raised its head again and glared at Xiao Xiao with a warning look. This naughty kid disturbing its meal twice, what a handful. Now Xiao Xiao was a bit angry. Damn it, I'm asking for your food as a sign of respect and you're not happy about it. I'm very angry and the consequences will be severe. Xiao Xiao took 2 steps forward, its eyes fixed on Xiao. Your food as a sign of respect and you're not happy about it. A Bao watched the silly adorable husky with interest. It looked only about 6 months old, yet it dared to bare its teeth at his Xianjian. He found it amusing. Truly a newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger. At the same time, a Bao had a bit of a malicious thought. This was the instructor's dog, and the instructor was so formidable that even 100 of him combined couldn't match him. Yet this immature husky of the instructor's was bold enough to provoke his 2-year-old Xianjian. Wasn't it asking for a beating? After all, Xianjian was the most formidable among the 3 police dogs at the base. Even the other 2 combined might not be a match for Xianjian. Sure enough, Xianjian, as the leader of the 3 police dogs in the special forces, was now provoked by a silly husky, still an immature kid. It got angry, pushed aside the plate in front of it with its front paws, and took 2 full steps forward, intending to teach this offending little one a lesson. A Bao, on the other hand, stepped forward with one leg ready to stop Xianjian at any moment. He couldn't let it actually bite the instructor's pet dog. Xianjian let out a low growl and slowly walked towards Xiao Xiao. In its eyes, Xiao Xiao was just an ignorant little kid. The scare would be enough, and it didn't intend to actually bite him. But as soon as it took 2 steps, it froze in place. Xiao Xiao stared intently at Xianjian, baring its 2 rows of sharp teeth. Suddenly, to a Bao's shock, Xianjian began to tremble. Indeed, it was a trembling caused by extreme fear, uncontrollable. Its body shook like a leaf, its limbs quivered violently, and its fur stood on end, looking as if facing a great enemy but clearly lacking confidence. Xianjian! A Bao called softly. He had never seen Xianjian like this before. A properly trained police dog would not be afraid, no matter how vicious the criminal or how dangerous the scene, even under a hail of bullets. This had been proven time and again in practice. But now in its own home, Xianjian was so terrified, this stunned a Bao. A Bao called again, but Xianjian seemed not to hear, or rather it dared not move. At this moment, the other 2 police dogs, Xiongfeng and Zidane, noticed their big brother's abnormality and also ran over ready to support Xianjian. But when they faced Xiao Xiao, they reacted the same way as Xianjian, bodies stiff, fur standing on end, unable to move, limbs trembling as if about to kneel. This scene was very interesting. On one side, 3 majestic and powerful police dogs, on the other a young husky not yet full grown, only half the height of the police dogs. Yet clearly the husky held the absolute upper hand, suppressing the 3 police dogs with its sheer aura. Then, under the astonished gazes of everyone, Xiao Xiao, like an emperor inspecting his realm, walked gracefully toward the 3 police dogs. When Xiao Xiao approached, the 3 police dogs hastily moved aside to make way for it. Then Xiao Xiao walked proudly through the middle of them, went to a Bao, lowered its head, picked up the steak from the plate and swaggered back to Lin Fan, where it sat down and devoured the steak in big bites. After Xiao Xiao started eating the steak, the 3 police dogs relaxed a little but still stood rooted to the spot, not daring to move. A Bao stepped out in confusion, grabbed Xianjian's collar and asked Xianjian, "Xianjian, what's wrong with you?" Xianjian had the closest bond with a Bao. Normally it would never ignore him. But now it seemed not to hear a Bao calling, its eyes still fixed on Xiao Xiao, unable to look away. A Bao followed Xianjian's gaze and saw the husky devouring the steak he had prepared for Xianjian. Suddenly, as if realizing something, his eyes widened and he stiffly raised his head to look at Lin Fan, saying, "Din. Instructor? This?" Lin Fan turned his head upon hearing this and glanced at the little fool who was happily devouring a steak while the 3 police dogs across from him were trembling in fear and dared not move. It was clear to him what was happening, and he shook his head with a smile, realizing that this little fool was just acting out of childishness. "Little fool, behave yourself," Lin Fan admonished. The little fool put down the steak in his mouth, raised his head and let out an awu, then turned to glance at the 3 police dogs across from him before continuing to eat his steak. What astonished a Bao even more was that after this the 3 police dogs seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, relaxing considerably. Although they were still a bit restrained, they were much better than before. Jiyu Chenyuan naturally noticed the situation here. He was aware of some background regarding the seemingly silly little husky beside Lin Fan. The terrifying speed displayed in the video and the even more astonishing transformation left a deep impression on him. Now seeing that the husky could intimidate the Special Forces police dogs into inaction with just a low growl, he became even more curious about the husky. It seemed this dog was far from being as simple as he had imagined. The shock in a Bao and the others' hearts far exceeded that of Jiyu Chenyuan. While Jiyu Chenyuan knew some details, they had been completely in the dark before this. They had thought that the husky was just an ordinary pet dog, but who would have thought it could instill such fear in their police dogs? Similar to proverbs like when swallows fly low, rain is on the way, which have been passed down through the ages, small animals can accurately predict rain. Friends who have seen the Meg would have noticed that when the megalodon appears, humans often respond sluggishly, but marine fish and even that pet dog Pai Pai on the boat sense danger much earlier. This is because animals are more sensitive than humans. Though humans are the crown of creation, they are far inferior to animals in these aspects. Just like now, the terrifying aura emanating from the little fool was something even Jiyu Chenyuan, who was less than a meter away, could not feel. However, the three police dogs, Lightning and the others, could sense it and felt it to be exceptionally fierce, which was why they were too intimidated to move in front of the little fool. The hero watched the little fool eat the steak with sparkling eyes. He turned to Lin Fan and said, "Instructor, your dog seems extraordinary." The ocean laughed heartily and said, "Isn't that obvious? An instructor's dog can't be an ordinary one." Lin Fan waved his hand dismissively and said, "It's nothing special, he just knows how to show off." Hearing this, the little fool stopped chewing the steak for a moment, pouted in dissatisfaction and let out a whine, thinking him not just showing off. I could scare those three foolish dogs to death. However, the little fool only murmured a few words and did not openly protest. He understood that everything he had was given to him by the man before him, and for him the little fool felt nothing but gratitude, loyalty and reverence. But Chi-Chi was a bit dissatisfied. She pouted and said, "Little fool is not just showing off, he's really amazing." Woof! Woof! Upon hearing his little owner's praise, the little fool happily bounced twice. Witnessing this, everyone was even more astonished. This dog truly understood human emotions. Jiyu Chenyuan didn't want the little fool to expose himself to Lin Fan too soon and bring unnecessary trouble, so he clapped his hands and said, "All right, there's nothing more to see. Let's eat quickly. After lunch we'll continue training." Yes. At this, everyone buried their heads into their meals. A Bao scratched his head, feeling as if he was still dreaming, and found it hard to believe. However, he wisely refrained from asking more questions and pulled Lightning over to the table, giving him some food. The members of teams B and C also took away Xiongfeng and Bullet. Lightning secretly glanced at the little fool, and upon seeing that the latter was not looking his way, he lowered his head to eat. It felt just like a student having a meal with a teacher, or an employee dining with a boss, extremely cautious. After lunch, the Special Forces members rested for half an hour, and at 1 o'clock they began the afternoon training. Similar to the morning subjects, the focus was still on enhancing physical fitness. However, Lin Fan did not participate. The current training had no technical aspect, and the Special Forces members were not rebellious students, so Lin Fan did not need to supervise them closely. Yang Song, the deputy captain, acted as both trainer and supervisor, conducting training based on the plan and intensity Lin Fan had drafted in advance, while Lin Fan held Chi-Chi and led the little fool, following Jiyu Chenyuan to tour the Phylong Special Forces base. After roughly touring the Special Forces base, Chi-Chi's interest gradually waned and she adorably yawned while resting her head on Lin Fan's shoulder. Hearing Chi-Chi yawn, Lin Fan smiled and gently patted her little head. He looked at Jiyu Chenyuan and said, "Brother Jiyu, Chi-Chi is tired. I need to head back now." Jiyu Chenyuan knew Chi-Chi's importance to Lin Fan and did not insist on keeping him, smiling as he said, "All right then, I won't keep you. Lin brother, let me see you off." Lin Fan nodded and turned to walk towards the entrance. As he passed by the training ground, the Special Forces members were taking a break, sitting cross-legged on the training ground, gulping down diluted Qingyuan water. "Captain! Instructor!" Upon seeing Jiyu Chenyuan and Lin Fan approach, the Special Forces members stood up to greet them, disregarding their fatigue. Lin Fan nodded, standing at the edge of the training ground. He surveyed the area and said, "In the next 10 days you will train according to the content and intensity prescribed in my training plan. I have also pre-planned the amount of Qingyuan water for you. Do not consume it excessively, otherwise it will be harmful rather than beneficial. I will be heading back now. Train well and I will come back to assess your results in 10 days. I will teach you the 3 stages of body refinement technique. I must remind you that those who do not meet my requirements will not be allowed to learn the 3 stages of body refinement technique." A Bao expressed some disappointment, saying, "Instructor, are you leaving already?" Jiyu Chenyuan replied, "Instructor Lin has his own matters to attend to. Now you can train independently. Do not let Instructor Lin down." "Yes. We will complete the mission." All the Special Forces members perked up and shouted in unison. Lin Fan waved his hand and then turned to walk towards the entrance. Chi-Chi, resting on Lin Fan's shoulder, waved her small hand at the Special Forces members, calling out in a sweet voice, "Goodbye, police uncles." The Special Forces members watched as Jiyu Chenyuan and Lin Fan exited the gate, and Yang Song clapped his hands to attract everyone's attention, shouting, "All right, enough looking. Have you all rested well? After your rest, let's begin training." "Yes." After bidding farewell to Jiyu Chenyuan at the entrance of the Phylong Special Forces base, Lin Fan drove towards Jiangnan Riverside. After a day of airing out, the bloody smell in the villa should have dissipated considerably. Half an hour later, Lin Fan drove into the Jiangnan Riverside neighborhood. At this point, Chi-Chi was feeling a bit drowsy, with her eyelids drooping and her little head nodding adorably. "Sweetheart, we're home. Let's go home and have a good sleep. After getting out of the car, Lin Fan walked to the passenger side, opened the door and carried Chi-Chi out. Chi-Chi pouted her little mouth and instinctively hugged Lin Fan's arm. After Lin Fan locked the car door, he walked out of the parking lot towards his villa with the little fool wagging his tail following closely behind. Entering the villa, Lin Fan placed Chi-Chi on the bed, covered her with a small blanket and gently kissed her cheek before stepping out of the room. Meanwhile, in the flower bushes next to the villa, a young man with a head full of green hair was staring at Lin Fan's villa. After seeing Lin Fan enter the villa, he took out his phone and dialed a number. Brother Long, the target has returned home. In a ramen shop in the northwest, Long Zi held a clove of garlic in his left hand and chopsticks in his right, devouring the oil-splashed noodles with abandoned beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he occasionally took a sip of the chilled beer on the table. When the phone rang, Long Zi jolted. He had been waiting for this call for far too long. He hastily slapped his chopsticks on the table, pulled out his phone, glanced at it briefly and then answered. A pleasant voice came through the receiver. Brother Long, the target has returned home. Really? Long Zi, in a moment of urgency, shouted loudly, attracting the attention of the diners in the ramen shop, but he paid no mind, wiping the sweat off his face and urgently questioning again, "Are you sure it's that person?" "No doubt about it," Xiao Lu replied with certainty. "I compared it carefully with the photo you posted in the group. It's definitely that face. Moreover, he's holding a child which fits that person's characteristics. I watched him just enter his home." Long Zi smiled and said, "Well done. Brother Long, we've found this person. About that 10,000 you promised." Long Zi curled his lips in reluctance, saying, "Are you obsessed with money?" "When have I, Long Zi, ever gone back on my word? Rest assured, as long as I see him, that money will definitely be yours." Xiao Lu immediately brightened up. "Who do we consider brothers? I know your character well. I'm just worried that you, being a person of high status, might forget." "Hee nonsense." Long Zi pulled out a toothpick to pick his teeth, saying, "So you stay there and keep watching. If that person leaves, follow him and don't lose the target again. I'll call the boss right away. Don't mess things up." Xiao Lu readily agreed, but then asked curiously, "Hey Brother Long, what does this boss do and why are we looking for this person? He hasn't even told us a name. Could he be a professional killer? What if it involves something shady? Will we get in trouble?" Long Zi pulled out a 20 yuan note and placed it on the table, swaying slightly while heading outside, scolding, "Ask what you should ask and don't ask what you shouldn't. Haven't you heard that the more you know, the quicker you die?" Xiao Lu immediately shrank back his neck, quickly saying, Understood, I won't ask anymore, I'll just keep watching here." After saying this, Long Zi hung up the phone, opened WeChat, found a friend labeled Fatty and sent a voice message, "Big brother, I have news about the person you're looking for." Soon Fatty replied, "Where is the person?" Long Zi stood on the curb, a toothpick in his mouth, swaying his legs, grinning as he sent a "you know what I mean" expression to the other party and then stared eagerly at the WeChat chat screen. Before long, Fatty transferred 400,000. When Long Zi saw this number, his eyes widened. He rubbed his eyes and confirmed that there were indeed 5 zeros, then swallowed hard, his finger trembling as he tapped the screen, and just like that, the 400,000 was credited. Damn! This is like a dream. Long Zi slapped himself, muttering, but he still felt unsatisfied. His eye shifted greedily, saying, "Big brother, we agreed that if you find the person within 48 hours, I'd get 100,000. For every hour early, an extra 10,000. It's not even been 14 hours yet, so you should give me over 440,000. Forget about the change, just transfer me 40,000 and we're good." After saying this, Long Zi anxiously stared at the WeChat chat screen. Less than 10 seconds later, Fatty transferred over 40,000 again. Long Zi exhaled deeply, and after receiving the money, he cheerfully said, "Big brother, don't blame me for being calculative. You're the one doing big things, I'm just a small fry. Stop with the nonsense. Where is the person? In Jiangnan Riverside, the same villa as yesterday? My people saw him go back just a few minutes ago." "All right. I hope you're not lying to me. Otherwise you know my methods." Long Zi couldn't help but recall the terrifying methods displayed by Fang Yuan last night, instantly getting frightened. He quickly replied, "I wouldn't dare. Rest assured, everything I said is the truth." After that, Fatty didn't reply anymore while Long Zi hummed a tune and swaggered away. He had long wanted to buy a car but never had the money. Now that 440,000 was in his account, instantly he had to buy a car outright. An Audi with 4 rings would be just enough to drive. It would give him some face in society, wouldn't it? In the villa, Lin Fan placed Chi-Chi in the bed for her afternoon nap and then exited the room. He keenly noticed that the room was different from before he left. Some pieces of furniture had been rearranged or changed direction. However, he didn't think much of it, assuming it was just the house cleaning service moving things around. After a brief scan, Lin Fan sat cross-legged on the sofa in the living room to begin his cultivation. Although Lin Fan was now at the mid-stage of refining Qi, equivalent to a martial arts master on Earth, and was considered one of the best, he knew that in the path of cultivation one must constantly improve. A moment's negligence could lead to stagnation. Cultivation is like rowing upstream. If you don't advance, you will retreat. Moreover, Lin Fan was well aware that this Earth was far more complex than he initially thought. Although he had yet to encounter anyone with a higher cultivation level than his, he was certain such people existed, they just wouldn't appear easily. The principle of being born in adversity and dying in comfort was something Lin Fan understood as well. Around 2:30 in the afternoon, Lin Fan completed his cultivation, suddenly opening his eyes with a flash of sharp light. He focused his gaze towards the door, clearly sensing a wave of true qi approaching, and it was getting closer. Soon it reached the entrance. The newcomer was not friendly. Lin Fan squinted his eyes, realizing that this ancient martial artist was coming for him. Thinking this, he smiled and sighed inwardly, feeling it was just right, allowing him to gain more understanding of the ancient martial arts world. As Xiao Lu, who was guarding outside the villa, spotted Fang Yuan appearing at the entrance, he immediately pulled out his phone and dialed Long Zi. When the call connected, Xiao Lu said without preamble, "Brother Long, a fat guy came looking for Lin Fan." Long Zi sighed inwardly at the swiftness, then replied, "That's the boss who hired me for a job. Since he's already here, you don't need to keep watch. Come to me or we'll split the money." Xiao Lu promptly answered cheerfully, "Got it." At the villa entrance. "Who are you?" Lin Fan looked at the young man before him with some confusion. From the young man's words, it seemed he knew Lin Fan, but Lin Fan couldn't recall where he had seen this person before. Lin Fan now possessed the memories of 2 lifetimes, and he couldn't instantly absorb all of his Earth Self's experiences. Hearing Lin Fan's words, Fang Yuan's mouth twitched and a surge of anger flashed across his face. He snorted sarcastically and said in a mocking tone, "Young Master Lin certainly has a short memory. It's only been 2 or 3 years and you don't remember me. Oh, but that's hardly surprising. Compared to the esteemed eldest son of the Lin family, I, Fang Yuan, am truly insignificant." Fang Yuan. Lin Fan frowned, searching through the original body's memories and finally retrieving a fragment about the young man. He said, "So it's you? Why aren't you following your master? What brings you to Dragon City?" Fang Yuan sneered, "What for? Naturally I came to find you." Lin Fan said, "We're not exactly acquainted, are we?" Fang Yuan laughed as if he had heard the greatest joke. Placing his hands on his hips, he let out 2 exaggerated chuckles, then pointed at Lin Fan and said sternly, "Young Master Lin, do you think young Master Fang's money is so easy to win?" Lin Fan let out a scoff. "So that's what this is about. What is that fool Fang incapable of losing a mere 5 million? The term fool Fang instantly darkened Fang Yuan's expression. Although young Master Fang treated him poorly, often ordering him around like a servant, it was still not Lin Fan's place to speak disrespectfully. If you strike a dog, you consider its owner, and if you strike the owner, don't you consider the dog? Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. "Lin Fan, do you still think you're the lofty eldest son of the Lin family and I'm just a lowly branch member of the Fang family? You've long been abandoned as a pawn, yet you still have such a sharp tongue. Haven't you realized your situation?" Lin Fan yawned and said, "Cut the nonsense. We're all busy. Do you think your spittle is abundant?" Fang Yuan was so enraged he laughed. "I don't know what makes you so arrogant in front of me. Do you still think that in Yangan City the Lin family backed you up? I tell you, in Dragon City, even if I beat you to death, no one would know. But I'm a peace-loving man, not fond of violence. How about this? You return young Master Fang's money with both hands, kneel before me and shout 3 times that you're a turtle bastard. If you amuse me, I might spare your life." In truth, Fang Yuan was merely bluffing. Even though Lin Fan had been cast out of the Lin family, he was not entirely defenseless. Fang Yuan knew in his heart that if he merely gave Lin Fan a harsh lesson, there would be no major trouble. But if he actually killed Lin Fan, he would likely incur endless complications. Even the Fang family might not protect him, and they might hand him over to appease the Lin family's fury. Before being expelled from the Lin family, Lin Fan had been a complete tyrant in Yangan City, an utter playboy. But with his background, no one in Yangan dared to provoke him. Lin Fan, always arrogant and disdainful, had once humiliated and mocked Fang Yuan. However, given the vast disparity in their status, Fang Yuan could only endure in silence, unable to resist or retaliate. Yet he harbored a deep grudge. Now that they had unexpectedly met in this remote Dragon City, how could Fang Yuan pass up such a perfect chance for revenge? After obtaining intelligence that Lin Fan was in Dragon City, he was determined to thoroughly humiliate him. Lin Fan dug into his ear impatiently. "Your nonsense is endless. My patience is worn thin." Very well, very well. You've successfully angered me." Fang Yuan's face trembled with fury. "Do you think him just a lackey trailing behind young Master Fang? Then you're wrong, dead wrong. There are many things in this world that a useless young master like you doesn't know. How do you think the 4 great families have maintained their inheritance for centuries? How do they guard such vast family businesses? It's because each family has its own trained martial force. In the face of absolute power, all schemes and tricks are futile. And I am an ancient martial artist. A useless young master like you living in a daze probably hasn't even heard of ancient martial artists, have you? Today I'll show you the might of an internal force martial artist." As his words fell, a formidable aura burst from Fang Yuan's body. His clothes fluttered without wind, rustling loudly. Fang Yuan stared at Lin Fan, his eyes brimming with pride. In his view, this single display was enough to frighten the useless young master into wetting his pants. But reality disappointed Fang Yuan. Lin Fan merely looked at him with an indifferent expression, as if watching a circus performance. Lin Fan's gaze thoroughly enraged Fang Yuan. He suddenly let out a low roar, stomped the ground, raising a cloud of dust. The flesh on his face quivered as his slightly plump body shot forward like a released arrow, charging straight at Lin Fan. His right hand formed a fist aiming for Lin Fan's face. Fang Yuan's expression was triumphant. He had waited for this day for a long time. Today he would vent all the anger and hatred that had festered in his heart. As for Lin Fan, the target of his outburst leaving him alive was enough. Broken arms or legs were a distinct possibility. The moment Lin Fan saw Fang Yuan make his move, a trace of disappointment flickered across his face. He had expected Fang Yuan to be at least a Chi Force master, but instead he was merely a rookie of the internal force. For an opponent of such caliber, Lin Fan could muster no interest. As Fang Yuan's ferocious attack approached, Lin Fan merely raised his hand slowly. Slap! A crisp sound rang out. Fang Yuan froze, his face filled with disbelief. He couldn't believe what had just happened, but the burning sensation on his left cheek was unmistakable, filling him with bitter indignation. Fang Yuan's fist was still 20 centimeters away from Lin Fan's face, but Lin Fan had already struck first, slapping Fang Yuan's left cheek. The blow was powerful. 5 distinct finger marks instantly appeared on Fang Yuan's face. His attack halted abruptly, his fist frozen in midair. Fang Yuan stared at Lin Fan, stunned. You. How is this possible? Lin Fan shrugged casually. Nothing is impossible. I don't believe it. Ha! Fang Yuan roared, thrusting his right fist again toward Lin Fan's head. Slap! Another crisp sound echoed. Lin Fan backhanded Fang Yuan across the right cheek. This slap was even harder, spinning Fang Yuan half a turn on the spot. He even swallowed his gum in the process. Whoosh! Fang Yuan covered his face, suddenly turning to Lin Fan with terror in his eyes as if he had seen a monster. His lips twitched as he muttered, no. It's impossible. How could a waste like you have such speed? Lin Fan stood at the doorway with his hands in his pockets, watching Fang Yuan, who looked utterly lost. Fang Yuan's eyes were filled with shock, slowly transforming into fear. The 2 slaps from Lin Fan had completely shattered his confidence. Run! After regaining his senses from the shock, Fang Yuan had only one thought in his mind: to flee. If he didn't run now, would he stay here and take a beating? Realizing he was no match for Lin Fan, Fang Yuan gritted his teeth and shouted, "I'll fight you to the end." Then with a fierce expression he charged towards Lin Fan, but just as he took a step he pivoted 180 degrees on that foot, turning to flee in the opposite direction. Without daring to stop, he dashed out, moving at a speed that could rival the world's top sprinters, leaving nothing but dust behind. Damn it! Did Lin Fan eat some miracle drug? How could he have become so powerful in just 3 years? Was his previous playboy persona all an act? Crap! This means he might have been acting all along when he was expelled from the Lin family. Perhaps he was the trump card prepared by the Lin family. No, it can't be that simple. If I think like this, then perhaps Lin Genshin's death wasn't real either. No, I must relay this information to the family. After being slapped twice by Lin Fan, Fang Yuan's mind was already in disarray. While he ran for his life, he thought of an even more shocking possibility. This speculation left him deeply shaken, yet he was also extremely excited. This news was extraordinary. If he conveyed it to the family, he might receive a significant reward, perhaps even some precious cultivation resources, allowing him to advance his chi. At that point he might even enter the Elders' Council, achieving a qualitative leap in his status within the family. One must admit that Fang Yuan's imagination is quite rich. His inner monologue is also very elaborate. If he didn't become a screenwriter, it would truly be a waste of talent. Although Fang Yuan was slightly chubby, his ability to escape was impressive. Running at full speed, he quickly covered several meters. He even glanced back but saw no sign of Lin Fan, which puzzled him. However, he didn't dwell on it. Continuing to run was certainly the right choice. After looking back, Fang Yuan retracted his gaze and was about to continue running when he suddenly froze in fear as Lin Fan was standing before him with an indifferent expression. Bang! Lin Fan grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. He then kicked out, striking Fang Yuan's round belly, sending the 150 to 60-pound Fang Yuan flying. How is this possible? How could he be so fast? Fang Yuan thought as he flew through the air. Splash! Fang Yuan crashed heavily onto the ground, feeling as if his bones were about to break. Gritting his teeth, he forced himself to look at Lin Fan, his eyes filled with nothing but shock and horror. Lin Fan slowly walked over, looking down at Fang Yuan, and said, "Old friend, we haven't even exchanged a few words and you're already in a hurry to leave." Fang Yuan chuckled awkwardly, stumbling over his words. Lin Xiao. I suddenly remembered. The food at home is still warm. I can't leave. Ha ha, Fang Yuan, since you're here, don't rush off. Let me extend my hospitality. Lin Fan smiled and took a step towards the house, casually dropping a statement that sent a shiver down Fang Yuan's spine. Coming with me. Fang Yuan stood frozen, watching Lin Fan's back, a flicker of struggle in his eyes. He wanted to run but doubted he could escape. In that moment he was torn. Ultimately Fang Yuan chose not to flee. He had witnessed Lin Fan's speed firsthand. What good would it do to turn and run now? He would be caught in the blink of an eye. It was better to obey. At worst he could beg for mercy. A man must be able to bend and stretch, and asking for mercy is not shameful. Of course you could try to escape again, but if I catch you I won't be as lenient as this time. Lin Fan's voice floated over, startling Fang Yuan, who hurriedly replied, I wouldn't dare. After saying that, Fang Yuan scrambled to his feet, disregarding the dirt on him, and followed Lin Fan into the villa. Inside the villa, Lin Fan sat on the sofa and gestured to the opposite sofa, saying, sit. Fang Yuan didn't dare to sit, standing awkwardly in front of Lin Fan like a student summoned to the office for not doing his homework. He quickly waved his hand, saying, no, I'll just stand. Lin Xiao, you have something to instruct. If you prefer standing, then stand. Did Fang Aluro send you here? Yes. Fang Yuan nodded repeatedly, saying it was Fang Aluro who sent me. Lin Fan casually leaned back on the sofa, crossing his legs, and asked, what did he want you to do? He told me to get back the card you won and then give you a good beating. Also. Lin Fan looked at Fang Yuan. Also what? Fang Yuan replied, also to take that little girl beside you back with me. What? As soon as Fang Yuan finished speaking, he felt an incredibly powerful aura erupting from Lin Fan. The temperature around them dropped significantly, and Fang Yuan even felt goosebumps all over his body. Fang Yuan gained a new understanding of Lin Fan's strength. Such a powerful aura he had only experienced from elders in his family. To hold an elder position in a prestigious family filled with masters, one must at least be a Qi master, and the youngest would already be middle-aged. The aura emanating from Lin Fan now was no weaker than that of an elder he once saw when angry. Could it be a 25-year-old Qi master? Who would believe that if it were to spread? Qi was Lin Fan's reverse scale. Fang Aluro could deal with him, but daring to target Qi was simply unforgivable. It seemed there was no longer any need for him to live. At that moment, Lin Fan had already developed a killing intent towards the young master of the Fang family far away in Yangan. If Fang Aluro only sent Fang Yuan to deal with Lin Fan, he wouldn't be so angry. After all, those people and events in Yangan were all things that the Earth's Lin Fan, that playboy, experienced. Lin Fan would not be enraged because of that. But the one thing he absolutely could not tolerate was that Fang Aluro had thoughts about Qi. Wasn't that courting death? Lin Fan suddenly stood up, staring directly at Fang Yuan, and said, Fang Yuan, do you want to live or die? Fang Yuan, do you want to die or live? Hearing Lin Fan's seemingly casual question, beads of sweat instantly broke out on Fang Yuan's forehead, feeling as if he were in an ice cave. A chill surged from the soles of his feet to the top of his head, making him involuntarily shiver, and he forced a smile, saying, hey. Heh? Lin Xiao, you must be joking. Lin Fan cast a glance at Fang Yuan and said, I'm not joking, nor do I have the patience to beat around the bush with you. I'll ask you one question, do you want to die or live? Cold sweat streamed down Fang Yuan's face, and he felt anxious and uneasy inside. Fang Yuan certainly did not want to die. He was only 25 this year. Although he was merely a collateral descendant of the Fang family and held little status within the clan, he still enjoyed a life of luxury with no shortage of luxury cars and beautiful women. If he stepped out of the Fang family, he would be a prominent figure in society. If he went to another city, he would be treated as a guest of honor by the affiliated families of the Fang family, who would compete to curry favor with him. He hadn't enjoyed this life enough yet, so he obviously was unwilling to die like this. Isn't the most painful thing in life to die without spending any money? Thus Fang Yuan hurriedly said, Lin Xiao, of course I want to live. Lin Fan was not surprised by Fang Yuan's answer. As the saying goes, appearance reflects the heart. With Fang Yuan's looks, if he were in the 1930s or 40s, he would certainly make a good translator, and he wouldn't deliver any lines about dying rather than submitting or unwavering loyalty. Lin Fan smiled and said, since you want to live, you need to help me with something. Do you understand what I mean? Fang Yuan's eyes darted around, nodding repeatedly like a chick pecking at rice, and he patted his chest, assuring Lin Xiao, you can rest assured. From today on, I am no longer Fang Yuan, I am Lin Yuan. From now on, I am your person? Whatever you ask me to do, I will do. If you tell me to go east, I won't dare to go west. If you tell me to chase dogs, I promise I won't chase chickens. HMPH, as long as I leave here, I will immediately contact the family and have them send out 2 or more elders to suppress you. By then, even if you are a master of energy, you will have to drink the bitter fruit of your actions. Let's see how long you can keep smiling. Although Lin Fan only had mid-stage refining Qi cultivation now, his divine sense was incredibly strong after 2 lifetimes. As long as someone lied in front of him, he could instantly detect it. Thus he had already guessed about Fang Yuan's little schemes, grinning as he said, but I don't believe in your loyalty. You say you can sell Fang Alengzi without hesitation today, but tomorrow you could sell me too. Fang Yuan shuddered and said solemnly, Lin Xiao, you must believe me. To be honest, I have long been dissatisfied with that Fang Alengzi. He always orders me around, makes me do this and that, and when he's unhappy he beats and scolds me, treating me like I'm not even human. Now that I have an opportunity to switch to a new master, anyone who isn't a fool would seize it. Lin Fan shook his head and said, empty words are not enough. To eliminate my concerns, you need to meet one condition. Fang Yuan replied, what condition? Lin Xiao, just say it and I promise to fulfill it. Lin Fan took out a piece of yellowed talisman paper from his pocket and said, actually it's quite simple. Let me introduce this to you, it's called the soul capturing talisman. As long as it is applied to you, you will be loyal to me for life. Swish! Fang Yuan suddenly turned his head to look at Lin Fan, then his gaze involuntarily shifted downward, fixating on the talisman in Lin Fan's hand. He saw that the crumpled talisman was covered with incomprehensible symbols and the entire paper felt as if it could be torn apart with just a little force. Lin? Lin Xiao? Are you joking with me? How could there be such a miraculous thing? Fang Yuan forced a smile. Whether it's true or not, let's just try it out. As soon as the words fell, Lin Fan placed the soul-capturing talisman in front of his face with his right hand index and middle fingers pinching it while his left hand quickly changed the hand seals, chanting incantations. Then he pointed his right hand at Fang Yuan. Now. Under Fang Yuan's astonished and anxious gaze, the soul-capturing talisman transformed into a streak of light and shot straight into the center of Fang Yuan's forehead. When the talisman made contact, it did not pause at all but directly merged into Fang Yuan's head as if a stick had been thrust upright into a lake, causing almost no ripples before vanishing without a trace. At the moment the soul-capturing talisman entered his head, Fang Yuan's body stiffened, his eyes lost their luster, devoid of any spirit. Then his head drooped weakly and his hands dangled helplessly by his sides. Lin Fan stood in front of Fang Yuan, his hands clasped together, quickly changing hand gestures while continuing to chant the obscure incantation. After 3 seconds he brought his right index and middle fingers together and suddenly extended them, pointing at Fang Yuan's forehead. Then he saw a circle of light ripples radiating outward from Lin Fan's fingertip. As the light ripples spread, Fang Yuan trembled slightly before raising his head. His eyes regained their spirit, lacking some cunning and filled with more confusion. He tilted his head to look at Lin Fan, seemingly not recognizing him. Lin Fan shook his head and sighed, muttering to himself, it seems that the talisman technique is not as simple as I imagined. Could it have failed? Master. Just when Lin Fan was puzzled, Fang Yuan stepped back with his right leg, knelt on one knee, raised his head and called out to Lin Fan. Looks like it succeeded. Lin Fan muttered to himself, then looked at Fang Yuan's appearance and instantly judged that the latter had completely become loyal to him. Thus he nodded in satisfaction and said, get up. Yes? Fang Yuan indeed showed no sign of disobedience or hesitation to Lin Fan's command, immediately standing up and respectfully standing in front of Lin Fan with his head bowed and a humble posture. Seeing Fang Yuan's performance, Lin Fan secretly nodded. The soul-capturing talisman was indeed effective. Although he only had a basic understanding of the hand seals, taking advantage of Fang Yuan's unguarded state to act was successful. From now on, Fang Yuan was essentially already recognizing Lin Fan as his master. Even if Lin Fan asked him to end his own life, he would not hesitate in the slightest. Lin Fan sat back down on the sofa and said coldly, tell me about Fang Erling's recent situation. How dare he have designs on my daughter? He must be tired of living. Fang Yuan of course had no other reaction to Lin Fan's command except to comply, and he immediately began to give a concise introduction. There isn't much to say. Fang Lungzi, whose real name is Fang Ming, is the second son of the current head of the Fang family, one of the 4 prominent families of the Xia kingdom. He is as renowned as Lin Fan and was one of the 4 young masters who once dominated Yangan. However, Fang Ming and Lin Fan have always been at odds, and everyone in the upper social circles of Yangan is well aware of this. They have clashed countless times, racing on mountain roads, vying for women, gambling at tables, and even competing for parking spots. These two are evenly matched, constantly exchanging victories and defeats. The last confrontation occurred over 3 years ago, half a month before Lin Fan was expelled from his family, when the two of them gambled on horse racing. That time Lin Fan won over 5 million from Fang Ming. Naturally, winning money came with a fair share of ridicule which Fang Ming couldn't swallow. He kept pondering how to reclaim his losses, but before he could take action, the Lin family experienced a major upheaval. Soon news spread throughout the streets and alleys of Yang'an. Lin Zhentuen died suddenly by Ling Xian was imprisoned and Lin Fan was expelled from the Lin family, becoming a discarded son. Upon hearing this news, Fang Ming was overjoyed. He immediately took Fang Yuan and a few lackeys to search for Lin Fan, wanting to teach him a lesson, but they couldn't find him and the matter ended there. A couple of days ago, Fang Yuan reported that he had discovered Lin Fan's whereabouts in Longcheng. Fang Ming has not forgotten the grudge between him and Lin Fan and immediately sent Fang Yuan to Longcheng to teach Lin Fan a lesson while also retrieving the money and bringing back the little girl beside Lin Fan. After listening to Fang Yuan's account, Lin Fan clasped his fingers on his knees, resting his chin on them, squinting his eyes, and said in a deep voice, I want him dead. Upon hearing Lin Fan's cold words, Fang Yuan immediately felt the temperature around them drop significantly. His heart trembled and he hurriedly said, Master, you absolutely cannot do that. Fang Ming must not be killed. Lin Fan sneered and raised his head to ask, why can't he be killed? Fang Yuan countered, how much do you understand about the foundation of the 4 prominent families? Lin Fan frowned and replied, I only know that the 4 prominent families are centuries-old clans, each with family members holding key positions in politics, military, law enforcement and business, and there are many affiliated families across the nation. They have a strong foundation, but I am unclear about the specifics. At this point Lin Fan couldn't help but feel disappointed in the owner of this body once again. This guy has lived in the Lin family for over 20 years but only knows which way the Lin family's main gate opens. Apart from that, he knows nothing else. It's hard to believe how he has survived. Even the servants of the Lin family understand the Lin family better than he does. Fang Yuan explained, Master, none of the 4 prominent families are to be underestimated. In addition to their visible power and status, each of them has cultivated a strong martial force, which is the fundamental reason they have stood strong for hundreds of years. As far as I know, the Fang family has an elder council with at least 10 elders, and the minimum requirement to enter the council is to reach the Qi level in martial arts. What? Lin Fan was shocked by this news. It seems that the Fang family has at least a dozen masters at the Qi level, and this is just what Fang Yuan, a collateral family member, has learned. Given Fang Yuan's status in the Fang family, he certainly doesn't have access to the true core. It is very likely that the Fang family also has martial arts masters of the Grandmaster level, and there should be more than one. Currently Lin Fan's cultivation is at the mid-stage of Qi refinement, which is equivalent to the Grandmaster level in martial arts. Even though he is invincible among his peers, facing multiple Grandmasters would still pose a risk of demise. It is indeed unwise to be enemies with the Fang family. If it were the old Lin Fan, even knowing the danger, he would go all out to eliminate Fang Ming. However, things are different now. He has attachments. The once unyielding and impeccable heart now has a weakness due to Chi-Chi's existence. Lin Fan will not easily place himself in danger. With so many masters in the Fang family, the Lin family certainly won't be far behind. It is simply inconceivable that a family as deeply rooted as the Lin family could have its head die in such an unclear manner within their own stronghold. Yet this has indeed occurred, and there can only be one explanation: someone in the Lin family has colluded with external enemies to secretly harm the family head. No matter who it is, I, Lin Fan, will unearth you and seek justice for my father and innocence for my mother. Fang Yuan's brief comments made Lin Fan realize many things. Thinking of this, Lin Fan raised his head and said, in that case, let him live for a few more days. Fang Yuan clasped his hands and said, Master is wise. Lin Fan waved his hand and said, don't call me master anymore, I don't like it. Just call me Lin Xiao. Yes, Lin Xiao. Fang Yuan said respectfully, Lin Xiao, from now on I will follow you closely and assist you, it's my duty. Lin Fan gently shook his head and said, no, having you by my side is of no use. It's better for you to return to the Fang family and stay close to Fang Longzi. That way you can provide me with timely news of any movements in the Fang family. Putting aside whether the Fang family is related to Lin Zhenqian's death, the enmity between Fang Ming, the second young master of the Fang family, and Lin Fan almost ensures that at some point in the future Lin Fan will stand in opposition to the Fang family. Fang Yuan is a pawn Lin Fan has laid out in advance. He has fallen under the influence of the soul-capturing talisman, ensuring he will be 100% loyal to Lin Fan and fearless. Such a person is the perfect candidate for an undercover agent. Once Lin Fan has absolute strength, he will surely return to Yang and uncover the truth and settle the score. At that time Fang Yuan might play a crucial role. Upon hearing this, Fang Yuan did not hesitate or resist and immediately replied, yes, Lin Xiao, I will be your eyes and ears in the Fang family and will closely monitor every move of the Fang family for you. Lin Fan nodded and then added, besides keeping an eye on Fang Longzi, you have an even more important task: secretly investigate whether the Fang family is connected to my father's death. See if anyone in the Lin family is closely associated with the Fang family and inform me of any discoveries in a timely manner. Yes, Lin Xiao. Lin Fan then asked, do you know how to explain this matter when you return? Fang Yuan smiled confidently and said, Lin Xiao, rest assured. Fang Ming is just a spoiled child, easy to manipulate. That's good. Remember my phone number. Call me if you find anything. Lin Fan said 185-2781. Fang Yuan took out his phone from his pocket, entered Lin Fan's number, saved it as a contact and noted it as L, then called Lin Fan. Lin Fan hung up the phone and saved Fang Yuan's number as a contact, noting it as F. After finishing all this, Lin Fan said, all right, you can return to Yangan now. Be cautious in your actions. Don't rush to achieve the tasks I assigned, be careful not to expose yourself. Fang Yuan understands. Fang Yuan nodded and walked back towards the villa door, turning around only after stepping outside, leaving with long strides. After Fang Yuan left, Lin Fan sat on the sofa gazing out the window, lost in thought. After a long day of fussing around, Chi-Chi was tired and woke up at 3:30. Noticing Chi-Chi had woken up, Lin Fan stepped out of his cultivation and walked upstairs into Chi-Chi's room just in time to see her with her little bottom up on the bed, her big eyes blinking as she interacted with the little silly one on the floor. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Chi-Chi turned her head towards the entrance. Upon seeing Lin Fan, she smiled happily and called out Daddy while grasping the bed sheet with her little hands, raising her bottom and alternately moving her legs forward, slowly inching closer to her hands. Since Chi-Chi was still small and quite flexible, she found it easy. In this position, I dare say not many here could manage it. Worried that Chi-Chi might fall or twist herself, Lin Fan quickly dashed to the side of the bed, wrapped his arms around Chi-Chi's armpits and with a cheerful "Heyo" lifted her into his embrace. Nestled in Lin Fan's arms, Chi-Chi wrapped her little arms around his neck, her small face pressed against his cheek, and chirped, Daddy, I missed you. But it feels like I've been asleep for a long time and haven't seen you for ages, Chi-Chi said in her sweet voice. My little pig, Chi-Chi has only slept for less than 2 hours, that's quite short, Lin Fan chuckled as he sat on the edge of the bed, placing Chi-Chi on his lap. 2 hours? Chi-Chi tilted her little head, counting on her fingers and mumbling something. After a moment she looked up and said, it seems like quite a while. Lin Fan couldn't help but laugh at Chi-Chi's adorable expression. Seeing Lin Fan smile, Chi-Chi joined in and the father and daughter laughed, each happier than the last, until soon the little silly one started chirping joyfully along. After laughing for a while, Lin Fan asked, Chi-Chi, shall we go watch some cartoons? Yay yay! Chi-Chi clapped her little hands with joy. Lin Fan carried Chi-Chi downstairs, and as she lay in his arms she opened her little mouth and began to sing, I have a good mommy, she is the best mommy in the world. How hard it was when she gave birth to me. Thank you mommy for giving me life, for giving me a beautiful home. I love my good mommy, she is the best mommy in the world, raising me with great difficulty. After I grow up I will repay you. Good mommy, my dear good mommy, my most beloved good mommy. Hearing Chi-Chi's clear and melodious voice, Lin Fan suddenly felt a wave of emotion. Over the past 3 years Chi-Chi had lived abroad with Lin Xuefei, a single mother without a father, and surely felt incredibly lonely. Now that she had a father but not living with her mother, how much better could things be? No matter which parent is missing for a child, it is an incomplete family and an unhappy childhood. It seems that for Chi-Chi's sake I must pursue Lin Xuefei and win her over. However, although Lin Fan had this preliminary plan, putting it into action was not a simple matter. Despite his mental age being over 3,000 years, he was utterly clueless in matters of romance. In his past life he had always been pursued by women, he had never actively pursued anyone. To put it bluntly, even a 6th grade boy could charm girls better than Lin Fan could now. The once invincible Shenyang Shenzhuan, who had roamed the realm of cultivation for 1,000 years without a defeat, now found himself in the awkward position of not knowing what to do after reincarnating. At this moment Chi-Chi suddenly displayed both high intelligence and emotional understanding. She hugged Lin Fan's arm and mischievously blinked her eyes, saying, Daddy, do you think mommy is pretty? Lin Fan was taken aback by Chi-Chi's question, feeling a sudden embarrassment reminiscent of a moment in his past life when he accidentally saw a woman bathing and was caught. His face turned red and he turned to Chi-Chi and asked, Why do you suddenly ask Daddy this? Daddy, just tell me, is mommy pretty or not? Chi-Chi pouted, shaking Lin Fan's arm. Lin Fan swallowed hard and quietly replied, She is pretty. Lin Xuefei was indeed beautiful, even in the realm of cultivation where beauties abound she would certainly stand out. Seeing Lin Xuefei often made one wonder if God had favored her with beauty while others were left in the rain. Chi-Chi's big eyes twinkled as she leaned closer to Lin Fan's ear, whispering, Do you like mommy? Lin Fan was amused and exasperated at Chi-Chi's question. He replied, Chi-Chi, how do you know so much, you little rascal? In the rivers and lakes gentle and graceful ladies attract noble gentlemen. Chi-Chi shook her head, murmuring a few words before placing her hands on her hips, tilting her chin up proudly, and said, Daddy, don't underestimate me. I know a lot. When I was abroad mommy often recited these and I memorized them all. Lin Fan couldn't help but laugh at Chi-Chi's adorable demeanor. He gently tapped her little nose and said, You little clever girl, you're really wise beyond your years. Hee Daddy, go pursue mommy, okay? Once you win her over we can live together as a family. Chi-Chi nestled into Lin Fan's embrace, lying on his lap, dreaming of the future. All right Daddy, will listen to Chi-Chi, Lin Fan said, stroking her little head. After saying this, Lin Fan looked away so Chi-Chi didn't notice that he had turned red. Yay, Chi-Chi can soon live with Daddy and mommy together, I'm so happy. Chi-Chi suddenly rolled around joyfully in Lin Fan's arms, her sweet voice echoing in the living room. Seeing Chi-Chi so happy, Lin Fan's mood lightened as well. He didn't have any particular feelings for Lin Xuefei yet, he simply thought she was beautiful, nothing more. To claim he had any romantic thoughts about her would be far from the truth. However, with his relationship with Chi-Chi he had to reassess his connection with Lin Xuefei. Even if it meant he would suffer a little, as long as Chi-Chi was happy, that was all that mattered. If Lin Xuefei found out that Lin Fan thought being with her would be a disadvantage, she would undoubtedly explode with anger. 5 minutes earlier, in the conference room on the top floor of the Huangchao Entertainment building, Lin Xuefei and the senior executives of Huangchao Entertainment were in session debating the company's plans for cultivating domestic artists in the second half of the year and introducing external talent. Regarding the points I just raised, does anyone have any questions? Lin Xuefei wore a pale blue professional suit. Her hair was swept up into a refined chignon with a few strands falling at her brow. With light makeup and an imposing aura, she shed a touch of coquettishness for sharp efficiency, every inch the consummate corporate force and ice-cold elegant CEO. None? The chairwoman's plan is meticulous, if we swept up into a refined chignon with a few strands falling at her brow. Truly like father like daughter, so young and yet possessing such commercial acumen, it commands respect. As soon as Lin Xuefei finished speaking, the executives echoed her sentiments in unison, not a single dissenting voice rose from the room. This unanimous approval stemmed partly from Lin Xuefei's status as the cherished scion of the Ling family. Her presence as chairwoman was akin to a princess's arrival, prompting her subordinates to curry favor. Partly too it was because her proposal was impeccably devised, every angle considered. The seasoned professionals present recognized its merit, and so the board granted full endorsement. Lin Xuefei seemed to have anticipated this outcome. She leaned back in her swivel chair, casually crossing her long pale legs into a perfect line of beauty, an elegant tableau that regrettably no one was privileged to admire closely. And Yanan sat to Lin Xuefei's right, fingers flying over a Mac to record the minutes. Their eyes met and they shared a smile. A breathtaking, almost heart-stopping smile brightened Lin Xuefei's face. Very well. Since there are no objections, we will implement this plan. I will send the plan and its attachments to your inboxes by email shortly. Ling Xuefei rose and said with a smile, then the meeting is adjourned. The executives nodded, rose from their chairs and filed out of the conference room. At the tail end of the procession was a man of 28 or 29 dressed in a navy Armani suit with a purple tie and gold-rimmed glasses. His hair was meticulously groomed, his face clean-shaven and remarkably clear-skinned, no blemishes, fine pores, the sort of handsome, promising young executive whose appearance many women envied, an accomplished youth with the polished looks of a pretty boy. Ling Xuefei stood near the doorway, and as the young man approached, a faint trail of cologne wafted past her. When the young man reached her, he stopped, turned to face Ling Xuefei, placed his left hand over his lower abdomen and his right hand behind his back, bowed with the utmost civility, then straightened and met her gaze with bright eyes. Chairwoman, you have not been in Longcheng. You must not yet have had the chance to explore it properly. Longcheng is one of the nation's renowned tourist cities with many places worth visiting. Now that the company's strategy is set, we will enter a period of steady growth. May I have the honor of serving as your guide? He smiled sincerely as he spoke, his expression earnest. The man was Zhong Yuge, the finance director of Huangchao Entertainment. He had earned an MBA from a top global university abroad and returned 2 years ago to take up his current post, commanding an annual salary close to 2 million. Young, successful and handsome Zhong Yuge occupied the fairytale place of a white knight in many a woman's imagination. He knew his own charm and in matters of wooing had always enjoyed effortless triumph. The moment he first laid eyes on the company's new chairwoman, he had been utterly struck, as if discovering a work of art. He suddenly felt his past years had been wasted. No collection of previous lovers could compare to even a fraction of Ling Xuefei's allure. The thought of drawing near her made him giddy. He imagined waking from sleep with a smile at the memory. Zhong Yuge's admiration had long since taken root and spread like wild grass in his heart. Now it had surged beyond restraint, driving him to seize this moment to draw closer to her. In his estimation, Ling Xuefei had no reasonable grounds to refuse. He was supremely confident in his allure. Usually a flick of a finger or a hint would have women flocking, and though she was breathtaking, she was still merely a young woman, one he felt he could handle with practiced ease. Moreover, as the finance director, his value and contributions to the company were substantial. Even if Ling Xuefei valued maintaining executive harmony, she would scarcely deny him on that account. But this time Zhong Yuge had miscalculated. Ling Xuefei cast him a cool, fleeting glance. Though it carried an air of charm, it also conveyed a remoteness that pushed him away like a chill wind, and an uneasy premonition prickled his heart. True to his fear, Ling Xuefei replied with an expressionless, frosty calm, "I'm sorry, Director Zhong, but I must decline your kind offer." The confident invitation that Zhong Yuge had extended met with refusal. Accustomed to success, he found it hard to accept. A flash of displeasure rose within him, yet having spent years abroad and survived the corporate arena, he had learned to mask his feelings with composure. He shrugged and, feigning humor, said, "What a great regret this will be in my life." He smiled slightly, nodded to Ling Xuefei and then turned toward the door. At that moment Ling Xuefei's phone vibrated. The caller ID showed Lin Fan. She paused for a beat before answering, for Chichi was currently with Lin Fan, and calls at such a time were likely about the child, or perhaps Chichi herself. Sure enough, when the call connected, a bright crystalline voice came through the receiver. "Hi Mama, it's Chichi. Did you miss your little baby?" Hearing Chichi's voice, Ling Xuefei's face bloomed into a smile as she laughed softly. "Of course I missed you, my darling." Zhong Yuge, who had just reached the doorway, heard those words and stumbled as if struck. Anger flushed across his face. The woman who had turned him away with icy indifference was now cooing and flirting inside the meeting room. "My baby." The scene filled him with bitter resentment. Blair, how cloying. HMPH. I, Zhong Yuge, have worked diligently for this company for 2 years. My contributions are not insignificant. Yet you treated me without courtesy and now proceed to fawn and dote on someone else. This infuriates me. Ling Xuefei was absorbed in her conversation with Chichi and did not notice that Zhong Yuge had left with a face full of lingering malice. Chichi held her phone with both hands and chirped, "Mama, Chichi misses you too." Upon hearing Chichi's voice, Ling Xuefei felt her mood lift. She gently replied, "Chichi be good, Mama loves you, Mua Tilda." Chichi's sweet kiss made Ling Xuefei's spirit soar, and she playfully asked, "Where did Chichi go to play today?" Chichi excitedly replied, "Today we played with a lot of police uncles. They are all good police, not like the bad ones last time. Daddy is amazing too, he even taught them. And also Chichi had lunch with them and they all liked her. And I even saw 3 really big dogs, much bigger than Xiao Sha." Hearing Chichi's cheerful voice, Ling Xuefei couldn't help but smile faintly. However, she soon sensed a problem and asked Chichi, "What bad police?" Chichi hurriedly covered her mouth. She had made a pinky promise with Lin Fan not to tell Mama about this, but now she accidentally let it slip. With big adorable eyes she quickly changed the subject, saying, "Mama, I really miss you, I want to see you." Ling Xuefei's heart melted at Chichi's words and she quickly replied, "Then when Mama finishes work tonight he'll come to pick you up, okay?" Chichi shook her little head and said, No, that's not good." Ling Xuefei was taken aback. Chichi had never rejected her like this before. Just as she was in shock, Chichi spoke again, "Mama, I want to see you right now." Ling Xuefei finally sighed in relief, wondering what was wrong with her lately for being so suspicious. After a long breath she gently said, "But Mama still has to work now." "Be good, Chichi. Mama will come to pick you up right after work." However, Chichi shook her head and said, "Can I let Daddy take me to find Mama?" Ling Xuefei was caught off guard by this unexpected request. Just as Ling Xuefei hesitated, Chi-Chi's clear voice came through the receiver again. "Mama, it's settled then. Daddy and I are going out now, we'll be there soon." "No." As soon as Ling Xuefei uttered a word, the line went dead with a beeping sound. Chi-Chi had hung up, leaving Ling Xuefei dazed as she put down her phone, blinking her big eyes and feeling somewhat flustered. "Sister Feifei, Sister Feifei?" And Yanan noticed Ling Xuefei's unusual demeanor. After calling her twice without response, she waved her hand in front of Ling Xuefei's eyes and asked, "Sister Feifei, what's wrong? Why are you so distracted?" "Ah." Ling Xuefei came back to her senses, tidied her bangs and said, "Chi-Chi is coming to the company soon." "Chi-Chi is coming." At first Yanan was happy, but then she quickly remembered something and asked, "Wait, how is she coming? Is Lin Fan coming too?" Ling Xuefei nodded. "Oh my gosh." And Yanan rubbed her forehead and muttered, "What is he coming to the company for? With someone like him around, it would be so embarrassing." Ling Xuefei slowly sat down in her chair and said, "Actually he isn't that bad now, right? This time we met he felt completely different from before." And Yanan looked at Ling Xuefei with a mischievous smile and teased, "Oh ho ho, Sister Feifei, you aren't falling for him, are you?" Ling Xuefei raised her hand pretending to hit Yanan. "You little girl, you're really asking for it." The two women started to play around in the meeting room. Meanwhile, in a villa by the Jiangnan waterfront, Lin Fan sat with his arms crossed, looking helplessly at Chi-Chi, who sat on the sofa grinning at him. "My little treasure, you're really pushing me here." Chi-Chi put down her phone and climbed back into Lin Fan's arms, clutching his shirt and saying in a childish voice, "Daddy, you have to work hard, Chi-Chi will support you." Lin Fan shook his head with a smile, picked up Chi-Chi and headed upstairs, saying, "Let's change clothes first." Okay. A few minutes later, Lin Fan carried Chi-Chi out the door. This time they didn't bring Xiao Shao, who sat on the windowsill with a forlorn expression watching Lin Fan and Chi-Chi leave, while Chi-Chi waved goodbye to Xiao Shao from Lin Fan's arms. Lin Fan was still wearing the outfit he had just bought yesterday, looking sunny and clean, while Chi-Chi was dressed very stylishly in light pink sports shoes, mid-calf socks with Mickey Mouse patterns, white shorts and a slightly pink short-sleeve shirt topped off with two cheerful pigtails, making her a completely adorable little darling. Arriving at the parking lot, Lin Fan placed Chi-Chi in the child safety seat in the passenger seat, then walked around the front of the car to get into the driver's seat. Oh. We're off? Chi-Chi happily wriggled her little body in her seat, raising her chubby arms and shouting. Lin Fan smiled and patted Chi-Chi's little head, turned the key to start the car and drove out of the parking lot, heading toward the Royal Entertainment Building with the navigation on. At this time it wasn't rush hour, so the roads were mostly clear, and Lin Fan quickly arrived at the Royal Entertainment Building. Let's go. We're going to find Mama." As soon as the car stopped, Chi-Chi excitedly shook her little arms. After Lin Fan got out of the car, he walked around to the passenger side, opened the door and carried Chi-Chi out. He looked up at the 20-story building in front of him, where the words Royal Entertainment were displayed in large letters at the top, illuminated at night and visible from afar. "Daddy, let's go in." Chi-Chi could hardly wait to see her mother. "Okay," Lin Fan said through gritted teeth, holding Chi-Chi as they walked toward the building. "May I ask who you are looking for?" As soon as they entered the company, a young and beautiful receptionist smiled and asked, "I am looking for Ling Xuefei." Lin Fan glanced at the receptionist, who turned out to be an exceptionally rare beauty, probably around 23 or 24 years old. Although she wore a light blue professional outfit, her youthful aura was hard to conceal. Clearly she was a newcomer to the job, but her assets were impressive: a flawless and beautiful face, a curvy figure, and especially the beauty mark under her eye, which added an inexplicable charm. Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, the receptionist's eyes flashed with surprise, but she quickly regained her composure. Since Chairman Ling took over, she had seen countless suitors, but this was the first time she had seen someone come to pursue a girl while holding a child. But this little girl was truly beautiful, already showing signs of being a beauty at such a young age. She would be stunning when she grew up. However, not everyone could casually meet Chairman Ling. With that in mind, the receptionist put on a professional smile and asked, "Do you have an appointment?" Lin Fan shook his head, set Chi-Chi down on the ground and said, "No. The chairman is towering above a person of great affairs. It would be strange if you could meet them without an appointment." Lin Fan shook his head, set Chi-Chi down on the ground and said, "No. The chairman is towering above a person of great affairs. It would be strange if you—" At that moment Chi-Chi heard this, looked up and bounced on her little feet, speaking in a sweet voice, "Sister, why won't you let Chi-Chi see Mom? Mom." This startled the receptionist, her face changing color. She leaned out from behind the front desk to glance at the little girl below, thinking to herself, the chairman is young, accomplished and breathtakingly beautiful, and there's no word of her being married or having a boyfriend. How could she have a child? Soon the receptionist figured it out. She pulled back, looking at Lin Fan with disdain, and somehow the more she looked at him now, the more sleazy he appeared. She had thought he was handsome at first glance. This man really went to extraordinary lengths to pursue the chairman. Others bring flowers, necklaces or revolving restaurants, but he borrows a child from somewhere and dares to claim it's the chairman's, thinking he could fool her. Ridiculous. Though filled with contempt, the receptionist suppressed it firmly without showing it. She shook her head resolutely. "Sir, if there's nothing else, please leave." With that, the receptionist made a gesture inviting him to leave. Lin Fan looked at the receptionist with bright eyes, a faint smile on his face, and said, "Miss, I called your chairman in advance." Maybe she didn't pass the word down. "Why don't you call her and ask?" The receptionist gave a cold smile and shook her head again. "Don't bother with that trick. You think him just a low-level employee who wouldn't dare call the chairman. But him not the naive rookie who just stepped out of the ivory tower into society. You can't bluff me." Lin Fan felt quite helpless. The receptionist hadn't done anything wrong and he couldn't force his way in. Xu Fei really was careless. She knew he was bringing Chi Chi, yet she didn't give the front desk a heads up. Was she deliberately making things difficult for him? And indeed that was exactly what Ling Xu Fei had in mind. She wanted to see how Lin Fan would react when blocked by a minor employee. If it were the old Lin Fan, he would have caused a scene at the front desk using threats and intimidation. If he did that now, no matter how much Chi Chi cried, she would never let him near her again. At that moment Ling Xu Fei and Yanan were in the surveillance room watching the scene in the lobby through the screen. Yanan looked at the screen with a smile and said, "Fei, you have to admit watching the former young master suffer a setback is quite amusing." Ling Xu Fei shot Yanan a glance and shook her head, saying, "You're such a troublemaker, always loving to watch the excitement. But this front desk girl is really good. Her name is Su Baixue. She graduated from college less than a year ago and she's quite fresh." And Yanan introduced briefly, then looked at Ling Xu Fei with a mischievous grin. "Fei, she's so pretty. What if she steals Lin Fan's heart? Wouldn't that be shooting yourself in the foot?" Ling Xu Fei pushed Yanan, playfully chiding, "If you keep talking nonsense, I'll transfer you to the front desk to work with Su Baixue. The front desk isn't bad either, you get to see lots of handsome guys and beauties." And Yanan wasn't intimidated by Ling Xu Fei's threat. Ling Xu Fei shook her head helplessly, pointed at the screen and changed the subject. "Look, he's making a move." Hearing this, Yanan turned to look at the screen. At the front desk on the first floor, Lin Fan saw that the receptionist was unmoved. He smiled and shook his head, not wanting to cause her trouble. Instead he looked down at Chi Chi, pulled out his phone and handed it to her. "Chi Chi, call your mom." Chi Chi nodded her little head heavily, took the phone from Lin Fan and began to dial. In the surveillance room, Ling Xu Fei took out her vibrating phone, swiped her thumb across the screen and put it to her ear, laughing. "Let me guess who this is. It must be my little Chi Chi, right?" "Ah." Chi Chi held the phone with a look of surprise, happily saying, "Mom, how did you know it's Chi Chi?" Ling Xu Fei smiled, "Because Mom missed Chi Chi. The heavens must have known, so they made sure this call was from Chi Chi." He Chi Chi giggled happily. Mom, Chi Chi has arrived. Come down and get Chi Chi, okay?" Ling Xu Fei walked out of the surveillance room as she said, "Mom is coming down to get my little treasure right now. Okay, Chi Chi will wait here for you." More. After saying that, Chi Chi hung up and handed the phone back to Lin Fan. Meanwhile, Su Baixue watched the pair with an expression that said, "How long can you keep up this act?" She was utterly convinced that Ling Xu Fei didn't have a child, thinking the call was a performance. A child so young wouldn't have any ulterior motives. The only explanation was that this man was putting her up to it. What a wolf in sheep's clothing, a hypocrite, a scoundrel in a suit. At that thought, Su Baixue's gaze toward Lin Fan grew even more contemptuous and disdainful. She couldn't believe anyone could be so shameless. So she waved at the security booth. 2 security guards on duty there had already noticed Lin Fan. Seeing the receptionist's gesture, they exchanged glances and walked over. One of them, with fair skin and slightly curly hair, asked, "Su, what's up?" Su Baixue pointed at Lin Fan. "This man is suspicious and insists on seeing the chairman. Please escort him out." The curly-haired guard glanced at Lin Fan, tugged his arm and said, "Sir, please leave." Another lean guard stood on Lin Fan's other side, his expression clearly saying, "Leave on your own or we'll make you." This scene reminded Chi Chi of the day before when those bad cops had taken her away. She hid behind Lin Fan, looking timidly at the 2 guards instinctively clutching his pant leg. Lin Fan noticed Chi Chi's reaction. He knew exactly what she was afraid of. A flash of anger crossed his face, not at the guards but at Li Ming and the others. Fortunately they had received their due punishment, otherwise Lin Fan wouldn't have minded making them feel true fear again. Lin Fan picked up Chi Chi, frowned at the 2 guards and said, "Your chairman will be down in a moment." "What's the rush?" The curly-haired guard scoffed. "Buddy, don't be ridiculous. Our chairman is busy with 1,000 things. She has no time for you. I advise you to leave on your own before we have to get physical. It won't be pretty for anyone. Even the most patient person would get annoyed after being blocked repeatedly, especially when it affected Chi Chi." Lin Fan knew they were just doing their job, so he didn't want to make trouble for them, but he wouldn't be so polite anymore. He shot the curly-haired guard a cold glance and said, "I said just wait 2 minutes. Why are you in such a hurry?" "Oh, my temper." The curly-haired security guard, known for his bad temper, attempted to drag Lin Fan out, pulling his hand with force. However, the curly-haired guard soon froze, realizing he couldn't budge Lin Fan at all. It was as if Lin Fan's feet were rooted to the ground. Despite the guard exerting all his strength, the other party remained unmoved. "What are you looking at? Help me!" The curly-haired guard shouted at the lean security guard, his face full. The lean guard quickly nodded and joined in trying to pull Lin Fan, but soon he too realized it was futile. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't move Lin Fan. Su Baixue watched in bemusement as the 2 guards exerted themselves to pull Lin Fan, who stood as immovable as a pillar. She couldn't understand how this young man who didn't appear particularly tall or strong possessed such incredible strength. This guy is strange. Go and call a few more people. The curly-haired guard tossed his head toward the lean guard. The lean guard nodded and was about to call for help when a clear cold voice came from the direction of the elevator. What are you doing? Lin Fan turned his head to see Ling Xuefei and Wei Nan walking out of the elevator one behind the other. Ling Xuefei was dressed in professional attire exuding a mature charm which momentarily dazed Lin Fan. Meanwhile Chi-Chi had already opened her little arms and happily ran towards Ling Xuefei. Chi-Chi slowed down. Ling Xuefei hurriedly quickened her pace to catch up, fearing Chi-Chi would fall. Mommy, why did you take so long to come down? Chi-Chi dove into Ling Xuefei's arms, hugging her long legs and pouting as if she had suffered a great grievance. Ling Xuefei quickly squatted down to stroke Chi-Chi's little face, comforting her. My dear, I'm sorry Mommy has been too busy with work. Will you forgive me? Chi-Chi, who had not been angry, was even happier now that she saw her mother, and she tilted her little head, saying then Chi-Chi wants kisses, hugs and to be held high. Okay. Ling Xuefei picked up Chi-Chi, planted a kiss on her cheek and gently said, Chi-Chi is so good, truly Mommy's good baby. Hee hee. Chi-Chi squinted her eyes and smiled, cupping Ling Xuefei's face to give her a kiss. Now Chi-Chi weighed nearly 30 pounds and Ling Xuefei would get a bit tired if she held her for too long. After another year or so, as Chi-Chi grew taller, it would likely become even more strenuous. The two guards were already dumbfounded if Ling Xuefei was the company's chairwoman, absolutely a person of high status. They certainly recognized her, and the closeness of the little girl to the chairwoman was evident even to a fool. Who was this young man who brought the little girl here? The guards quickly released Lin Fan and with forced smile said, "Sir, we apologize, please don't hold it against us." Su Baishui was even more incredulous. The guards only knew the little girl was close to the chairwoman, but she had heard the little girl call her mommy while the chairwoman was clearly not married. Where did this child come from? Thinking of this, Su Baishui couldn't help but feel troubled. Often knowing too much wasn't a good thing. Su Baishui, nice name, I'll remember you. Work hard. Lin Fan glanced at the work ID on Su Baishui's chest, smiled at her and then stepped towards Ling Xuefei. The curly-haired guard watched Lin Fan's back and swallowed hard, quietly asking Su Baishui, "Su, beautiful lady, who is that guy? And that little girl, why is she so close to the chairwoman?" "I don't know." Su Baishui also bore an anxious expression and slowly shook her head, then pointed at the guards and warned, "You two make sure not to speak carelessly." "We understand that." The curly-haired guard turned to his partner, giving a wry smile. He just hoped not to get fired for offending anyone and dared not speak carelessly. The lean guard also looked uncomfortable, patting the curly-haired guard's shoulder, shaking his head as he returned to his post. "Where's Daddy?" Chi-Chi kissed Ling Xuefei's face twice, finally remembering Daddy. She turned her head happily, extending her little arms, wiggling in Ling Xuefei's arms, saying, "Daddy, Daddy, hurry up." Hearing this, Lin Fan quickened his pace and approached them, laughing loudly. "Chi-Chi, Daddy is here now. Let's go upstairs." Chi-Chi raised her little arms and smiled. Lin Fan glanced at Ling Xuefei beside him. Although he had seen her several times, he was still struck by her beauty each time. However, his tone was not as gentle as it was with Chi-Chi as he said blandly, "Chairwoman Ling, are you finished with your work?" Ling Xuefei paused for a moment, wondering what he meant. Why the sarcastic tone? But she quickly realized that Lin Fan was clearly mocking her. He was such a pompous and blind man. "Here I am, a beautiful woman standing before you, and instead of offering a compliment you cling to trivial matters and nitpick. HMPH. Come in with me." Ling Xuefei snorted lightly, turning with Chi-Chi and walking toward the elevator, leaving Lin Fan, who was puzzled, wondering why Ling Xuefei treated Chi-Chi warmly like spring but was so cold towards him, as if he had offended her. Chi-Chi leaned on Ling Xuefei's shoulder and winked at Lin Fan, pulling her mouth to make a cute face. "Let's go, young Master Lin, it's rare for you to visit us." And Wei Nan also had a poor impression of Lin Fan. She cast him a glance before following Ling Xuefei into the elevator after dropping a remark. Lin Fan shook his head and stepped in after them. Inside the elevator, in the small space, Lin Fan leaned against the wall at the back with his arms crossed, looking up at the indicator light, not glancing aside. Ling Xuefei stood in front holding Chi-Chi, who was quietly playing with her fingers, while Wei Nan stood to the side with her arms crossed. Eventually Chi-Chi simply lay in Ling Xuefei's embrace, continuing to make faces at Lin Fan, who was also sticking out his tongue to tease her. One was a truly innocent child and the other was a fake adult with a childlike heart, and they were both having fun. Occasionally others entered the elevator, and every time they saw Ling Xuefei they were all astonished, mainly because she was holding a cute little girl, which piqued their curiosity. Moreover, some observant individuals noticed the unfamiliar man in the elevator without a work ID, and the little girl interacted with him, evidently indicating a relationship, but they didn't dare to ask too much, merely greeting him softly before standing silently beside. The elevator was very quiet. Ding! The elevator reached the top floor, leaving only Lin Fan, Ling Xuefei, Chi-Chi and Wei Nan inside. Zhong Yuji stood at the elevator entrance, smoothing his collar and fixing his hair, feeling quite pleased with himself. As the elevator door slowly opened, Zhong Yuji's smile grew even brighter, raising his right hand to wave and greet Chairwoman. What a coincidence! Upon first meeting Ling Xuefei, Zhong Yuge was struck by her beauty, deeply captivated and unable to extricate himself. Today he mustered the courage to invite her to explore Long City, only to be ruthlessly rejected, and to his dismay she quickly began flirting with someone else over the phone, which left him feeling quite disgruntled. However, Zhong Yuge was not one to easily give up, especially when it came to pursuing women. He possessed an indomitable spirit, overflowing confidence and extensive experience, truly a battle-hardened veteran. He simply could not believe that with his own merits he couldn't win over such a beautiful girl as Ling Xuefei. After leaving the conference room, Zhong Yuge pondered for a moment and ultimately resolved to make another attempt. Since he had already taken the plunge today, why not give it another shot? Perhaps he would succeed. When it came to chasing women, he could completely disregard any sense of shame. Later, Zhong Yuge returned to the conference room to look for Ling Xuefei but couldn't find her. Thus he waited at the elevator entrance. Generally, apart from Ling Xuefei and Yanan, very few people would come to the top floor. Zhong Yuge was feeling optimistic, wearing a radiant smile that he believed could enchant a legion of young girls. He even cleared his throat before the elevator doors opened, hoping to add some flair with his most magnetic voice to this serendipitous encounter at the elevator. However, to his utter astonishment, as the elevator doors slid open, he was greeted by this scene. Ling Xuefei stood at the front, cradling a little girl in her arms, adorned with a tenderness he had never witnessed before. The bond between them was unmistakably special, and most importantly, there was a man standing behind Ling Xuefei. MMP. For some inexplicable reason, the moment Zhong Yuge laid eyes on Lin Fan, he inexplicably felt a surge of hostility towards him. It was a strange sensation, or perhaps it was the sixth sense of a self-proclaimed love guru intuitively warning him that this man posed a significant threat. The shock caused Zhong Yuge's tone to waver, with the last syllable of coincidence rising dramatically. Ling Xuefei was no stranger to such orchestrated encounters where someone intentionally sought to create a chance meeting and feign friendliness. She was well aware of Zhong Yuge's intentions. However, given that he was indeed a rare talent within the company, she didn't want to come off as overly aloof, merely nodding slightly, her lips parting into a professional smile as she coolly said, "Director Zhong, hello." Hello, Chairperson," Zhong Yuge replied, his gaze slightly dazed as he greeted Ling Xuefei, then casually pointed at Lin Fan behind her and asked, "Chairperson, who is this?" Before Ling Xuefei could think of how to respond, Chichi chirped up, "That's Daddy." Zhong Yuge's heart sank, a ghastly smile forced upon his face as he looked at Chichi and asked, "What a cute little friend. If he's your daddy, then who is your mommy?" Chichi hugged Ling Xuefei tightly, her baby voice stating, "This is Mama." "What?" Zhong Yuge's expression immediately soured, becoming exceedingly grim. His mouth twitched as he looked at Ling Xuefei and said, "Chairperson. What is going on here?" Ling Xuefei's face turned rosy. She already felt quite embarrassed, and Zhong Yuge's incessant questioning made her increasingly annoyed. Her tone turned cold as she said, "Director Zhong, this is my personal matter. I believe there is no need for me to report to you." Zhong Yuge's complexion darkened, seemingly at a loss for words, or perhaps just oblivious to the situation. He suddenly spoke with agitation, "Chairperson, you must be joking with me, right? You can't possibly be saying she is your daughter." As he spoke, his expression grew increasingly feral. Chichi looked at this unfamiliar man before her who claimed that she wasn't Mama's daughter. She sniffled sadly, expressing her grievances. "Chichi is Mama's daughter, the most beloved little treasure of Mama Boohoo." Chichi's distressed voice and little expression completely flustered Ling Xuefei. She quickly comforted Chichi, patting her back. "Chichi will always be Mama's treasure. Don't be sad, okay?" At this moment, Yanan stepped forward, glaring at Zhong Yuge without reservation, saying, "Director Zhong, as a senior figure in the company, please do not make such jokes, all right?" Zhong Yuge forcibly suppressed his inner fury, nodding slightly before looking at Lin Fan behind him. Seeing that the other party was merely an ordinary young man with nothing particularly outstanding about him, his gaze instantly filled with disdain and jealousy. He approached Lin Fan, adjusted his glasses and extended his hand with a forced smile, saying, "Hello, sir. I am Zhong Yuge, the financial director of the company. Welcome to our Imperial entertainment." His tone was one that implied he was the host welcoming a guest, establishing the master-servant relationship right from the start, which subconsciously bolstered his confidence. Lin Fan cast a nonchalant glance at Zhong Yuge. With his divine sense, it was easy to discern the man's intentions towards Ling Xuefei. Although he and Ling Xuefei had no other relationship apart from having a daughter, Lin Fan still felt a surge of inexplicable anger upon realizing there was a man with improper intentions towards her, as if someone was attempting to see something he cherished. Therefore he showed no mercy towards Zhong Yuge, coldly stating, "So you're the octopus guy. What's your relationship with SpongeBob?" "You?" Zhong Yuge's face contorted with rage. Born with a silver spoon, while not exactly a second-generation heir, he had at least come from a wealthy family, and his life was adorned with countless accolades. No one had ever dared to joke about his name before. Lin Fan let out a cold laugh, showing no courtesy as he continued to glare at Zhong Yuge. "What do you mean by what? I assume you've reached a high management position in the company, so you must have received a higher education, yet you don't even understand the most basic principles. I want to ask you, standing in the elevator pestering my daughter's mother, insisting that our child is not biologically ours, isn't that a bit shameless? If someone refuses to acknowledge their own face and insists on acting like this, I might as well give them 32 thumbs up for their lack of As he spoke, Lin Fan's expression darkened significantly and he infused a hint of spiritual power into his voice. To Zhong Yuga those words struck like a bolt from the blue, akin to a massive hammer crashing down on his heart. Phut! Lin Fan's words made Yanan unable to suppress a laugh, quickly covering her mouth, but Zhong Yuga's expression was far too satisfying. Unexpectedly, this young Master Lin had quite the way with words. Chichi, still nestled in Ling's Wei-face arms, waved her little arms vigorously, chirping, "Daddy must protect Chichi and Mama. Go, Daddy." Originally, Lin Fan's remarks had already cut into Zhong Yuga like a knife. And Yanan's laughter and Chi-Chi's innocent words only poured salt and alcohol into his wounds, infuriating him to no end. His chest heaved violently as he trembled, pointing a quivering finger at Lin Fan coldly, saying, "You're quite something." As expected, upon colliding, Lin Fan showed no reaction while Zhong Yuga stumbled, nearly falling over. Lin Fan turned around smiling as he said, "Director Zhong, what happened? You can't even walk straight?" As expected, upon colliding, Lin Fan showed no reaction while Zhong Yuga stumbled, nearly falling over. Lin Fan turned around smiling as he said, "Director Zhong, what happened? You can't even walk straight?" Zhong Yuga shot Lin Fan a fierce glare before rushing into the elevator, randomly pressing the buttons for the floors. The door slowly closed, yet Zhong Yuga continued to glare at Lin Fan. His fierce little eyes seemed as if they wished to devour him whole. In response, Lin Fan calmly gave him the middle finger before turning away, no longer looking at him. No one noticed that after the elevator doors shut, Zhong Yuga pulled out his phone, hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and composed a text message to send out. "Oh, Lin Da Xiao, I really didn't see that you were quite impressive." After the elevator doors closed, Yanan looked Lin Fan up and down and spoke. Chichi proudly raised her little head and replied in a childish voice, "Of course, Daddy is the best." After several incidents, Yanan now clearly understood Lin Fan's status in Chi-Chi's heart. She dared not say a single bad word about Lin Fan in front of Chi-Chi, otherwise this little guardian would surely give her a hard time. So Yanan wisely nodded her head and said, "Day, what Chi-Chi said is absolutely right." Ling Xuefei smiled and shook her head, holding Chi-Chi as they walked toward her office. Chi-Chi leaned in Ling's Wei-face arms and waved to Lin Fan, Daddy, hurry up and catch up." "Oh." Lin Fan rubbed his nose and stepped forward to follow. Soon the four of them entered Ling's Wei-face office. The office was quite simply decorated with a floor-to-ceiling window, a desk, a swivel chair, a row of genuine leather sofas, and a smaller glass window office at the entrance, which was where the secretary worked, and now it was Yanan's office. Inside Ling's Wei-face office there was another door behind which was a room of about 40 to 50 square meters. Surprisingly, there was even a double bed and a private bathroom. No wonder the chairman's office has a suite complete with a double bed and a bathroom. Anyone with eyes could tell what was going on. There's a saying, isn't there? When there's work the secretary does it, and when there's no work, well, everyone understands. It seems the previous chairman was quite unprincipled, still playing this game at such an old age. No wonder those big bosses' secretaries are all more beautiful than the last. Either they have prettier faces than others or a few more pounds of meat up front. In fact, the layout of this office isn't even the best. The optimal layout would have the door of that small suite very concealed, and there would also be a hidden door inside the small suite to prevent being caught in the act, allowing one to exit through the hidden door at any moment unnoticed. When Lin Fan walked into the office, he instinctively glanced at that small door. As a young master, Lin Fan often wandered around the family company and even held the title of chairman in one of the companies. He knew from experience that this small suite was for a specific purpose. When Ling Xuefei arrived, she had seen some things in that small suite that she shouldn't have seen, so she could probably guess what had happened there in the past. Therefore, seeing Lin Fan looking that way, her face suddenly turned red and she glared at Lin Fan fiercely. Lin Fan was bewildered by Ling's Wei-face glare, not understanding what she was on about. However, he soon realized that this aloof female CEO wasn't as clueless as she seemed. "Have a seat." Ling Xuefei sat in the swivel chair behind the desk with Chi-Chi in her arms and said lightly. Lin Fan adjusted his pants and casually sat down on the sofa opposite Ling Xuefei, then waved his hand to Yanan, saying, "Get some tea." Yanan, the famous war god, isn't someone to be trifled with. Aside from Ling Xuefei and Chi-Chi, she doesn't give face to anyone. With her hands on her hips, she said unhappily, "Hey, are you here to act like a big shot?" Lin Fan looked at Yanan sideways and said, "Well, at least I'm a guest. Shouldn't you treat your guest?" Yanan pouted and replied, "Well, you could at least add a please." "All right." Lin Fan nodded and smiled, "Please bring me some tea." "You?" Yanan was so angry, her chest heaving, her pretty face cold, as she glared fiercely at Lin Fan, exposing her little tiger teeth. At this moment, Ling Xuefei, who was playing with Chi-Chi, noticed the tense confrontation between the two and raised her head, saying, "And pour him a cup of tea." Only then did Yanan reluctantly turn to go out and make tea. After Yanan left, only Lin Fan, Ling Xuefei and Chi-Chi remained in the office, forming a family. Ling Xuefei and Chi-Chi were chatting and laughing, filling the room with joyous laughter, while Lin Fan sat quietly on the sofa watching the playful mother and daughter. He didn't feel awkward at all, instead he truly enjoyed this warm moment as if his whole heart was immersed in it. Lin Fan could hardly remember the last time he had such tranquility. In his past life, he either struggled hard for a full meal or forgot to eat and sleep while cultivating, or he was busy killing or on his way to kill someone or waiting for someone to kill him. How could he ever be as calm as he was now, truly achieving the state of with a heart as clear as ice? I am not disturbed even when the sky falls. Boom. Suddenly it felt as if a thunderbolt exploded within Lin Fan's consciousness. The thick fog that had shrouded his consciousness seemed to have been blown away by a strong wind, becoming much lighter, and the entire consciousness sea became noticeably brighter. This time Lin Fan narrowly escaped death under the bombardment of the 9 heavens' divine thunder, soul transmuting into another world. Being able to live a new life in this new world was already a tremendous fortune, even if all his cultivation and the treasures in his spatial ring turned to nothingness. What remained from his past life was merely the rich and abundant cultivation experience accumulated over 3,000 years and his formidable divine sense. However, even if Lin Fan's divine sense was powerful, it was impossible to remain intact under the 9 heavens' divine thunder. In fact, his divine sense was weaker than in his previous life by an unknown number of times, and even the vast consciousness sea was wrapped in layers of fog, rendering visibility pitifully low. At this moment Lin Fan's consciousness sea underwent earth-shattering changes. The visible range expanded more than tenfold and his divine sense became much more refined. For Lin Fan this was a joyous event. Even with his personality, a smile couldn't help but appear on his face. This opportunity, although it did not enhance Lin Fan's hard power, was even more precious. If Lin Fan were to choose for himself, he would undoubtedly choose to refine his divine sense over enhancing his strength. Even a 2-realm increase in strength couldn't compare to the value of refining divine sense. Divine sense is the most difficult to cultivate. In the cultivation world there are many cultivators with profound realms and powerful combat capabilities, yet they possess weak divine senses that fail to match their strength. Normally this wouldn't have much of an impact, but the flaws in divine sense tend to show their drawbacks at critical moments. It's akin to having a ticking bomb beside you, which is definitely not a good thing. The benefits of divine sense are numerous, the greatest function being its ability to help cultivators resist inner demons. One must understand that inner demons are a terrifying existence for all cultivators. No matter how deep your strength is, once your inner demons find an opportunity, the outcome will not be pleasant. The lighter consequence is losing one's sanity and becoming a killing machine, ultimately exhausting oneself to death or being overwhelmed by others. The heavier consequence is dying instantly, scattering one's soul, leaving no chance to be reborn and cultivate again. Every breakthrough in realm is the easiest time for inner demons to find an opportunity. Moreover, as one's cultivation improves, the inner demons grow stronger. The saying "the Tao is a foot higher than the demon" illustrates this principle. Therefore, improving one's cultivation does not grant cultivators an advantage in resisting inner demons. The only way to do so is to enhance divine sense or spiritual power. Once divine sense reaches a certain level, it could be said to be immune to inner demons. Furthermore, the stronger the divine sense, the wider the radar's detection range and the higher its precision. It often allows one to discover enemies or treasures ahead of time, enabling one to seize opportunities and take the lead in everything. The benefits of this, if not stated, everyone understands. In his previous life, Lin Fan failed the tribulation largely due to his insufficient divine sense and lingering regrets, which allowed inner demons to invade him at a critical moment, causing his spiritual platform to collapse. Thus he struggled to withstand the 9 heavens' divine thunder. Now Lin Fan's divine sense unexpectedly broke through without any warning, refining significantly on the basis of the prior fragmentation. This was undoubtedly good news, enough to ensure that Lin Fan wouldn't be disturbed by inner demons before achieving golden core. This filled Lin Fan's heart with immense joy. Upon breaking through the barrier of his divine sense, Lin Fan immediately closed his eyes to savor the subtle sensation. He cautiously extended his divine sense outward, and in an instant the entire office materialized vividly within his mind. Though his eyes remained shut, his perception surpassed even open-eyed clarity. He discerned even a minuscule insect nestled in the corner, sharp and unerring. At that moment Ling Xuefei lifted her head with quiet suspicion. Seeing Lin Fan with eyes tightly closed, utterly oblivious to her, she furrowed her delicate brows, puzzled. Just moments ago she'd felt an uncanny presence, as if watched, but unmistakably no fourth person occupied the office. Perhaps it was merely a trick of the senses, she mused, shaking her head lightly before resuming her light-hearted banter with Chichi. Lin Fan then expanded his divine sense further, swiftly enveloping the surrounding offices and soon after the entire floor. It was as though a celestial projector cast every nook and cranny of the floor directly into his consciousness, every shadow, every threshold rendered with crystalline precision. Yet this was still far from his limit. He estimated his current range 20 meters, a perfect sphere centered upon himself, within which not a whisper, not a tremor could evade detection. Admittedly 20 meters paled beside the billion-meter expanse of his former life's divine sense, but even this modest advance filled Lin Fan with quiet elation. Ah! At that instant Lin Fan saw An Yanan in the adjacent tea room, lips pursed as she muttered while brewing tea. "Who do you think you are, barking orders at me? I despise spoiled scions like you most of all. This time I'll hold my tongue, for senior sister Xuefei's sake and Chichi's. I only pray we never cross paths alone. Otherwise one well-placed low kick will shatter your pride, and your prospects, forever." Ha! With that she actually executed a sideways kick, only to jostle the teacup in her hand, spilling water everywhere. She leapt backward in alarm, narrowly avoiding drenching herself. "Damn it, I curse you, may tea leaves lodge deep in your throat, choking you breathless. HMPH, extra large leaves for you." As she grumbled bitterly while steeping the tea, Lin Fan observed the scene with quiet amusement. This fiery little girl was delightfully entertaining. Moments later An Yanan strode in, bearing a cup of tea, setting it down heavily on the side table beside Lin Fan. "Your tea has been delivered," Moments later Yanan strode in bearing a cup of tea, setting it down heavily on the side table beside Lin Fan. Your tea has been delivered, drink up. She shot him a sharp glance before sauntering to the opposite end of the sofa. The word delivered lingered, deliberately emphasized. A faint smile curved Lin Fan's lips as he lifted the cup. Did you specially select those oversized tea leaves for me? Ah. What are you talking about? Her face flushed crimson, she stammered like a child caught red-handed. Lin Fan chuckled softly and took a slow, deliberate sip. Authentic Westlake Longjing, crisp, mellow and fragrant. Upon tasting it, a gentle sweetness bloomed on his tongue, its aroma unfurled from nostrils to throat, suffusing his limbs and spirit with profound ease and serenity. Such genuine Longjing fetches tens of thousands per gin on the market, rare, coveted and often unobtainable even for those with wealth to spare. Street market version selling for mere hundreds or thousands, paling comparably. Truly befitting a subsidiary of the Ling Group, unmistakably affluent, well-connected and resourceful. After nestling in Ling Xuefei's arms and chattering endlessly, Chichi suddenly brightened, her eyes sparkling with revelation, as she pointed toward Lin Fan sipping his tea. Mama, Papa said he wants to take us all out to play. Lin Fan nearly choked on his tea. He raised his head, stunned, staring at Chichi, who responded with a playful knowing wink. Ling Xuefei flinched visibly. Her brow knitted in dismay. Chichi, what nonsense is this? Chichi puffed out her cheeks and pouted. Wara, Mama, Chichi isn't making it up. Papa really said he wants to take us to the zoo to see the giant pandas. Lin Fan knew silence was no longer appropriate. The princess had thrown him a lifeline. He could hardly let her effort go unrewarded. Setting down his cup, he cleared his throat. Chichi speaks the truth. Miss Ling, might you be free this afternoon? Ling Xuefei spared him none of the warmth she granted Chichi. Her gaze sharp and cool, and unequivocal. No. Wara, I want to see the pandas. I want to go with Papa and Mama. She wriggled in Ling Xuefei's arms, her tiny face crumpling, tears welling, heartbreakingly vulnerable. Ling Xuefei couldn't bear Chichi's sorrow, but the thought of accompanying Lin Fan, the man she once loathed most, left her paralyzed. Gritting her teeth, she forced herself to say, be good, Chichi. Mama and Auntie Anne will take you instead. Absolutely. And Yanan chimed in brightly. Let's all go together. Auntie Anne's been wanting to visit the pandas too. But Chichi refused to relent. She wasn't merely craving pandas, she craved together Papa, Mama and her united in joy. Her lower lip trembled, tears cascaded like scattered pearls. No. 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 Bad Mama. If Papa can't come, Chichi won't let you hold her anymore. And with that she squirmed fiercely, striving to slip from Ling Xuefei's embrace. Ling Xuefei stood torn between exasperation and helplessness, yet this tiny trembling form was her very heart. To strike. Unthinkable. To scold. Impossible. Only devotion remained. Chichi sniffled, lifting her tear-streaked face, her fragile pleading expression piercing Ling Xuefei's resolve. Mama, will you? And Ling Xuefei glared fiercely at Lin Fan, then softened instantly, gently wiping away Chichi's tears as she whispered tenderly, my dearest Chichi, don't cry. You're Mama's most beloved treasure. Mama loves you so much. More. Chichi sniffled, lifting her tear-streaked face, her fragile pleading expression piercing Ling Xuefei's resolve. Mama, will you and Papa go with Chichi to the zoo? Gazing upon her daughter's heart-wrenching plea, Ling Xuefei found herself unable to utter the refusal poised on her lips. Instead she exhaled softly, and yielded yes.